He drifted through life in a haze, devoid of any sense of direction for the future, contemplating that an earlier demise might grant him a swifter rebirth. Thus, on a frigid winter day, he succumbed, collapsing en route to work. He felt that fate had dealt kindly with him, as he departed without suffering. Soon after, he discovered that he had traversed to another world. He found himself thoroughly content with this new realm, which bore resemblance to his former blue planet and solar system, where the historical trajectories mirrored those of his past life. The sole distinction lay in the arrival of the temporal sanctuary, which altered everything. Through the temporal sanctuary, one could access an entirely different realm of divine exploration. Certainly, the emergence of the Temple of Time and Space has ushered calamity into this realm, as creatures from the game have descended into the real world. The expanse of blue star continues to expand, and the flora and fauna undergo mutations, with the Beast King capable of standing toe-at-toe with humanity. However, to Chunjie, these matters are inconsequential. The sky here is a brilliant blue, the grass a vibrant green, and the food remarkably wholesome. The advent of divine wanderers has even led to a resurgence of spiritual energy across Blue Star, rendering even snacks like sunflower seeds imbued with vitality. As a result, the general populace exhibits a notably higher physical constitution, effectively eradicating suboptimal health conditions. Though Feng Xiaoqian in the front row may appear adorably innocent, she would undoubtedly be an Olympic champion in the previous Blue Star. Yet, there remains a vast chasm between her and the professionals. The societal status of professionals vastly eclipses that of ordinary individuals, with some formidable professionals wielding the power of life and death over the common folk. Fortunately, the law imposes restrictions, maintaining a semblance of stability within the social structure. For an ordinary person aspiring to become a professional, the initial step is to conquer the novice dungeon. However, this novice dungeon is not easily surmountable, particularly for fledgling players. After a considerable period, Qin Lang finally concluded his lengthy exposition and transitioned into the main topic of the day. All right, today's lesson comes to a close. Next, I shall distribute the novice dungeon entry tickets to each of you. Please maintain silence. As I call out your names, those mentioned should approach to collect your tickets. Feng Xiaoqian, you are the first to come forward. As the admission tickets were systematically distributed, Qin Lang concluded the class with his final remark. The novice dungeon in Honghai City will officially commence at precisely 12 noon. I would like to reiterate to all students that, although the mortality rate has been reduced to a mere 0.001 following continuous optimization of strategies, those with slightly poorer performance in martial arts training are advised to form a full team to successfully navigate the novice dungeon. I believe the rules regarding team formation do not require further emphasis with Qin Lang's announcement of dismissal. The students, who had been impatiently listening, instantly clustered into small groups and rushed out, transforming the once lively classroom into a desolate space. Shifting the perspective to the school playground, a sea of senior students converged from all directions, their eyes fixated on the imposing stone monument at the center of the field. Chunjie stood at the back of the crowd, equally captivated by the towering monument, feeling a surge of excitement. Chunjie, if you don't have a team, you can join mine. A clear and ethereal voice resonated, prompting Chunjie to turn around. A girl, clad in a deep blue fitted outfit and sporting a high ponytail, parted the crowd and approached. She was the belle of Honghai No. 1 High School, and in a few years, it wouldn't be surprising if she were crowned the most beautiful woman in Honghai City. 12 years ago, by a stroke of fate, Chunjie had saved this young lad's life on his way home from school, and thus their acquaintance began. Miss Ling, please spare me. If I dare to team up with you, I fear I may not survive until tomorrow's sun rises. Chunjie, fully aware of the identity of the esteemed Miss Ling, understood that he and her belonged to entirely different realms. The Ling family merely needed to express a hint of hostility towards him for a legion of professionals to eagerly take action against him, without lifting a finger themselves. After all, the consequences for professionals who eliminate ordinary citizens are merely financial reparations. Coupled with the duty to guard the city's defenses, there are no prisons or death sentences to fear. Naturally, ordinary individuals seldom provoke professionals, who look down upon engaging with them. Upon hearing Chunjie's words, Ling Yuling's expression turned frosty, and she slightly raised her delicate chin. "What, do you intend to refuse me?" "Of course not," Chen Jie quickly replied. "Humph, I doubt you would dare." Ling Yuling stepped closer to him, lowering her voice to a fierce whisper meant solely for their ears. "I apologize, Chen Jie, but you know that if I were overly amiable towards you, my suitors would undoubtedly make your life miserable. I merely wish to assist you this time. You wouldn't dare reject me in front of everyone, would you? That would be quite embarrassing for me." With such words spoken, Chen Jie found himself compelled to acquiesce, despite this contradicting his usual low-profile demeanor. He could surmise the underlying intentions of Miss Ling, having always been marginalized at Honghaino, one high school. If he were to awaken a lackluster talent, given his innate attributes, fulfilling the main quest would prove challenging. Miss Ling was, in essence, extending her hand in assistance to him. "Once, I had rendered a favor to Miss Ling, and at this pivotal moment, it is not entirely surprising that she has stepped forward to offer her assistance. The awakening of innate abilities, while seemingly random, does adhere to certain discernible patterns. Generally, those who excel in academic pursuits are more likely to awaken talents related to the arcane arts, whereas students who excel in martial disciplines tend to awaken abilities tied to physical prowess. Furthermore, the higher one's innate attributes, the greater the likelihood of manifesting exceptional talents. This explains, in part, why individuals from prominent families are comparatively rare, yet those endowed with advanced talents outnumber the common populace. Chen Jie's performance in both the academic and martial examinations has been unremarkable, and his appearance is not particularly striking. Given his demeanor within the school, one could question whether he could successfully undertake the main quest alone. However, Chen Jie is acutely aware that he deliberately chooses to downplay his capabilities, concealing his true potential for the sake of self-preservation. Yet, this is a truth known solely to him. Thus, it is within this context that an unexpected event unfolds. As the clock struck noon, the colossal monument in the courtyard of Honghaino, one high school began to radiate a brilliant light. Not only Honghaino, one, but across the entire city of Honghai, 9 stone monuments illuminated simultaneously, their beams converging in the heavens to form a spherical space. In that moment, Chen Jie noticed a jade stone in his hand, etched with mysterious runes, pulsating with radiant white light, resonating in harmony with the runes inscribed upon the monument. On the playground, the eager senior students of the 3rd year raised their hands, each brandishing their new entry tickets for the novice dungeon in exquisite stone inscribed with enigmatic runes. Those who sought to form a party pressed their stones together, allowing them to be transported to the same mirrored instance. As Ling Yuling lifted her stone and arched an eyebrow at Chen Jie, he reciprocated by raising his hand, bringing their 2 stones into contact. As the sacred monument illuminated, beams of light cascaded from it, creating luminous circles beneath the feet of the awaiting students. Detected novice dungeon entry ticket current party size 2. Maximum party size 10 teleportation conditions met. Commencing teleportation detected players' first entry into the dungeon realm, initiating data assimilation 0. 1. 100 data assimilation complete. You have been transported to mirrored instance number 18634, activating player system interface, commencing awakening of player's initial talent. Chapter 2. The initiation of the revenge scheme. A day prior, Yi Fei unexpectedly discovered that he had been reincarnated before the apocalypse. Shortly thereafter, he noticed a watch had inexplicably appeared on his wrist. It was impossible to remove or damage, yet fortunately, the watch bore negligible weight and did not hinder him in any way. Through a night of exploration, he established contact with Sha, who had also fortuitously acquired a similar watch. The two quickly realized that they hailed from different worlds. Sha resided on a planet known as Gauchi Star, which was hundreds of times larger than Blue Star and possessed remarkably advanced technology. However, this technological superiority, coupled with the unique environmental conditions of Gauchi Star, had given rise to numerous challenges. Most notably, there existed a staggering wealth gap. The vast majority of the population dwelled within the planet's interior, specifically in the impoverished districts where Sha lived. There, sunlight was a rare visitor, resulting in a general decline in the physical well-being of the lower classes, Sha included. After comprehending Sha's circumstances, Yi Fei resolved to make a substantial investment in her. with the hope of eventually acquiring advanced technological items or weaponry from Gauchi's star through her. One of the initial investment projects was the tome titled Martial Energy Manifestation. Just the previous night, he had sent her 1/3 of its contents. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed against the car window, jolting Yi Zhen from his thoughts. Turning his head, he beheld a somewhat sleazy young man leaning against his window. A faint voice penetrated his ears. "Mr. Yi?" Yi Fei regained his composure, opened the rear door, allowing the other party to enter the vehicle, and inquired, "Have you prepared the items I requested?" The young man grinned, revealing a set of slightly yellowed teeth, a testament to his years of smoking, and patted his chest reassuringly. "Rest assured, 3 miniature cameras are ready. They will capture every detail with utmost clarity. I'm counting on this video to propel me to fame." Yi Fei nodded in agreement. "Now, that's what I call professionalism." The young man's name was Wang Yong. He was a journalist and a social media influencer with tens of thousands of followers. Renowned for his unscrupulous pursuit of fame and fortune, he was summoned to leverage his connections to ensure that the couple in question would face utter disgrace, allowing Yi Fei to profit from the situation and secure his initial funding. As the two conversed, 2 cars gradually entered the parking lot. Upon recognizing the familiar license plates, a sly smile curled at the corners of Yi Fei's mouth. He seized a bouquet of vibrant red roses from the front passenger seat, adjusted his attire, and stepped out of the car with Wang Yong. "Let us proceed. The show is about to commence. Yi, my handsome friend, long time no see. I truly envy Fei Fei for being able to marry such a dashing and romantic man." The speaker was Wang Fong, a close friend of Lu Fei. This time, in a bid to ensure that the wretched woman faced complete social ruin, Yi Fei had summoned both of her closest companions. Additionally, 2 significant guests were present, his in-laws, Lu Fei's biological parents, under the pretext of celebrating Lu Fei's 25th birthday. "Indeed, how delightful it would be if my boyfriend possessed the remarkable qualities of the illustrious Yi." Another close friend, Li Shui, nodded in agreement, her face adorned with a hint of envy. Listening to their praises, Yi Fei remained undisturbed internally, though a smile graced his lips. "You flatter me, my dear ladies. Unfortunately, some individuals are simply predisposed to be ungrateful at their core." As the conversation unfolded, a middle-aged couple approached after parking their car. They were none other than Lu Fei's parents, Yi Fei's in-laws. His mother-in-law, He Qing, stood at about 1.60 meters, possessing a graceful countenance that exuded elegance. His father-in-law, Lu He, was a middle school teacher, distinguished by his black-rimmed glasses and scholarly demeanor. Upon their first encounter, a warm smile illuminated He Qing's face. The moment she noticed the bouquet in Yi Fei's arms, her smile deepened considerably. "What a delightful surprise you have prepared, Xiao Fei." His father-in-law, Lu He, nodded approvingly at Yi Fei. Yi Fei replied with a smile, "I thought it was only fitting to prepare a little surprise for Fei Fei on her birthday." Throughout their year of marriage, she had endured many hardships alongside him, and this gesture was a small recompense for her. Upon hearing this, the couple exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a moment of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yi Fei lowered his gaze, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes, swiftly replaced by resolve. Frankly speaking, his in-laws treated him quite well. Alas, they had raised a daughter like Lu Fei. As the impending apocalypse looms, perhaps it is time to offer them a word of caution. Yi Fei pondered silently to himself. He was a man of flesh and blood. Even though his mindset had shifted upon his rebirth, he would no longer trust anyone blindly. However, he could not entirely disregard those who had once shown him kindness, and a gentle reminder was certainly within his capabilities. By the way, everyone has refrained from giving Fei Fei any advance notice, right? Yi Fei confirmed once more. Beside him, his close friend Wang Fong promptly patted her chest. "Rest assured, Yi Shui. After receiving your message, I Haven-T breathed a word to Fei Fei. I guarantee she'll be utterly astonished when she sees us." Li Shui beside her nodded vigorously in agreement. The mother-in-law cast a reproachful glance at Yi Fei. "Your father and I have been through this. Do you not trust us? I would never engage in such a spoilsport endeavor." Lu He smiled warmly. "Do not worry, Xiao Fei. We would never ruin the surprise you have so carefully orchestrated." Yi Fei nodded in approval, his heart flickering with anticipation. He suddenly looked forward to the expression on Lu Fei's face. Would it be one of shame? Or perhaps anger? Once everyone was prepared, they took the elevator to the 17th floor where Yi Fei resided. Upon exiting the elevator, Yi Fei turned and gestured for silence. The group promptly responded, quieting their movements to avoid making a sound. Seeing this, Yifei produced his key and slowly turned it in the lock. Click, the door creaked open little by little. Yifei pretended to peek inside, and after a brief moment, he withdrew, pointing toward the bedroom and whispering. In the bedroom, as he spoke, he opened the door, allowing everyone to enter slowly. Everything was eerily silent. As Wang Yong passed by, Yifei raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with him. The latter promptly responded with an okay gesture, indicating that the camera was in position. Once everyone had entered, Yi Zhen patted Wang Fong and Li Shui on the shoulders, signaling them to open the bedroom door. The two women immediately exchanged excited glances and nodded in unison, stealthily making their way over. Moments later, Wang Fong grasped the doorknob, while Li Shui held a party popper in her hand. Upon seeing Yifei nod, Wang Fong hesitated no longer and forcefully pushed the bedroom door open. Simultaneously, she leaped inside, her face alight with surprise as she exclaimed, "Surprise!" Chapter 3. The clandestine encounter inside the bedroom. Lu Fei and Li Tong were entwined, basking in the afterglow of their passionate encounter. Fei, do you think if we do this every day, your husband won't find out? At the mention of Yi Fei's name, a flicker of disdain crossed Lu Fei's eyes. Even if he does, what of it? We could always get a divorce. That useless man, I've had enough of him. He barely earns anything all year long, always working overtime. You're right, Li Gu, your generosity is unmatched. One gesture from you is worth several years of that guy's salary. Upon hearing this, Li Tong nodded with a defiant expression. Indeed, Yi Fei is nothing but a mere worker, a laborer. How could he ever compare to me? My father is Li Sheng, the founder of the largest department store in Yuhang City. As they whispered to each other, the doors suddenly swung open, and a figure swiftly leaped inside, brandishing a confetti cannon and exclaiming joyfully, "Surprise!" The next moment, a piercing scream of terror erupted from Lu Fei within the room. Upon hearing her scream, her mother-in-law and the others instinctively turned their gaze towards the room, only to find themselves frozen in shock. The only one to display a barely perceptible smirk was Yi Fei. Inside the room, Lu Fei clutched the blanket tightly, her face a mask of fear as she stared at them. Beside her, the completely naked Li Tong fumbled clumsily with the blanket, attempting to shield himself from view. The situation was painfully clear. Lu Fei had been caught in the act of infidelity with another man, and they had all witnessed it firsthand. Fei, you. The intruder, Wang Fong, stood there dumbfounded, unsure of how to react. Bang! At that moment, the sound of the confetti cannon erupted as Lu Shui, her friend, inadvertently triggered it. Suddenly, a colorful rain cascaded down within the room. However, this moment, which should have been filled with joy, left not a single smile on anyone's face. In the next instant, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Lu Fei, what on earth are you doing? It was Lu He, her father-in-law, who charged forward first, without hesitation delivering a resounding slap to Lu Fei's face. She cried out in pain, her body swaying as a bright red handprint blossomed on her cheek, yet she dared not move an inch, clinging desperately to the blanket. Terror and shame surged within her heart in an instant. Mom and Dad, what are you doing here? Upon hearing her words, Lu He was consumed by a surge of anger, his hand raised, ready to strike once more. You still remember that I am your father. At that moment, her mother, He Qing, intervened with a firm grip. Stop. Though her expression bore traces of panic and shock, her love for her daughter compelled her to halt her husband's wrath. Lu He withdrew his hand, realizing he could not move. A scowl of frustration marred his features as he glared at He Qing, exclaiming, "This is the fine daughter you've raised." He Qing's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she stood resolutely in front of Lu Fei. Simultaneously, she cast a reproachful glance at her daughter. My dear, how could you engage in such shameless behavior? Lu Fei remained silent, unable to respond, her shoulders involuntarily trembling. Sensing the stalemate, Yi Fei recognized it was time for him to make his entrance, intending to stoke the flames further. Instantly embodying the persona of a furious husband, he bellowed wife, and rushed forward, enveloping Lu Fei in a protective embrace. He then glared at Li Tong with an intensity that suggested he could devour him whole, perfectly portraying a devoted husband enraged by his wife's infidelity. Li Tong recoiled, unable to meet Yi Fei's gaze. The expressions of the father and mother-in-law shifted dramatically as they suddenly remembered that their son-in-law was present. This was a disaster. Their son-in-law had meticulously prepared a birthday surprise for their daughter, only to inadvertently uncover her betrayal. In such a scenario, it was likely that no man could accept such a revelation. Xiao Fei, remain calm. Xiao Fei, do not act impulsively, the couple urged, fearing that Yi Fei might make a grave mistake in a moment of rashness. Yi Fei ignored their pleas and continued to showcase his acting prowess. He grasped Lu Fei's shoulders, compelling her to face him, then shook her with fervor, his expression resembling that of a wounded beast on the verge of madness. My dear wife, was it he who coerced you? Was it? After uttering these words, Yi's heart sneered coldly. His apparent defense masked a scheme to drive Lu Fei into a corner. My beloved wife, if you firmly assert that you were forced, Li Tong will undoubtedly receive a beating and might even be arrested. Ultimately, in a bid for self-preservation, he would likely betray you. It was a classic case of dog-eat-dog. However, if you concede that it was voluntary, then the implications are even more intriguing. Wouldn't that be an admission of being a fickle woman? With so many eyes upon you, you would surely face disgrace. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, a glimmer flickered in Lu Fei's eyes. She had not contemplated the far-reaching consequences. In her current state of panic, she instinctively shifted the blame onto Li Tong. She nodded repeatedly. Yes, he forced me. Husband, you must believe me. Her expression transformed from sheer panic to one of deep grievance, coupled with her disheveled hair and reddened eyes. Anyone unaware of the truth might genuinely be swayed by her words. Truly, a masterful performance worthy of an award-winning actress. Her words caused a palpable shift in the expressions of those present, who then turned their furious gazes toward Li Tong. Sensing the collective ire, Li Tong's countenance changed dramatically as he looked at Lu Fei with disbelief. Xiao Fei. Yet before he could utter a word of explanation, his father-in-law, Lu Ha, charged forward and landed a punch squarely on his face. Call the police. Quickly. Arrest this beast. I want him to rot in prison. He bellowed, violently dragging the recently clothed Li Tong from the bed. Li Tong fell to the ground in a disarrayed heap. Aware of his own culpability, he dared not retaliate. Quickly scrambling to his feet, cradling his head with his arms while crouching in a corner, desperately attempting to defend himself. Don't call the police, please. It was consensual. He feared that if the authorities were involved, the scandal would tarnish his reputation, and he could potentially face imprisonment. I did not force her. However, his protests only fueled the flames of anger in the crowd. No one believed his words, or rather, no one wished to believe them. Lu Ha, with a swift kick, sent him sprawling to the ground, following up with a barrage of punches and kicks. Nearby, two of Lu Fei's friends and her mother, He Qing, could no longer contain themselves, rushing in to deliver their own blows. Dare to argue back? I'll tear that filthy mouth of yours apart. How dare you bully my sister? I'll make you pay? Li Tong was left battered and bruised, his face marred, as he cried out in anguish. Ah, stop. Please. Stop. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Fei couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Serves him right. He then cast a meaningful glance at Lu Fei. At this moment, only this wretched woman could save him. It was all up to her choice, to admit or to deny. Xiao Fei, please save me. You must explain this to them. Li Tong's desperate cries soon echoed, his suffering escalating to unbearable levels. His plight stirred Lu Fei's compassion and concern, and after a brief moment of calm, she quickly grasped the reality. Infidelity could not be concealed. With this thought, her heart hardened. You all are forcing my hand. She abruptly shoved Yi Fei aside and urgently shouted, Stop hitting him. Please, stop. However, the enraged crowd had no intention of relenting. Seeing their unwavering aggression, Lu Fei decided to take a stand. She shut her eyes tightly and, with a pained expression, cried out, Stop. We did this willingly. It was voluntary. As her words hung in the air, the atmosphere became palpably tense, as if a pin drop could be heard. Yi Fei's gaze flickered, and a barely perceptible smirk played at the corners of his mouth. He could already foresee the ensuing developments. Surely, anyone with a modicum of decency would abhor Lu Fei's shamelessness, wouldn't they? Indeed, the crowd that had been assaulting Li Tong could not help but halt, collectively turning to Lu Fei with expressions of disbelief. Lu Ha, her father, bore a deep look of sorrow. Lu Fei, do you even comprehend the weight of your words? Xiao Fei has treated you with such kindness. How could you bear to betray him? At last, the final veil of pretense was lifted, and despite his unwillingness to accept the truth, he found himself with no alternative. A look of frustration crossed his face as he lamented the disgraceful actions taken. Was one's reputation not worth preserving? Chapter 4. Betrayed by all reputation? Lu Fei's complexion paled momentarily. However, she quickly realized that words had become futile, the die had been cast, and her reputation was likely in ruins. It would be more prudent to face the matter head-on. Mom, Dad, my love for Li Gu is genuine, and what happened was beyond our control. Her shameless demeanor nearly caused Lu He to choke on his indignation. Clutching his chest, he staggered back a couple of steps, his trembling finger pointing at Lu Fei, momentarily at a loss for words. Her mother, He Qing, could scarcely believe her ears. Daughter, do you realize what you are saying? You are a married woman. How could you entangle yourself with another man? Upon hearing her mother's words, a fleeting expression of regret crossed Lu Fei's face, swiftly transforming into anger. Mom, how can you refer to Li Gu as a wild man? He is someone I truly care for. Besides, what is wrong with having a family? Am I not entitled to pursue my own happiness? I am genuinely happy with Li Gu, and I wish to be with him. Is there any fault in that? Her passionate declaration left He Qing momentarily speechless, gazing at Lu Fei with a look of unfamiliarity. It suddenly dawned on her that she might not truly know the daughter she had nurtured for over 20 years. Outrageous. As Lu He regained his composure, a surge of fury ignited within him, his face flushed with indignation. How could I have given birth to such a shameless, promiscuous daughter? Have my teachings been reduced to mere folly in your mind? The anger of a teacher manifested in Lu He's words, revealing the depth of his rage. Confronted with the piercing words of a loved one, Lu Fei trembled, gritting her teeth. After a brief moment, she spoke with defiance. Dad, I am not in the wrong. I merely seek my own happiness. Can you not wish me well? Must you drive me to despair before you are satisfied? A hint of resentment tinged her voice as she finished. At this, Lu He's fury intensified, rendering him incapable of processing any further dialogue. That does not justify your betrayal of Xiao Fei. You are legally bound. Why can you not discuss this face to face? Your actions now. What do they say about our family to others? Beside them, He Qing interjected. Indeed, daughter, you should apologize to Xiao Fei. Perhaps she might still forgive you. Yi Fei remained silent. Lu Fei lifted her head, casting a dismissive glance at Yi Fei before a cold smile graced her lips. Apologize? On what grounds should I apologize? I have done nothing wrong. So what if we are legally married? Which law states that being married prohibits one from being with another. Furthermore, the opinions of others are of no consequence to me. Her words left everyone present in stunned silence, their minds momentarily befuddled. And a flicker of coldness crossed Yi Fei's eyes. He realized that he had somewhat underestimated his wife. This shameless person is truly invincible. It seems that the original plan to exploit the guilt in the other's heart has failed. In light of this, a more forceful approach must be taken. As a father, Lu He could not help but take a few steps back, his gaze towards his daughter now tinged with a hint of estrangement. Xiao Fei, do you not feel any remorse? Remorse? He. All I know is that I am 100 times happier with Brother Li than I ever was with Yi Fei. At that moment, Lu Fei had adopted an attitude of complete indifference, as if she were a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Seeing his daughter's obstinacy, Lu He took a deep breath and felt utterly disheartened. Well. Who would have thought that after a lifetime of teaching, I, Lu He, would fail to raise my own daughter properly? After uttering these words, Lu He appeared to age 10 years in an instant, his spirit waning. The crowd fell silent. From now on, I shall consider you as if you do not exist. With that, father-in-law Lu He slammed the door and left. Mother-in-law He Qing sighed, unable to resist shaking her head at Lu Fei. My daughter, you are confused. She then turned to Yi Fei. Xiao Fei, from here on out, do as you see fit. Your mother supports you. Having said this, she felt too embarrassed to remain, hastily pursuing Lu He. Witnessing her parents' disappointment as they departed, Lu Fei opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Lu Fei's close friend, Wang Fong, stepped forward, her face filled with fury. Lu Fei, I never anticipated that you could be such a person. Truly, one can know a face, but not a heart. Yi Fei treated you with such kindness, and you have the audacity to betray him. I lament my blindness in befriending someone like you. I feel nothing but shame for you. Beside them, Li Shui was even more indignant, spitting in disgust. For the sake of a rogue, you would forsake your own parents. How utterly shameless. Do not contact me again. Our friendship is severed. With that, the two turned their backs and departed in haste. Humph, as if I would miss you. Lu Fei retorted defiantly. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yong discreetly gestured to Yi Fei with a signal for contact and tactfully withdrew. The scene now held only Yi Fei and a pair of rather disheveled scoundrels. Lu Fei took a deep breath, then turned to Yi Fei with a cold smile gracing her lips. Yi Fei, Given the circumstances, I will be candid with you. I no longer love you. The one I love is Li Gu. He possesses more wealth than you, and he knows far better how to make me happy. I hereby formally announce our divorce." After delivering this proclamation, she expected Yi Fei to be enraged or to plead for her forgiveness. To her surprise, however, his expression remained unchanged, exuding an eerie calmness, as if he were an entirely different person from moments ago. His response was unexpectedly succinct. "All right." A mere "all right" left Lu Fei feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The Yi Fei of old would have cherished her as if she were a treasure, fretting for hours at her slightest displeasure. What she wished to witness was Yi Fei's desperate plea for her forgiveness. "Yi Fei, what manner is this?" Yi Fei was utterly perplexed. "Didn't you express your desire for a divorce?" I acquiesced. "Is there still an issue?" Upon hearing this, Lu Fei's fury intensified. "Very well. Let us see how long you can maintain this facade. We shall proceed with the divorce immediately." Yi Fei nodded, eager for the resolution. "However," he added, "there is something I find rather intriguing." His tone lingered momentarily, causing Lu Fei's lips to curve into a slight smirk. She sensed it. Yi Fei was undoubtedly reluctant to part ways, and soon she would witness his pitiful pleas. At that moment, she was determined to humiliate him thoroughly, releasing the pent-up frustration within her. Yet, Yi Fei's subsequent words rendered her smile frozen in an instant. "For the sake of such a worthless wretch, you have alienated everyone around you. Are you truly incapable of reconsideration?" This insufferable man had hit a nerve. But before Lu Fei could respond, Li Tong had risen. Unbeknownst to her, shielding his battered face with one hand while pointing at Yi Fei and berating him. "You insolent brat. Who are you cursing? Besides, Xiao Fei has me. Being with me is 100 times better than being with you. You, a pauper, are utterly unworthy of her." Yi Fei turned to him, silent, his gaze fixed and imbued with an icy, murderous intent. This wretched individual had the audacity to challenge him. The chilling aura emanating from Yi Fei made Li Tong swallow hard. After all, Yi Fei was tall and robust, towering over him by nearly half a head. If a confrontation were to arise suddenly, he estimated that he would stand little chance of prevailing, especially given his current injuries. Adhering to the principle that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses, he promptly fell silent. Yi Fei scoffed, then redirected his gaze to Lu Fei. "It appeared that your judgment leaves much to be desired." Lu Fei shot a fierce glare at Li Tong, who could only manage an awkward smile, though his heart simmered with resentment towards Yi Fei. "Just wait until I recover. I shall see to it that you meet your end." Yi Fei remained oblivious to the animosity in his eyes. Once he had gathered the supplies, he would have ample time to deal with Li Tong. In his view, this fellow was no different from a corpse. For now, however, more pressing matters demanded his attention. It was time for the truth to emerge. He extracted a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and then turned to Lu Fei, a smirk gracing his lips. "Now, it is time we discuss your departure with nothing to your name." Upon hearing this, Lu Fei's expression momentarily faltered before she erupted in a furious laugh. "Departing with nothing? Am I mistaken? My parents contributed to the house and car. Both are registered in my name. You expect me to leave empty-handed? Surely, you've lost your senses." "Yes, I may have strayed, but so what? Is infidelity a crime? Moreover, do you possess any evidence of my infidelity? I am not afraid to take this to court." With that, a triumphant smile spread across her face. "Oh, I forgot to mention that Li Ji's father is none other than Li Xing, the chairman of the Xingda Group. Xingda Group is the largest department store conglomerate in our Yuhang city. Do you think the judge will side with you during the lawsuit, or with me?" Lu Fei's words instantly revitalized Li Tong, making him feel invigorated. Indeed, while he acknowledged his inability to match his opponent, his background far surpassed that of Yi Fei. The orphan. A triumphant smile spread across his face. "Haha, Xiao Fei is absolutely right. The one who should leave with nothing is you, Yi Fei. However," he paused, a mocking expression overtaking his features. "If you were to kneel and beg us right now, I might consider leaving this bed for you, letting you sleep on the streets." Haraha. Faced with their derision, Yi Fei remained stoic, yet he had gained some insight into the shamelessness of these two. Truly, they were a pair devoid of any sense of shame. At the same time, he became aware of Li Tong's background. No wonder his relationship with Lu Fei had been so fragile over the years. He was actually a wealthy second-generation heir. Xingda Group, the largest department store conglomerate in Yuhang City? How fortuitous, as I was just pondering where to begin my 0 yuan shopping spree. Lo and behold, it seems the opportunity has presented itself. Ding. At that moment, A notification sound from Feixin echoed from Yi Fei's device. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Wang Yong, containing the video of the entire event that had just unfolded. How fortuitous. Without a hint of hesitation, he opened the video and fast-forwarded to the scene after everyone had entered the room. Allow me to show you both something truly captivating. He raised his phone, the screen facing the two individuals. Instantly, a voice that felt oddly familiar to all three emanated from Yi Fei's device. In that moment, both Lu Fei and Li Tong's expressions shifted to one of alarm, while a smile crept across Yi Fei's face. Why the laughter? Why are you not laughing anymore? You dare to record this. Delete it at once. Li Tong and Lu Fei, their faces contorted with rage, lunged at Yi Fei, attempting to seize his phone. They understood that if this recording were to be shared online, their fates would be irrevocably sealed. Observing their advance, Yi Fei swiftly retreated 2 steps, first kicking Li Tong to the ground, then delivering a resounding slap that sent Lu Fei crashing onto the bed. You two think you can confront me? As he spoke, his shoe callously pressed down on Li Tong's face, twisting mercilessly. The latter emitted a series of agonizing screams, struggling in vain, only to find Yi Fei's foot bearing down on him like an insurmountable mountain, rendering him utterly helpless. All he could do was unleash impotent roars of fury. Yi Fei, you coward! Let go of me. I challenge you one-on-one. Yi Fei spat dismissively. What utter nonsense, you think you can challenge me? Li Tong was driven to madness, his body writhing in desperation. I will kill you. Yet it was all for naught. With his face pinned down, he lacked the strength to retaliate. Meanwhile, seeing that aggression was futile, Lu Fei adopted a pitiful demeanor, seeking sympathy. Husband, I was wrong. Please forgive me. As long as you delete the video, I promise to obey you in everything from now on, all right? Just forgive me this once, and I assure you there won't be a next time. As she pleaded, she cautiously crawled towards Yi Fei, attempting to grasp his right hand. Humph! Yi Fei disdainfully shook her off. He did not believe a single word of this woman's deceit. Do you think I am a fool? Right now, come with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau. As long as you leave with nothing, I assure you that I will not disseminate this video. Lu Fei's expression shifted instantly. The softness vanished, replaced by a visage of resentment. Yi Fei, are you truly going to be this ruthless? Yi Fei narrowed his eyes, his tone growing icy. Ruthless? I toil endlessly outside to provide for your needs, yet all I receive in return is betrayal. While you frolicked with that scoundrel, did you not feel the sting of betrayal? He could not help but exert more pressure with his foot, causing Li Tong to emit several cries of agony, desperately attempting to push away the heavy foot on his face, but to no avail. He felt as though his face might be ruined. At this point, Li Tong was thoroughly cowed, unable to refrain from begging for mercy. Brother Yi, be gentle, please. Simultaneously, fearful of Lu Fei provoking Yi Fei again, he quickly implored, Xiao Fei, agree to him. Just agree. I promise I will compensate you later. Upon hearing Li Tong's words, Lu Fei's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and turmoil. The current circumstances are decidedly unfavorable for her and Li Tong. After a considerable pause, she gritted her teeth and declared, All right, I concede. I shall leave with nothing. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei retrieved the meticulously prepared documents from his grasp and tossed them toward Lu Fei. The contents of this document were none other than the agreement for a clean break. Upon citing the document, the resentment on Lu Fei's face deepened. You were indeed prepared. Fully aware of my affair with Li Tong. Today's events were all orchestrated by you. She was no fool. The moment she laid eyes on the agreement, she instantly connected the dots, realizing that everything that transpired today had been a calculated move by Yi Fei. After all, who would keep such an agreement readily available? The memories of her previous isolation surged back, amplifying her hatred for Yi Fei to an unbearable degree, as if she wished to tear him apart. She attributed all her misfortunes to him, yet she failed to consider that had she not committed wrongs against Yi Fei, she would not find herself in such a predicament. At least you possess some wit. Just sign it. Having reached this juncture, Yi Fei felt no trepidation about offending them. Truth be told, he had not intended for matters to escalate to this level of confrontation. His original plan was to leverage Lu Fei's guilt after catching her in the act to claim the property and evict her. However, he had underestimated the depths of this woman's shamelessness, which left him no choice but to resort to a more aggressive strategy, an overt threat. While this approach would achieve his aims, it was evident that this unscrupulous duo would not relent easily. Fine, I will sign. Lu Fei took a deep breath, seized the pen from Yi Fei's hand, and without a moment's hesitation, inscribed her name upon the agreement. Having attained what he desired, Yi Fei exhaled in relief. He cast a glance at Li Tong, who stood at his feet with a fawning expression, and a fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes, swiftly suppressed. It was not yet the opportune moment. For now, I shall leave you with a mark. With that, he pressed the smoldering cigarette butt against Li Tong's arm. A cacophony of screams erupted. Yi Fei gave him a forceful kick, then exited the bedroom. Lu Fei, gather your belongings and vacate my home at once. Chapter 6. Lone. Half an hour later, at the Civil Affairs Bureau, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The divorce application submitted by Yi Fei and Lu Fei was unexpectedly denied. A 1-month cooling-off period was mandated before either party could officially separate. However, after a moment's contemplation, Yi Fei dismissed the matter with indifference. After all, his intention was never divorce, but rather to expel that wretched woman while securing ownership of the house and vehicle. The two of them emerged from the bureau in silence, whereupon Li Tong, who had been awaiting them outside, quickly approached. Xiao Fei, how did it go? Is everything settled? His gaze towards Yi Fei was laden with a palpable fear. Lu Fei remained silent, turning instead to Yi Fei, her tone laced with resentment. Are you satisfied now? What about the video? A smirk played across Yi Fei's lips. The marriage isn't dissolved yet, is it? We'll discuss it once the separation is finalized. Who knows? If I hand it over now, you might have second thoughts. Lu Fei's brows furrowed in indignation. However, she quickly came to understand that it was impossible to obtain the video from Yi Fei before the divorce. She could only threaten him, you better behave, or I assure you, you will never acquire the house. Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, Li Tong, standing nearby, also blustered, Yi Fei, I advise you not to play any tricks. Otherwise, we will ensure that you regret it. He believed that, in such a public setting, Yi Fei would hesitate to act. Yi Fei cast a languid glance his way, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, and flicked the ash towards Li Tong. This prompted Li Tong to instinctively take a step back, evidently wary of being burned again. Seeing this, Yi Fei let out a hearty laugh, then nonchalantly waved his phone before elegantly slipping into his Mazda and driving away. As he departed, Lu Fei immediately clung to Li Tong's arm with a look of grievance. Brotherly, we cannot let this go. That apartment was purchased with money, and that video, you must find a way to retrieve it, otherwise, that person's life may be ruined forever. Li Tong patted her wrist, his face dark with malice. Having just been beaten and humiliated, how could he not harbor resentment? He had merely chosen to endure momentarily to avoid further conflict. Now that Yi Fei was gone, he felt no need to hold back. My dear, rest assured, I will avenge you. However, our immediate priority is to keep that scoundrel in check. We cannot let him act out of desperation. As they interacted, Lu Fei inadvertently brushed against Li Tong's wound, eliciting a sharp pang of pain that caused him to gasp. Darling, let us first visit the hospital. Your parents were rather harsh. Meanwhile, upon returning to his residence at the Tianlin Lakeside community, Yi Fei made his way directly to a lending company known as Changxin Credit. This establishment was well known among the residents, though it was not classified as a loan shark. Its terms were scarcely more favorable. With an interest rate of 9 out of 12, every borrower found themselves gritting their teeth. Were it not for the urgency of his circumstances, Yi Fei would not have sought their assistance. It is noteworthy that the proprietor of Changxin Credit, Wang Wenxiang, despite his involvement in lending, was regarded as a rather affable individual. He greeted nearly everyone in the community with a friendly demeanor, presenting himself as a simple and honest man. At least, that was the perception of those who had never clashed with him. Xiao Yi, what brings you here? Wang Wenxiang, a middle-aged man appearing close to 40, bore the marks of life's hardships. Clad in a suit, he exuded an air of sincerity. Upon seeing his subordinate escort Yi Fei into the office, he promptly welcomed him to sit down and poured him a cup of hot tea. Yi Fei was not surprised that he recognized him. They resided in adjacent units, and over time, it was only natural to have developed some familiarity. Without preamble, he stated, Mr. Wang, to be frank, I have come seeking a loan. Might you be able to assist me? Wang Wenxiang's eyes sparkled, and a smile deepened on his face. He had a general understanding of Yi Fei's situation and considered him a relatively valuable client. What are you saying, little Yi? We are all in this together. If you're in need of funds, just speak up. Can Brother Wang not give you face? I just need to know how much you require. Yi Fei raised 2 fingers emphatically. 2 million. Wang Wenxiang was taken aback, his brow furrowing in surprise. Clearly, the amount Yi Fei sought exceeded his expectations. 2 million in cash was no trivial sum. Have you encountered difficulties? Yifei shook his head. President Wang, that's not for you to worry about. I have a significant business opportunity at hand and require capital. Could you possibly assist me? Recognizing the necessity of humility in such requests, Yifei, no longer a mere youth, moderated his tone to convey respect, despite not divulging his intentions. Wang Wenxiang pondered for a moment, his expression revealing a hint of uncertainty and concern. Little Yi, 2 million is quite a considerable amount. Observing his hesitation, Yifei presented his pre-prepared items. President Wang, here are the property deed and vehicle registration for my house and car, which can serve as collateral for you to hold. Currently, the average price in our neighborhood is 16,000 per square meter, and my apartment spans 120 square meters, with a market value approaching 2 million. Along with this vehicle, it should suffice as collateral. Wang Wenxiang's gaze flickered with a momentary glimmer of delight as he regarded the documents laid out before him. Conversing with astute individuals is inherently straightforward. Xiao Yi, it is not my intention to complicate matters for you. I too have my own difficulties. A subtle smile tugged at Yifei's lips, revealing a glimmer of understanding on his face. In the realm of commerce, Mr. Wang, you have a multitude of employees to support, thus adhering to established regulations is imperative. He felt a twinge of helplessness. Were time abundant, he would not be so hastily inclined to choose Changxing credit. Time waits for no one. He urgently needed a substantial sum to execute his forthcoming plans. Wang Wenxiang readily acquiesced. Since you are so forthcoming, Xiao Yi, I shall not elaborate further. 2 million it is. I will arrange for the contract immediately. Once both parties reached a preliminary agreement, the subsequent matters unfolded with ease. They swiftly deliberated the repayment period, interest, and executed the contract in one seamless motion. Half an hour later, as Yifei exited Changxing Credit, his bank card reflected an additional sum of 1.5 million, and he carried a box containing 300,000 in cash. It was not his desire for cash, but rather a stipulation of Changxing Credit's policy. The box contained 300,000 in cash, while the contract stipulated a receipt of 500,000. No bank transfers, as this would leave no trace. Furthermore, the agreement Yifei signed with Wang Wenxiang had a maturity of 1 year, with an annual interest rate of 24.9, perfectly teetering on the edge of usury. Borrowing 2 million, he effectively received 1.8 million, yet he would repay 2.49 million, a true embodiment of the adage, 9 out of 12 returns. Moreover, the 1-year repayment term was merely a fade. The actual repayment period would undoubtedly be much shorter. How unscrupulous! Yifei could not help but voice his thoughts. If an ordinary person were in his position, the only outcome would likely be a thorough and merciless extraction of their resources. However, he chose not to dwell on it. In just 7 days, the apocalypse would descend upon the world. If his creditor were still able to locate him then to demand repayment, he would comply. After all, in the face of an apocalypse, a loaf of bread could very well fetch 2 million, could it not? Chapter 7. A shopping spree next. Yifei made his way to the bank, where he deposited the entirety of his 300,000 in cash into his account. Following this, he drove his Mazda straight to the largest shopping center in Yuhang City, Jinrun Plaza. Soon, he arrived at a jewelry store. Good day, sir. How may I assist you today? The saleswoman greeted him with warmth and enthusiasm. Without hesitation, Yifei expressed his desire to purchase gold for future appreciation. Sir, the current gold price is 620 yuan per gram. How much would you like? 620 per gram? Yifei thought to himself. Taken aback by the price, it was indeed rather steep. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that in the realm of Sha, acquiring a handgun required 2 700-star coins, which converted to 27 grams of gold. This implied that a firearm would cost around 15,000 yuan. That was quite a hefty sum, and this did not even account for the price of ammunition. Nevertheless, weaponry was an indispensable asset in the impending apocalypse. If it was costly, so be it. Ultimately, when the end of the world arrived, money would become worthless paper, and any expenditure would be inconsequential. I'll take it. Please prepare 200 grams for me. Yifei waved his hand grandly, promptly parting with over 100,000 yuan. He purchased 2 handguns, preparing to acquire nearly 1,500 rounds of ammunition for initial use. Very well, sir. 200 grams of gold amounts to 124,000. The saleswoman beamed with delight at the significant transaction. Soon after, Yifei completed the payment and successfully obtained the gold. As he exited the jewelry store, he couldn't resist glancing back, quietly memorizing the location for a future opportunity to borrow some gold. Subsequently, he slipped into the public restroom of the mall and sent the gold to Shah, leaving her a message. Shah, I've sent you the gold. Please purchase 2 Glock 17s and use the remainder for ammunition. After a moment's contemplation, he added another note. Once the gold is converted into star coins, please keep 1,000 for improving your meals. He understood that Shah's circumstances were not ideal. While she was not starving, her finances were likely quite tight. 1,000 star coins should suffice for a slight enhancement to her quality of life. Furthermore, providing her with a little benefit would foster a better relationship between them. It would be quite foolish to regard her merely as a conduit for purchasing goods, a mistake Yi Fei was astute enough to avoid. Ah, brother Yi Fei, you are truly remarkable. You managed to acquire so much gold so swiftly. Shah responded almost instantaneously. I will promptly assist you in purchasing the firearms. Additionally, I cannot accept your money. I felt quite embarrassed for not being able to help you last time. Playful. Upon reading the message from Shah, Yi Fei's face broke into a smile. He then typed, You should accept this. I recently came into a small fortune, and I believe in sharing the wealth. Furthermore, he added, After all, we are partners, and mutual assistance is only natural. Upon hearing this, Shah did not decline again. Indeed, she found herself in need of some financial support at the moment. Very well, thank you for the reward, boss, she replied shyly. However, she had already resolved in her heart that once she was able to earn money, she would surely repay this generous Yi Fei. After closing his communication device, Yi Fei departed the shopping mall and drove to a well-known renovation company. With only 7 days remaining before the impending apocalypse, he intended to renovate his home. The 3 essential elements for survival in an extreme cold apocalypse are food, shelter, and heating supplies. The security of his shelter would be crucial to his survival. Therefore, it must be robust and capable of retaining warmth. To be honest, Yi Fei had contemplated fleeing to the southern cities, such as Yai City. There, the tropical climate maintains a temperature range between 20 to 30 degrees Celsius throughout the year. Even after the onset of the apocalypse, it would still hover around -20 degrees. For most individuals, such a temperature poses little threat to life and hardly affects mobility. Thus, he could save considerable effort concerning heating supplies. Yet, after much deliberation, Yi Fei ultimately decided against this notion for 3 reasons. Firstly, the fact that most individuals manage to survive the bitter cold and continue their travels signifies that the competition for resources and sustenance will undoubtedly intensify, rendering the environment even more unforgiving. This situation is far from advantageous for him. Moreover, his unfamiliarity with the various locations of resources within the cities poses a significant challenge. The onset of heavy snowfall will inevitably complicate his future endeavors in resource gathering, with time being of the essence. He cannot afford to spend an excessive amount of it familiarizing himself with the surrounding environment before the apocalypse. Secondly, the existence of the authorities cannot be overlooked. In his previous life, the southernmost city served as the stronghold of the officials. With the presence of his wristwatch, is it not preferable to live freely? There is no need to become a mere beast of burden. While the authorities have proven to be reliable, he would rather place his trust in his own capabilities. Thirdly, Yi Fei had once encountered a piece of information regarding a private sanctuary in Yuhang City, crafted at great expense by a mysterious tycoon. It was said that this affluent individual invested nearly 10 billion to create this refuge. One can only imagine the opulence that must reside within. Yi Fei undoubtedly became intrigued by this sanctuary. Although he lacked precise details on its location and specifics, he firmly believed that by remaining in Yuhang for an extended period, the private sanctuary would eventually reveal itself. Should he seize the opportunity to acquire it, he would no longer need to worry about his future survival. In addition to the aforementioned reasons, there remains one final motivation. He seeks vengeance. The grievances of yesterday weigh heavily upon him. How could he possibly forget? Given these considerations, he ultimately resolved to remain in Yuhang City and venture nowhere else. Mr. Yi, we have comprehended your requirements. According to your plan, we will transform your room door into a blast-resistant door akin to those found in bank vaults. The glass on your balcony, kitchen, and bathroom will all be replaced with double-layered laminated bulletproof glass. Simultaneously, we shall install an additional layer of insulation material on your interior walls and a heating fireplace in your living room. However, this may affect the aesthetic appeal of your home. Are you certain you wish to proceed with these changes? Deng Li regarded the young man before him with an odd expression. Alas, yet another unfortunate soul brainwashed by the apocalypse. Of course, he would never voice such thoughts. In fact, he would welcome the proliferation of such individuals. After all, they are willingly offering him their resources, sacrificing themselves to illuminate the path for others, truly noble. Thus, he resolved to accept a modest profit this time, aiming for a mere 30% gain. Chapter 8. Spending like water. Once the preliminary renovation plan was established, the IKEA renovation company promptly had their designer prepare the design scheme. Yi Fei cast a cursory glance at it. Indeed, it appeared somewhat unattractive. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, he deemed it inconsequential to dwell on such trivialities. An unsightly design was a minor issue. Subsequently, he posed his most pressing question: can it be completed within 7 days? Deng Li's face betrayed a look of difficulty. Mr. Yi, 7 days is rather tight. I fear our workers will have to toil day and night. Yi Fei understood the implication. Ultimately, it boils down to increasing the payment. All right, if the task can be completed within 7 days, I am willing to offer an additional 20 fee. Upon hearing his words, a smile spread across Deng Li's face. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, we will ensure the task is completed. Subsequently, both parties commenced negotiations regarding the specific payment methods, delivery dates, and so forth, and soon signed the contract. Ultimately, the quotation for this renovation project amounted to 600,000. Just for the main entrance, over 80,000 was spent. Initially, Yi Fei was required to pay a 50 deposit, followed by 25 after the commencement of work. The remaining 25 would be settled within a week after the completion of the renovation. In a single stroke, Yi Fei's account was debited by 300,000. Meanwhile, the renovation company assured that the work would be completed and delivered within 7 days, with operations commencing this very afternoon. The focus was on efficiency. With a sigh of relief, Yi Fei stepped out of the IKEA renovation office. Having returned to life for just a day, he had finally managed to address both the financial and shelter matters. The tension that had gripped his heart could finally ease a little. In the upcoming 7 days, his sole responsibility was to diligently gather supplies while awaiting the delivery of the shelter. Next, Yi Fei first rented a modest 100 square meter warehouse to serve as a transit station for the supplies. Following that, he headed straight to the largest grain and oil market in Yuhang City. As he drove, he contemplated the essential supplies he needed to prioritize for purchase. Rice and flour are indispensable, along with essential condiments such as salt, sugar, and soy sauce, all of which must be thoroughly prepared. Additionally, fruits, vegetables, and various meat products cannot be overlooked. It is also prudent to stock up on daily necessities, clothing, and bedding. As he pondered, he suddenly felt the mounting list of required supplies become increasingly overwhelming, leading to a mild sense of distress, as he sensed his finances might be insufficient. He resolved to purchase as much as possible. After dedicating a significant portion of the day, Yi Fei reached agreements with several wholesale suppliers. He procured a total of 300 tons of rice and 50 tons of flour, alongside 100 boxes each of soy sauce, chili powder, sugar, and salt. He also acquired 100 tons of seasonal vegetables and approximately 200 tons of various meats, including beef, lamb, pork, chicken, duck, and fish. These supplies are scheduled to be delivered to his designated warehouse over the next 5 days. During this time, he received a call from Deng Li regarding the renovation at IKEA, directing them to his residence and assisting with the property registration. Once he completed all tasks, he realized that night had fully fallen, and a whole day had passed without his notice. Yi Fei casually resolved his dining needs before returning home to check on the progress, satisfied to see that the workers were still engaged in their tasks. He nodded in approval. His expenditures had not been in vain. Naturally, the evening work consisted of noiseless indoor tasks, for otherwise, the clatter would undoubtedly invite complaints. Subsequently, he checked into a hotel and began to tally his expenses for the day. With limited funds, he had to be meticulous and frugal in his calculations. Upon reflection, he realized that he had astonishingly expended 167 million today. Now, a mere 130,000 remained in his account. Goodness, money certainly does not last long. Yi Fei's expression darkened. At this rate, his wallet would soon be depleted. Just then, a text message chimed on his phone. You can borrow small amounts of money to support economic recovery. We offer you a comprehensive loan of 50,000, valid today. Pay as you go within 5 years. Tap to apply, reply or to decline. Yi Fei's eyes brightened. Indeed, he could seek out those online lending platforms for some financial assistance. Online loans, however, are treacherous. How many individuals, lacking prudence, have borrowed from such platforms only to find themselves unable to repay, resorting to shifting debts from one place to another? Ultimately, they end up sacrificing all their income while accumulating even more debt. How fortuitous this message is. Had it not arrived, I might have entirely forgotten about them. He felt no remorse in exploiting their offerings. As for repayment, that thought never crossed his mind. I borrowed based on my own merit. Why should I repay? Did Liu Bei return the favor after borrowing Jingzhou? Did Zhuge Liang repay the East Wind? The infamous straw boat borrowing arrows didn't he repay either. Now if I, Yi Fei, borrow an online loan and choose not to repay, what is wrong with that? Besides, with the impending apocalypse, money will soon be worthless. It is better to utilize it while it still holds value, allowing me, Yi Fei, to make the most of it. A heartfelt thanks to my good brothers. Of course, Yi Fei wouldn't be foolish enough to click on the link in the message. That is most likely a scam. He was wary of ending up empty-handed, only to have invested his own funds. Without hesitation, he opened the App Store and searched for loan-related keywords. In no time, a plethora of online lending applications appeared before him. Have Money, Good Man Loan, Piggy Bank, and so forth. Yi Fei diligently downloaded, logged in, and registered on each platform, swiftly completing the verification process of the first online lending site. Ding! Your credit record is commendable. Your loan application has been approved. Available loan amount, 100,000 yuan. 100,000? Impressive. Yi Fei decisively opted to borrow the entire amount. It must be said, these online lending platforms exhibit remarkable efficiency. Within just 5 minutes of his application, he received a text message from the bank notifying him of a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Splendid. Yi Fei lit a victory cigarette in celebration and proceeded with his plans. Soon, his phone was inundated with notification sounds. Ding, ding, ding. An hour later, upon witnessing the digits in his bank account swell to 196 million, a broad smile stretched across his face, reaching his ears. Exhilarating. It felt akin to savoring an ice pop on a sweltering day, a wave of comfort washing over him. With newfound wealth, Yi Fei resumed his online shopping spree. He ordered extreme cold weather gear, anti-stab vests, tactical gloves, 10 sets of each, without hesitation. After some contemplation, he realized that merely acquiring these supplies was insufficient. He also indulged in various items to pass the time and satisfy his intellectual cravings, such as an array of AAA games, a large gaming console, and storage cards filled with novels. Additionally, he purchased 2 6TB USB drives, packed with educational materials. During the purchase, he made sure to advise the shopkeeper specifically. It is essential to download more works from outstanding instructors like Feng Gu, Xiao Nan, and Yuya. Yi Fei is indeed a diligent and exceptional young man who possesses a fervent love for learning. In Chapter 9, titled Video Release, Yi Fei's friend Xia has sent him a parcel. As Yi Fei ponders over items he needs to purchase, he is abruptly interrupted by a notification from his watch, indicating that the firearm he ordered has arrived. Thank you, Xia. Yi Fei exclaims joyfully, eagerly accepting the delivery. In the next moment, a plastic box materializes in the space of his wristwatch. With a mere thought, the box appears in his hands. Upon opening it, he discovers 2 exquisitely crafted black handguns resting within, accompanied by a bottom layer filled with gleaming golden bullets. Upon beholding the firearms, Yi Fei's heart quickens. No man is indifferent to guns, particularly those from a nation imbued with a profound warrior spirit like China. Naturally, Yi Fei is no exception. He retrieves one of the handguns and caresses it with admiration, reluctant to set it down after a prolonged period of fascination. Were he not currently in a hotel room, he might have been tempted to fire a few rounds just to test it out. As for operating the handgun, Yi Fei finds it quite manageable, having swiftly learned the necessary techniques by watching a couple of videos online. Certainly, the accuracy warrants a question mark. After some contemplation, he resolved to seek out a shooting experience venue to practice, hoping to acquire further knowledge about firearms. Many protagonists in novels have taken similar paths. Alas, novels have led me astray. However, after an extensive search, he could only locate archery clubs. There was not a trace of live ammunition shooting to be found. All the results pointed to foreign lands. It was evident that for an ordinary individual to access this, the difficulty was quite substantial. As for traveling abroad, he was rather inclined to explore the Middle East or perhaps the old regions of Pakistan. It was said that gun shops proliferated there, providing a splendid opportunity to augment his arsenal. Regrettably, time was a constraint. Visiting those countries necessitated the procurement of visas in advance. And who could ascertain how long that would take? Moreover, being unfamiliar with foreign territories, he was not particularly eager to venture out. For someone who had never even left Jiang province, the thought of going abroad seemed but a distant dream. Ultimately, Yi Fei resolved that whenever time permitted, he would delve into the remote, uninhabited areas of the outskirts. There, he could practice as he pleased. His proficiency with firearms needed substantial enhancement. After all, he had an abundance of ammunition. If 100 shots were insufficient, he would fire 1,000, or even 10,000. He would surely elevate his accuracy. Subsequently, he opened a certain app and located Wang Yang's account. The pinned video on the profile was glaringly the footage of Lu Fei's infidelity with Li Tong. Recorded just this morning. In a mere 7 hours, the likes had surged past 10,000, with comments astonishingly exceeding 20,000. This phenomenon typically arose only when netizens were exceedingly enraged, compelled to voice their outrage. Yi Fei casually opened the comments section, and indeed, it was filled with scathing remarks about Lu Fei, branding her as shameless and frivolous. Countless netizens vocally celebrated Li Tong's beating, declaring that such a disgraceful woman would have been subjected to severe punishment in ancient times. Well deserved. Such a treacherous man should be dealt with decisively, suggested one user, while another called for him to be castrated. We must unearth the identities of these two scoundrels. Is there anyone from Yuhang City who knows them? At the bottom, one netizen boisterously insisted on exposing the couple. However, despite the numerous likes on this comment, no one had yet revealed the identities of these two miscreants. It remained unclear whether those who knew them had not seen the post or were too intimidated to speak out. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Fei quietly registered a secondary account, located the comment once more, and left a message. I know this man. He is Li Tong, the son of Li Sheng, chairman of the Shengda Department Store Group in Yuhang City. After typing, he discreetly donated 1,000 yuan to promote the video. Having completed these actions, he exited the secondary account, concealing his contributions. As for why he only disclosed Li Tong's identity, choosing not to reveal Lu Fei's, it was simply that Li Tong's status was far more sensational. Being a wealthy heir, he understood that in this age, the resentment towards the affluent was rampant. With Li Tong's identity backing his claim, he believed that viewers of the video would be even more incensed, propelling its virality to new heights. Subsequently, he logged into his main account and altered his signature to the phrase misfortune befalls the family. He was preparing to cultivate a persona steeped in sorrow. As for the rationale behind this endeavor, it was, of course, to pave the way for future commercial opportunities. He firmly believed that it would not be long before a marketing or media company sought him out. At that juncture, he intended to see if he could profit handsomely once more. Currently, his financial resources were rather insufficient for his needs. The night passed in silence. The days devoid of work were indeed delightful. Within the confines of the hotel, Yi Fei continued to sleep soundly until he awoke naturally. After refreshing himself, he glanced at the time, just past 7 in the morning. He first opened a popular app to take a look. Following a night of fermenting reactions, the video released by Wang Yang had garnered over 100,000 likes and more than 50,000 comments. Yi Fei's small account had received over 10,000 likes on his comment from the previous day. Under ordinary circumstances, such a scandalous video would not have achieved such explosive popularity. Yet, when one considers Li Tong's affluent background and Lu Fei's willingness to sever ties with her family and friends for the sake of her lover, the narrative shifts dramatically. The online community instinctively conjured images of Lu Fei selling her integrity and honor for monetary gain. This situation was far more egregious than typical infidelity. How shameless is this woman? They scoffed. For money, she can abandon her own family, lover, and best friend. Are all women like this nowadays? They see money and react as if they were seeing their own father. Yet, such a sweeping generalization would be unfair. Not all women behave this way. Lu Fei is merely an exception. Moreover, one could argue that men are not so different either. Above, please refrain from washing. Meanwhile, in the comments section, the true identities of Li Tong and Lu Fei have been unveiled by numerous netizens. Farewell. Yi Fei curled the corner of his mouth, silently mourning for the two for a brief moment. Furthermore, Yi Fei's demeanor in the video has evoked immense sympathy from viewers. After all, regardless of perspective, the Yi Fei captured in the video appears to be a man of deep affection. Upon discovering his wife's infidelity, His immediate response was not one of rage or violence, but rather an attempt to console her. How many men could exhibit such restraint? If it were not for a love that runs deep, how could one act in such a manner? Yi Fei accessed his account. Indeed, a multitude of netizens had left comments on his recently posted videos, such as, "Brother, it's evident from the video that you are a passionate man, but take my advice, let go of that woman. You deserve far better. Brother Yi, stay strong. There are plenty of fish in the sea. To live life without burdens, one might inevitably wear a little green on their head. Brother, don't be disheartened. I have endured similar experiences, yet I prevailed. Brother, cast aside that wretched woman. Someone is here to care for you." Simultaneously, Yi Fei noticed that his follower count had surged overnight from a mere 72 to over 70,000. How intriguing. Chapter 10. The reaction of the scoundrels on the other side. In a hotel room, Lu Fei and Li Tong, having once again indulged themselves the previous night, awoke to a sense of impending doom. As they gazed at the hundreds of missed calls on their phones, accompanied by a continuous influx of unfamiliar numbers, the two instinctively understood that calamity had struck. Indeed, they soon encountered a video posted by Wang Yong on a social media platform, which rendered their faces ashen with shock. Yi Fei, how could he dare to go back on his word? Their immediate reaction was one of despair. It was evident that not only had the video been disclosed, but their true identities had also been unearthed. The calls they received were from outraged netizens, and they found themselves victims of a digital onslaught. Moreover, the fallout did not end there. With their identities laid bare, they could already envision the derision that awaited them from friends and family, the disdainful glances from colleagues. An invisible tempest enveloped them, rendering them breathless. The notorious names of Xi Minqing and Pan Jinlian would likely be indelibly stamped upon them. It was over, everything was lost. Lu Fei, her complexion drained of color, collapsed onto the ground, her phone slipping from her grasp, yet she remained oblivious, murmuring incessantly. On the screen, a torrent of messages from colleagues, relatives, friends, and even former classmates flooded in via WeChat, some questioning, others inquiring, and many criticizing. She dared not scrutinize the messages closely, for she knew they would hold little kindness. Now, she truly felt as though she had lost everything: family, home, loved ones, friends, and her job, all merely because of her infidelity with Li Tong. Had she truly erred? In that moment, regret washed over Lu Fei. She recalled her previous happiness with a pang of sorrow. Yet, in an instant, her gaze hardened. No, I am not at fault. The world is to blame. Li Gu and I are mutually affectionate. What is wrong with my pursuit of happiness? In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice and could not help but cast her gaze toward Li Tong. Li Gu, what shall we do now? Her voice trembled slightly, clearly tinged with fear. Li Tong, on the other hand, remained relatively composed. After all, the exposure of this matter would not inflict as much harm on men as it would on women. That scoundrel Yi Fei dared to play us for fools. Damn it, I must make him pay. Li Tong struck the headboard with a fierce punch, feeling as though his lungs might burst from anger. Yet, upon calming himself, he realized that this was no longer a matter he could handle alone. He first took a moment to reassure the tearful Lu Fei. Fei, don't panic. I will call my father right now. After instructing Lu Fei, he retreated into the bathroom with his phone, under her hopeful gaze. Soon, Li Tong returned from the call, a hint of a smile on his face. Fei, do not worry. My father has advised us to lay low for a while. He will take care of the rest. Lu Fei's expression was tinged with doubt. Is that really possible? After all, for her, this was a matter of monumental significance, and to claim she was not worried would be a lie. She certainly did not wish to become a pariah. Li Tong offered a confident smile. Rest assured, do not forget that my father is the chairman of Yuhang Department Store Group. To him, this is merely a small tempest in a teapot. Contemplating the identity of Li Tong's father, Lu Fei felt a profound sense of reassurance, her countenance regaining its former vibrancy. Li Gu, from now on, I shall rely entirely on you. Li Tong embraced her tenderly. Rest assured, my dear, I will not allow anyone to bully you again. As for that scoundrel Yi Fei, I shall not let him escape my wrath. Upon hearing Yi Fei's name, a flicker of resentment ignited in Lu Fei's eyes, undeniably harboring a deep-seated hatred for him. Li Gu, I want to make Yi Fei wish he were dead. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Fei had no inkling that Li Tong and Lu Fei were already plotting their revenge against him. Naturally, he anticipated that once the video was unveiled, the two would harbor an intense loathing for him. Thus, He resolved to maintain a low profile until the impending apocalypse descended. Though armed, it was not yet time for him to act recklessly. First, Yifei meandered to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. Afterward, he strolled leisurely towards the vicinity of his residential complex. He intended to take a glance at the progress of the shelter's construction before heading to the warehouse to await the arrival of supplies. As evening fell, he planned to visit the market to procure essential living necessities. His day was meticulously planned, filled with activities. Suddenly, as he walked, Yifei spotted a small, dirty, grayish-white kitten crouching by the edge of the sidewalk, no larger than the palm of his hand. The little creature appeared to be merely a month old, its fragile body looking exceedingly vulnerable, as if a mere gust of wind could extinguish its feeble life. It appears that this small stray cat has been abandoned, either by humans or its feline mother. Likely, it is suffering from some affliction, otherwise, it would not have been forsaken. Such fragile lives are not uncommon in the corners of our urban landscape. Whether by human hands or feline ones, the weak offspring are often left to fend for themselves. If fate does not intervene, it will soon fade away, disappearing silently from this world, ultimately becoming part of the refuse. The little creature seems to be aware of its plight, remaining utterly silent, crouched motionless on the ground with its head bowed, awaiting the arrival of death. Passers-by flow endlessly, yet none pause for this pitiable life. Even when someone notices, they merely sigh in resignation, expressing their inability to assist. Observing this small being, Yifei slowed his pace and fell into a moment of silence. He then walked past the creature, burdened with many responsibilities and lacking the time to offer help. However, after traversing a mere 100 meters, he could not suppress a sigh and turned back. "Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me," Yifei thought, reflecting on his own abandonment and orphaned existence. Perhaps due to the similarity in their fates, he ultimately chose to save this small life. Gently, he picked up the little tabby. It remained still, seemingly lifeless. Yet the warmth in his hands and the faint flutter of its heartbeat revealed that this little one had not completely succumbed. Clearly, though, even if it was not dead yet, it was perilously close. Its survival now hinged upon the whims of fate. Upon hearing his words and sensing that someone was finally willing to rescue him, the little creature emitted an extremely faint sound. Meow. Placing the small being into his pocket, Yifei sprinted towards his residential complex with the speed of a 100-meter dash. He recalled that there was a newly opened pet hospital situated at the foot of his building. As he raced along the sidewalk, passers-by cast astonished glances in his direction, hastily stepping aside for fear of being collided with. Yifei paid no heed to their stares. Having resolved to save this kitten, he was determined to give it his all. Chapter 11. Healing the kitten and Yao Lan with a loud bang. Yifei pushed open the door and strode into the pet hospital named Little Monster. "Doctor! Doctor!" With his urgent cries, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a white coat soon emerged. Judging by her youthful appearance, she seemed to be in her early 20s, exuding grace and elegance. With her hair tied up in a ponytail and a slender figure that gave off an impression of a refined young lady. Even Yifei, who often browsed through videos of charming girls, couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. "I am the doctor. What seems to be the matter?" Yalan remarked, somewhat surprised at the sight of the young man before her. He hadn't brought a pet, so it appeared he wasn't there for treatment. However, the next moment, she watched as he pulled a palm-sized stray cat from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. "Doctor, can you see if it can be saved?" Upon seeing the tiny stray cat curled up and almost completely motionless, Yao Lan's expression changed dramatically. She quickly stepped forward, her hand reaching for the kitten's abdomen. In the next moment, her expression relaxed slightly. Fortunately, it was still alive. However, this little creature seemed perilously close to death. "Sir, please hold on for a moment," she said hastily before moving to the side. With swift motions, she retrieved a cat treat from a nearby drawer, tore it open, and brought it to the kitten's mouth. As if sensing the aroma of food, the previously motionless kitten suddenly twitched its nose, and instinct for survival compelled it to begin licking the treat voraciously. Initially, its movements were sluggish, but as it consumed the food, the stray cat gradually regained some strength, licking with increasing fervor. Observing this, Yao Lan fetched a bottle of goat's milk and poured it into a small bowl. The little one, seemingly deprived of sustenance for quite some time, eagerly began to drink heartily. Witnessing this scene, the two onlookers, who had been intently watching, breathed a sigh of relief. The ability to eat was a positive sign. "This gentleman, is this a stray cat? Do you intend to rescue it?" After a brief silence, Yao Lan sighed and spoke first. It was evident that the little creature, now feasting, was quite dirty, with its eyes and mouth smeared with debris, clearly having rummaged through garbage. Yifei perceived the concern and compassion reflected in the beautiful doctor's eyes. He understood that her question stemmed from a worry that he might simply drop off the cat and abandon it. However, having resolved to save this little being, he was determined to take full responsibility for it. He could not possibly shift the responsibilities he must bear onto others. "Could you kindly assist in checking it for any issues?" he requested of the lady. Upon receiving a response, Yao Lan breathed a sigh of relief. "Very well. My surname is Yao. You may call me Dr. Yao." Having said that, Yao Lan retrieved her instruments and began to examine the little raccoon's body. Soon, the results of her examination emerged, though her expression was far from pleasant. Yifei furrowed his brow. "Dr. Yao, what is the matter?" Yao Lan sighed and relayed her findings to Yifei, simultaneously showing him the thermometer that indicated a temperature of 35.7 degrees Celsius. It turned out that not only did the little creature suffer from a severe infection in its eyes and mouth, but it also had contracted feline panleukopenia. While an infection could be treated, feline panleukopenia posed a dire threat, with a mortality rate rivaling that of cancer in humans, especially for a life so young. Barely a month old, the likelihood of survival was alarmingly low, exceeding 90, even with medical intervention. At that moment, the kitten appeared to have had its fill, resting soundly on the table. "Sir, my surname is Yi. Mr. Yi, to speak candidly, if you wish to save it, the costs may reach several tens of thousands. Moreover, even if you are willing to spend that amount, the chances of survival are slim. It may not endure even until this afternoon. May I ask, do you still wish to attempt its rescue?" Yao Lan looked at the little raccoon with a hint of compassion in her eyes, fully aware that this small creature was likely to be abandoned. As a veterinarian, she had encountered such situations many times before. Many young individuals, in a moment of compassion, aspire to rescue sick stray cats, only to succumb to silence in the face of exorbitant medical expenses, particularly when the likelihood of survival appears grim. However, Yifei's response took her by surprise. His tone was resolute. Having decided to save the little cat, he was prepared for the consequences. The outcome depended on fate. "Are you certain?" she inquired. "Absolutely. Where shall I make the payment?" In a short while, Yifei transferred a deposit of 10,000 via WeChat to the attending female veterinarian. Upon receiving the funds, Yao Lan's gaze towards Yifei transformed. Most individuals who cherish pets are drawn to others who share their compassionate spirit, and Yao Lan was no exception. It was her first encounter with someone like Yifei. After a brief hesitation, she softly stated, "I will administer an injection to the kitten shortly. If it does not survive through the afternoon, I will refund the entire fee." Upon hearing her words, Yifei turned to look at her. This beautiful veterinarian indeed possessed a kind heart. He accepted her terms with a gentle nod. Subsequently, they exchanged contact information and WeChat details before Yifei departed from the veterinary hospital, leaving the kitten behind to receive treatment. Yao Lan promised to inform him of any developments. Following this, Yifei first visited his residential community to inspect the ongoing construction, and then he proceeded to the warehouse he had rented, feeling reassured. The warehouse he rented is located in the Baiyun district of Yuhang City, approximately a 30-minute drive from his residence. The facility is modest in size, encompassing around 200 square meters. Yifei chose to lease this space primarily to serve as a logistical hub for material transit. Furthermore, this warehouse is strategically situated within the Baiyun Logistics Center, the largest logistics hub in Yuhang City. This center not only stands as the preeminent logistics facility in the city, but also as the most significant distribution point in the entire Jiang province, with thousands of tons of various goods flowing in and out daily. Additionally, the warehouses of major chain supermarkets and wholesale markets in Yuhang City are also located here. The reason Yifei selected this particular warehouse is that he intends to seek opportunities to discreetly appropriate some of the materials within the logistics center. Even a small portion would suffice to secure his well-being for a lifetime. However, he is not inclined to act immediately. After all, the logistics center is under constant surveillance, with numerous cameras and dozens of security personnel patrolling day and night. The notion of quietly extracting materials from this facility is nothing short of fanciful. Thus, Yifei plans to wait until the final day before the apocalypse to execute his scheme. By then, should he be exposed, it would matter little. Once the apocalypse descends, with temperatures plummeting to -50 degrees Celsius and relentless blizzards, he would have the perfect cover, Chapter 12. Preparedness of supplies inside the warehouse. Yifei patiently awaited the arrival of the delivery vehicle while perusing a social media platform to gauge the current online sentiment. However, it did not take long for a frown to crease his brow. Upon discovering that Wang Yang's previously published videos had inexplicably vanished, Yifei was taken aback. Not only that, but even the videos shared by other content creators had also disappeared without a trace. When he searched for the term catching cheating, the results were entirely unrelated to his own affair. It seemed that what had recently ignited the internet regarding the cheating video was merely a fabrication. What could this possibly mean? Yifei instinctively thought of Li Tong's background. Could it be that Li Sheng from Shengda Group had intervened? If that were the case, it would certainly explain everything, as Shengda's market value ran in the hundreds of billions, making such influence unsurprising. After contemplating this, Yifei dialed Wang Yang's number. The line was busy. As soon as the call connected, he was met with the prompt indicating that the line was already in use. Such a situation typically suggests that the number had been blocked. It was evident that Wang Yang had betrayed him. Yifei attempted to send a message on WeChat. A large red exclamation mark appearing in the message box. A smirk of derision crept across Yifei's lips. Indeed, few in the realm of social media could be deemed trustworthy. He couldn't help but wonder how much the other party had paid to corrupt Wang Yang. Nevertheless, Wang Yang's treachery had long been anticipated by Yifei. He had never expected this individual to possess any moral fortitude. Regardless, his objectives had been met. The property was firmly in his possession, and that pair of disgraceful individuals had already suffered public humiliation, likely too fearful to show their faces for the foreseeable future. As the dawn approaches, shall we take a stroll where we once held hands and admire the flowers? At that moment, Yifei's phone abruptly rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to answer. Soon, a commanding voice belonging to a middle-aged man resonated from the other end. I am Li Sheng, the father of Li Tong. Yifei raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it was someone from Shengda Group, yet he had not anticipated that Li Sheng would personally call him. What is it? Speak plainly. Li Sheng wasted no time. 1 million. I do not wish for that video in your possession to surface online. Agreed, Yifei readily replied, catching Li Sheng off guard. Prior to the call, he had envisioned various scenarios where Yifei might demand a higher price or react in anger. However, what he least expected was for Yifei to acquiesce so swiftly, as if he feared Li Sheng might retract his offer. Yet, it was indeed preferable to settle matters with money. After a brief silence, Li Sheng spoke again. The funds will be transferred to your account within 10 minutes. I hope this concludes the matter. The final words carried an implicit undertone of threat. Yifei remained noncommittal. Conclude the matter? Clearly, that is out of the question. I shall accept the money, but I will not let Li Tong and Lu Fei, those two scoundrels, escape unscathed. Yet, given the current disparity in their strengths, there was no need for a direct confrontation. It would be wiser to first accept the benefits and fortify his position. This is what one might call displaying weakness to the enemy. With the benefits secured, he would naturally refrain from reckless actions. Excellent. You are a perceptive individual. The call abruptly ended. Soon, a message notification appeared on Yifei's phone, indicating a deposit of 1 million yuan. Indeed, it was a large corporation, demonstrating its formidable financial capability. Remarkably, the other party did not even request Yifei's account number. They simply transferred the funds directly. This action undoubtedly served to showcase their power. However, to Yifei, their gesture was akin to casting flirtatious glances at a blind man. He paid little heed to their threat, delighting instead in counting the zeros on his phone screen. Oh, another million has arrived. The influx of money is astonishingly swift. His account balance has now reached an unprecedented peak, a staggering 81 million, an amount that an ordinary person could scarcely earn in a lifetime. Yet Yifei achieved this in merely 2 days. What? You say the money I borrowed doesn't count? I never intended to repay it, so doesn't that make it mine? What's the difference? Beep beep. At that moment, the sound of a truck horn echoed from outside the warehouse. The delivery vehicle had arrived. In the afternoon, Yifei received good news from the beautiful doctor, Yaolan. Perhaps sensing that someone was willing to save it, the little stray cat had miraculously endured the first hurdle after receiving its injection. Its body temperature had returned to normal. From the video Yaolan sent, the little creature had regained enough strength to stand and move around. Albeit its eyes and mouth appeared filthy due to infection, truly a comical sight. Well done, little one. You have not squandered my modest financial contribution. A sense of joy welled up within Yi Fei, for he felt a pang of empathy for the little cat, recognizing a shared plight. Naturally, one would not wish for the other to simply perish. Additionally, in the impending apocalypse, having a small cat by one's side can significantly alleviate feelings of solitude. Thus, since this creature seems destined to be with me, I shall name it Little Qianqian. As the sun sets and the moon rises, 6 days swiftly elapsed. There remained only 21 hours until the arrival of the Ice Age apocalypse. During these days, Yi Fei busied himself during the day acquiring supplies, and in the evenings, when time permitted, he would tend to Little Qianqian or visit the night market to procure various snacks, weaponry, and essential goods. At this moment, his wristwatch space was filled with an assortment of supplies valued at over 4 million. Rice, flour, oil, sugar, salt, mineral water, toilet paper, lighters, tents, alcohol lamps, fire masks, goggles, rain tarps, power banks, cold medicine, fever reducers, and a myriad of pharmaceuticals, as well as small umbrellas. Nearly every conceivable necessity for daily living had been prepared in varying quantities. He even acquired several generators, including diesel-powered ones and even manual generators. As for food, the selection was bountiful. Fruits, vegetables, various meats, prepared meals, snacks, and delicacies were all present in abundance. Of course, due to financial constraints, Yi Fei did not stockpile excessively in certain areas. For instance, seafood. He only managed to procure a few hundred lobsters and crabs, as they were prohibitively expensive, each costing several hundred. Regarding weaponry, aside from the 2 small handguns he originally possessed, Yi Fei, concerned about insufficient firepower, invested 6,000 star coins to have Xingxing assist him in acquiring a submachine gun, the renowned MP5, with an effective range of 200 meters, a firing rate of 800 rounds per minute, and an initial bullet velocity of 400 meters per second. This firearm, equipped with a standard magazine capacity of 30 rounds or an optional drum of 100 rounds, is undeniably a formidable weapon in the early days of a post-apocalyptic world. In addition to this, Yi Fei also procured several melee weapons as backups, including tang sabers, large machetes, compound bows, and crossbow arrows, with 3 to 5 units of each type. This endeavor entailed certain risks, but fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. Furthermore, the acquisition of a vital water source was of utmost importance. While the ordinary lakes and rivers are not worth mentioning, Yi Fei made a dedicated trip to the largest drinking water reserve in the city to gather sufficient potable water, taking advantage of the cover of night to fill numerous containers. As for the exact quantity, he could not determine, only aware that by the following day, the reservoir, which spans nearly 180 square kilometers, had seen its water level drop by 1/3. Chapter 13. The completion of the shelter renovation. Mr. Yi, your house has been completely renovated. Please come for an inspection. On the morning of the 7th day, Yi Fei received a call from Deng Li and hastily returned to the Tianqing community. Soon, he found himself before his newly refurbished home, where Deng Li awaited his arrival. The renovations were consistent with the initial design plans, displaying little to no change in the exterior. However, the interior had undergone a remarkable transformation. Mr. Yi, after 6 days of relentless work, we have fully executed your requirements and completed the renovations. Firstly, the entrance has been fortified with a vault-level explosion-proof door. This door, measuring an impressive 18 centimeters in thickness, primarily employs an electronic lock mechanism complemented by an iris recognition system with multiple locking positions. In the event of a power outage, it remains accessible via a traditional key. Internally, in accordance with your specifications, we have also incorporated a physical lever and an additional lock cylinder. Without a key or your explicit consent, not even those within can pass through this formidable barrier. The interior glass has been entirely replaced with double-layer laminated bulletproof glass, boasting a thickness of 30 millimeters, rendering it impervious even to sniper fire. With regard to thermal insulation, we have reinforced the walls with 3 layers of insulating material, ensuring that even when external temperatures plummet to -40 degrees, the interior remains stable and warm. When the fireplace is ignited, the temperature can be expertly maintained above 20 degrees. In terms of water and electricity, we have not only retained the original supply systems but have also installed an additional internal circulation system. As Yi Fei listened attentively to Deng Fei's exposition, he nodded in approval. Overall, following the renovations of the residence, provided that energy and resources are ample, even when external temperatures dip to -70 degrees, He remains assured that he could stay indoors without any threat to his safety, and indeed, he could thrive without concern for the adverse effects of the cold. Furthermore, personal safety is significantly enhanced. Naturally, this sanctuary is not devoid of minor drawbacks. However, Yifei harbors no worries about these trivial imperfections. His sole concern lies with the robustness of the walls. Due to the pressing nature of time, coupled with the fact that it is a high-rise residential building, it is unfeasible to entirely demolish and reconstruct the walls. Consequently, the structure of his residence remains largely unchanged, retaining its original materials. Should someone outside wield a sledgehammer with reckless abandon, it is conceivable that they could breach the premises. This is an aspect beyond Yifei's control. As time is too constrained, it stands as the singular vulnerability of his sanctuary. Nevertheless, one would hope that no fool would take it upon themselves to assault his walls. With this thought in mind, Yifei directed his gaze towards Deng Li, who awaited his response. Manager Deng, I am quite pleased with the renovations your company has executed. I appreciate your hard work. Hearing the client's satisfaction, Deng Li exhaled in relief. Subsequently, Yifei affixed his signature to the acceptance contract, and under Deng Fei's guidance, modified the code for the front door, also registering his own information. Mr. Yi, what about the remaining payment? With the completion of the sanctuary's renovations, Yifei felt a surge of elation and replied with ease, rest assured, within 3 days, I shall transfer the final payment to your company's account. Naturally, this is contingent upon your presence before me at that time. As for payment at this moment, he was devoid of funds. Altogether, he possessed merely a few thousand. Deng Li, oblivious to Yifei's internal musings, was evidently thrilled to finalize this transaction, having profited handsomely from it. Very well, Mr. Yi, may our collaboration be fruitful. With that, he extended his hand. Yifei reciprocated the gesture, shaking hands with him, and then watched as he turned to depart. After the figure of the other party had completely vanished, Yifei leaned against the doorframe, retrieved a purple cloud, and exhaled a plume of smoke, subsequently shaking his head in resignation. The world is in a state of frantic disarray, all for the sake of a mere handful of silver. Once the sanctuary was completed, Yifei's sense of security surged significantly, prompting him to return home without delay. Following this, he paid a visit to the Little Monster Pet Hospital. After nearly a week of recuperation, the little Qianqian had made remarkable progress. Its vitality now rivaled that of other kittens of similar age. It had also learned to groom itself, appearing much cleaner. Once a soul is embraced by love, it flourishes with fervor. The online community does not deceive me. Little one, I have come to bring you home. Yifei extended a hand, gently stroking its smooth, soft back. In return, little Qianqian seemed to recognize Yifei as its savior, displaying a remarkable affection, nuzzling against his hand and occasionally rolling over to show off its snowy belly. Nearby, Yao Lan, who had been observing him play with the kitten, spoke softly, Mr. Yi, little Qianqian has improved significantly. After a few more days of nurturing, we can give it a bath. Additionally, since Qianqian is still quite young, it is best to avoid feeding it overly greasy foods. Upon hearing Yao Lan's advice, Yifei nodded with a smile. Thank you, Dr. Yao. If it weren't for you, this little creature might not have made it. Yao Lan tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a gentle smile. This is also a testament to the resilience of the little creature, which I never anticipated would endure. Moreover, it is fortunate enough to encounter a person as kind-hearted as you. As Yao Lan gazed at the young man before her, a vague fondness began to blossom within her. Their acquaintance had deepened due to the little one, and she had formed a preliminary impression of Yifei, handsome, generous, and possessing a benevolent spirit. It is rare for a woman to remain indifferent to such a man. Dr. Yao, you flatter me, Yifei replied, unaware of the budding affection the beautiful veterinary doctor harbored for him. He gently placed the little one into its cage, holding it with one hand while the other carried the supplies, cat food and litter box, he had purchased. Before departing, he hesitated for a moment, then ultimately cautioned Yao Lan, Dr. Yao, if you trust my words, please prepare some food and winter supplies at home before tomorrow. Yao Lan's lovely eyes widened in surprise as she regarded him. Mr. Yi, is something significant going to happen soon? Yifei nodded softly. A friend of mine works at the Meteorological Bureau. He has shared some insider information with me. It is likely that there will be a substantial drop in temperature and snowfall tomorrow. It would be wise to stock up on supplies in advance. Yifei, too, felt a sense of admiration for Yao Lan, the beautiful veterinarian. Not only was she striking, but she was also meticulous, kind-hearted, and possessed medical knowledge. Moreover, they could be considered friends, and he genuinely wished for her survival in these tumultuous times. Offering a simple piece of advice was, for him, merely an effortless gesture. As for whether she will heed the advice, that ultimately rests with her. Very well, I understand. Thank you for your reminder. Chapter 14. Yifei's plan. After bringing the little cat back home, Yifei released it, allowing it to roam freely. Meow. To his surprise, this little creature clung to him incessantly. Reluctantly, Yifei retrieved a cat teaser and played with it for a while longer. Only when the little cat grew somewhat weary did he gently place it into the newly arranged cat bed, permitting it to rest undisturbed. Subsequently, Yifei began to contemplate his forthcoming plans. Presently, there were two matters he needed to resolve before the impending apocalypse. The first was to take revenge on that treacherous couple. He intended to deal with them before the world descended into chaos. Otherwise, who could predict where they might hide when the end times arrived? He believed it would not be difficult to lure them out. Thus, he took out his phone and dialed Lu Fei's number. Beep. We are sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Yifei paused in surprise, quickly realizing that Lu Fei's identity had long been compromised, and she could not possibly retain that number. He then opened WeChat, intending to send Lu Fei a message. However, a large red exclamation mark appeared, indicating that she had deleted him from her contacts. Yifei frowned. It seemed that contacting Lu Fei would not be an easy feat anymore. Never mind, since you were so intent on experiencing the life of the apocalypse, I shall grant you that wish. He shook his head, momentarily setting aside thoughts of revenge, yet he did not feel an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Perhaps allowing that detestable couple to perish in the apocalypse would serve as a far more fitting punishment. It was indeed a pity that he would not witness their suffering firsthand. Putting aside the first matter for the time being, Yifei began to contemplate the second. He planned to plunder the Baiyun Logistics Center, driven by the immense stockpile of supplies contained within. Although he already possessed some resources, who would ever deem excess as a burden? Once the apocalypse descended, those provisions would be buried beneath the snow, wasted in vain. It would be far wiser to entrust them to his care. Moreover, despite having a considerable amount of supplies, it was evidently insufficient for sustaining a prosperous existence amidst the chaos of the end times. Thus, acquiring an additional layer of security was imperative. However, obtaining the resources from within would not be an easy feat. A well-thought-out plan was essential. Meanwhile, on the distant planet of Gaichixing, in a cramped yet tidy rental room adorned with youthful elements, a girl in her teens sat in a wheelchair, typing incessantly on an old-fashioned computer. With cascading black hair and a complexion slightly pale, she exuded an air of fragility. Her delicate oval face was framed by oversized round black glasses that concealed her expressive eyes, yet added a touch of charm to her demeanor. On her slender wrist, she wore an unremarkable black watch, which displayed a virtual screen filled with text. At this moment, the young girl was diligently typing, occasionally glancing at the content displayed on the screen. This girl, known as Sasha, had established a connection with Yifei across an unfathomable expanse of time and space. What she was currently engaged in was the meticulous transcription of a novel titled The Transformation of Qi into Horse, which Yifei had previously sent to her, word for word. Oh, how exhausting! She sighed, pondering whether Yi Deji's words held any truth. Could this book truly achieve success? After a considerable time, Sasha finally paused her relentless typing and grasped a large thermos nearby, taking a couple of hearty sips of warm water. When their communication had first begun, Yifei had suggested that Sasha consider writing novels and becoming an online author, taking into account her circumstances. Sasha found this idea quite appealing and readily accepted it. Thus, The Transformation of Qi into Horse became her inaugural work. However, literary works from Blue Star could not be directly published on the online platforms of Galaxy Star, as the languages of the two planets were incompatible. Although the wristwatch provided a translation feature, it still required her to painstakingly input the translated text into her computer document, transforming it into her own creation. Today marked the 7th day since she had released her novel, and she had updated it to a total of 200,000 words. Regrettably, despite garnering over 100 readers and an almost perfect approval rating, her work had not been recommended due to the lack of a contract, resulting in stagnant popularity. Such meager achievements, amidst the billions of potential readers on Galaxy Star, could be deemed utterly insignificant. This realization inevitably left Sasha feeling somewhat despondent. What is this Endpoint Literary Company up to? Can they not see this young lady's update frequency? Yet, they have not sent a contract notification? Perhaps it is time to explore other platforms. Little does she know, within the realms of the Endpoint Literary Company, there is someone even more entangled in their thoughts. Dochi Wama? Xiaohua? What on earth is Dochi? This hardly seems to resemble a martial arts novel, does it? Should a contract be signed? Senior editor Xing Yin has been in turmoil for 3 days. As the chief editor of the most prominent literary website in Gaoqi Xing, Endpoint Literature, his discernment is undoubtedly acute. Dochi Huama is undeniably a commendable piece of work. The phrase 30 years in Hebei, 30 years in Hunan still ignites his passion and lingers in his memory. However, the concept of Dochi and the martial prowess depicted are somewhat difficult for him to embrace, leaving him in a state of skepticism. In Gaoqi Xing, literary works have predominantly remained within the confines of traditional martial arts narratives and realistic themes. This is the first time he has encountered such an unconventional piece. This explains why, despite knowing Dochi Huama's impressive update frequency and high acclaim, he has hesitated to extend a contract. It is crucial to understand that signing a work directly impacts his year-end performance. Nonetheless, let it be a trial. After much contemplation, Xing Yin ultimately resolved to offer this newcomer, the author known by the pen name Sha Sha, a contract invitation. At this moment, the gears of fate began to turn. A month later, the novel Dochi Huama became a sensation across the entire Gaoqi Star, amassing over 1 billion devoted readers and shattering numerous literary records, thereby pioneering the genre of fantasy fiction. Xing Yin repeatedly felt grateful for his decision. On Blue Star, in Yuhang City, only 3 hours remained until the apocalypse descended. The clock struck 3 in the morning. Inside the expansive White Cloud Logistics Center, an abrupt alarm echoed through an empty warehouse. In the next moment, Yifei abruptly opened his eyes on a makeshift folding bed. He reached out to silence the alarm and subsequently lit a cigarette. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the hesitation in his eyes faded, replaced by unwavering determination. He resolved to take a chance. A bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. With that, he sprang to his feet and began to don his gear. A bulletproof vest, a cap, a mask, gloves. In no time, Yifei had wrapped himself securely, leaving not a single inch of skin exposed. After racking his brain for a considerable time, he could not devise a discreet method to steal the supplies from the warehouse. Thus, he prepared himself for a forceful heist. No one would stop him. Click. In the dimly lit warehouse, the sound of a gun's bolt being pulled back resonated. The bullet was chambered. Yifei was ready. Chapter 15. The operation begins in the monitoring room of the White Cloud Logistics Center. The middle-aged old Li slouched in his chair, as usual, crossing his legs while scrolling through Douyin. Occasionally, he would lift his gaze to glance at the monitors, but merely with a cursory glance. Seeing nothing unusual, he quickly lowered his head to gaze at the phone screen, captivated by the fair-skinned, beautiful host. What could monitoring cameras offer in comparison to a smartphone? Those long, fair legs seemed to stretch on for eternity. As for diligently attending to work, that was utterly inconceivable. In this day and age, which worker does not indulge in a little leisure during office hours? Not to mention those security guards in their 50s and 60s. With little prospects ahead, becoming a security guard was merely a means to pass the time. Simply being stationed in the monitoring room was already a privilege. His colleague, Old Neo, often used the excuse of patrolling, while in truth, he vanished to catch some sleep elsewhere. Oldley was fully aware of this. This understanding had developed through their long nights spent working together. One remained on watch while the other roamed, their cooperation seamless. And it wasn't just the two of them. Even the other young teams dedicated solely to patrolling exhibited the same behavior. Just then, as Oldley was indulging in the sight of those charming hosts, a faint knocking echoed through the air. Hearing the knock, Oldley instinctively glanced at the monitor by the door. On the screen stood a man wearing a baseball cap, his face obscured, exuding an air of mystery. Yet, Oldley thought little of it. After all, in the logistics center, it was not uncommon for strangers to appear, even in the dead of night. The Bayan Logistics Center was equipped with cameras throughout, and alongside him, 8 night-shift security guards were on patrol. Oldley had never considered the possibility of encountering any danger. As for robbery or theft of goods, that was absurd. Within the logistics center, most items were everyday supplies, with scarcely any valuable possessions to speak of. Which audacious thief would dare to set their sights here? Even if the doors were flung wide open for them, how much could one person possibly carry away? The incessant knocking continued, and Old Li, feeling a pang of impatience, rose to his feet and strode towards the door, unthinkingly opening the door to the surveillance room. The moment he swung the door open, he caught sight of the figure before him. It was late at night, and the individual was clad in sunglasses and a mask, concealing their entire face meticulously. Just as he was about to speak, he witnessed the man pull a dark object from his coat and press it against his chest. A voice, hoarse and commanding, sliced through the air, "Don't move." Old Li cast his gaze downward and beheld a black handgun pressed against his waist. The weapon aimed at his chest was unmistakably a black pistol, its muzzle adorned with a silencer the length of a finger. Yet Old Li remained unfazed, chuckling heartily. "Brother, there's no need for jokes at this hour. If there's something to discuss, let us get to it. Who are you trying to scare with a toy gun?" He could hardly believe that anyone would possess a real firearm in this day and age, let alone one so strikingly realistic. Had the assailant brandished a crude homemade gun, he might have been more inclined to believe it. Without uttering a word, Yifei shifted the gun's barrel and fired a shot into the wall. The sound echoed as a deep hole materialized in the surface. Old Li's heart nearly leapt from his chest, cold sweat drenching him entirely. A real gun. He was face to face with a criminal. And that criminal was none other than Yifei. After a week of exploration, he had thoroughly assessed the security forces at the Baiyun Logistics Center. Within the logistics hub, there were a total of 26 security personnel, but typically only 8 were on duty during the night shift. The monitoring room was consistently manned by 2 guards who also had the responsibility of coordinating with others. If Yifei wished to seize the supplies within the Baiyun Logistics Center, the first obstacle to overcome was indeed the monitoring room. Once he secured this area, the remaining tasks would become significantly more manageable. Seeing the guard before him visibly terrified, Yifei lowered his voice and said, "Your life is yours, but the money belongs to others. As long as you cooperate with me, I will not harm you. Earning a few thousand per month is not worth risking your life. Wouldn't you agree?" Feeling the warmth of the gun barrel, Old Li swallowed hard. Although his legs still felt somewhat weak, he forced himself to regain his composure. "Brother, let us talk this through. Please don't shoot. I will cooperate with whatever you need. I have elders above and children below. I won't act foolishly." Yifei nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Those who understand the times are the true wise. First, hand over your phone." With a resigned demeanor, Old Li complied and handed his device to Yifei. Subsequently, under duress, Old Li disabled all surveillance cameras, and the storage cards were removed, erasing an entire month's worth of recordings. "Brother, it's all done." After completing these tasks, Old Li spoke tremulously, fearing that Yifei might be dissatisfied and decide to dispose of him. Good heavens! How could he possibly encounter such a situation? It is all the old bull's fault. He should have been the one on duty. "You have performed admirably. Do not be afraid. Now, take all the spare keys for the warehouses and follow me." Naturally, Old Li dared not show even the slightest resistance. Only a fool would oppose such circumstances. He understood clearly that his life was at stake, and there was no need to confront the thug before him. After Old Li retrieved the keys, Yifei instructed him to lock the door to the surveillance room to prevent another security guard from unexpectedly returning. Simultaneously, he produced a bottle of 502 glue and poured it directly into the keyhole. This way, even if the other guard possessed a key, it would be impossible for him to enter the surveillance room in the short term, thus buying them some time before any anomalies were discovered. "Let us proceed. From here, all you need to do is assist me in opening the warehouse door. First, we shall go to the nearest warehouse." Old Li nodded eagerly. Although he was unaware of the intentions of this thug, he resolved to comply with whatever was asked of him. Subsequently, Yifei instructed Old Li to walk ahead, while he discreetly concealed his pistol within the folds of his ample coat, closely following behind. Before long, the two arrived at the first warehouse. As the large door swung open, a vast space of several thousand square meters filled with countless supplies came into view. To Yifei's delight, the warehouse was stocked with an array of gourmet foods. Various snacks, biscuits, compressed rations, jerky, and more were all neatly arranged on the shelves. A cursory glance revealed that there were likely hundreds of tons of provisions. They were about to strike it rich. Yifei hurriedly stepped forward, swiftly collecting the recent assortment of prepared foods, along with the shelves, into the storage space of his wristwatch. The capacity of his wristwatch was vast, comparable to half the size of Jiang province, leaving no concern about accommodating the supplies before him. Meanwhile, Old Li, witnessing the astonishing disappearance of a multitude of items, widened his eyes in disbelief. Sorcery? He rubbed his eyes, confirming it was not an illusion. Instantly, his gaze towards Yi Fei transformed. Was he assisting an immortal? In that moment, all thoughts of resistance faded completely. Chapter 16. A grand plunder within the first warehouse. As Yi Fei passed through, anything he touched vanished into thin air, absorbed into his space. In a mere 3 minutes, the entire warehouse was rendered desolate. Even a mouse would depart in tears. After pillaging the first warehouse, Yi Fei wasted no time and led Old Li towards the second. At that moment, he noticed that Old Li, who had initially been hesitant, suddenly became remarkably proactive. His movements were impressively swift, and a fervent smile frequently graced his face, as if he were the one orchestrating the heist. Brother, the second warehouse contains pharmaceuticals. Let me guide you. Seeing Old Li's newfound enthusiasm, Yi Fei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. However, this was advantageous for him. Shortly thereafter, the two entered the second warehouse, and indeed, as Old Li had indicated, it was stocked with a variety of common medications. Cold medicines, antipyretics, antibiotics. Pharmaceuticals are undeniably vital resources in a post-apocalyptic world. After all, in such dire circumstances, no one can guarantee they will remain free from illness or injury. A simple cold or fever could lead to dire consequences. However, with the availability of medicine, even minor ailments would pose no threat. Yi Fei swiftly advanced, collecting the medications one by one. In a corner of the warehouse, he made an additional discovery. There, he found some seemingly more valuable pharmaceuticals alongside various medical instruments. Without hesitation, Yi Fei gathered them all into his space, knowing he could identify them later when time allowed. Before long, the second warehouse lay empty. Yi Fei continued onward with Old Li towards the subsequent storage areas. Within the Baiyun Logistics Center, there were a total of 36 large warehouses, 108 medium warehouses, 310 small warehouses, and 10 cold storage units. The supplies he had gathered thus far were merely a fraction of what lay ahead. He pressed on. Soon, he cleared the third warehouse, the fourth, the fifth. Yi Fei rapidly collected resources from 8 warehouses. Some contained daily necessities. Others held building materials, while yet others were stocked with various beverages, and one was filled with assorted packages. Among them was a large warehouse that provided him with thousands of tons of fruits and vegetables. Exhilaration surged through Yi Fei as he beheld the mountain of resources amassed in his space. Should he choose to utilize them alone, he might never exhaust their bounty in a lifetime. Yet he remained composed, aware that there were still approximately 2 hours until the anticipated drop in temperature. He needed to seize this time to gather additional supplies. However, it was prudent to slightly adjust his strategy and focus on collecting urgently needed resources. With this thought in mind, he turned his gaze towards the exuberant security guard, Old Li. Take me to the cold storage, he requested. The cold storage, typically utilized for storing various meats and seafood, was essential for their needs. All right. Old Li nodded without hesitation, striding confidently towards the cold storage. Soon, the two arrived at the first cold storage unit. The door was not locked. A simple push would suffice. Just as Old Li was about to open the door, beams of flashlight suddenly illuminated them. A vigilant voice inquired, "Who goes there?" Yi Fei discreetly concealed his firearm, then glanced towards the source of the light. "It's me. Old Li. Xiaoya, Xiaolu, stop shining that light. You'll blind us." Old Li spoke up, his tone remarkably casual. "Li Gu, what brings you to the cold storage?" Upon hearing Old Li's voice, the 2 security guards immediately lowered their guard, retracting their flashlights. Approaching them without any caution, Yi Fei could finally discern that they were 2 young men in their 30s, each with a cigarette dangling from their lips. "Who is this?" they inquired curiously, noticing Yi Fei standing next to Old Li. In the next moment, the unfamiliar young man raised his hands, revealing 2 pistols concealed within his sleeves. With a gentle tone, he addressed them, "Don't move." The 2 immediately froze in shock. Moments later, Yi Fei observed Old Li, who was helplessly binding the 2 individuals securely, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. After he fired another shot as a warning, the 2 security guards dared not resist in the slightest. They lacked even the courage to activate their walkie-talkies to alert others. That would be life-threatening. They could only obediently surrender their mobile phones and walkie-talkies, subsequently being tightly bound by Old Li. It was evident that these were also fine young men. Moreover, Yi Fei was not one to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. It was preferable to subdue them. After ensuring the ropes were securely fastened, he paid them no further mind and swiftly entered the cold storage. Meanwhile, For other patrolling security guards gradually sensed something amiss. Have you all noticed how unusually quiet it is over by Old Lee? One of them inquired, perplexed. I just tried to contact the monitoring room, but there was no response. His words sparked concern in another companion, who quickly opened his walkie-talkie, attempting to reach out to others. Yet the only reply came from another team. The monitoring room and Xiao Lu's team remained utterly unresponsive. Xiao Lu and Xiao Wang haven't made a sound either. Upon hearing this, some were taken aback, while others remained skeptical. After all, Huahua prided itself on being the safest country. Moreover, the logistics center harbors nothing of substantial value. While the supplies are indeed precious, their worth is contingent upon their volume. However, the large-scale transportation of goods cannot occur without any commotion. Let us not panic. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence? Let us contact them. Ring, ring, ring. Inside a warehouse, Yi Fei, who had just plundered 4 cold storage units and 12 warehouses, felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he saw it was Old Lee calling, with the contact noted as colleague Xiao Xia. Have they noticed something amiss? He handed the phone to Old Lee. Surely. You don't need me to instruct you on this. Old Lee nodded briskly, accepting the call and activating the speakerphone. I'm fine. Just stepped out to the restroom without my walkie-talkie. Rest assured, I am perfectly all right. Xiao Lu, Xiao Wang. I haven't seen them either. They are probably preoccupied with other matters and haven't noticed. All right, I'll hang up now. Shortly, the call ended. And Old Lee cautiously returned the phone to Yi Fei. Having listened intently to their entire exchange, Yi Fei discerned that the other security personnel were indeed growing suspicious. He glanced at the time on his phone, 5:02 a.m. Almost 2 hours had elapsed. This indicated that less than an hour remained before the apocalypse would unfold. Although many supplies were still uncollected, he understood that they could no longer proceed. Continuing further would significantly elevate the risk involved. Chapter 17. Achieving success and retreating. Let us acquire another warehouse and depart immediately. His ultimate target was none other than the warehouse of Shengda Department Store Group. With the apocalypse looming, he certainly could not leave supplies for his adversaries. That would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. Old Lee, to Shengda's warehouse. Old Lee dared not utter a word of protest, and promptly escorted Yi Fei to a large warehouse. The sign of Shengda hung prominently above the entrance. Soon, the gates swung open, revealing a dazzling array of goods that captivated the eyes of the two men. Without hesitation, Yi Fei sprang into action, collecting everything in sight. Indeed, Shengda Department Store was renowned as the largest retail conglomerate in Yuhang City. The amassed inventory here was likely worth no less than 2 billion. Furniture, appliances, sofas, cabinets, clothing, virtually everything one could typically find was present. Yi Fei even spotted 3 snowmobiles and over a dozen polar cold-weather suits. Furthermore, Shengda Group primarily catered to the mid to high-end market, ensuring that the quality of its merchandise surpassed that of ordinary supermarkets and shops. Now all of this is mine, Yi Fei exclaimed with a hearty laugh, quickening his pace. I shall claim it all. As he traversed the aisles, a vast number of shelves began to vanish at an alarming rate. Within 5 minutes, every item had been thoroughly collected. The warehouse now echoed with emptiness, as though a mere whisper could reverberate within its walls. This is exhilarating. Let us go, Yi Fei declared, leading Old Lee straight out of the warehouse. After pillaging Shengda's inventory, he was ready to make his escape. Time was running short, and the security personnel must have already sensed something amiss. It was indeed time to depart. Yi Fei cast a lingering glance at the warehouse behind him, a sense of reluctance washing over him. There remained much he had yet to explore, now destined to be squandered. Perhaps, in the future, he could return to revisit it. Turning his gaze to the anxious security guard, Old Lee, he pondered for a moment before retrieving 2 large bags of supplies from his spatial storage and tossing them before him. Noting the bewildered expression on Old Lee's face, Yi Fei spoke earnestly. If you wish to survive, heed my words. Take these 2 bags of supplies, hurry home, and gather warm clothing. There may still be a flicker of hope for survival. With that, he paid no further heed to Old Lee's reaction. He then extracted a fully fueled motorcycle from his spatial storage, mounted it with a single stride, and executed a graceful turn as he sped towards the logistics center's exit, never forgetting to don his helmet. After all, when riding a motorcycle, safety must always come first. The only one remaining was Old Lee, whose expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. After a considerable pause, he gritted his teeth, picked up the 2 bags of supplies from the ground, and made his way towards the exit as well, choosing to trust the words of this enigmatic stranger. Meanwhile, Yifei rode away confidently through the main gate. The clock striking a little past 5 in the morning, precisely when the logistics center opened. This timing spared him considerable effort, otherwise he would have been compelled to threaten the guard to gain entry. As for Old Li, he did not dwell on him. The guard had indeed acted wisely. Though coerced by Yi Fei's insistence, it seemed he had either come to a realization or succumbed to fear, ultimately aiding him significantly. Yet, his ability to offer a word of caution and leave behind some provisions was already a testament to his benevolence. Whether one could survive in the bitter cold depended solely on one's own fortune. Buzzing, Yi Fei maneuvered his motorcycle to a secluded corner. Subsequently, he concealed the motorcycle and revealed his Mazda. He exchanged the motorcycle for the compact car, simultaneously changing his attire, including his coat. Thereafter, he drove homeward. Yi Fei was acutely aware that all his actions, under normal circumstances, would soon be scrutinized and exposed. After all, deleted surveillance footage could be restored, and the traces of his entry into the logistics center could not be erased. Should the police invest some effort, they could potentially unearth his whereabouts within a day or two. However, this was contingent upon the premise that the apocalypse would not descend. All matters would proceed along their usual course. Yi Fei was wagering on the fleeting moments before the onset of calamity. He gambled that the authorities would be unable to uncover any information in such a short span. When the apocalypse arrived, and temperatures plummeted by 30 to 40 degrees in a single day, the officials would be too preoccupied to attend to such trivialities. Even if they still sought to apprehend him, the principal architect of this turmoil, it would be nearly impossible. All of Yi Fei's deeds would ultimately be buried beneath the icy expanse of the relentless cold. A few minutes later, before the surveillance room, 2 patrolling security guards gazed at the tightly locked door of the monitoring room, their expressions abruptly shifting. This is bad. Something has indeed gone awry. They hastily notified all personnel in the security department, including the gatekeepers. Shortly thereafter, organized inspections of the warehouse commenced, swiftly revealing a duo bound and discarded outside the cold storage. Simultaneously, they discovered that the cold storage, once brimming with a plethora of supplies, had been utterly stripped bare. Not just 1, but 4 cold storage units had been completely emptied, leaving behind a cleanliness surpassing even that of a dog-esque lick. The value of the stolen goods amounted to billions. Yet, unbeknownst to them, these 4 cold storage units were merely a fraction of what Yi Fei had taken. Nevertheless, all the security personnel present were acutely aware that the situation had escalated dramatically. The theft of billions worth of goods was an incident potent enough to reverberate across the nation. Even more perplexing was the fact that neither the guards nor the sentinels at the entrance had witnessed any large vehicles entering or exiting. It was as though the supplies had sprouted wings and flown away. Call the police, quickly. Such an eerie scenario sent everyone present into a frenzy, prompting them to urgently dial the authorities. Minutes ticked by, and after a considerable wait, the officials finally arrived at the scene. A total of 7 police cars arrived, filled to capacity, with additional personnel continuously arriving from all directions to provide support. Upon their arrival, the officials promptly cordoned off the entire Baiyun Logistics Center, forbidding entry or exit. Leading the operation was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His face etched with authority, the deputy director of the Yuhang City Security Bureau, Niaming. Have you grasped the general situation? He inquired as he stepped out of the vehicle, summoning the first responders on site. The report came from a young officer in his 20s. Report, sir, based on our preliminary understanding. Currently, 7 warehouses and 4 cold storage facilities have been completely looted, with losses nearing 10 billion. The remaining warehouses are still under investigation. The perpetrator is a young man, approximately 30 years of age, who concealed his appearance, leaving his true identity unknown. He was armed with 2 handguns, which have been confirmed to be genuine, presenting a significant danger. The young officer reporting the situation spoke with a hint of disbelief, had it not been for the 2 security guards. Bound and adamant in their accounts, it is likely that no one would have believed such a tale. One individual? To abscond with 10 billion worth of goods? Anyone would find such a notion incredulous. Upon hearing the young officer's report, the expressions of those present varied widely. Some were shocked, others astonished, and a few wore peculiar looks. The circumstances surrounding this incident are exceedingly bizarre. 10 billion worth of goods vanished into thin air, while the security guards on site reported no unusual sounds. Yet, how could this be possible? 10 billion in goods would likely require 10 trucks working tirelessly for 3 days and nights to transport. Chapter 18. The end of days at the Baiyun Logistics Center. As time progressed, a substantial number of official personnel and curious onlookers have encircled the entire logistics center's exit. At this moment, a middle-aged man, around 50 years old, with a square face and dressed in high-end attire, yet with a slightly shadowy gaze, approached the official cordon. Flanked by several individuals, Li Sheng's expression was exceedingly grim, for he had received distressing news. The warehouse belonging to their Shengda group had been entirely ransacked in this incident, resulting in the disappearance of goods valued at a staggering 30 billion. A loss of 3 billion is enough to cripple even the Shengda group, potentially plunging it into an irreversible decline. Such a calamity would render Li Sheng's decades of hard work to mere shadows of the past. Anyone in his position would understandably be in a state of despair. Surrounded by several subordinates, he made his way directly to the security office, the official temporary workspace. Director Nye, I implore you to uncover the truth of this matter and recover the lost materials. Upon hearing this, Nye Ming, who was busy collating clues, cast a fleeting glance at him. He was well aware of who Li Sheng was, yet their paths had never crossed, and given his status, he had no inclination to curry favor with a businessman. Rest assured, Mr. Li, we have already gathered some leads, and it shouldn't be long before we ascertain the facts. Nye Ming's words were indeed not unfounded. Although little time had elapsed, they had acquired a considerable amount of information. One could even argue that the intricacies of this case were quite clear. The suspect, armed with 2 handguns, had taken Li hostage in the surveillance room, subsequently using a spare key from the security office to unlock the warehouse door and seize the materials. During this operation, they encountered Wang and Lu in the cold storage, prompting the suspect to incapacitate both men before making a hasty escape after achieving their objective. Yes, the incident was rather straightforward. Yet, despite his efforts, Nye Ming could not fathom how the suspect managed to transport the stolen goods. Was it some form of mystical sorcery? Or perhaps a space-bending ability depicted in novels? A storage ring? He promptly dismissed such notions. They were clearly unscientific. Reality is not the realm of fiction. How could such extraordinary powers or objects exist? He, Nye Ming, had encountered countless bizarre incidents, yet when the truth eventually surfaced, it was invariably attributable to human actions. There was no extraordinary power at play. He firmly believed that this instance would prove no different. Director Nye, we appreciate your assistance. Should you require our personnel's cooperation, please do not hesitate to ask. Hearing the confidence in Nye Ming's words, Li Sheng let out a sigh of relief. It was a comfort to know that resources could be recovered. Nye Ming nodded, choosing not to further engage with Li Sheng. Soon, all the officers he had dispatched for investigation began to return one after another. After compiling the information, Nye Ming swiftly grasped 2 crucial leads in solving the case. First, the surveillance footage. Second, the missing Li Zhong. Relay my orders immediately. Notify the technical department to restore the footage in the shortest possible time. He commanded. The rest, follow me to Li Zhong's residence to search for clues. From their earlier inquiries, they had learned from the gatekeeper that Li Zhong had abruptly departed alone with 2 large bags not long ago. In an instant, his status as a suspect surged dramatically. After all, if he were not guilty, why would he not remain to submit to their inquiry? Li Zhong was highly likely to be an accomplice of the perpetrator. Ah, indeed, there is an accomplice. This could elucidate how the resources vanished. Nye Ming's mind conjured up a scenario where the suspect colluded with the security personnel to pilfer supplies. Just as he was preparing to lead the others in capturing Li Zhong, an older officer nearby suddenly sneezed. Achoo! After sneezing, the officer couldn't help but shiver, raising his hand to rub his arm. Strangely, have you all noticed how much colder it has suddenly become? As the older officer spoke, many of his colleagues nodded in agreement. Indeed, I had just thought it was merely my transition from the cold storage that had yet to acclimate me to my surroundings. The weather in November truly changes in an instant. Nye Ming glanced around and observed that several officers had instinctively crossed their arms to ward off the chill. Clearly, everyone felt the drop in temperature, and even Nye Ming himself perceived that the surrounding air had grown significantly colder. At that moment, a cacophony of astonished exclamations erupted from outside. Goodness, it's snowing. Oh my, the snowflakes are enormous. A wave of wonder swept through the group as they hurried outside to assess the situation. They beheld a cascade of snowflakes gently falling from the sky. Nye Ming instinctively extended his hand to catch a snowflake the size of a fingertip. A rush of icy sensation coursed through him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Is it truly snowing? Not only that, but he could also sense the temperature plummeting even further. He cast another glance at the officers, whose shivering had intensified. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively commanded, "Everyone, return to the station." The abrupt onset of snow and the chilling temperature compelled him to temporarily suspend the investigation. After all, the health of the officers was paramount, and they had already gathered all necessary information from the Bayonne Logistics Center. Remaining there would serve little purpose. Regarding Lejeune, although it is somewhat regrettable, it is likely that the other party has already fled. Whether he arrives early or late makes little difference. The residence in question is at Building 12, Apartment 1905 of Tianjin Community, which is where Yi Fei resides. After departing from the Bayonne Logistics Center, he took half an hour to return home. Upon arriving, he promptly ignited the fireplace and set the air conditioning to its maximum power. The temperature in the room began to rise. In a matter of moments, Yi Fei was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, he decided to strip down to only his trousers. Simultaneously, he glanced at the thermometer on the wall. In just a few minutes, the temperature had surged from 17°C to 34°C. However, Yi Fei had no intention of extinguishing the fireplace or turning off the air conditioning, for in a few minutes, he anticipated the onset of a temperature drop. This decline, he recalled, would plummet to below 0°C in a remarkably short span of time. Furthermore, the temperature would continue to decrease rapidly. By this time tomorrow, the temperature in the entire Yuhang city would drop below -20°C. And this was merely the beginning. In his past life, he had unfortunately caught a cold amidst this drastic temperature shift, leading to a dismal fate. Having learned from his past mistakes, this time, he would prefer to endure the heat rather than succumb to the cold. Time ticked away. Suddenly, a chorus of exclamations echoed faintly from afar. "Oh no, it is snowing." Yi Fei hastily turned his gaze towards the balcony. To his astonishment, a flurry of pristine snowflakes gracefully descended upon his window, as if heralding the arrival of the apocalypse. Just as he had anticipated. Chapter 19. The beginning. Inside the room, Yi Fei's gaze was firmly fixed on the snowflakes falling outside. In just a few short minutes, a delicate layer of white had enveloped the entire landscape. The heavy and swift descent of the snow blurred his vision. After a long moment, Yi Fei let out a sigh and withdrew his gaze. His emotions were rather intricate at this moment. On one hand, he harbored a deep reluctance for the apocalypse to descend once more, for this would herald the demise of countless souls and inflict a catastrophic blow to the civilization of Blue Star. The order of civilization painstakingly established over countless years would be rendered obsolete, and various forms of entertainment would be buried beneath the weight of this impending cataclysm. The survivors would be forced to navigate a treacherous path in their quest for existence. Conversely, he also harbored a yearning for the end times to arrive, for it would afford him the opportunity to exact righteous vengeance upon his enemies from a past life. Furthermore, only amidst the upheaval of the apocalypse could someone of his humble origins aspire to transcend social strata and ascend to a position of prominence. It was precisely this duality of thought that rendered Yi Fei's emotions so complex. That which is destined to come will inevitably arrive. He shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts that plagued his mind. The calamities of nature were beyond his control. The frailty of a single individual was pitifully insignificant in the face of nature's true might. The familiar scenery outside served as a stark reminder that the apocalypse he had once endured had returned anew. With this realization, his expression suddenly solidified with resolve. Thus, in this life, he would focus solely on safeguarding himself. As the incessant beeping of his phone interrupted him, Yi Fei glanced at the screen and discovered a flurry of messages from early rising residents in the community group. What on earth is this weather? How has the temperature plunged so drastically? I was planning to go for a morning jog and nearly froze to death. I was sleeping soundly when I was abruptly awakened by the cold. Has it started snowing? Is this a joke? It's only early November. Wasn't the weather forecast predicting a sunny day? What is going on? The snowfall is so heavy. How am I supposed to go to work? I still need to drop my child off at school. But judging by this situation, I'll probably have to request a day off again. What about my child's education? Don't you think the snowy scenery is beautiful? Indeed, it is beautiful. I haven't seen such heavy snow in years. The sudden drop in temperature and snowfall caught everyone off guard, provoking a mix of joy and complaints among the residents. Observing the conversation, Yi Fei couldn't help but shake his head. He wondered how many of these residents would survive this calamity. Of course, he had no intention of warning them. Speaking up would undoubtedly invite countless troubles. Having lived through it all once, he was no longer so naive. He decided to remain inconspicuous for the time being, opting to blend into the background. Just then, another notification chimed, a text message from the official source. The Meteorological Bureau of Yuhang City has issued a reminder. Due to unusual weather changes, please take care to keep warm. An orange alert for heavy snowfall and low temperatures has been officially announced, urging all citizens to prioritize their safety and refrain from unnecessary travel. Yi Fei merely cast a fleeting glance at the announcement, choosing not to dwell on it. Although the authorities reacted swiftly, it was evident that they had underestimated the gravity of the impending disaster. Otherwise, the warning would have escalated to the highest red alert. Perhaps this oversight was due to the limited time frame. Had the officials been aware that the impending blizzard and plummeting temperatures would encompass a vast majority of the globe, they might have comprehended the severity of the situation. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent meows broke the stillness. Yi Fei turned to the source of the sound, finding that the little creature, Qianqian, had awakened and was vociferously calling out. It appeared to be hungry. In a flurry of movement, it scurried towards Yi Fei's slippers, its tiny legs propelling it forward with determination, its tail held high. As a wave of soft fur brushed against him, Qianqian pounced onto the slipper, nuzzling against it and circling around Yi Fei's feet. Its diminutive nose flitted about, seemingly in search of food. After a while, failing to find any sustenance, it lifted its head, tilting its neck in curiosity, its large eyes brimming with confusion. Meow? The expression on its small face seemed to inquire, Master, where's the food you brought back from your hunt? This adorable scene instantly melted Yi Fei's heart. He hurriedly retrieved several cat treats and a can of cat food from his stash, commencing his daily duties as a devoted cat caretaker. After feeding the feline, he meticulously inspected the room, ensuring everything was in order before preparing to snuggle back into bed for a much-needed nap. Having been busy for most of the night, fatigue began to set in. Little Qianqian, however, persistently followed him, eager to accompany him into the bedroom. Observing this, Yi Fei promptly scooped her up and placed her back in her cozy nook, sternly admonishing, no unbathed kittens are allowed in the bedroom. Little Qianqian seemed to comprehend her owner's mild disdain for her current disheveled state, letting out a couple of feeble protests. Meow. Meanwhile, as Yi Fei drifted into slumber, the online world erupted in a frenzy due to the sudden drop in temperature. As time progressed, the tempest intensified. Is this for real? It suddenly plummeted by over 10 degrees. I had to hastily dig out the thermal underwear I bought last year. I woke up freezing under the covers, shivering uncontrollably. There's no way I'm going to work today. Let whoever wants to go. Work? In this heavy snow? You'd have to be crazy to go to work. Brothers, it's actually snowing in my province? What a sight to behold. To the brothers upstairs, it's not just your area, I'm in Yai City. And it's snowing here too. My goodness, snow in the tropics. What an extraordinary spectacle. This is utterly ridiculous. Thus, on the internet, amidst a flurry of exchanges, soon the majority of people became aware of the startling news. The recent snowfall and drop in temperature are not confined to specific regions, but encompass the entirety of Huaghua, manifesting in a similar manner across the nation. This peculiar phenomenon has cast a veil of unease over many, as the situation is undeniably extraordinary. As time progresses, a number of astute netizens have unveiled evidence of similar weather patterns abroad, inciting a sense of panic among the populace. In this charged atmosphere, those who revel in apocalyptic predictions swiftly emerge, capturing the attention of many. In my view, this surely heralds the impending end of the world. Everyone should hastily stockpile essential supplies. However, such proclamations vanish from the internet almost instantaneously, clearly indicating an intervention by the authorities who would not allow such rumors to persist. Although the officials have acted to suppress the dissemination of apocalyptic rhetoric, it is evident that suppression is less effective than guidance. A sense of panic begins to permeate the hearts of the people, for this global cooling is indeed unsettlingly peculiar. Whenever anomalies arise, there must be something amiss. Numerous perceptive individuals sense the lurking danger. Consequently, countless people brave the harsh conditions of low temperatures and heavy snowfall to procure supplies. Yet, many others dismiss the apocalyptic discourse with scorn, as such predictions have proliferated online in abundance. Among the most memorable is the Mayan prophecy of 2012. Yet now it is the year 2032. The notion of an impending apocalypse is, of course, mere folly. Consequently, A significant number of individuals have chosen to disregard it or adopt a wait-and-see attitude. The residents group of the Tianqing community has erupted in fervor. One concerned owner sent a message into the chat. Friends, are you aware of the current situation? Surely the talk of an apocalypse cannot be true, right? Does anyone possess any insider information? Soon, a response emerged. Do not be so alarmist. An apocalypse? How could that be? It is already 2032. Who still believes in such childish tales? Clearly, this was an owner firmly convinced that the apocalypse is nothing but a rumor. In my view, the drop in temperature and snowfall must be attributed to some celestial phenomena. Such occurrences typically pass swiftly. Perhaps by nightfall, the snow will cease. I am not so certain. Another interjected. This sudden drop in temperature is rather alarming. The weather forecast indicated it would be clear today. Moreover, not a single country has foreseen this situation. Something unusual is undoubtedly afoot. Let's wait and see what the authorities have to say. Come noon, Yifei was abruptly awakened by the heat. Upon regaining consciousness, he realized he had broken into a sweat. With both the air conditioning and fireplace running, the temperature in his room had scarcely dipped below 30 degrees Celsius. Such warmth made perspiration unsurprising. After a brief wash, he settled onto the living room sofa, lit a purple cloud cigarette, and savored the moment as he exhaled smoke while perusing the information on his phone. Upon his arrival, the perpetually listless little Qianqian in the living room hurriedly trotted over and nestled beside his slippers. Meow yet. Yifei paid no heed to the affectionate little creature, instead opting to open WeChat to peruse his messages. To his astonishment, he was greeted with an overwhelming 99 notifications. He casually clicked into the owner's group. At that moment, the residents of Tianqing community were engaged in a fervent discussion regarding the issue of stockpiling supplies. Let those who wish to go do so. I certainly shall not. It's freezing outside, and with such a heavy snowfall, why venture out to court danger? Indeed, I see the current temperature is already -7 degrees, and the snow has accumulated several centimeters thick. To step outside now would require a perilous trek. I fear it might cost me dearly. Exactly. Haven't experts online already stated that the blizzard will cease by evening? Why the rush? I'm not in a hurry, and neither is anyone else. Not in a hurry one. The majority of the homeowners clearly showed a reluctance to brave the snow and biting cold. After all, while a temperature of -5 degrees may seem unremarkable in the northern regions, in southern cities, such cold, coupled with the high humidity, renders the outdoors unbearable. One could hardly last a few minutes without succumbing to the chill. No amount of clothing could offer sufficient protection, and with the snowflakes swirling around, one would likely end up drenched and susceptible to illness. It would be far more prudent to remain comfortably indoors, enjoying the warmth of the air conditioning. Seeing this, Yifei could not help but shake his head, silently condemning those unwilling to risk the elements in pursuit of supplies. The current temperature, in fact, remained within the tolerable limits for an average person. If one possesses the courage to surmount obstacles, perhaps it is still possible to stockpile some supplies. With provisions in hand, one might persevere through the trials ahead. However, should tomorrow arrive with temperatures plummeting below -20 degrees and snow accumulating to half a meter, it will be too late to act. Ultimately, aside from resorting to plundering others' resources, one must simply await their fate. Of course, not all individuals within the homeowners group will choose to remain passive. There are always those who possess a sense of caution even in times of tranquility. Wei Ning from Unit 501 in Building 13 stated, I am preparing to venture out to purchase some supplies, regardless of what follows. I believe having a stockpile will provide a sense of security. Is anyone interested in joining me? It would be safer to have company on the way. This sentiment resonated with many. I will accompany you, came a voice from above. I haven't stored much food at home, and if it continues to snow tomorrow, it may become difficult to procure meals. Count me in. This cold snap feels unusually severe, and having some supplies would offer peace of mind. Wait for me. I will join you all. As numerous homeowners agreed to venture out for supplies, those who had previously insisted there was no rush began to speak up. Lu Xiofan from Unit 301 in Building 12 remarked, Wei Ning from Unit 501. Could you please bring 10 kilograms of rice for me? I would be immensely grateful. Wei Ning was indeed one of those who had just expressed the intent to gather provisions. Lu Xiofan, a nearly 60-year-old woman, had children who worked away from home, leaving her to reside in the community with her grandson. Her demeanor was rather acerbic, often relishing in petty advantages, while frequently indulging in disparaging remarks about others behind their backs. Additionally, she had orchestrated a dance troupe for the elderly, incessantly gathering a cohort of elderly men and women in the community park to partake in square dancing, with the music blaring at an exasperating volume. This behavior had led to numerous altercations with other residents. On one occasion, it escalated to physical confrontation, prompting the intervention of law enforcement. Ultimately, the outcome was that Aunt Lu resorted to theatrics, extorting 1,000 yuan from the individual with whom she had clashed, merely to settle the matter privately. It was through this commotion that Yi Fei became acquainted with Aunt Lu's true nature, a person akin to a tenacious pest from whom he wished to distance himself. When encountering her, he would merely pretend not to recognize her. However, upon seeing that the person initiating conversation was Aunt Lu, Yi Fei found the situation rather unsurprising. In the residents' group chat, Aunt Lu's message sparked a flurry of activity among the homeowners. Indeed, if I do not wish to go myself, I can enlist someone else to assist. At worst, I could offer a small token of appreciation for their trouble. Consequently, numerous residents began tagging those who had recently expressed intentions to procure supplies. Good brother, could you bring me a pack of cigarettes? Hey, could you grab some vegetables for me? Strikingly, some of these individuals had just moments ago declared their lack of urgency regarding stockpiling supplies. Clearly, their claims of nonchalance were merely a pretext to avoid braving the biting wind and snow to acquire necessities. They certainly did not lack need. Now that they heard of someone willing to go, they shamelessly sought to impose on others for favors. Truly, it was quite disgraceful. Yi Fei silently noted the names of those who had spoken up. Such shameless individuals would be the first to find themselves on his blacklist. As we have merely entered the apocalyptic realm, it is disheartening to witness such grotesque visages among these individuals. It is likely that their behavior will only worsen in the future. Chapter 21. The Harmonious Homeowners in the Homeowners Group. A faction led by Aunt Lu seeks to reap the benefits without any effort, while those who propose to seize supplies vehemently disagree. They are not fools. Why should they risk their safety and confront numerous challenges to acquire resources, while Aunt Lu and her ilk expect to gain without toil merely by uttering a few words? Such naive aspirations are laughable. In Building 13, Apartment 501, Wei Ning remarked, "Aunt Lu, why don't you go yourselves?" Others echoed his sentiments. Indeed, where in the world does such good fortune exist? If you desire supplies, you ought to venture to the supermarket yourselves. We are already worried that our own provisions may fall short. We have no time to assist you. Do not tag me. Whoever wishes to help may do so, but I shall not be involved, even for a reward. Meanwhile, in Building 12, Apartment 301, Lu Xiaofan observed the messages in the group, her eyes glinting with discontent. The current youth truly lack understanding. They show no respect for the elderly or care for the young. Is it not merely a small favor to assist in carrying a few items? Yet, they are unwilling to lend a hand. Nevertheless, she finds herself in need of assistance. So despite her inner dissatisfaction, she softens her tone. She promptly sent a voice message in the group. As an old woman, I am no longer as robust as you vigorous youngsters. Please have compassion for this elderly lady and my grandson, and lend a hand. I assure you that I shall express my gratitude in the future. While her words convey a plea, this old crone conspicuously neglects to mention any form of compensation for the effort. Evidently, the inclination to seek petty advantages has become deeply ingrained. Upon hearing Aunt Lu's words, some members of the group began to waver. These individuals were relatively kind-hearted, and indeed, Aunt Lu's reasoning was sound. As an elderly woman caring for her grandson, her life was certainly fraught with difficulties. Venturing out into the biting wind and snow to procure supplies was plainly unrealistic. The crux of the matter was that the majority of people had not internalized the discourse surrounding the apocalypse, still believing that the present circumstances resembled those of the past. It is widely acknowledged that respecting the elderly and cherishing the young are virtues cherished by the common people of our nation. Within their means, most individuals would not refuse to lend a hand to an elderly person in need. In the group, Wei Ning from Building 13, Apartment 501, stated, "All right, but I will only assist you this once." Upon hearing Wei Ning relent, Aunt Lu was immediately filled with joy. There are still many good people in this world. Good deeds are rewarded. Thank you. Seeing Wei Ning's concession, a few more individuals in the group voiced their agreement to help carry supplies for others. However, most were inclined to bring along trivial items, such as a couple of packs of cigarettes, some vegetables, or a small umbrella. They also charged a modest fee for their efforts, ranging from 100 to 200, which was not deemed excessive. No one raised objections to the fee. for the heavy snowfall and the biting cold of -7 degrees were evident to all. Under such circumstances, it was entirely justified for someone to venture out to assist with supply runs and to receive a small recompense for their labor. As for the private arrangements made by others regarding supply agreements, Yifei was unaware. At that moment, he observed the incessant stream of messages flooding the group chat, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossing his eyes. In the present moment, few are aware that this blizzard merely heralds the onset of the apocalypse. Although a fraction of individuals exhibit signs of restlessness, revealing their selfish tendencies, the majority remain largely unchanged from their pre-apocalyptic selves. The atmosphere still embodies a semblance of benevolence. However, come tomorrow, the situation is poised to deteriorate. Drawing from memories of a past life, he is cognizant that after a day and night of plummeting temperatures, the significant temperature fluctuations will lead to widespread colds and fevers. At that juncture, over something as trivial as a box of cold medicine, these once amicable neighbors will find themselves embroiled in fierce disputes. One can only hope that they will still be able to smile come the morrow. Subsequently, Yifei pondered for a moment before typing in the homeowners group chat. Unit 1705. Yifei, could a kind brother assist me by bringing a pack of cigarettes and 2 kilograms of rice? I will offer a reward of 100 for your troubles. I have run out of rice at home. I would greatly appreciate any help. The intent behind this message was to cultivate a fade of scarcity in his supplies. Thus, when those lacking resources begin to panic, they would not instinctively target him for robbery. Even if they were to remember him, they would likely think, that fellow only has 2 kilograms of rice. It would be unwise to rob him. Better to seek out someone else. This was precisely the outcome Yifei desired. Although he was armed, he understood that his safety was not guaranteed, and the sanctuary was not entirely secure. Therefore, he preferred to sidestep any potential troubles. Unsurprisingly, his message received no replies and was met with indifference. After a brief pause, he raised the reward from 100 to 200 and adopted an expression of urgency. At that moment, a homeowner sent him a friend request. Chen Dashin from Building 11, Apartment 602, wishes to add you as a friend. The request was soon accepted. Chen Dashin, brother, for 300 yuan, I can help you out. To his surprise, he encountered a money-making individual. After a moment of contemplation, Yifei did not decline and promptly transferred the funds. Chen Dashin, brother, that is straightforward. I will deliver it to you shortly. As Yifei closed the chat with the moneymaker, another message caught his attention. It was from Yao Lan. Mr. Yi, have you stocked up on supplies? Perplexed, he read further. I followed your advice yesterday and bought 3 bags of rice to keep at home. You can come over and take a bag. Seeing her message, Yifei was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had just reminded her to stock up on supplies the previous day. Yet here he was, seeking supplies in the group chat. Wait, how did she know about my message in the group? He quickly opened the homeowner group and searched for Yao Lan's WeChat ID. Indeed, he found her name among the group members, Yao Lan from Building 13, Apartment 901. To his astonishment, she lived in the same Tianjin community. No wonder she had opened a pet clinic nearby. However, she must have just moved in, for otherwise, Yifei would have had some recollection of her. A stunning beauty, after all, would surely leave an impression on anyone. After a moment's thought, Yifei replied, no need for that, for now. He wasn't genuinely lacking in food. It would be foolish to venture out in such cold weather to carry rice. He then added, by the way, be sure not to mention the rice you've stocked up to anyone. Yao Lan felt somewhat perplexed by Yifei's remarks, yet she refrained from probing further. Understood, she replied, subsequently adding, if you find yourself in need of food, do let me know. Yifei chuckled silently, a flicker of warmth blossoming within him. Earlier, his messages had lingered in the group chat without eliciting a response. The only individual to engage was Chen Dashin, who was known for his financial demands. It was only Yao Lan who was willing to offer her assistance unconditionally, although they had yet to reach a stage of scarcity where resources were truly precious. He appreciated her goodwill. In a buoyant mood, he couldn't resist teasing her, saying, so, if I run out of food, I shall have to rely on Dr. Yao. Yao Lan responded with a cool emoji, affirming, sure thing. The two continued their light-hearted exchange, primarily revolving around inquiries about the little one, Qian Qian. It was evident that she held a deep affection for the small creature. Chapter 22. The increasing anxiety of the homeowners as night fell, temperatures plummeted once more, reaching approximately -12 degrees Celsius. Many homeowners began to voice their grievances in the group chat. Have you all noticed that the temperature seems to be dropping increasingly? One queried. Indeed, it is getting colder. It was -7 degrees at noon, and now it has already dipped to -12. I wonder how low it will go. Another chimed in. I've set my air conditioning to maximum power, yet I still feel chilled. Those unscrupulous merchants must have reduced the heating function, thinking we are from the south. The unscrupulous merchants are constantly cutting corners. You are fortunate to have air conditioning at home, while I do not even have one installed. And my house is freezing. Now, I can only burrow under the blankets. Burrowing under the blankets 1. Yifei glanced at the messages in the group chat, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is just the beginning, isn't it? He casually closed the messaging app and then retrieved an electric stove, placing it on the coffee table. Tonight, he intended to prepare a hot pot. Nothing is more invigorating in the depths of winter than indulging in a steaming hot pot. Soon, the table was laden with hot pot broth, various beef and lamb rolls, tripe, shrimp paste, and an array of other ingredients, filling the entire surface. Yifei poured the broth into the pot, and after a moment's thought, added a dash of chili. As a connoisseur of spicy food, how could a hot pot be complete without a bit of heat? While he busied himself with preparations, the television in the living room, which had been on, suddenly switched to what appeared to be a live broadcast. An urgent announcement was made. A clear and articulate voice emanated from the screen, compelling Yifei to direct his gaze toward the television. According to the latest news from the National Meteorological Bureau, the previously designated orange-level snow disaster has now escalated to red level. All citizens are advised to prepare for cold and frost, and if there are no urgent matters, they should refrain from going outside until the snow disaster has concluded. This message was reiterated. Upon hearing the voice emanating from the television, Yifei fell silent. Just as in his previous life, the authorities had recognized the abnormality of this snow disaster and began instructing the populace on how to withstand the calamity. From Yifei's perspective, the official emergency broadcast conveyed another significant message. The authorities were likely aware of the severity of the snow disaster and were perhaps overwhelmed by the situation. Otherwise, such an announcement would not have been made. Was it about to commence? Nevertheless, this situation seemed to hold little relevance for him now. Presently, he was surrounded by an abundance of supplies and the warmth of a shelter. Regardless of the harshness outside, he possessed ample resources to survive. At that moment, a rich aroma wafted from the induction cooker before him. Yifei's eyes brightened, dispelling his earlier thoughts as he began to prepare hot pot. In no time, he found himself perspiring profusely from the heat of the meal. Huffing and puffing, he exclaimed, "It seems the chili has been overly generous." Meanwhile, his feline companion, Qian, anxiously paced nearby. "Meow, meow, meow. Master, what delectable treat is that? Please share some with me." In response, Yifei placed a piece of cooked beef into Qian's small bowl. Instantly, the cat's eyes sparkled with delight as it devoured the beef. However, in the next moment, its expression shifted dramatically, and it promptly spat the meat out, gazing at it in sheer terror. How could this food bite back? Yifei chuckled at Qian's reaction, discarding the offending piece of beef into the trash and gently patting the little cat's furry head. "Little kitty, spicy food is not for you." Half an hour earlier, in a concealed base in the capital, an elderly man, his visage marked by authority and wisdom, scrutinized the intelligence reports from across the nation, his face etched with concern. The recent snow disaster arrived with an alarming suddenness and an eerie strangeness. Not only in our nation, but across the globe, no country had foreseen this calamity. As time progressed, the global temperatures continued to plummet at a terrifying pace, leaving uncertainty for what tomorrow might bring. "Commander," a call from Elder Wei at the Meteorological Bureau. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, clutching a telephone. "Answer it." Soon, the call was connected, and the details exchanged between the soldier and the elder became apparent as the latter's brow furrowed deeply. Ultimately, he stood up in disbelief, his voice trembling. "What? The Ice Age? At least lasting for a year?" The call ended, and the elder fell into a prolonged silence before contacting the senior officials. The following day arrived swiftly. Outside, the heavy snowfall continued unabated, accumulating to a depth of 40 to 50 centimeters, with temperatures plunging to -22 degrees. In such desolate conditions, the streets lay barren, devoid of any human presence. Just as Yifei had anticipated, early in the morning, the community chat was inundated with requests from residents seeking cold medicine and fever reducers. The abrupt drop in temperature had left many unfortunate souls with colds. With the roads blocked by the relentless snow, The prospect of reaching a hospital was evidently impractical, prompting the pleas within the chat. Dear families, does anyone have any fever reducers at home? Our elder was left out in the cold yesterday and is now running a fever. We are willing to pay handsomely. Seeking cold medicine, all 4 members of my household caught a chill last night. Among the numerous distressed homeowners, a mother named Ma May was so frantic that she burst into tears. Woe is me. My child has a fever of 39 degrees. Does anyone have antipyretics? Please save my child. Yet, this time, none of the homeowners responded to their pleas. Everyone chose silence. Firstly, not every household is stocked with such medications. Even if they had some, in such dire circumstances, they might not have enough for themselves, let alone share with others. Secondly, the official announcement yesterday did not provide any insight into when the snow disaster would conclude, and the temperatures continued to plummet. This led to rampant rumors online, as many began to concoct their own schemes. Human nature, it seems, leans towards selfishness. At that moment, someone suddenly tagged Lu Ma in the group chat. Lu Xiufan, I recall your Xiao Ming had a fever just 2 weeks ago. You must have some leftover medicine, right? Upon reading this message, Yi Fei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Goodness, who was this brave soul daring to provoke Lu Ma? Speaking up now was akin to pushing her into a pit of fire. He glanced at the name. He Wei from Building 15, Unit 706. Indeed, this was the very young man who had been swindled out of 1,000 yuan by Lu Ma. It seemed he still held a grudge from earlier. Seizing the opportunity, he couldn't resist making his presence known. He Wei's words undoubtedly dropped like a massive stone into a tranquil pond, sending ripples of commotion throughout. The mother, Ma Mei, was quick to mention Lu Ma, saying, Lu Xiufan, Lu Ma, please help. How much did you spend? I am willing to reimburse you double for the medicine. Yet, this time, the usually vivacious Lu Ma remained conspicuously absent from the group, as if she had vanished entirely. It was clear that Lu Ma had chosen to feign ignorance resolutely. Observing this, Ma Mei grew increasingly anxious. Can you not be so selfish? My child has a fever of 39 degrees. Are you really going to stand by and watch him suffer? Chapter 23. Agreed upon hearing her words, compassion stirred within some members of the group. One homeowner spoke up. I still have half a box of Qingwen capsules. You can come and take them. The mother's face lit up with joy as she expressed her gratitude profusely. Meanwhile, others in the group who were also in need of medication began to chime in. Brother, do you have any left? My elder is also running a fever. Mother, could you spare me some? My child has a cold and has been sniffling incessantly. In room 1701, Yi Fei silently observed the barrage of messages flooding his phone, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. In a previous life, it was he who had delivered cold medicine to Ma Mei, eagerly handing over a box of antipyretics as soon as she made her request. However, in this life, he remained silent. He had an abundance of cold and fever medications at his disposal. In the warehouse of the Baiyun Logistics Center, which was once plundered, there existed a dedicated space for the storage of pharmaceuticals. Yet, what right did he possess to distribute these items to such individuals? As for the neighbors, the reincarnated version of himself harbored no sympathy for them. In his previous life, after his possessions were seized, he had sought assistance within a group, but to no avail. Not a single soul offered him aid. They had all stood by and watched as he faced demise, including this Ma Mei, who displayed no sign of concern whatsoever. It would be disingenuous to claim that Yi Fei felt no resentment. That would be an unrealistic assertion. In this lifetime, his restraint in not taking action against them was, in itself, a testament to his magnanimity. Considering the passage of time, the individual who had been the first to perish at the hands of the other owners ought to make an appearance soon, right? As Yi Fei perused the messages within the group, a flicker of derision crossed his gaze. This world has never been devoid of those driven by greed, and those blinded by self-interest often meet an unfortunate fate. As if to validate his thoughts, a property owner named Niu Rin suddenly interjected. Niu Rin of Building 14. Apartment 1404. I have ibuprofen and Lianhua capsules available. If anyone needs them, come find me. 500 per box, no negotiation. Upon seeing his message, the group erupted in outrage. The price was exorbitant. Immediately, a multitude of voices rose in condemnation. 500 per box? Why don't you go rob someone instead? Your heart is exceedingly dark. You wish to sell a mere 21 boxes for 500? This is nothing short of exploiting a disaster for profit. Is that not illegal? Are you not afraid of dire consequences? This is outrageous. Everyone must refrain from purchasing. Faced with the public's reproach, the proprietor, Niu Rin, merely retorted coolly. Buy if you wish. If you don't, there are plenty who will. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd. After a while, one of the owners broke the stillness, exclaiming, "Bring me a box. I shall fetch it right away." Clearly, this individual was in a state of urgency, willing to accept the exorbitant price. With this initiation, others in desperate need of medication could no longer remain passive. After all, who could ascertain how many supplies Nyorin possessed? If they hesitated too long, they might find themselves outbid. "Reserve one for me as well. Just one of each. I'll come immediately," echoed another plea. Within room 1404 of Building 14, a somewhat unseemly young man gazed at his cousin Nyorin, unable to suppress a thumbs up. "Cousin, your ingenuity astounds me. With my initial prompt, 'Look how many are eager to buy,' his implication was clear. He was the very first to express interest in acquiring the medicines. Nyorin flashed a grin, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Having been a speculator for over a decade, this is merely child's play. People possess a herd mentality. Once a single opening is made, there will be an abundance ready to part with their money. The young man immediately showered him with flattery. "Indeed, cousin, your brilliance shines. Not only did you foresee the price surge, but you also procured a batch of medicines yesterday. Today, you have deftly manipulated these fools at your whim. Your humble admirer is in awe." Nyorin laughed heartily. "Rest assured, Achong, even as I earn, I shall not forget you. As I feast upon meat, you shall have your share of the broth." As for the inflationary practices, they paid no heed to the opportunistic exploitation of disaster. In this day and age, how could one expect to prosper without a heart of darkness? Yet, while the two basked in their success, they remained oblivious to the envious eyes watching the messages in their group, eyes filled with jealousy. "A box of cold medicine sells for 500? Aunt Lou gazed at the incessant stream of orders in the group, her greed stirring within her. Such profits could yield returns in multiples. After much hesitation, she steeled herself and applied to add Nyorin on WeChat. Upon approval, she confronted him boldly. "Nyorin, do you realize you are breaking the law? In these times of calamity, how dare you take advantage of the situation?" Nyorin, being a seasoned player in this game, was not easily intimidated by Aunt Lou's words. "Your accusations are rather excessive, aren't they? This is merely a matter of fair trade, a mutual agreement. Where does the notion of illegality come into play?" Aunt Lou scoffed. "Fair trade? According to national regulations, during times of disaster, prices must not rise drastically. Your markup on medicine exceeds 20-fold. This constitutes a grave violation of the law." She continued, "I am prepared to call my friends at the police station. Just wait to find yourself behind bars." Hearing Aunt Lou's well-founded arguments, Nyorin felt a twinge of anxiety. The final words struck him with a sense of panic. After all, the matter he was involved in was easy to execute but difficult to articulate. If he were to be reported to the authorities, it would undoubtedly lead to complications, and he might even face imprisonment. In a state of desperation, he hastily pleaded for mercy. "Please, Lou Dama, spare me this time. I am merely trying to earn a meager living." Observing that Nyorin appeared to be intimidated, Lou Dama revealed a triumphant smile. "If you wish for my leniency, it is not impossible. I demand half of the pharmaceuticals in your possession. Naturally, I shall not allow you to suffer. I will compensate you at the standard market price." On the other hand, upon receiving Lou Dama's message, Nyorin's expression shifted dramatically. "Damn it, so she is here to extort me." He was not a fool. Had she truly intended to report him, she would have contacted the police long ago, rather than engaging in this lengthy discourse. The final statement blatantly exposed her ulterior motives. Anger surged within him, and he was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of abuse upon Lou Dama. Yet an unexpected hesitation took hold of him. He could not ascertain whether Lou Dama genuinely had connections within the law enforcement agency. After all, how else did she manage to extort 1,000 yuan from someone previously? If her claims were legitimate, he would find himself in dire straits. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose to swallow his indignation, though a seed of resentment had already been quietly sown within his heart. "I have only received 50 boxes in total. I can give you a maximum of 20. I have no more." Lou Dama was elated. 20 boxes, which amounted to nearly 10,000 yuan, was not an insignificant sum. It exceeded her expectations. "Very well. 20 boxes it shall be." Chapter 24. Water suspension before long. Nyorin delivered 20 boxes of Lianhua Qingwen to Aunt Lou as promised. Upon receiving the goods, Aunt Lou was, of course, overjoyed. Little did she know that with just a few words, she had secured nearly 10,000 yuan in profit. However, unbeknownst to her. As soon as Niu Ren returned home after the delivery, he shattered a cup in his house into smithereens. Damn it, I've never suffered such a great loss in my life. Lu Xiaofan, just you wait. Beside him, his cousin A Chong, who had witnessed the entire scene, also wore a grim expression. Cousin, I suspect that old witch is trying to deceive you. Why else would she request so many medicines? I think she is simply envious of us and wants a share of the pie. Niu Ren took a deep breath, his fierce expression gradually softening. Do you think I am unaware? Yet, I cannot discern the depths of that old witch. For now, I must swallow my anger. What is more crucial at this moment is to sell these goods and secure the money. We still have over 200 boxes of medicine left, which could yield profits exceeding 100,000. We cannot allow that old witch to smash our bowl. A Chong nodded in agreement. So, cousin, what should we do next? I will follow your lead. Niu Ren pondered for a moment before responding. Let those who require the medicines reach out to us privately. Once we have dealt with these items, we will settle accounts with that old witch, Lu Xiaofan. The turmoil regarding the medicines in the Tianqing community owner group swiftly came to a close, only to be succeeded by a new wave of crisis. As the temperature plummets rapidly, many homeowners are struggling to cope. It feels as though the chill in the air intensifies by the day. My goodness, the temperature has dipped to a staggering minus 27 degrees. Even the toilet in my home has frozen over. This is utterly absurd. I am now too fearful to venture outside, cocooned in my down jacket and buried under blankets, yet still trembling from the cold. The air conditioning is cranked to its maximum, but it seems the gusts of air are nothing but frigid. This wretched weather is truly exasperating. Amidst this turmoil, the chorus of complaints within our group grows louder. As we enter the third day of this apocalyptic scenario, an unexpected calamity has caused the pent-up frustrations of countless individuals to erupt. On that fateful morning, many homeowners were taken aback to discover that the water supply in the community had been abruptly cut off. What on earth is happening? Why has the water stopped suddenly? What a mess. My household has also been affected. I was planning to cook, but how can I prepare food without water? Before long, someone tagged the perpetually unresponsive property management. Where are they? How has the water been cut off so suddenly? Those with short tempers began to express their outrage directly. Manager Chun of the property management, what on earth are you doing? How can there be a water outage? Manager Chun, is the property fee we pay each month meant for the dead? It was one thing for you to remain silent the past few days, but now to cut off the water? Are we even allowed to live? Indeed, when it comes to collecting property fees, you all act like grim reapers. But when issues arise, you feign ignorance. Do you have no conscience left? The property management hastily explained, we apologize, esteemed homeowners, but due to the frigid weather, the water pipes have frozen, resulting in the water outage. It turns out that southern cities lack the heating systems prevalent in northern regions, and the materials used for the pipes do not possess adequate frost resistance. After enduring 2 days and nights of sub-zero temperatures, the fragile pipes have succumbed entirely to the cold, preventing any water supply from emerging. However, it is evident that the management's explanation did little to appease the increasingly agitated homeowners. If they are frozen, then fix them. We pay you to manage these situations, don't we? What good is your explanation to us? I need you to resolve the issue now. My child is hungry, waiting for a meal. How can we cook without water? If you do not rectify this today, I shall refuse to pay the property fees in the future. If the residents above do not pay, I shall not pay either. The homeowners were seething with indignation, yet it seemed futile. The property management exhibited an alarming indifference. Manager Chen from the property management stated, Dear homeowners, it is not that we are unwilling to repair the pipes, but as you can see, the external temperature is nearing minus 30 degrees Celsius. Even if we were unbothered by the cold, repairs are simply impossible. The pipes are entirely ruined. Even if we were to fix them, they would freeze again almost immediately, rendering any effort futile. The property management's words rang true. Repairing frozen pipes in minus 30-degree weather is no easy task, yet the homeowners remained unconcerned with such realities. Witnessing the property management's apparent helplessness, the residents could not restrain their indignation. Damn it, a bunch of incompetent fools, exclaimed Yi Fei from Unit 1705. They unleashed the pent-up frustration accumulated over the past few days upon the property management. Even Yi Fei, who was lounging in bed scrolling through his phone, found himself unable to refrain from joining the chorus of insults. Fortunately, his sanctuary was not subjected to a water shortage. Although the pipes were faulty, his residence boasted an independent water tank and supply system. By simply pouring in the pre-prepared water, he could easily cope. His ire was solely directed at the property management's inefficacy. They were exceedingly proactive when it came to collecting fees, yet faltered when it truly mattered. He recalled a time when the light fixture in front of his door was malfunctioning. Upon calling the property management for assistance, he was astounded to hear them declare that such matters were not within their purview. They retorted, "If the light in front of your home is broken, it is your responsibility to fix it." This left Yifei utterly speechless with indignation. It seemed the shared property management fees were the owner's burden. Yet any resulting issues were also to be borne by the owners. All the benefits were reaped by the property management. Consequently, Yifei had a heated argument with them. Eventually, the management reluctantly agreed to repair the light bulb. At this moment, observing the property management being berated by numerous homeowners, Yifei couldn't help but sneer. They deserve it. After a considerable time, the cacophony of insults began to subside, only to reveal a serious issue looming over the homeowners: the water supply problem. While venting their frustrations was cathartic, the fundamental issue remained unresolved. Without water, even cooking became a challenge. Human existence itself was at stake. In a moment of desperation, a homeowner proposed that they might have to resort to collecting melted snow for water. Although the homeowners felt helpless, it appeared that this was the only viable solution for the time being. Frustrated with the property management, one could not help but curse their incompetence, forcing residents to venture out into the biting cold. Thus, waves of homeowners braved the frigid temperatures, armed with buckets to gather snowmelt for their daily needs. On the other hand, Yifei was unaffected by the water crisis and remained indoors. Nevertheless, he rose early to tend to his cat, replacing its food and litter. He then retrieved a treadmill, embarking on his first day of exercise. In a post-apocalyptic world, maintaining good health was imperative. Consequently, he devised a comprehensive physical conditioning plan, aptly named the Strongman Program. He committed to 1 hour of exercise in the morning and another hour in the evening, totaling 2 hours of rigorous training each day. Chapter 25. A gift from Shasha Fu. I'm exhausted. After running for half an hour on the treadmill, Yifei was drenched in sweat. He paused, gulping down half a bottle of water, then collapsed onto the floor, panting. It was evident that he was sorely lacking in physical activity. A bitter smile escaped him as he reflected on his previous job, which primarily involved sitting in an office, making phone calls, leaving him in a state of suboptimal health. Even a mere 30 minutes of running left him feeling utterly drained, his mind blank and vision dimmed. After a prolonged moment of recovery, he pushed himself to rise once more, gritting his teeth, and commenced his second set of exercises, push-ups. Meow. Beside him, little Qianqian crouched on the ground, her eyes fixed on her owner's peculiar behavior. Her eyes widened in surprise, and her small round face was etched with profound confusion. What was her master up to? After an indeterminate amount of time, Yifei once again succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. He felt as though his body had become a mere shell, devoid of any strength. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, his wristwatch suddenly emitted a sound. With a modicum of regained energy, Yifei activated it, and an ethereal screen materialized before his eyes. Soon, Shasha's voice, reminiscent of silver bells, echoed in his ears. "Brother Yifei, I have delightful news." Yifei raised an eyebrow. "What good news?" A melodious giggle from the young girl followed. "Hee, the book you gave me, Transforming Qi into a Horse, was successfully signed yesterday. Today marks the first day of recommendations, and already, we have 3 lords. By the way, lords are fans who have donated over 1,000 star coins." Yifei chuckled in astonishment, his heart fluttering with joy. To think that even at the onset of recommendations, there are those who are willing to make substantial contributions. It seems Transforming Qi into a Horse is not only popular on Blue Star, but can also shine brightly in the cosmos. Is that true? Shasha, allow me to extend my early congratulations to you, future deity of the literary realm. The girl's laughter resonated once more. Hee, Brother Yifei, this is all thanks to your assistance. I am no deity, merely a humble typist. Moreover, if congratulations are in order, they should be directed towards both of us. Upon hearing her words, Yifei smiled and nodded. Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned to the cartoon character displayed on the screen and spoke. "By the way, Shasha, could you assist me in inquiring whether there exists any substance on your planet that could enhance human physicality or any high-tech products that might bestow special abilities?" After an hour of exertion, he realized that perhaps he was not cut out for such endeavors. Thus, he sought to explore potential shortcuts. At this, Shasha readily agreed. "Certainly, I shall search online immediately. Through their previous interactions, she had come to understand that Yi Fei's world was one ravaged by the apocalypse, desperately in need of self-defense capabilities, and thus she dared not delay. And she did not keep Yi Fei waiting long. Eureka! Big brother Yi Fei, I have found something. Yi Fei was immediately electrified, even springing to his feet in excitement. What is it? Shasha's voice soon chimed in. I discovered that on our planet, there exists a physical enhancement potion. However, it comes at a steep price. Even the most affordable basic potion costs a staggering 1 million star coins. A single basic potion can augment an ordinary person's physique by approximately 8 to 10 times. Hearing Shasha's words, Yi Fei initially felt a rush of excitement, but he quickly regained his composure. 1 million star coins is no trifling sum. When converted to gold, it amounts to nearly 10 kilograms. However, in this frigid weather, where can he possibly procure 10 kilograms of gold? This matter appears to require careful deliberation. With this thought, he suppressed the fluttering in his heart and proceeded to inquire, Sasha, apart from the physique potions, is there anything else that can enhance strength? Preferably at a more affordable price. Just a moment, let me check. After a few minutes, Sasha regained her composure. I've got it. The dynamic capture glasses and exoskeleton gear. Both of these items were once military equipment for the esteemed high-tier soldiers, but they have since been phased out, making them quite inexpensive. Together, they can be acquired for approximately 12,000 star coins. The dynamic capture glasses? Exoskeleton gear? Yi Fei expressed his confusion, uncertain about these items. Sensing his perplexity, Sasha promptly began to elaborate based on the information she had found online. The dynamic capture glasses, as the name suggests, are designed to capture the movement trajectories of other beings when worn. They come equipped with thermal vision, tracking, and focusing capabilities, significantly enhancing the shooting accuracy and reconnaissance abilities of ordinary soldiers. The exoskeleton gear, on the other hand, is worn by soldiers and can greatly amplify the strength of their limbs. For instance, if an ordinary person's strength is roughly 50 kilograms, donning the exoskeleton gear could elevate that to approximately 100 to 200 kilograms. Furthermore, it also provides slight enhancements to running speed and endurance. Upon hearing Sasha's introduction, Yi Fei was instantly captivated. This was undoubtedly cutting-edge technology. Moreover, the capabilities are exceedingly formidable. It is as if these items were custom-tailored for him. Most importantly, in comparison to the potions for enhancing physical attributes, the cost of these two items is almost 100 times less. For merely 12,000 star coins, one can bring them home. When converted to gold, it amounts to only 120 grams. Given his current financial situation, he can certainly afford it. Although he has very few star coins at the moment, he is confident that with a little effort, he can easily gather the modest sum of 120 grams of gold. Immediately, he spoke to Shasha with a tone of slight excitement. Shasha, please keep an eye out for these two items and see where they are available. However, to his surprise, Shasha fell silent. Shasha. Yi Fei glanced at the screen, clearly noticing that she was still online. What could be the matter? Nearly 10 minutes passed, and there was still no response from her. Yi Fei began to grow anxious. Surely, nothing unfortunate has happened to Shasha? Just as he was consumed by worry, a system notification suddenly appeared in the chat interface. Ding! Your friend Shasha has sent you a package X1. Would you like to accept it? Simultaneously, Shasha's voice broke the silence once again. Big brother Yi Fei, could you please accept it? Upon hearing her voice, Yi Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him, although a hint of confusion lingered as he chose to accept the package. With a flash of blue light, a cardboard box approximately half a meter tall materialized before him. Shasha, what is this? He inquired. With a tone imbued with mystery, Shasha replied, Hee, big brother Yi Fei, you'll find out once you open it. At that moment, a sudden thought struck Yi Fei. Could it be? Yet he quickly shook his head. Shasha should be devoid of funds to assist him in acquiring these two pieces of equipment. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he nonetheless opened the cardboard box before him with a hint of anticipation. In the next moment, a pair of light blue monocles and a humanoid frame crafted from alloy appeared neatly in front of his eyes. Yi Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! Chapter 26. Two pieces of cutting-edge technology. Upon beholding the two pieces of equipment, Yi Fei was overwhelmed with both surprise and delight. Shasha had truly outdone herself this time. Yi Fei, do you like the gift I sent you? Shasha's voice echoed once more. Yi Fei reigned in his excitement. Shasha, where did you procure the funds? With a melodious laugh, Sha addressed his curiosity. Did I not tell you? Today, 3 fans rewarded me with the title of Alliance Leader. One of them is a Gold Alliance member, which requires 10,000 star coins. Additionally, with some miscellaneous donations, I had just enough star coins totaling 12,000. Fortunately, there is a shop not far from my home that sells these items, so I purchased them on a whim. I'm lucky that we can directly withdraw our rewards here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to buy this for you. Hearing Sha's words, Yifei suddenly felt a flutter in his heart. This was indeed the first time he had received a gift from a girl, especially one from a distant online friend he had never met in person. The value was significant, and it was precisely what he urgently needed. To claim that one is unmoved would undoubtedly be a falsehood. Sasha, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. In a modest room situated within the impoverished district, the young girl gazed at her account, which had just been replenished with star coins, now dwindling to a mere 2 digits. Yet her face radiated joy. At last, she could assist her elder brother Yifei. How wonderful! With a smile, she spoke, Elder brother Yifei, we are indeed the most steadfast allies, are we not? It is only natural for us to support one another. After a considerable time, the video call concluded. Yifei, with an expression of anticipation, reached for 2 extraterrestrial devices before him. The first was a pair of blue monocular glasses, reminiscent of the combat power scouter from Dragon Ball. This must be the dynamic capture glasses that Sasha referred to. Beside the glasses lay a manual illustrating the usage process. Following the instructions, Yifei placed the glasses over his left eye. His vision remained unobstructed, akin to donning a pair of corrective lenses. Next, he powered the device on. The image before him flickered momentarily before sharpening into focus. Yifei approached the balcony and peered outside, only to discover that, as he turned his left eye, the swirling snowflakes outside became astonishingly vivid. Moreover, he seemed capable of discerning the trajectories of these snowflakes as they descended. Consequently, he fixated intently on a particular hexagonal snowflake. A sudden thought striking him, this snowflake would land atop the black sedan parked below. As soon as he uttered his prediction, the very snowflake he had been observing indeed descended and settled precisely on the black car, almost perfectly aligning with his estimation. Remarkable. At this moment, Yifei could not help but appreciate the remarkable capabilities of the dynamic capturing glasses. With these spectacles, he felt that his marksmanship would undoubtedly improve significantly. Truly a testament to the high-tech world, these once unrivaled individual soldiers' gear, despite being obsolete, remained undeniably advanced technology in Blue Star. Subsequently, he pressed a button on the glasses to activate the thermal vision function, a feature he valued immensely. This capability allowed him to detect any biological presence, as all living beings emit heat, humans included. With thermal vision at his disposal, he no longer had to worry about ambushes or covert attacks. Anyone daring to approach his doorstep would be detected immediately. As the scene in front of him shimmered, Yifei's vision became slightly blurred. Soon, a world composed of blue and red hues materialized in his left eye. As he adjusted his gaze, distinct red silhouettes emerged within his field of vision. In no time at all, he became acutely aware of his surroundings. In the neighboring Unit 1703, there resided 2 individuals, presumably a man and a woman. Across from him, in Unit 1704, there were 3 occupants, the shortest of whom appeared to be a child. Suddenly, he noticed a particular red figure whose glow seemed significantly dimmer than the others, while the others radiated a bright crimson. This individual could only be described as a pale red. Judging by the proximity, it was likely a resident from Building 17. He discreetly observed the situation. Within the individual S room, there was only one person, and after several minutes had elapsed, they hardly moved at all. Was he on the brink of freezing to death? A flicker of concern stirred within him, yet he was not inclined to intervene. In this apocalyptic world, perhaps an early demise would be a form of liberation. For the life that lay ahead promised to be far more brutal. It could easily be described as hellish. After engaging with the dynamic capture goggles for some time and becoming thoroughly acquainted with their features, Yifei finally removed them. Notably, this extraterrestrial piece of technological marvel operated on a lithium battery with an exceptionally high capacity, allowing for nearly a month's use on a single charge. Yifei felt no apprehension regarding the need for recharging. After carefully storing the goggles, he turned his attention to the exoskeleton suit. In contrast to the dynamic capture goggles, the exoskeleton required a more intricate process to don. Yifei dedicated several minutes to comprehensively understanding the method of wearing this equipment. and after a few more minutes, he succeeded in putting it on. Once equipped, it felt as if a metallic framework had attached itself to his limbs and spine. The sensation was reminiscent of wearing a childhood backpack, not overly heavy, merely akin to carrying a satchel. As he clenched his fist, a faint sound of metal grinding echoed. Yet his body experienced no discomfort. He then directed his gaze toward the half-wooden coffee table in the living room. This table weighed over 100 pounds, a feat he would have been unable to lift in the past. It was the perfect object to test the suit's efficacy. With this thought, he approached the table and exerted a slight force with both hands. Up. As a subtle resistance met his hands, the table gradually began to lift off the ground. The sensation that Yi Fei experienced was akin to cradling a 5-year-old child. It felt slightly heavy, yet not burdensome, far from reaching his current limits. Remarkable. A grin spread across Yi Fei's face, his smile more radiant than the flames of an AK in full blaze. Subsequently, he employed various methods to acclimate himself to the bodily transformations that accompanied the exoskeleton suit. Ultimately, he concluded that, once adorned with the equipment, the strength of his limbs had increased approximately threefold compared to normal conditions. What once could only lift 100 pounds now had the capacity to raise around 300. His running speed had also accelerated by about a third. Quite impressive. Yi Fei was exceedingly satisfied with the performance of this equipment. Simultaneously, the tension that had gripped his heart began to ease. At this moment, he felt he had finally acquired the means for self-preservation. With the dynamic capture glasses and exoskeleton suit, his sense of security had significantly heightened. Surely, his overall combat prowess now rivaled that of elite soldiers? Chapter 27. The shift in attitudes among homeowners after acquiring the two pieces of equipment. Yi Fei resolutely abandoned his aspirations of arduous self-improvement. Would he forego a shortcut? Why endure the toil of rigorous training? He was no fool. Why suffer needlessly? Only a simpleton would engage in such folly. Of course, in a post-apocalyptic world, one must possess a robust physique. Otherwise, a mere illness could prove fatal. Thus, he resolved to swiftly amass enough gold to exchange for vitality potions. A mere 10 kilograms. Surely, a single gold shop would suffice. With this thought, Yi Fei glanced outside at the swirling snowflakes. Once again, he glanced at the temperature, minus 39 degrees. Venturing outside was undoubtedly impractical. He could only hope to gather supplies within the Tianqing community. Possessing a multitude of resources, he could easily exchange a fraction of them for gold with the residents when the time came. Surely, those homeowners, facing the dire straits of famine, would be eager to trade their gold for sustenance. With this thought in mind, Yi Fei settled onto the sofa, propping his feet upon the coffee table, and casually lit a purple cloud for himself. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, and moments later, a plume of smoke billowed from his lips. Savoring the taste of nicotine, his other hand absent-mindedly twirled a lighter. However, it was still not the opportune moment. Today marked merely the third day of the apocalypse. The homeowners had yet to reach their breaking point. Yet Yi Fei remained unperturbed. He had ample time. Within the Tianqing community's homeowner group, as time passed, the discontent among many grew increasingly palpable. In numerous households, the scarcity of supplies had begun to manifest. Families in southern cities typically stocked a bag of rice. Yet vegetables and fresh meat were seldom preserved. Purchases were made for immediate consumption. Some even procured just enough ingredients for a single meal each time. Now, after several days of confinement, many households had exhausted their leftovers. In more desperate cases, some had completely run out of provisions. There was no rice left to eat. When would this snow cease? My vegetables have all been consumed. For breakfast and lunch, we resorted to rice soaked in hot water. Is there no respite for us? Our family is relatively better off. The children enjoy spicy snacks, and we recently purchased some. However, relying solely on these snacks day after day is hardly sustainable, and nutrition is severely lacking. I haven't tasted meat in 2 days, and my palate longs for something more substantial. Is there anyone who has surplus pork to spare? We would be grateful for any assistance, and of course, it would not be without recompense. Our situation is even more dire. We ran out of supplies this morning, and my husband and I have yet to eat anything since dawn. Does anyone have food to sell? Please, we implore you to help our child. We fear starvation is imminent. Many homeowners have taken to the group to express their frustrations and seek to procure supplies from others. Yet this time, the atmosphere in the group is unusually subdued. Many have begun to sense that something is amiss. The snow has fallen relentlessly for 3 days and nights, accumulating to nearly a meter in depth. The temperature has plummeted to nearly minus 40 degrees. This unprecedented situation, far beyond the realm of ordinary experience, breeds a palpable sense of panic. Who knows how long this will persist? People are starting to calculate their options. Even if the snow were to cease today, it would take considerable time to return to conditions before the snowfall. With this mindset, many instinctively choose self-preservation. Consequently, the previously harmonious atmosphere of the group has shifted dramatically. Everyone has become wary, fearing that others may approach them for supplies. We have run out of food. Perhaps you could inquire with others. In my household, we too have gone an entire day without food, and though I wish to assist you, I find myself powerless. I even rummaged through the trash bin, desperate for a morsel of leftover food. Where could I possibly procure surplus supplies to offer you? In an instant, the residents in the group began to share their woes, and one might mistakenly believe that the entire community was on the brink of famine. In truth, the majority of households still possess some provisions. Far from the point of starvation, their lamentations stem from a fear of drawing covetous eyes towards their limited resources. Observing the lack of willingness among others to extend a helping hand, those in need could only endure their predicament with gritted teeth. This state of affairs persisted until the morning of the fourth day, when someone could no longer bear the situation. The individual who erupted was none other than the young man who had previously clashed with Aunt Lou. Yi Fei vaguely remembered him. It was said that he lived alone and seldom cooked, opting instead for takeout. Now, in this bitter cold, the delivery services had long since vanished. His sudden outburst indicated a true desperation for sustenance. He Wei from Unit 706 sent a message. Does anyone have food to spare? I will pay handsomely, offering 5 times the market price. After tagging several of the more active residents from the past few days, the response was glaringly absent. His message fell into silence, igniting a flame of fury within him. Damn it, I speak to you all kindly, and yet no one listens. Do not blame me for losing my temper. You all wish to go downstairs for water? I shall see who dares to come down today. Having spoken, he captured a photograph and shared it in the group. The image revealed a sharp fruit knife. In light of what He Wei had just articulated, the implication of sharing this picture was unmistakable. He was prepared to resort to drastic measures. Indeed, when cornered, individuals can resort to any means. Consequently, many homeowners began to feel uneasy. Brother He, do not act impulsively. Young man, wielding a knife is against the law. You could end up in prison. Please, maintain your composure. However, at this moment, He Wei was already consumed by hunger and was beyond reason. The law? Am I not on the brink of starvation? And you dare speak of legality? His words seemed to awaken a few others who had long since run out of provisions, prompting several homeowners to speak out. Brother He is right. You are exceedingly selfish. Are you truly going to watch us starve? Exactly. If we perish from hunger, you will bear the consequences. Count me in. Brother He, let us see who dares to come down and collect the snow. Another image of a kitchen knife was shared in the group. Chaos erupted as many homeowners began to panic. Since the morning of the third day, without water, all residents had been forced to brave the cold to gather snow for cooking. If they were to be obstructed, calamity would surely ensue. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, one homeowner suddenly had a moment of clarity. He Wei, Brother He, do not be hasty. Let us all remain calm for the moment. I suddenly recalled that there is a small convenience store beneath Building 17. The proprietor had returned to his hometown for personal matters recently, yet the merchandise in his store should still be available. Perhaps you could negotiate with him to procure some food. Upon saying this, I mentioned a person named Chen Fuguwei. As soon as the message was sent, an eerie silence enveloped the group. Those like He Wei, who were already out of provisions, refrained from further discussion. It remained uncertain whether they had discreetly approached the store owner for a conversation. Thus, this matter appeared to reach a temporary conclusion. After all, who among them would truly wish to engage in unlawful activities if sustenance were within reach? Observing this, the homeowners in the group sighed in relief. However, unbeknownst to them, the Pandora's box of secrets was on the verge of being unleashed. Chapter 28. The secret of Chen Fuguwei within the homeowners group. The small store owner, Chen Fuguwei, who had been unwittingly implicated by the aforementioned homeowner, swiftly made his presence known. Chen Fuguwei from Unit 102 of Building 17 remarked, "Why drag me into this? The items in my shop have long been sold out. There is hardly anything left to eat, and your efforts in seeking me are futile." He endeavored to dissuade them from their pursuit. Yet, how could He Wei and the others, having grasped this lifeline, relinquish it so easily? Furthermore, who would believe that a convenience store was devoid of food? It was evident that Chen Fuguwei was simply unwilling to sell to them. Chun, if you truly have no food, why not allow us to inspect the store? If there is indeed nothing edible, we assure you we won't disturb the rest of your inventory. If there were food available, we would be willing to pay double the price to acquire it. The other onlookers in the group urged him as well. Indeed, Boss Chun, why not sell to them? You would profit, and they would receive nourishment. It is a win-win situation, is it not? However, Chun Fugue seemed resolute in his refusal to sell anything from his shop, perhaps unwilling to allow anyone else into his establishment. In any case, he was adamant in his stance. No means no. I truly have nothing left in my store. Do not entertain any misguided notions. My shop is equipped with surveillance cameras, and should you decide to call the police, none of you will escape. Unbeknownst to him, he grossly underestimated the desperation of a group of starving individuals craving sustenance. His words incited the ire of several owners in the group. How dare you be so ungrateful? Today, you will sell, whether you like it or not. Even if you call the authorities, I fear nothing. It is better than starving to death. I refuse to believe that in your small shop, you have absolutely nothing to eat. Is it 102 in Building 17? Just wait, I am coming over now. The famished owners, driven by desperation, paid no heed to Chun Fugue's threats. They were intent on forcing a sale. At worst, they would take the items and pay later. Upon seeing the messages in the group, Chun Fugue was instantly alarmed. What are you planning to do? Do not act recklessly. Panic gripped him. His shop concealed his secret, and if it were discovered, it would spell his ruin. At this moment, several irate homeowners, evidently unwilling to heed any further counsel, resolved to take matters into their own hands. If they refuse to sell us food, then we shall procure it ourselves. Within mere minutes, a video circulated through the group. The footage revealed two young individuals, swathed in layers akin to dumplings, braving the heavy snowfall beneath Building 17. Each wielded a sizable hammer and a wrench, standing defiantly before the humble establishment owned by Chun Guifu. Do not blame us, Boss Chun. We shall ensure that the due payment reaches you. With that proclamation, the young man brandishing the hammer swung it with conviction against the shop's roll-up door. The force of his strike distorted the door, shattering the lock in the process. Subsequently, he yanked the door open, revealing the interior to the onlookers. Inside the modest 30 to 40 square meter shop, two shelves were meticulously arranged with an array of goods: instant noodles, ham, assorted beverages, cigarettes, everything one could desire. Damn it, they deceived us by claiming they had run out, exclaimed one of the assailants, his anger palpable upon witnessing the scene behind the door. He then bellowed, "Everyone, come quickly. There's more than enough food here for all of us." Their call was a calculated attempt to draw others into their illicit scheme. Ultimately, their actions were undeniably unlawful, and to claim otherwise would be disingenuous. By involving more individuals, they rationalized, should Chun Guifu report the incident and authorities take action, the collective responsibility would dilute the repercussions, thereby mitigating the potential penalties. The law does not hold the crowd accountable. Here they come. Two brothers, wait for me. Ha ha ha, I have arrived as well. Save some for me. The individuals in the group who were lacking supplies were suddenly filled with astonishment, clamoring to procure goods. This scene caused Chun Fugue to feel as though his soul had departed from his body. Stop, everyone, cease your actions. I am willing to sell you the items. Yet this time, his plea was swiftly drowned out by the cacophony in the group. Upon witnessing the supplies, everyone cast him aside, forgetting him entirely. In the year 1705, Yi Fei stood on a secluded balcony, observing the scattered crowd converging towards Building 17, a peculiar glimmer flickering in his eyes. He recalled that this very scene had transpired in his past life. Shortly thereafter, Chun Fugue's convenience store was exposed, revealing an array of women's undergarments on display. Chun Fugue, harboring an unknown eccentricity. Moments later, a chorus of furious shouts resonated throughout the entire community. Damn it! Isn't this my wife's underwear? Goodness! This belongs to my grandmother. That scoundrel Chun Fugue has stolen lingerie. How outrageous. Is he still single at over 40? Does he have such a peculiar hobby? I wondered why this fellow had money but refused to sell to us. It turns out he feared we would unearth his secret. Brothers, let us demolish this place. Clearly, the homeowners scavenging for food had uncovered Chun Fugue's secret. What followed was a cacophony of destruction. The sounds of items being smashed echoed through the air, followed by a wave of denunciations and curses erupting within the group. Regrettably, Chun Fugue, realizing the precariousness of the situation, promptly fled the group. Damn it, that fellow is remarkably swift. He may have escaped, but I refuse to believe he won't return. Should I ever catch him, I will not show him any mercy. Inside the small convenience store at 17 Building, Room 102, chaos reigned supreme. The shelves on the first floor and the living quarters on the second floor had been thoroughly ransacked by furious homeowners. It is hard to imagine any man remaining composed in such circumstances. Such a deviant deserves to be punished. As the tumult began to subside, dozens of homeowners commenced the task of gathering the scattered provisions from the floor. Suddenly, one homeowner spoke up. Everyone, do you think we should still send the money for the supplies to Chinfuguay? Upon hearing this, the multitude of hands that had been collecting supplies came to an abrupt halt. Expressions varied among the crowd. Initially, they had indeed intended to pay, for this is a society governed by law. Even though they had forcibly breached the convenience store's door, they were prepared to make reparations afterward. In such a scenario, whether one pays or not makes a significant difference. If they paid, it could be deemed as an act of emergency mitigation. If they did not, it would unequivocally be considered theft. Now, having uncovered Chinfuguay's peculiarities, it seemed there was a reasonable justification to withhold the funds. After all, it was Chun who had erred first. Among the crowd, a tall, slender young man narrowed his eyes and was the first to vocalize his thoughts. I do not intend to pay this money. What about you all? A hush fell over the crowd. Shortly thereafter, another young man, who appeared to be in a more precarious financial situation, echoed the sentiment. Since Brother Gao Wei refuses to give, neither shall I. Others nodded in agreement. If you do not give, I too shall withhold. What a farce. Chinfuguay has already fled and has surely blacklisted us. Thus, let us all refrain from giving. In this manner, the homeowners present reached a tacit understanding. Let this be considered the compensation bestowed upon us by Chinfuguay. Chapter 29. Escalation of events with a sense of justification. The crowd divided the supplies from the convenience store, tacitly approving of this act of theft. Little did they realize that once a precedent is set, it becomes exceedingly difficult to halt its course. In this instance, they may have perceived themselves as righteous, but what of the future? The assemblage gazed at their ample provisions, sufficient to sustain them for several days. An intangible seed, named violence, had quietly taken root in their hearts. Following the looting of the convenience store, a chilling piece of news erupted in the group chat. After enduring 4 days of frigid torment, someone finally succumbed, quietly slipping into eternal slumber on a cold night. Alas, the elderly man in Unit 1503 of Building 17 has frozen to death. This elderly gentleman was familiar to many, a solitary figure of around 70 years, who once served as a security guard, having interacted with numerous homeowners. The announcement of his demise set the group chat ablaze with shock. Is it true? Has someone actually perished from the cold? In an instant, panic gripped the chat. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine, confronted with the unsettling proximity of death. Soon, individuals with knowledge of the situation stepped forward to confirm the tragic news. One morning, someone knocked on his door, and upon sensing something amiss, discovered that he had become completely frozen, ensnared within his blankets, requiring considerable effort to extricate him. The description provided by the informant was exceedingly vivid, allowing everyone to vividly envision the scene. An elderly man, entirely rigid, unable to close his eyes in eternal slumber, ultimately encased in ice along with his bedding. This was truly horrifying. How could such a thing happen? A palpable wave of panic swept through the group. Having lived in a time of peace for so long, everyone harbored an innate fear of death. Yet, now, a person well known to all had tragically succumbed to the cold right before their eyes. Fear not, someone reassured. Old Chun was advanced in years, his health was frail, and with no air conditioning in his home, his demise was merely an isolated incident. Observing the oppressive atmosphere in the chat, an inherently optimistic individual attempted to uplift the spirits of the group. However, it was evident that his words had little impact. The stark reality of a frozen death lay before them. How could one remain composed in such circumstances? Moreover, the biting cold was a peril that everyone now faced. With the first victim claimed by the cold, the unsettling thought arose. Would there soon be a second, a third? Or perhaps, would it one day be their turn? No one wished to meet such an end. Under these circumstances, many homeowners began to shift their perspectives, realizing that the current weather truly posed a lethal threat. Uncertainty loomed regarding the duration of this calamity, and soon, thoughts of self-preservation began to take root, especially for those homeowners without air conditioning or living alone. A profound sense of crisis has enveloped them. I, too, Lack an air conditioning unit at home and have nearly succumbed to numbness in these frigid days. Is there a kind soul willing to offer me refuge? I am all alone. One homeowner lamented in the group. This time, his message quickly received a response. Brother, I also live alone and have air conditioning. If you don't mind, come stay with me. It would be nice to have some company. The distressed homeowner was instantly overjoyed. Great. Thank you, brother. I will move in right away. Soon, several other solitary residents voiced their plight and were likewise welcomed. Following this, another individual proposed. Manager Chun of the property management, I suggest that you compile a list of all those who live alone without air conditioning or heating devices. Based on the actual situation, we could relocate 2 solitary individuals to a home equipped with air conditioning, allowing them to look out for one another. The property management seemed to recognize the gravity of the situation this time and did not refuse. They promptly agreed and tagged all members. All members, solitary homeowners. Whether or not you have heating devices, please add me on WeChat and send me your information. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to reach out to me or seek help in the group. After this, he duplicated the message and issued a group announcement. The property management's decisive approach garnered widespread praise from numerous homeowners, filling the chat with thumbs-up emojis and expressions of admiration. In room 1705, Yi Fei gazed coldly at the messages in the group chat, displaying no intention of privately contacting the property management. His abode was equipped with air conditioning, a fireplace, and an abundance of supplies. However, he was unwilling to allow an untrustworthy individual into his sanctuary. Inviting someone in was easy, but sending them away would prove challenging. Once inside, it was likely they would have no desire to leave. Moreover, were these homeowners not a bit foolish? With everyone halting their activities, did they truly believe the electricity would remain uninterrupted? If his memory served him correctly, the Tianqing community was scheduled for a power outage that very night. When that time arrived, all the air conditioning and heating devices in households would become ineffective. Whether one lived alone or with others made little difference. Togetherness merely provided mutual support. Did Yi Fei require such companionship? At that moment, a notification chimed from WeChat. Yi Fei opened it to find a message from Yao Lan. Yi Fei, what is your opinion on the announcement in the group? Over the past few days, the two had been confined to their homes, leading to frequent conversations. Sometimes he would initiate contact, while other times, she would reach out to him. In just 4 short days, their chat history had accumulated dozens of pages. This beautiful doctor no longer addressed him as Mr. Yi, a somewhat formal title, but instead called him by his name directly. Through her message, it was evident that the death of the elderly Mr. Chun in the group had instilled a sense of unease in her as well. After all, like Yi Fei, she also lived alone. Living solo meant that should one fall ill with a fever, no one would be aware. Fortune can be capricious. One might unwittingly follow in the footsteps of the old man Chun. Sensing her trepidation, Yi Fei's eyes glinted mischievously as he chuckled. What is the matter? Even a beautiful doctor like you feels fear? Why don't you come to my place, and I shall offer you some comfort? I assure you, my bed is both spacious and exceedingly comfortable. Unconcerned about the potential wrath of Yao Lan, he sent forth such a greasy message. As he had gradually discerned through their recent exchanges that she seemed to harbor a fondness for him. A touch of playful flirtation could not only bring delight, but also draw them closer together. In a cozy bedroom adorned in hues of purple, Yao Lan curled beneath her blankets, hesitant to expose even a hint of her skin. At that moment, she clutched her phone, reading the message Yi Fei had sent. A gentle blush graced her exquisitely beautiful cheeks, for she had not anticipated that he would still find the time to tease her so audaciously with such oily words. Her petite and delicate toes involuntarily curled in embarrassment. Yet, after reading his message, the unease in her heart palpably diminished, replaced by a sweetness she had never before experienced. A smile crept upon her lips, and she promptly typed, "Puffed, greasy man." After a moment's thought, she added a cute bunny emoji. She then sent another message. "Humph. Even at this hour, you still find it amusing to joke?" Seeing her response, Yi Fei chuckled again. As a man seasoned by the experiences of love, he was quite certain that this enchanting doctor had indeed succumbed to the throes of infatuation. Otherwise, one would not frequently take the initiative to engage him in conversation, responding with a myriad of emoticons after he has uttered those rather crass remarks. It is well known that girls typically express themselves abundantly through emoticons only in the presence of someone they are fond of. As for those they detest or regard with indifference, should they dare to communicate in such a manner, the inevitable consequence would be to be blocked. Alas, dear lady, your fate is sealed. Chapter 30. Inviting Yao Lan regarding the stunning beauty that is Yao Lan, Yi Fei certainly harbors no disdain. After some contemplation, he decisively typed, "I am not jesting. Why not move in with me? It would be beneficial to have each other's company. My home has 2 spare bedrooms. You may choose one to settle in." This invitation was the result of Yi Fei's thoughtful deliberation. In this apocalyptic world, beyond the scarcity of resources, there exists an even more formidable adversary: solitude. The deprivation of resources inflicts physical torment, whereas loneliness is a profound psychological affliction. Humans are inherently social beings, innately yearning for vibrancy and companionship. Yi Fei is no exception. In fact, as an orphan, he harbors an even greater dread of solitude. It is a most terrifying experience. Some may argue that they can reside alone at home for months without feeling lonely. However, this is not the essence of true loneliness. For one resides in a bustling city, merely choosing not to venture outside. The opportunity for social interaction remains within reach. One can order takeout or receive parcels. The liveliness surrounds you, ready to dispel any sense of isolation. True loneliness manifests as an overwhelming silence, where not a single sound penetrates the stillness. And after several hours of wandering outside, one encounters not a soul. No one listens to your joys and sorrows. No one shares with you the trivialities of daily life. It feels as though the entire world has forgotten you. This sensation is what we call loneliness. Moreover, true loneliness is a burden few can bear. Otherwise, why is Finland the country with the highest suicide rate in the world? The Finns are not lacking in wealth, yet every year, many young individuals choose to end their lives. Is it not due to the unbearable shadow of solitude? Consider those wilderness survival competitions. Most contestants ultimately abandon the challenge, not for lack of sustenance, but because they cannot endure prolonged isolation from human contact. Many of them, with a modicum of perseverance, could secure substantial rewards. Yet they willingly choose to forfeit. This underscores the terrifying nature of loneliness. Presently, Yi Fei does not lack material possessions. The items in his space could sustain him for 10 lifetimes. However, in terms of emotional sustenance, he currently has only a small cat, Qianqian, which is undoubtedly insufficient. Therefore, it is imperative for him to seek 1 or 2 suitable companions. Engaging in conversations, singing, and partaking in enjoyable activities, such as playing single-player games, would greatly benefit him. He finds Yao Lan to be an excellent choice. She is beautiful and a doctor, albeit a veterinarian. "Yao Lan, are you serious?" Initially, she responded with a questioning expression, and upon confirming that Yi Fei was not jesting, she felt a flicker of interest. After all, given the current circumstances outside, she too sensed a growing unease. Yet, her feminine modesty soon led her to decline. No, it is entirely inappropriate for me, as a young woman, to move in with you." Although she harbors a fondness for Yi Fei, it remains at a nascent stage, barely qualifying as affection. Naturally, she would not take the initiative to visit his home. That would essentially mean cohabitation, which is far too hasty. After all, Yao Lan has remained single since birth and has never even experienced a romantic relationship. She does not wish for Yi Fei to perceive her as a frivolous woman. Meanwhile, upon receiving her message, Yi Fei calmly continued typing. "Do not be so quick to decline. You are well aware of the current situation in the group. I anticipate that things will only grow more chaotic in the days to come. It is possible that in a few days, He Wei and his associates, faced with a shortage of food, may turn their attention to the homeowners. At that point, the threat level for solitary women like yourself will undoubtedly escalate." In Yao Lan's residence, apartment 801, she was curled up under 3 layers of blankets, her delicate brows furrowed as she read Yi Fei's message. His words echoed her deepest concerns. When He Wei and his group shared images of kitchen knives in the morning, it had startled her. Although the sudden appearance of a small convenience store had temporarily satisfied He Wei and his gang, leading them to withdraw for the time being. What would happen in a few days if the snowstorm persisted and their food supplies ran out? Would others resort to desperate measures like He Wei? If such a situation were to arise, it would indeed pose a significant danger for solitary women like her. Once societal order collapses, women undoubtedly find themselves in a vulnerable position. After much contemplation, she typed, "How about, you move in with me?" The moment she sent the message, her face flushed crimson, and she felt a warmth enveloping her entire being. However, compared to the prospect of relocating to Yi Fei's residence, this was the utmost limit she could accept. Subsequently, she pondered further and added, "Once you move in, You must not entertain any improper thoughts. My home has an extra bedroom. You can stay there for now." Upon reading her message, a smirk crept across Yi Fei's lips. It was settled. Since Yao Lan had relented, the subsequent steps would undoubtedly be much simpler. Yet, her words implied that he, Yi Fei, might take advantage of her, which was utterly absurd. He was a paragon of virtue. His invitation was solely based on her esteemed profession as a doctor. There were absolutely no ulterior motives. His heart was pure. However, for the time being, he needed to persuade her to move in. Otherwise, playing games alone would be dreadfully dull. Contemplating this, Yi Fei activated his phone's camera, capturing a shot of the fireplace ablaze with flickering flames, and then a close-up of himself clad in a short-sleeved shirt. Afterward, he clicked send. Adopting the tone of a cunning wolf enticing a naive lamb, he wrote, "You should really come to my place. I have a fireplace that provides warmth. The air conditioning is no longer effective, and I assure you, staying at my home will be far more comfortable than yours. Moreover, consider the current situation. Water has already been cut off, and it won't be long before the power goes out as well." Before long, Yao Lan received the short video Yi Fei had sent. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She could hardly believe her eyes. There was indeed a fireplace. A fireplace with flames dancing fervently. In the living room, Yi Fei surprisingly wore only a short-sleeved shirt. How absurd is that? One must consider that the temperature outside had plummeted to a chilling -40 degrees. In such frigid conditions, she herself was bundled in 2 layers of thermal underwear, ensconced beneath 3 thick blankets and several garments, yet still felt icy and her limbs were stiff. Yet, Yi Fei's home seemed to be so comfortable. Just imagining it made her envious. It must be at least 20 degrees inside. For a moment, she couldn't suppress her longing for warmth. How she desired to bask by a fire. Upon recalling Yi Fei's invitation, she felt an inner turmoil. Should she go or not? She sensed that if she took the initiative to visit, it would undoubtedly be akin to a lamb entering a den of lions. However, Yi Fei had not confessed his feelings first. This was all progressing far too quickly. As she wrestled with her thoughts, Yi Fei thoughtfully sent another message. "Gather your things. I'll come to pick you up shortly." At that moment, Yao Lan completely relinquished her reservations. All right. Chapter 31. Yi Fei's Revelation. I shall not be like those protagonists in apocalyptic novels who wait for the woman they desire to endure suffering before extending a helping hand. When the time is right, one must act. Observing Yao Lan's response, Yi Fei nodded in satisfaction. He had read many apocalyptic tales where the heroes only offered aid when the women reached their wits' end, seizing the opportunity to win them over. But Yi Fei had no intention of following that script. Reality is not a novel. In the true midst of an apocalyptic world, those women who possess striking beauty are undeniably in the gravest peril. A single misstep could lead to being usurped by another, or worse, meeting an untimely demise. How fortuitous would it be for one to await the arrival of a hero to rescue them from the brink of disaster? A moment of carelessness could result in their immediate downfall. The former Yao Lan had no further news. It is likely she succumbed to the cold after the power outage today, with no opportunity to be saved thereafter. Thus, when Yi Fei deemed the moment ripe, he acted decisively, yet with due preparation. After stroking his lightly stubbled chin and contemplating briefly, Yi Fei commenced his endeavors. First and foremost, he meticulously inspected all his weaponry. 2 Glock handguns and an MP5 submachine gun were ready, each chambered and safety disengaged, accompanied by multiple magazines placed within immediate reach. This ensured he could retaliate promptly in the face of danger. Although the current state of Tianqing community had not yet escalated to such a critical juncture, caution remained paramount. After all, one's life is singular and irreplaceable. Having been granted a second chance at life, he cherished his existence profoundly. Once assured of his weaponry's reliability, Yi Fei proceeded to don his gear. Outside, the temperature plummeted to a frigid -40 degrees, necessitating careful attire. He began with a layer of fleece-lined base wear, followed by thermal undergarments. Next, he donned fleece-lined autumn trousers and topped them with robust winter work pants. On his feet, he wore long socks paired with insulated tactical boots. After some contemplation, he donned the stab-resistant vest he had previously purchased online, prioritizing a sense of security. Subsequently, he layered on a jacket designed for extreme cold and wind protection. Once his clothing was properly adjusted, he proceeded to wrap a scarf around his neck and don tactical gloves, ensuring that not a single inch of skin was left exposed. Finally, he secured a tactical helmet over his head. Adorned in this manner, his physique appeared significantly bulkier, yet Yifei nodded in satisfaction. Prepared and resolute, he detached the lever from the door, entered the password, and opened the door that had remained shut for 4 days. A fierce gust of cold wind rushed in, sweeping through the room. The lazy little Chanchian, sprawled in the living room, was abruptly jolted awake, letting out a startled cry and instinctively shivering before hastily scurrying to the fireplace. It cast a mournful glance at its now bulkier master, emitting a plaintive sound of protest. "Be good and wait for my return." Yifei waved at it and stepped outside. "Meow," came the response from behind him. It seemed to have understood his words, for it did not follow, instead shifting into a more comfortable position to continue lounging. It wasn't as cold as he had anticipated. In fact, it felt rather refreshing. The moment he stepped out, he felt a slight chill, akin to a gentle summer breeze, with no discomfort whatsoever. Clearly, the gear he wore was sufficiently effective. He first glanced down the corridor, and as expected, there was no sign of anyone. Every household had their doors firmly shut. Subsequently, he turned around and securely locked the door before striding purposefully towards the direction of the elevator. He resided in Building 12, while Yao Lan lived in Building 16. A distance that was not particularly far, approximately 700 meters on foot. Considering that the ground floor was already blanketed in snow, Yifei decided to traverse through the underground parking lot. The parking area of Tianqing Community is divided into 3 sections, one of which connects the elevators and staircases of Buildings 12 through 18. Taking the route through the parking lot would lead him directly to the elevator on the basement level of Building 16, thereby avoiding a great deal of inconvenience. Before long, he arrived at the elevator. As he pressed the button and waited, he glanced towards the adjacent window. The window had not been shut properly, and a thin layer of snow had accumulated on the floor beneath it. After a moment's contemplation, he effortlessly pulled it down. In such frigid weather, how could one neglect to close a window? Wouldn't that invite a cold? The negligence of these homeowners was truly astounding. It was only I who was so considerate. Having performed this small act of kindness, Yifei silently commended himself. At that moment, the elevator arrived, and he stepped inside. The elevator swiftly descended, vanishing at the 17th floor. Shortly after Yifei's departure, a disheveled homeowner, bundled up like a dumpling and carrying a bucket, emerged from the corridor. Upon noticing the securely closed window, the homeowner could not suppress an outburst of anger. "Damn it, which fool closed the window that I had deliberately opened? I finally thought of this brilliant idea to collect snowmelt. May the heavens help me if I catch you. You'll be in for it." After cursing for a while, the homeowner suddenly shivered. "Damn this weather. I should collect some snowmelt first." With that, he cautiously crouched down to gather the scant snow. Unbeknownst to Yifei, this seemingly benevolent act nearly pushed a homeowner to his breaking point. At this moment, he had smoothly arrived at the underground parking lot on the basement level. Upon entering the parking area, he felt something peculiar. The temperature in the lot seemed to be slightly warmer than in the elevator. Pondering this, he took out a thermometer to check. It displayed a temperature of -19 degrees, a full 20 degrees higher than the outside. Yifei was genuinely surprised. Who would have thought the parking lot had this advantage? However, he thought to himself, but this really has nothing to do with me. Shaking his head, he dismissed the discovery from his mind and focused on the markers around the parking lot, making his way towards Building 16. As he walked, he suddenly felt that something was amiss with his empty hands. With a mere thought, a baton materialized in his grasp. He swung it a couple of times and accidentally shattered the glass of an Audi parked nearby. Now that felt right. No wonder I felt something was lacking. Having something in hand provides a greater sense of security. What man would refuse to hold a stick while walking, especially when dressed so dapper? Building 16. Apartment 801. At this moment, Yao Lan had emerged from her cocoon of blankets, hurriedly tidying her belongings. The thought of soon cohabiting with Yifei brought a delicate flush to her exquisite face. No, once I move in, I must maintain a sense of decorum. But what if he becomes assertive? What if he kisses me? If I were to stick out my tongue, would he perceive me as lewd? Furthermore, what shall we name our future children? Chapter 32. New teammates knock, knock. Just as Yao Lan was lost in her reverie, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Who could it be? She approached the door but hesitated to open it immediately, instead calling out to confirm the visitor's identity. "It's me, Yifei." His voice brought a sigh of relief from her, and without further delay, she swung the door open. A gust of cold air rushed in as Yifei swiftly entered the room. Though he was bundled up tightly, Yao Lan recognized him instantly. "Yifei, you're here." Her face lit up with joy upon seeing him. For her, he was undoubtedly a savior. Otherwise, she was uncertain how long she could endure the frigid weather. "Yao, my beautiful lady, your new look is quite delightful." As soon as he stepped inside, Yifei couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Yao Lan's appearance was somewhat amusing. Her hair was a tangled mess, likely due to a few days without washing, and she was wrapped in a thick blanket, topped with a large heating pad. She embodied the quintessential image of a reclusive homebody. This stands in stark contrast to her usual gentle and demure image. "Humph, you still dare to speak. I have been nearly frozen to death these past few days." Yao Lan wrapped her arms around the blanket, responding weakly. She was acutely aware that her current appearance was far from ideal. The weather was simply too cold, and she dared not wash her hair. Moreover, she had employed every means at her disposal to keep warm. At this point, who had the luxury to worry about appearances? Upon hearing this, Yifei's lips curled into a slight smile, yet he refrained from further mocking her. In his previous life, he too had not fared much better than she did at this stage. He glanced at the plethora of daily necessities and supplies scattered on the floor and inquired, "Have you finished packing?" Yao Lan nodded vigorously, then pointed to a large pile nearby. "Everything is packed," but her expression suddenly turned sour, her exquisite features furrowing in distress. "It seems we will need to make several trips to move everything. There's just too much." The thought of having to transport supplies back and forth in such frigid temperatures weighed heavily on her mind. Following her gaze, Yifei's eyes fell upon two large suitcases. On top of the suitcases lay several thick quilts and blankets. Beside these items, an abundance of supplies was stacked high. 3 bags of rice, 2 barrels of cooking oil, 5 boxes of instant noodles, biscuits, several dozen bottles of mineral water, canned goods, and an array of fruits. Additionally, there was a considerable amount of cat and dog food, as well as various pet toys. The sheer volume of supplies was astonishing to Yifei. The beautiful doctor seemed to have genuinely taken his previous words to heart. Otherwise, she would not have prepared such an abundance of supplies at home. If it were just for one person, it would likely suffice for half a year. He couldn't help but chuckle. "I never imagined you were such a little heiress." Upon hearing his teasing, Yao Lan's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly shot Yifei an alluring glare. "I think you should first consider how to move these things. Just the two of us. Even if we disregard the pet supplies, it would likely take us 2 hours to finish moving." After speaking, she instinctively tightened the blanket around her and unconsciously leaned closer to Yifei. "This dreadful weather is simply too cold. 2 hours?" Yifei raised an eyebrow, smirking. "Who do you think you're looking down on? Today, I shall demonstrate what true storage space looks like." Just as he was about to speak, a glimmer of mischief crossed his eyes. "Little heiress, do you believe that I can move all these items to my home in just one trip?" Upon hearing this, Yao Lan was momentarily taken aback, then shot him an exasperated glance. "If you're going to boast, at least draft a rough outline. How could it possibly be done in one go?" The corners of Yifei's mouth curled into a grin. He had been waiting for her to say that. "How about a wager? If I can move everything in one trip, you owe me a kiss." Yao Lan burst into laughter. Clearly not believing that Yifei could accomplish such a feat, it was utterly impossible. After all, she herself had made 7 or 8 trips just to transport the supplies alone. If you can manage to move all these items in one go, I won't merely kiss you once. I would gladly bestow upon you 10 kisses daily henceforth." Yifei chuckled at this notion. Such a delightful prospect. Would Yao Lan end up with her lips swollen from daily affection? "This is your promise, is it not? You shall not retract it?" Yao Lan, with an indomitable spirit, nodded defiantly. "Whoever reneges is akin to a dog." Then, before her astonished gaze, Yifei extended his right hand and effortlessly absorbed all the materials he touched into the spatial compartment of his wristwatch. Within mere seconds, the entire room was rendered utterly pristine. It would be no exaggeration to declare it devoid of furnishings. Everything had been secured within Yifei's wristwatch. After accomplishing this feat, he turned to Yao Lan, whose eyes were wide with disbelief and whose demeanor appeared somewhat dazed. He could not resist giving her a gentle pat on her soft shoulder. "Well, I shall permit you to defer your wager for the moment. You may settle it with me later this evening." "Yifei, how did you achieve this?" Once she confirmed that the extraordinary events she had just witnessed were not merely a figment of her imagination, Yao Lan was left in shock. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired directly. As Yifei prepared to unveil his spatial abilities, he had already contemplated an explanation. However, instead of hastily clarifying, he spoke leisurely. You are undoubtedly aware of the current circumstances outside. I can assure you with utmost certainty that the snow disaster will not cease, and the temperatures will continue to plummet day by day. Over 90% of the global population is destined to perish in this calamity. This is the true apocalypse. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, Yao Lan's countenance turned pale, and she could not help but bite her lip in trepidation. After a considerable time, she finally nodded with great difficulty, acknowledging Yi Fei's assertion. She was not foolish. In fact, through numerous unusual occurrences and official reactions, she had already harbored a painful suspicion in her heart. The snow disaster it seemed unlikely to cease in the near future. It was precisely because of this apprehension that she agreed to move in with Yi Fei. Otherwise, no matter how fond she was of him, she could not have accepted his invitation without having established a clear relationship. The fundamental reason for her agreement stemmed from her own concerns. The future circumstances would likely continue to deteriorate amid the ravages of the impending snow disaster. Observing her lack of overly aggressive reaction, Yi Fei continued, "Half a month ago, I awakened a spatial ability, allowing me to store everything I touch within my extraordinary space, which I refer to as spatial ability. Subsequently, by a stroke of fortune, I learned of the impending calamity. To ensure my survival in the days to come, I have accumulated sufficient provisions to last a lifetime through various means. Be it food, water, or daily necessities, I possess everything you can imagine." Revealing this information was a decision made after careful contemplation by Yi Fei. After all, they would inevitably share the same roof in the future. Some matters could not remain concealed. It was better to openly showcase his strengths for her to see. Moreover, he possesses ample confidence. Even if others become aware of his spatial abilities and abundant resources, he possesses the means to safeguard himself. Certainly, he would never disclose the existence of his wristwatch, as it is fundamental to his survival in the future, and he would never allow a second person to know of it. Yao Lan listened to him with a somewhat dazed expression, her mind racing with thoughts. No wonder Yi Fei had urged her to stockpile supplies before the apocalypse, installed a fireplace in their home, and demonstrated such remarkable skills before her. It all made sense now. After a considerable pause, a glimmer of realization suddenly sparkled in her beautiful eyes, and she broke into a radiant smile. "Yi Fei, what prompted you to share all this with me?" Chapter 33. Yao Lan's heritage. Yi Fei, observing the spark in Yao Lan's eyes, responded earnestly. "The reason I have chosen to confide in you is to assure you of my ability to guarantee your safety and provide for your needs. Furthermore, I hope that you will refrain from making foolish decisions in the future. The resources are in my hands, and should I meet my demise, you would undoubtedly struggle to survive. Therefore, from now on, I shall take charge of matters at home. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Yao Lan contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The message Yi Fei intended to convey was crystal clear. She was to recognize his strength and wholeheartedly depend on him, obeying his words at home. The hierarchy was distinctly defined. In their relationship, Yi Fei was the leader and she the supporter. She felt no resentment towards this notion. Relying on the strong is an inherent instinct of every woman. Moreover, her disposition was not one that inclined towards assertiveness. "Yi Fei, rest assured, I promise to heed your guidance and refrain from taking unilateral actions." Upon receiving a satisfactory response, Yi Fei nodded, a smile gracing his face once more. "However, dear affluent lady, you need not worry. I am not excessively stringent. You may still exercise your discretion in minor matters." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Furthermore, I implore you to keep our possession of resources confidential, even from your family and friends. Do you understand? Disclosing such information could potentially jeopardize us all." In response, Yao Lan nodded gravely. "You need not worry about that. Since my grandfather's passing last year, I have been bereft of family, and as for friends, you are truly the only one I have." Yi Fei was momentarily taken aback by her words, realizing that he was still unfamiliar with her background. He had not anticipated that Yao Lan shared his status as an orphan, though it seemed her situation was even more dire, with scarcely any friends to speak of. Sensing Yi Fei's confusion, Yao Lan hesitated for a moment before offering a somewhat relieved explanation. "My family once hailed from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine, renowned across Jiang province. However, after my parents tragically passed away in an accident, I was left to rely solely on my grandfather. Subsequently, when trouble erupted at our clinic, my grandfather fell ill from the stress. After my grandfather fell ill, our family's assets were seized by some relatives, and subsequently, my grandfather passed away. In my despair, I established a pet clinic in Yuhang. Yi Fei sensed that there must be many untold stories behind Yao Lan's account. For instance, how could the daughter of a traditional Chinese medicine family suddenly decide to open a pet clinic in Yuhang? Moreover, the circumstances surrounding her parents' deaths and the disturbances caused by individuals at her clinic were not articulated clearly. There was undoubtedly more to this situation than met the eye. Just as he contemplated whether to inquire further, a sudden epiphany struck him. He recalled a news story from 3 years ago. The Yao family, renowned as the largest traditional Chinese medicine dynasty in Jiang province, had developed a miraculous drug that showed immense efficacy against cancer, even curing hundreds of terminal patients whom hospitals had given up on, gaining widespread acclaim. Initially, everyone believed that the Yao family was destined to become a formidable force in the national and even global pharmaceutical industry, heralding hope for countless cancer patients. However, not long after, the Yao family faced catastrophic misfortune. The current head of the family and his wife tragically perished in a car accident. And even the 70-year-old patriarch was imprisoned for 10 years on charges of selling counterfeit drugs. The rise of a new star had extinguished in a mere month, transitioning from unparalleled glory to silent oblivion. It was reported that the miraculous drug and its formula developed by the Yao family were also tragically consumed by a disastrous fire, evoking profound sorrow. Even Yi Fei felt a deep sense of regret upon hearing of the Yao family's unexpected downfall and had searched for numerous related news articles on social media, which is why this memory still lingered vividly in his mind. Reflecting on the news from earlier and connecting it with Yao Lan's recent account, a conjecture slipped from Yi Fei's lips. "Are you from the Yao family of Jiangqing?" Yao Lan's expression momentarily shifted in surprise, seemingly taken aback that Yi Fei could discern her identity. However, she soon nodded solemnly, replying, "Yes, my father is Yao Zheng, the head of the Yao family. I managed to escape calamity simply because I was studying abroad at the time." As she spoke, a fleeting glimmer of hatred crossed her face. Yi Fei observed this change, his heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. Clearly, the downfall of the Yao family was far more complex than the external news suggested. Indeed, if there were no sinister forces at play, why would a lineage that had endured for centuries suddenly face turmoil upon the development of a cancer treatment? There must be a multitude of hidden darkness involved. Yao Lan continued, "Later, my grandfather was released on parole due to his advanced age, and I devoted myself to caring for him until his passing last year. I had intended to uphold the legacy of our Yao family's traditional Chinese medicine practice. However, I never anticipated the ruthlessness of those individuals. They not only seized our family's reputation, but also orchestrated my downfall, leading to the revocation of my medical license. Ultimately, disheartened, I chose to leave Jiangqing." Yao Lan refrained from elaborating further, yet Yi Fei understood the implications. After her license was revoked, Yao Lan had relocated to Yuhang, where she opened a pet clinic and subsequently met him. It must be said that the girl's experiences have indeed been rather tumultuous. After listening to her narrative, Yi Fei gazed upon the girl before him, her eyes tinged with red, and could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. Fortunately, she had encountered him in this present apocalyptic scenario, where he possessed the confidence to protect her. Yi Fei gently enveloped her in his embrace, his expression earnest as he assured her, "Rest assured, with me here, no one shall ever bully you again." Upon hearing his words, Yao Lan felt a surge of pent-up grievances erupt within her. She buried her head deeply into Yi Fei's chest, holding him tightly, and tears streamed down her face. Observing her distress, Yi Fei refrained from uttering comforting words and instead held her tenderly. After a considerable time, Yao Lan finally ceased her sobbing. She then gently lifted her head, withdrawing from his embrace, and transformed her tears into a smile, saying, "I apologize, Yi Fei, for causing you such embarrassment." Yi Fei shook his head and, from his spatial storage, retrieved a snow-resistant outfit, draping it over her. "I now feel extraordinarily fortunate," he thought. Initially believing he had merely stumbled upon a wealthy companion, he now realized he had discovered a true treasure. His words were not mere jest. He had initially thought Yao Lan was solely a veterinarian, but upon learning more about her background, he quickly understood that her medical skills likely surpassed those required for treating pets. At that moment, Yao Lan, now composed, playfully poked his chest with her delicate finger, her face illuminating with a smile capable of captivating anyone. That depends on whether you know how to cherish it. Chapter 34. The Enchantress. Following the revelation of Yao Lan's true identity, The bond between the two undoubtedly ascended to a new level. Initially, their relationship was merely one of mutual affection, compelled by the harsh realities of the apocalypse to unite. However, it has now evolved into a profound connection, characterized by heartfelt trust and understanding. Yaolan, please put on this coat and hat. It's quite chilly outside. With that, Yi Fei retrieved a set of thermal gear from his supplies for Yaolan to wear. She no longer hesitated to accept his kindness and promptly donned the provided attire. The garments, crafted to withstand polar conditions, proved effective as Yaolan felt the biting cold recede from her body. The shivers that had plagued her began to subside, and sensation gradually returned to her limbs. "Ah, I feel rejuvenated," she exclaimed, a newfound warmth enveloping her. Observing her transformation, Yi Fei chuckled. "This is just the beginning. Once we reach home, you will truly understand what warmth feels like." At the mention of home, a glimmer of longing sparkled in Yaolan's eyes, her anticipation for Yi Fei's dwelling intensifying. Subsequently, he guided her towards his residence in Building 12. They passed through the parking area, encountering no other residents. Even as they walked by the doorways of several homes, each remained securely shut. In such frigid temperatures, it was likely that no one wished to venture out, with most likely huddled beneath their blankets, trembling against the cold. Before long, they arrived at the 17th floor of Building 12. As Yi Fei stepped out of the elevator, he noticed the window had been opened once more. I distinctly remember closing it, he pondered. Could it have been blown open by the wind? After a moment's consideration, he approached the window again and secured it tightly. However, a sense of unease lingered. Who knew if it might be blown open again? Thus, he retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his surroundings and poured it along the edge of the window. In the frigid temperature of -40 degrees, the water froze into solid ice within mere seconds, effectively sealing the window shut. Satisfied, Yi Fei pushed against the window with all his might, but it did not budge. Excellent, this should keep the wind at bay, he mused, feeling a sense of responsibility for the homeowners. Nearby, Yaolan watched his peculiar actions with a hint of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. Upon hearing Yi Fei's murmured thoughts, realization dawned upon her. "Yi Fei, I never expected you to be so kind-hearted." A moment later, the two arrived at the door of room 1705. Yi Fei entered the passcode while removing his goggles. With a confirming beep, the iris recognition succeeded. Shortly thereafter, a loud click resonated as the door unlocked, and Yi Fei swiftly pushed it open. A wave of warmth enveloped him, causing his goggles to fog up almost instantly due to the drastic temperature difference. Turning to Yaolan, who wore a look of astonishment, he couldn't help but smile as he declared, "Welcome to paradise." As Yi Fei entered the room, he was immediately enveloped by a wave of heat, causing beads of sweat to form on his back. After all, the temperature in his sanctuary, thanks to the fireplace, consistently lingered above 27 degrees. Clad in attire designed to withstand the polar cold, it was hardly surprising that he felt uncomfortably warm. Hastily, he removed his heavy coat, trousers, and the scarf wrapped around his neck. He noticed that Yaolan was doing the same. Before long, both were left with only their base layers of thermal clothing. Yi Fei could not help but admire Yaolan's graceful silhouette, her exquisite figure captivating his gaze. The sight of her, with her head bowed and toes obscured, was nothing short of enchanting. Yaolan's form was undeniably a paragon of beauty. He swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of desire, while silently reflecting upon the fact that this seemingly affluent young lady possessed not only striking beauty, but also an impressive physique. Seemingly sensing Yi Fei's scrutiny, a blush swiftly crept across Yaolan's stunning face. When her gaze inadvertently fell upon Yi Fei's pronounced contours, her embarrassment turned her ears crimson. Overcome by shyness, she instinctively crossed her arms and turned away, her voice barely above a whisper. "See, could you please stop looking?" Yi Fei quickly cleared his throat, feeling a bit flustered, and bent slightly as he slipped into the living room. Why don't you take a shower first? There's hot water in the bathroom." Upon seeing Yi Fei depart, Yaolan let out a sigh of relief. Having never been in a romantic relationship, she was unaccustomed to such an overwhelming encounter. Initially, there was a tinge of fear coursing through her veins. However, the words spoken by Yi Fei moments ago resurfaced in her mind. "Is there hot water in the bathroom?" Her eyes instantly sparkled with hope. After days without a bath, her body felt a disquieting discomfort. Without hesitation, she hurried into the adjacent bathroom. Soon, the gentle sound of warm water cascading began to fill the air. As the soothing warmth enveloped her, Yao Lan felt as though she had been reborn. Her previously stiff limbs regained their sensation, and her icy skin gradually warmed. Every cell in her body awakened, radiating signals of bliss. It is only after losing something that one learns to cherish it. Heaven knows how desperately she longed for a hot shower during those few days. Although her home had hot water, she had never dared to indulge. Being a professional doctor, she understood that while a hot bath is indeed pleasurable, the stark temperature difference outside could almost certainly lead to illness. This was the very reason she had refrained from washing up for several days. Living alone, she could not risk such a perilous endeavor. Yet now, in Yi Fei's residence, those concerns dissipated. With a contented sigh, Yao Lan savored the comforting warmth of the water. Meanwhile, Yi Fei found himself in a rather awkward predicament. The fleeting glimpse coupled with the soft sound of flowing water stirred his thoughts. In a bid to distract himself, he hastily lit a purple cloud, inhaling deeply to shift his focus. Minutes stretched on, and it was only after a considerable time that the furious Yi Fei gradually regained his composure. He couldn't help but shake his head at the absurdity of the situation. For nearly half a month, he had not savored the taste of meat, and it seemed that Yi Fei was indeed quite famished. The fleeting thought of troubling Fifth Miss crossed his mind, but was promptly cast aside. Was he mistaken? How could someone who had already tasted meat possibly trouble Fifth Miss? Moreover, a captivating beauty was currently residing in his own home. He needed to conserve his resources. As Yi Fei daydreamed about a blissful future, a faint voice unexpectedly emerged from the bathroom. Yi Fei, do you have any clothes that I could wear? Upon hearing this voice, Yi Fei paused momentarily, then hurriedly rummaged through his belongings. Eventually, he discovered the desired garment tucked away in a corner among a plethora of shelves. He inquired, what size do you wear? A heavy silence enveloped the bathroom, and after a prolonged pause, a response, timid and shy, finally emerged. 36D. Chapter 35. Cohabitation. After a considerable search, Yi Fei finally located the size that Yao Lan needed and hung a charming little outfit on the doorknob. Subsequently, he retrieved a light, delicate nightgown and a pair of slippers, placing them similarly at the door. He then called out to the bathroom, I've placed the clothes at the door. After a while, a faint reply from Yao Lan reached his ears. Okay. Instinctively, Yi Fei glanced toward the bathroom, where a smooth, jade-like arm cautiously emerged, reaching out to grasp all the garments at the door before retreating back inside. Upon witnessing this scene, he blinked in astonishment. So fair, so tender. Soon, Yao Lan emerged from the bathroom, clad in a delicate nightgown, her long hair still damp. As she walked, she playfully tousled her locks. Yi Fei, I'm done washing up. You may go now. Yi Fei, who was crouched on the floor, teasing the kitten with a toy, looked up at her, his eyes suddenly brightening. After the warm caress of water, Yao Lan's skin had transformed to a rosy white, exuding an aura of vibrant health. He realized that her natural beauty was scarcely inferior to her made-up visage. If a perfect score was 100, her made-up appearance would merit around 96 points. Yet now, in her unadorned state, she undeniably reached a remarkable 98. Lacking a hint of seduction, she radiated an air of purity. What a treasure he had stumbled upon. Men tend to bathe rather swiftly. Within just 5 minutes, Yi Fei emerged from the bathroom, his upper body bare. In the living room, Yao Lan sat on the sofa, one hand engrossed in her phone while the other played with the kitten. Hearing the commotion, her beautiful eyes turned towards Yi Fei. Upon noticing him shirtless, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze. Could you possibly put on a shirt? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Little heiress, this is my home. Am I not entitled to dress freely within my own abode? Nevertheless, despite his words, he rummaged through his belongings and donned a short-sleeved shirt. Upon witnessing the scene, Yao Lan let out a breath of relief, her beautiful eyes once again fixating on Yi Fei, a glimmer of intrigue flitting across her gaze. Who would have thought that Yi Fei could appear rather handsome? It is often said that a man resembles a beggar before a shower and transforms into a triple-featured Andy Lau afterward. Yi Fei was no exception to this adage. Hearing Yao Lan's compliment, Yi Fei chuckled. They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Should I interpret your praise as a sign of affection? This remark caused Yao Lan to blush deeply, unable to suppress a playful retort. Humph. Who said I liked you? You're such a scoundrel. With that, she turned her head away, feigning annoyance. Yi Fei was left perplexed, questioning how he had suddenly been labeled a scoundrel without any wrongdoing on his part. His eyes suddenly lit up as he recalled that this young lady still owed him a debt. Little heiress, have you perhaps forgotten something? Yaolon paused for a moment, instinctively turning back to him. What do I owe you? She inquired. However, before she could fully process her words, Yifei lunged forward, pinning her beneath him. Their gazes locked, and Yaolon felt her heart race uncontrollably, her face flushing a vivid crimson, her earlobes tinged with a delicate pink. This was her first experience with such intimate proximity to the opposite sex, leaving her somewhat disoriented. Unable to contain herself, she pushed against Yifei, her tone shy. You should get up. What are you doing? Yet, in the next moment, Yifei seized both of her delicate arms, holding them firmly. Their eyes met once more, and the temperature in the air seemed to rise palpably. Yaolon was the first to falter, biting her lip and turning her little head to the side. Let me go? She exclaimed. However, she dared not struggle too forcefully, fearing it might hurt Yifei. She could only twist her body slightly. This action only heightened Yifei's resolve. He gazed intently at the stunning beauty before him, a flicker of fervor dancing in his dark eyes. Little heiress, you still owe me 10 kisses today? Yaolan's expression froze as she recalled the wager she had made with Yifei earlier. Indeed, it seemed she had lost the bet, which required her to deliver 10 kisses daily. But how could that be? Her large eyes darted as she prepared to protest. No, that doesn't count. Before she could finish her thought, Yifei sealed her lips with his own. Yaolan's eyes widened in shock, her mind going blank. This was it, her first kiss. After a considerable moment, she finally closed her eyes and began to savor the enchanting sensation. Eventually, Yifei, satisfied, released her. Just as she was about to speak, a pair of delicate arms suddenly wrapped around his neck, followed by her soft protest. You think you can steal my first kiss and just leave? Not a chance. With that, her small hands exerted a gentle pressure at the back of his neck. Instinctively, Yifei leaned down, feeling the familiar warmth once more against his lips. Now, it was his turn to be astonished. He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, wrapping his arms around Yaolan's back. Suddenly, he felt a soft, warm presence slip into his mouth like a tender little serpent. The two engaged in a fervent exchange once again. Time seemed to lose all meaning. Yaolan, her face flushed with embarrassment, forcefully pushed away Yifei. Scoundrel, keep your hands to yourself. Yifei, unfazed by the shove, merely chuckled and raised his right hand to inhale the faint fragrance wafting from it. Overcome by temptation, he couldn't help but smirk. He had just discovered that the rumors of her being a 36D were indeed true. One hand alone was insufficient to encompass her form. I shan't bother with you any longer. Yaolan felt a wave of shyness wash over her at his audacious behavior. She abruptly stood, hastily donned her slippers that had been kicked far away, and rushed into a bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Observing this, Yifei's lips curled into a faint smile. Yet he refrained from pursuing her, allowing Yaolan a moment to regain her composure. In the dynamics between men and women, maintaining a modicum of distance often proves to be the most prudent approach. Clinging too closely can inadvertently breed aversion. He pondered the fate of the other residents. Taking out his phone, he began to peruse the messages in the residents' group chat. Another death? Soon, the messages flooded his screen, the most striking being 2 reports of residents who had succumbed to the cold. Following the revelation of Grandpa Chen's demise, the property management urgently urged other residents to check on their neighbors. This inquiry unveiled 2 more elderly residents, both over 70 and living alone, who had perished from the cold. Clearly, in such frigid temperatures, it was the frailest among them who bore the brunt of the harsh conditions. The news of 3 consecutive deaths sent shockwaves through the group, igniting a wave of panic among the remaining residents, each fearful that they might be the next victim of the merciless chill. Especially for families with elderly and young children, fear is palpable. This wretched weather. In just one day, 3 lives have been claimed by the cold. It's over. The temperature has plummeted to minus 45 degrees. If this continues, will we all succumb to the frost? The naysayer upstairs. Did not the experts proclaim that the snowfall would cease today, assuring us of our safety? I believe we should remain calm. Those who perished from the cold were primarily the elderly, whose homes lacked even basic heating for the sake of saving money, leading to their unfortunate demise. However, our household is equipped with air conditioning, so we should be safe. Indeed, we possess air conditioning, electric blankets, and the means to boil water. We should be able to endure until the snow subsides and salvation arrives. Just as the discussions among the crowd began to stabilize, A message abruptly plunged the entire group into silence. Might we face a power outage next? Chapter 36. The owners dread the notion of a power outage. Though posed as a question, cast an ominous shadow over the entire owners group. Power outages. This is a source of dread that many homeowners harbor, yet dare not voice. Anyone who has endured a snow disaster knows that it is often accompanied by disruptions in water and electricity. The water supply had already ceased a day prior. Many were left with no choice but to brave the bitter cold at midday, gathering snowmelt just to scrape through. In such circumstances, the occurrence of power outages seems exceedingly normal. This notion resonates deeply among numerous homeowners. The reason no one dares to broach the subject is solely due to the insidious grip of fear. For in these frigid temperatures, plummeting to as low as -45 degrees, many manage to persevere primarily because of the existence of certain power sources. With electricity, people can boil water and prepare meals. They can utilize air conditioning, electric blankets, and other heating devices to bring a modicum of warmth into their lives. However, the prospect of a power outage is utterly unthinkable. The mere thought of losing electricity sends shivers down their spines, conjuring images of unimaginable hardship. This is precisely why the term power outage remains unspoken among them. Homeowners have chosen to selectively ignore this impending calamity. Yet now, someone has exposed this gaping wound within the group, compelling everyone to confront the reality they wish to evade. There will be no power outage. We must trust in the authorities. They assert, if a blackout were to occur, most of us would likely succumb to the cold. Surely, the officials would not abandon us to our fate. The sentiment expressed by the individual upstairs rings true. Perhaps the authorities have already dispatched substantial resources to ensure the continuity of power. There will definitely be no outages. Let us not indulge in baseless fears. They insist, urging calm. Everyone, do not worry excessively. Simply remain indoors and await the rescue from the authorities. Several homeowners chimed in, attempting to quell the rising tide of panic within the group. Yet, despite their reassurances, discerning individuals could detect an underlying current of trepidation in the homeowner's words. Yifei gazed indifferently at the messages in the group chat. With the wisdom acquired from his previous life, he understood that a power outage was virtually inevitable. Moreover, it was set to occur just hours later, as night descended. This was a reality that even the authorities could not alter. With temperatures plummeting to -45 degrees and relentless snowfall lasting for several days, the accumulated snow by the roadside had reached a staggering height of 1 meter. Under such circumstances, the government's power stations were utterly incapable of functioning normally. Even if the authorities were willing to expend vast resources to forcibly operate the various power plants, the results would be minimal. After all, electricity relies on transmission through power lines and other equipment. In the face of the blizzard, how long could those electrical infrastructures endure? It was entirely possible that many regions had already suffered damage to their power systems, yet no news had surfaced. Once power was lost, the widespread demise of humanity became an almost certain outcome. How many lives would be extinguished after tonight's blackout? After a lengthy pause, Yifei shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. What was the point of overthinking? What did it matter to him? The lives and deaths of those homeowners were of no concern to him. As the saying goes, in times of poverty, one should focus on self-preservation. In times of wealth, one should extend a helping hand to others. In the absence of the ability to act, excessive contemplation would only burden his spirit. Yifei believed he managed this aspect quite well. For instance, when scrolling through short videos on a certain platform and encountering those that showcase suffering, he would simply swipe away. If he could not help, why subject himself to such sights? The more one watches, the more one thinks, inevitably leading to feelings of compassion that could disturb one's rest. Wasn't he that merely seeking discomfort? Instead, he thought it far better to spend his time admiring beautiful women. The allure of black stockings is undeniable, isn't it? Dinner is ready. In the evening, after much coaxing from Yifei, Yaolong finally emerged from her bedroom, a hint of bashfulness gracing her demeanor. As she walked, she rubbed her slightly bleary eyes. The recent drop in temperature had deprived her of restful slumber, and now, in the comforting embrace of Yifei's home, she found herself succumbing to sleep almost instantly. She had dozed off from morning until evening, indulging in a much-needed respite. At that moment, she felt immense gratitude for accepting Yifei's invitation. Otherwise, she might still be ensconced under layers of blankets, languishing in solitude. Yet, the memory of their intimate encounter earlier that day caused a delightful flush to creep across her cheeks. However, that sensation of closeness seemed rather pleasant, did it not? Unbeknownst to Yi Fei, Yao Lan was lost in her thoughts. His gaze fixated on her, slightly dazed, as he took in her tousled hair and the way her nightgown slipped from her shoulder, revealing her porcelain skin. The scene before him was nothing short of picturesque. Naturally, Yi Fei's fervent gaze did not escape Yao Lan's notice. Instinctively, she glanced over and suddenly realized, to her dismay, that she had unwittingly exposed herself. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily adjusted her nightgown, casting Yi Fei a playful glare. "You naughty man, stop looking." At her words, Yi Fei, slightly embarrassed, sheepishly rubbed his nose and turned his head away. It had been far too long since he had indulged in such pleasures, and the sight before him was overwhelming. After all, what man does not enjoy a feast for the eyes? The tales of beautiful women colliding with lampposts are hardly uncommon, after all. He hastily cleared his throat to shift the topic. "Ahem, how have you been resting?" Naturally, Yao Lan would not genuinely be angry. In her eyes, Yi Fei had already become her boyfriend, and she had merely decided to reward him for a moment. At this instant, upon hearing Yi Fei's words, she blushed and nodded shyly. Yi Fei smiled, and then spoke, "Go wash up. Today I've prepared a feast for you." A feast? Yao Lan's eyes brightened with anticipation. Due to the recent cold weather, she had not had a proper meal in several days, often resorting to hastily consuming ready-made food before burrowing into her blankets for warmth. The frigid temperatures had left her utterly disinclined to cook. Thus, the mention of a grand meal stirred her excitement. Moments later, the two sat across from each other at a small dining table. Yao Lan seemed oblivious to her image as she eagerly gnawed on a pig's trotter, her mouth glistening with grease. Between bites, she praised the food, exclaiming how delicious it was. Opposite her, Yi Fei gazed at her with a smile, thoroughly enjoying her hearty appetite. To celebrate Yao Lan's arrival, he had prepared an extravagant spread: sautéed prawns, steamed king crab, braised pig's trotters, stir-fried beef with wild mountain peppers, and poached chicken. The table was practically overflowing with delicacies. With her cheeks puffed out, Yao Lan mumbled through her mouthful, "Yi Fei, I never would have guessed you possessed such culinary skills." In response, Yi Fei chuckled. As an orphan, wasn't it quite normal to know how to cook? In the past, he hadn't had the luxury to order takeout every day. Generally, he prepared his own meals, and over time, he had honed his culinary prowess. "If you like it, eat more." Yao Lan nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking at grains, while also encouraging, "You should eat too. Otherwise, I'll finish everything." "And what will you have?" Chapter 37. Power outage time swiftly passed, and before long, dusk enveloped the surroundings. After a hearty meal, Yi Fei sat on the sofa with Yao Lan, both engrossed in a television show. Yao Lan clutched a bag of potato chips, resting her head on Yi Fei's shoulder as they cozied up to watch the drama. The television showcased a currently popular short series titled "The Dominant CEO Falls for Me," a 50-year-old menopausal woman. The plot was excessively melodramatic, with the female protagonist enduring relentless hardships. After a brief glance, Yi Fei felt his blood pressure rising. He couldn't fathom what had possessed him to purchase a T-drive specifically for downloading such mindless short dramas. He was merely inviting trouble upon himself. At this moment, he resolved to avert his gaze and took out his phone to peruse a mindless, exhilarating novel that had been captivating his interest. He sensed that he would need several days of light reading to recover from the absurdity of the short drama they had just watched. Yet, beside him, clad in pajamas, Yao Lan appeared utterly absorbed, relishing the unfolding events. "How infuriating. The female lead has been struck again by the male lead's sister," she lamented, simultaneously shoving a potato chip into her mouth, while occasionally offering some to Yi Fei. To put it bluntly, the female protagonist was quite irrational. Despite being on the verge of demise, she stubbornly refrained from admitting her affair with the male lead. Truly, it was baffling. "Yi Fei, don't you agree?" she asked. Without lifting his gaze, Yi Fei nodded in affirmation. "Ah, yes, indeed." Upon witnessing his dismissive demeanor, Yao Lan pursed her lips, poised to speak. Suddenly, a soft crackle echoed, and the television screen went black. "Ah, a power outage." Yao Lan was momentarily taken aback. Yi Fei also lifted his gaze, instinctively glancing out the window. Indeed, the outside world had plunged into darkness. It was evident that the entire community had succumbed to the blackout. Fortunately, due to the constant warmth radiating from the fireplace in Yi Fei's home, it remained as bright as day, even in the absence of electricity. After a moment's contemplation, He hastened to draw up the heavy blackout curtains he had meticulously installed, ensuring that not a hint of light would escape. He was keen to keep the state of his household concealed from prying eyes. Simultaneously, he took the opportunity to caution Yao Lan. "Dear heiress, under no circumstances should you ever open the curtains at home, understood?" Yao Lan promptly nodded. Being astute, she quickly grasped Yi Fei's intention. In a time when all other residences were cloaked in darkness, should their home continue to shine brightly, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted scrutiny, placing them in peril. She was certainly not foolish enough to allow that. Subsequently, Yi Fei entered the storage room and activated the diesel generator he had long prepared. The generator was a compact, noiseless model. While its power was not substantial, it was more than sufficient to meet the electrical needs of Yi Fei's household. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that the fuel Yi Fei had procured was ample enough to sustain his sanctuary for 3 years. As for what lay beyond that, Yi Fei mused. Was there not still Sha? He could simply purchase from her then. As the generator roared to life, the power in Yi Fei's home was swiftly restored, illuminating the television and lights once more. The two continued their binge-watching, oblivious to the turmoil unfolding in the homeowners group. "Oh dear, a power outage has indeed occurred. What shall we do now? It's disastrous. We relied on the air conditioning and electric blanket for warmth, but now we must endure the cold. Without electricity, are we destined to freeze? Oh, how chilly it feels. Who can rescue me?" Within the homeowners group, lamentations echoed. The sudden power failure left everyone momentarily dazed. Although it had been anticipated, the reality of the outage plunged all into an inescapable state of panic. However, this atmosphere of chaos did not persist for long. Soon, a representative from the property management stepped forward. Manager Chen reassured the group, "Please remain calm. I am confident that the authorities will not neglect this situation. Perhaps they have already dispatched personnel to commence repairs on the power supply, and it's possible that power will be restored shortly. Let us all take a moment to calm ourselves. Worrying now serves no purpose. The situation is beyond our control, so let us patiently await the outcome." Evidently, the property management feared the emergence of further disorder and could only muster a flimsy explanation. Given the nationwide snow disaster, it was likely that the authorities were preoccupied with their own challenges, making it improbable for them to deploy a team for power restoration. Yet, in a moment where despair enveloped all, even the faintest glimmer of hope would be magnified beyond measure. Yes, indeed, we still have the official support. Surely, they will not abandon us. We must report the current situation to them and request their assistance. Just as the atmosphere began to warm, someone dampened the spirits in the group. "I just attempted to call the official line, but it has been perpetually busy. Can any of you get through?" Upon hearing this, many homeowners began to try their luck dialing the official number. However, the outcome plunged everyone into silence once more. Busy, still busy. It simply cannot be connected. This is absurd. Why is it busy at this time? An informed individual stepped forward to clarify. "I just inquired about other neighborhoods, and they too are experiencing power outages. It seems that the entirety of Yuhang City is without electricity. Surely, there are many people frantically calling the official line like us, which is why we cannot get through." Hearing this, many homeowners could not help but express their frustration vocally. "This is ridiculous. What good does incessantly dialing do? It prevents us from even reaching out for official assistance." Our flickering hope was extinguished, and panic once again enveloped the crowd. "The entire city is without power. This is disastrous. We can no longer rely on official support." At this juncture, someone proposed self-rescue. "Clearly, we cannot depend on the authorities. We must rely on ourselves. Everyone can gather their clothes and blankets for warmth. Families can huddle together as closely as possible. We must endure for as long as we can." Simultaneously, if anyone has friends employed in official departments, they might reflect upon the circumstances of our Tianjin community. The method proposed by this individual appears to be relatively reasonable. The crowd can only accept their fate with resignation, for there seems to be no alternative. As darkness and cold encroached, the night swiftly passed. It was now the 5th day following the onset of the apocalypse. Outside, the blizzard raged with increasing ferocity, and the temperature plummeted once more, reaching an unprecedented -51 degrees Celsius. Within the Tianjin community, numerous residents were abruptly awakened by the frigid air. In Building 17, Apartment 301, Marun, in the depths of slumber, suddenly felt a chilling wave enveloping him, causing his body to instinctively shiver and awaken him from his dreams. Upon opening his eyes, he could not restrain an expletive. "Damn this wretched weather. I can't even sleep peacefully." After lying in bed, trembling for what felt like an eternity, he was suddenly struck by a burning sensation in his abdomen. It then dawned on him that he had hardly eaten anything the previous day before burrowing into his blankets. A night had passed, and clearly, his stomach was protesting. He fumbled for his phone to check the time. 8 a.m. Why haven't my parents called me for breakfast yet? Chapter 38. Shift in Mindset. Could it be that the weather is so frigid they too are hiding beneath the covers? He cautiously lifted a corner of his blanket and called out loudly, "Mom, hurry up and make breakfast. I'm hungry." However, his voice echoed in the silence of the room, met with no response. Ma Rin called out again, 2 more times. Yet still, there was no answer. How strange. Could they have gone outside to fetch snow water? Yet, is it not usually my father who goes out? He waited for over 10 minutes, hearing no sound. A sense of unease began to creep in, prompting him to call out again. Inside the room, silence reigned. At this point, Ma Rin felt a rising panic. It was imperative to note that outside, the temperature plummeted to a chilling -50 degrees. It was implausible for his parents to venture out in such extreme conditions, especially for such an extended duration. He picked up his phone and dialed his parents' number. In the next moment, the ringtone abruptly echoed from the adjacent room. Ma Rin's pupils dilated, and an ominous premonition took root in his heart. He sprang from his bed, the biting cold enveloping him, causing him to shiver instinctively. Yet, he dared not delay. He draped a slightly warm blanket over his head and hastily approached the door of the neighboring bedroom. Pushing it open, a piercing scream instantly reverberated throughout the entire Tianjin community. "Yi Fei, quickly look at the group chat. Something has happened." In the master bedroom, Yi Fei, who had been momentarily engaged in a meeting with the realm of dreams, was abruptly awakened by a shake. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the palpable tension and fear etched on Yao Lan's face. "What is it?" Yi Fei, still somewhat dazed, instinctively inquired. In the next moment, Yao Lan thrust her phone before him, her voice laden with dread. "People are dead. Many have died." Upon hearing this, Yi Fei's expression hardened as he quickly took the phone from Yao Lan's grasp. The screen displayed a flurry of terrified and frantic messages within the WeChat owners group. What struck his eyes were lines of panic and horror. Heavens, how could so many people have perished? This is utterly terrifying. I feel as if I have turned into a block of ice. My eyes are shockingly wide open. Oh dear, am I destined to meet the same frozen fate? May the Buddha protect me. May the Buddha protect me. Oh heavens, do you wish to freeze us all to death? Yet, Yi Fei paid no heed to these thoughts, instead diligently scrolling upward. Soon, he stumbled upon an image shared around 8 o'clock this morning. The picture depicted a middle-aged man and woman, their eyes wide with horror, clad in thick garments, embracing one another. What was particularly chilling was the thick layer of frost that had completely encased their bodies, akin to fish preserved in a freezer, yet the subjects were 2 human beings. Clearly, this was a couple who had succumbed to the icy grip of death. Beneath this image, several other homeowners had shared their own photographs. Within these images lay lifeless bodies, frozen and rigid. A mere glance revealed to Yi Fei that the death toll was no less than 10. Gazing at the grim scene captured in the photograph, Yi Fei closed his eyes in silence for a moment. Suddenly, he opened them, smiling at the terrified Yao Lan, and said, "You choose to show me this first thing in the morning? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to eat later?" Hearing this, Yao Lan's previously terrified expression momentarily faltered, clearly taken aback by Yi Fei's reaction. Observing her response, Yi Fei maintained a calm demeanor and continued speaking. He was poised to impart a lesson to Yao Lan. Gradually, he rose from the bed, retrieved the purple cloud from the bedside, and lit one for himself. As he exhaled clouds of smoke, he made his way towards the living room. "My dear affluent lady," he had long since declared, "we are truly in the midst of an apocalyptic era. In such times, who remains unscathed by death? We are merely at the precipice." Upon uttering these words, Yi Fei reached the grand window that opened onto the balcony. He abruptly drew back the curtains, gazing out at the swirling snow, his back turned to Yao Lan, his indifferent voice continuing to resonate. "Do you see this heavy snowfall? It shall not cease. In fact, it will only intensify further. Tomorrow, the day after, and every day thereafter, lives will be lost. Perhaps within a fortnight. Everyone you currently see in that group shall have perished. Death will become the new norm. You must adjust your mindset." With that, he suddenly pivoted, exhaling a plume of smoke directly before Yao Lan, his gaze fixed intently upon her. "If you cannot acclimate to the inevitability of death, your existence will be fraught with suffering. more so than those who perish in the cold. This statement was directed at Yao Lan, yet it was equally a reflection of his own sentiments. After witnessing the horrific scenes in the group, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no pang of emotion. He was, after all, a being of flesh and thought. However, having been granted a second chance at life, Yi Fei resolved to cast aside any lingering weakness. He understood well that the deceased are free from suffering. It is the living who endure the true agony. His mindset, he vowed, must remain impervious to the fates of others. Seemingly moved by his words, Yao Lan fell into a prolonged silence. The fear in her eyes was gradually supplanted by resolve. After a long moment, she nodded with determination. I understand. Observing this, Yi Fei also nodded in satisfaction, pleased to see her potential. A smile returned to his face. What would you like to eat for breakfast? I shall prepare it for you. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, the toll of the deceased from the first day of the power outage in Tianjin community was announced, a total of 27 lives lost. In the frigid temperatures of -50 degrees, merely one night without power resulted in such a tragic demise, a situation that could only be described as terrifying. Among the deceased were 4 individuals in the prime of their lives, aged between 30 and 50. Most critically, the current meteorological changes indicated that this snow disaster was far from its conclusion. All of this served as a harbinger to everyone. This catastrophe posed a grave threat to the lives of all. With the slightest misstep, one could easily find themselves eternally slumbering the next day, succumbing to the relentless grip of cold. In light of these circumstances, many began to alter their mindsets. High prices were offered for coal, timber, and other heating supplies. Money was no object. They were willing to pay any amount required. Is there anyone willing to share a living space? It would be beneficial for mutual support. Both men and women are welcome. Just to clarify, I am male, living alone, and I have 2 comforters at home. Is there anyone willing to take in my family of 3? Our windows have been shattered by the wind, and it is exceedingly cold. 2 adults and 1 child. We bring 3 comforters and an abundance of clothing. Within the community group, some individuals began to offer high prices for heating materials, while others sought to band together for warmth. As everyone begins to contemplate how to ensure their survival and that of their families amidst this snow disaster, some individuals, when confronted with the threat to their lives, find the beast within them awakened. In room 1808 of Building 16, 8 burly men, swathed in blankets and sheets, huddle together in a spacious living room, trembling from the cold. At this moment, a young man with a buzz cut and earring sniffles, shakes himself, and turns to a middle-aged man beside him, whose face bears the marks of hardship. Brother Chong, this dreadful weather is unbearably cold. Several other younger men echo his complaints. Indeed, this cursed situation seems to have no end. Brother Chong, do you think we will all freeze to death? Hearing his subordinate's grievances, Wang Wenxiang's expression darkens. Silence. Instead of complaining, it would be more prudent to devise a solution. Brother Chong, look at us. Several of our brothers have already caught colds and fevers. Not to mention the current temperature, even those in good health cannot withstand it. A younger man with yellow hair glances around nervously at the 5 or 6 brothers wrapped in blankets, their faces pale with discomfort. Wang Wenxiang, too, feels a flicker of concern. So what do you suggest we do? The young man with the yellow hair quickly seizes the moment. Brother Chong, in my opinion, this snow calamity is unlikely to cease anytime soon. We cannot afford to sit idly by. Wang Wenxiang narrows his eyes, pondering deeply. This snowfall has persisted for 5 days now. There is no indication of a cessation. What is even more excruciating is that the temperature continues to plummet, now reaching a staggering -51 degrees. Such frigid conditions can indeed be fatal. The photographs of ice sculptures shared in the morning among the homeowners vividly illustrate this point. It is impossible not to feel anxious. One might very well become the next ice sculpture. He has no desire to perish. Concurrently, he comprehends the implications of Huang Mao's intentions, which are to compel him and his companions to seize supplies from others. Such actions are undoubtedly illegal. Wang Wenxiang had engaged in unlawful activities in the past, but since the arrival of his wife and child, he has turned over a new leaf. He now practices kindness towards others, and even in lending, he teeters on the edge of usury, determined to avoid imprisonment in the future. However, this wretched weather seems to be forcing him back into a life of crime. Just as he wavers in uncertainty, a beautiful young woman, cradling a baby, suddenly pushes open the door from the bedroom. Dear, our supplies are running low. We only have enough food for a day. The baby's formula is nearly gone. Upon seeing her, Wang Wenxiang quickly rises and approaches, his face filled with concern as he removes the blanket from his shoulders and drapes it over her and the child. My dear, why are you up? It's cold outside. You should return to bed and rest. As for the supplies, I will find a way. The others in the living room swiftly rise, calling out, Sister-in-law. The beautiful woman first nodded at her husband's associates before speaking to Wang Wenxiang. My dear, do not worry. Both our child and I will support you. As long as no lives are lost. We can always claim it was an act of urgent self-defense when the authorities come to question us later. Besides, it is merely a matter of material loss. Once the snow has ceased, we shall repay them double. Clearly having overheard their conversation, the woman emerged to alleviate any lingering doubts her husband might harbor. Upon hearing her words, Wang Wenxiang ceased to hesitate, nodding firmly in agreement. Excellent. At this, the associates present were filled with excitement. Their formidable brother was back. Soon after, the beautiful woman returned to their room with the child, while Wang Wenxiang approached his comrades. A glimmer of determination shining in his eyes as he began to issue commands. Brothers, return home to gather your gear. We'll meet in half an hour at the first floor of Building 14. Upon hearing Building 14, Huang Mao's face lit up with enthusiasm. Brother, are we going to deal with that fellow surnamed Niu? I have long found him intolerable. Just the other day, he charged me 800 yuan for a box of cold medicine. Damn it. How dare a mere cattle trader be so arrogant? In the past, I would have broken his arm. Wang Wenxiang chuckled heartily. Indeed, that man's exorbitant prices for medicine had long displeased the other residents. By robbing him, they would be enacting justice. Since they had resolved to rob, they must target the wealthiest and most urgently needed supplies. Medicines, food, and heating supplies. As for food and heating supplies, it remains uncertain who possesses them. However, regarding the medicines, has anyone in the group not already informed him? Moreover, seizing from Niu Ren would likely not provoke significant resentment among the other owners. Perhaps, there are even those who might express gratitude towards him. Before long, half an hour passed. On the first floor of Building 14, 8 individuals, including Wang Wenxiang, regrouped. Each person was armed with weapons, steel pipes, machetes. The gleaming weapons radiated a terrifying aura. Let us go. With everyone gathered, Wang Wenxiang took the lead, charging towards the 14th floor. They swiftly ascended the staircase. Arriving at the 14th level, Xiaoma, knock on the door. Wang Wenxiang first gestured for his companions to take cover against the wall on the 2 sides of room 1404. Then quietly addressed a short young man with a buzz cut. The young man, named Xiaoma, promptly nodded and boldly approached the door of room 1404. Knocking forcefully and repeatedly, he appeared quite anxious. Bang, bang. In the next moment, Niu Ren's voice echoed. Who is it? Stop knocking. Are you trying to rush me to my death? Xiaoma quickly replied with a tone tinged with respect. Brother Niu, it's me, Xiaoma. My brother has a high fever and urgently needs antipyretics. I came here without delay. Do you still have any medicine? There was a brief silence within the room, before Niu Ren's voice responded once more. Oh, Xiaoma, I still have medicine. You understand the rules, right? From behind the door, Xiaoma's obsequious voice reached Niu Ren's ears again. Understood, Brother Niu. 800 per box, right? I will transfer the money to you via scan. Indeed, it is 800. 500 has already become a relic of the past. After being extorted by Aunt Lu for a batch of medicine, Niu Ren raised the price to 800 per box to compensate for the loss. As long as the snow disaster persists, sales will not be a concern. This thought filled Xiaoma with both envy and jealousy. Damn it, 21 boxes of medicine sold for 800 each. The profit margins are astronomical. This person is truly unscrupulous. He deserves to be robbed by his brothers. Just as he anticipated the door to swing open, Niu Ren's voice laced with melancholy drifted through. Xiaoma, 800 per box was yesterday's price. Now my stock is dwindling, so each box will be 2,000. A hint of greed was unmistakable in Niu Ren's tone. Xiaoma was momentarily taken aback. 2,000 per box? Is this flour or cold medicine? Has this person lost his mind over money? Anger surged within him, feeling as though he had been deceived. But he quickly recalibrated his thoughts. Wait a minute. He wasn't even planning to pay. Niu Ren could raise the price as much as he wanted. What did it have to do with him? Why should he be angry? He turned to glance at the approving gaze of his boss beside him and replied to Niu Ren. All right, Brother Niu, money is not an issue. 2,000 it is. As soon as he finished speaking, the distinct sound of the door lock turning echoed. The crowd outside instantly perked up, gripping their weapons tightly. Niu Ren, unsuspecting, opened the door without hesitation. Wait a moment, I'll fetch it for you. Before he could finish, Xiao Ma forcefully kicked the partially opened door wide open. Caught off guard, Niurin stumbled as the door slammed against him, crashing to the ground, a surge of fury igniting within him. Just as he prepared to voice his indignation, a cohort of burly men armed with weapons surged in. Niurin's expression shifted to one of sheer terror, his rage dissipating into panic. What are you doing? Chapter 40. The Death of Niurin Humph. What are we doing? We are here to punish you. The scoundrel profiting from disaster. Xiao Ma, with a face full of hatred, delivered a fierce kick to Niurin. You dare to raise the price on my lord. Upon witnessing Xiao Ma's aggression, the other henchmen joined in, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the cowering Niurin, who had his arms wrapped around his head in a futile attempt at protection. Stop. Please, don't hit me. Niurin pleaded desperately. Observing the scene, Wang Wenxiang raised his hand to halt the onslaught. Enough. Stop hitting him. Leave 2 brothers to keep watch over him, while the rest of you search the place. The subordinates nodded and dispersed, rummaging through every corner. Niurin's countenance paled once more. Stop. What you are doing is robbery. This is illegal. Wang Wenxiang smirked. We are merely punishing you for being a fraudulent merchant. How can this be deemed illegal? One of the henchmen, wielding a steel pipe, struck Niurin's back with force. Behave yourself. Niurin screamed in agony, silenced by fear. At that moment, a sudden scream erupted from the direction of the bedroom, followed by a sickening sound of a blade piercing flesh and a chilling cry of despair. Panic swept through the room. It was then that Niurin recalled with a jolt that his cousin, Achong, was still inside the room. Achong. He abruptly sprang up and rushed towards the bedroom from whence the sound emanated. Wang Wenxiang, accompanied by numerous subordinates, hastily entered the room. In the next instant, the sight of a young man sprawled in a pool of blood and a subordinate of Wang Wenxiang clutching his arm filled the room. On the floor lay a blood-stained fruit knife and a machete smeared with crimson. Achong. Niurin's expression paled as he dashed to the side of the young man. As he reached out to touch him, his hand was immediately drenched in blood, causing Niurin's face to turn ashen. Observing this, Wang Wenxiang's brow furrowed as he turned his gaze to the subordinate clutching his arm. Ma Zi, what transpired? The subordinate named Ma Zi quickly began to explain, a hint of fear visible on his face. Boss, this guy was lurking behind the door, intending to ambush me. That fruit knife belongs to him. Wang Wenxiang's frown deepened, and he inwardly cursed, fool. Knowing we are many, how dare he resist? Is he courting death? He cast a glance at the young man on the ground, arriving at a grim conclusion. There was no hope. A knife had struck his neck. Even if rushed to the hospital, salvation was impossible, especially with the heavy snow blocking the roads, rendering escape futile. Achong, please wake up. Niurin's sorrowful voice echoed. The others remained silent in response. At that moment, Huang Mao nudged Wang Wenxiang's arm. Turning his head, Wang Wenxiang noticed Huang Mao raising an eyebrow towards Niurin, as if to inquire, Brother, how shall we deal with this? Wang Wenxiang found himself in a quandary. He had never intended for a life to be lost. Once a death occurred, the nature of the situation would irrevocably change. At that moment, Niurin, who had been bowing his head in a posture of lamentation, suddenly sprang to his feet, pushing aside 2 taken-aback subordinates as he dashed towards the door. As he ran, he cried out in a piercing voice, Murder! Murder! Wang Wenxiang and his men have killed. Wang Wenxiang's expression changed instantly. Stop him! Several subordinates hurriedly set off in pursuit. Seeing this, panic surged within Niurin, prompting him to shout even louder, Murder! Someone has died. Come out and see. The murderer is Wang Wenxiang. It's Wang Wenxiang. The once silent building was abruptly filled with Niurin's cries, akin to the wails of a slaughtered pig. He did not recognize anyone else, but he knew only Wang Wenxiang, which is why he incessantly called out his name. This act, however, provoked Wang Wenxiang's fury. A fierce glint flashed across Wang Wenxiang's face as he pursued from behind. In the next instant, he swung the steel pipe in his hand with great force. The pipe traced a graceful arc through the air, striking Niurin squarely at the back of his head. A dull thud echoed, and Niurin fell to the ground, crashing heavily, falling silent thereafter. The world fell into a hushed stillness as a vivid red pool of blood began to spread beneath Niurin's head. Spitting, Wang Wenxiang approached Niurin's lifeless form, delivering a brutal kick to his side, his face contorted with malice. Let us see if he is dead. If not, drag him out into the snow and bury him. Keeping Niu Ren alive would undoubtedly invite numerous troubles. Moreover, given Niu Ren's tragic state, it seemed there was little hope for his survival. Why not abandon all pretense? The young man with the yellow hair crouched down to assess the condition of Niu Ren. Subsequently shaking his head, he still had a faint breath left, yet it was unlikely he could be saved. At that moment, Wang Wenxiang had regained his composure. His earlier remark about dragging the body out for burial had merely been said in a fit of anger. In such frigid weather, only a fool would venture outside to enter a corpse. However, the current snowstorm provided them with the perfect cover. They would first drag him back to the room, and then simply toss him out of the window. Upon hearing this, the other young men exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with resolve. Having followed Wang Wenxiang for many years, they were no strangers to the darker side of life. They had committed their fair share of illegal acts. Adding a couple more lives to their tally was hardly a cause for concern. Soon, the group of 8 returned to room 1404, dragging the barely alive Niu Ren with them. Shortly after, 2 lifeless bodies were cast from the 14th floor directly into the snow below. Subsequently, the group returned to Wang Wenxiang's residence, laden with a multitude of items. Unbeknownst to them, the owner's group chat had already erupted in chaos due to Niu Ren's cries. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone was screaming about murder. And quite loudly too. Surely, it can't be a fatal incident. I heard it too. It seemed like Niu Ren from 1404 was calling out. I was just there yesterday to buy some medicine. I recognize his voice. I heard it as well. It sounded like someone was pursuing him. He kept shouting. Is it a homicide? Was it that drug dealer? You know, the one selling a box of cold medicine for 500? Yes, that's him. But it's not 500. It's 800. The price went up yesterday. Alas, it is indeed that unscrupulous merchant. He deserves his fate. Upon the revelation of the identity of the victim, a flurry of individuals in the group began to tag Niu Ren. However, it was evident that Niu Ren was beyond the reach of response. Observing this, the members of the group started urging those from Building 14 to investigate the situation. Some were motivated by mere curiosity, while others were filled with trepidation. Brothers from Building 14, go and see if there is truly a crisis at hand. Lives are at stake. Indeed, if a life had been lost, our neighborhood's property values would surely plummet. Quickly confirm the matter. Unfortunately, none among them were fools. While ordinary spectacles might entice the average person to look, incidents involving loss of life were something everyone wished to avoid. It was hardly a time to seek entertainment. What if the perpetrator remained at large? Had none of the residents from the 14th floor of Building 14 stepped forward to speak? In fact, only a scant few had voiced their opinions. Just then, amidst the rampant discussions, one resident suddenly exclaimed, "Look downstairs at Building 14. Chapter 41, The New Owners Group. Information was disseminated, and soon responses began to pour in. Good heavens, there are 2 bodies. Alongside the message, the resident eagerly attached a photograph. In the image, 2 corpses, partially buried under the snow, were clearly visible. Surrounding the snowy scene was a vibrant red flower. Following the release of the photograph, the pace of discussion within the group escalated dramatically. My goodness, a life has truly been lost. It is Niu Ren. I recognized his clothing from yesterday. It is indeed him. How could such a tragedy occur? Die well. This unscrupulous merchant deserves his fate. In the owners group, some felt a sense of satisfaction, while others were engulfed in panic. Among them, the majority was gripped by confusion and fear. Based on Niu Ren's earlier cries for help, it was not difficult to deduce that he had been murdered. This implies that the killer was within their community, possibly even one of the owners, lurking among them. Consequently, were they not also in peril? A murderer possesses no humanity. Soon, this realization dawned upon the crowd, and the frequency of messages in the group instinctively slowed. In an instant, everyone felt a sense of unease. At that moment, one owner hastily inquired, "Does anyone know who the killer is?" However, after sending the message, there was no response. Clearly, either no one was aware, or those who knew chose to feign ignorance, fearing the wrath of the murderer. Yi Fei, do you know how Niu Ren and the others met their end? In room 1705, Yao Lan furrowed her brow as she stroked her cat while perusing the messages in the group. Yi Fei, engrossed in a game on his tablet, did not lift his gaze, because they died due to greed. Yao Lan blinked her beautiful eyes, though it seemed somewhat plausible. That was not the question she intended to ask. Do you know who the murderer is? At this, Yi Fei finally raised his head. With the knowledge from his past life, he was aware that it was Wang Wenxiang and his accomplices who were responsible. Yet, revealing their names to Yao Lan was clearly inappropriate. Thus, he smiled and replied, "You will know soon enough." It seemed to affirm his statement. The mobile phones of the two individuals chimed simultaneously with incoming messages. Yi Fei tapped into the notification and, as expected, discovered the formation of a new owner-s group. Just as in his previous life, within this group, noteworthy was the absence of individuals such as Wang Wenxiang. Ding! You have been added to the new owner-s group of Tianqing community. Shortly thereafter, Manager Chen from the property management, who had organized the chat group, sent out a message to all members. All members, dear family, the culprits responsible for the murder of Niu Ren and his cousin are Wang Wenxiang and his accomplices. I deliberately excluded them from this group, and I urge everyone to maintain confidentiality and not let them know. Upon the revelation, the new group erupted in chaos. I too heard the name Wang Wenxiang. However, I refrained from speaking out, fearing retribution, as my residence is on the 14th floor of Building 14, and I could hear everything clearly. Yes, I too heard it. It was indeed Wang Wenxiang. With the identity of the murderer unveiled, the crowd erupted in vehement condemnation. Damn it, I always knew this group was up to no good. Not only do they engage in loan sharking, but they also lounge about aimlessly. Now, they have even taken a life. In my opinion, just by looking at their tattoos and demeanor, it is evident they are part of a criminal syndicate. We must report this to the authorities. They should be apprehended and face severe consequences. I have already notified a friend in an official capacity. He assured me that as soon as the snow disaster subsides, he will bring a team to arrest them. Yet, there were some rational voices advising caution. Everyone, now that we know the identity of the murderer, we must be vigilant moving forward. We are uncertain when this snow disaster will cease, so please take care to protect yourselves. The homeowners expressed their approval in unison. At that moment, Manager Chun from the property management also spoke up. All right, everyone, please communicate in this group moving forward, and ensure that no information is leaked to Wang Wenxiang and his associates. Remarkably, the property management received praise from the homeowners for their performance. Indeed, Manager Chen is right. We owe you our gratitude, or we would still be in the dark. Everyone should be cautious not to confuse the two groups in the future. Thus, the tragic demise of Niu Ren and his cousin reached a temporary conclusion. Their deaths also signified an escalation of the already tense atmosphere within the community, for Pandora's box had been irreversibly opened. However, this was evidently unrelated to Yi Fei and his companion, who resided in the shelter. At that moment, the two were engaged in a significant task in the bathroom. Be still, I will finish shortly. Yi Fei, where are you applying that? I lack experience. Bear with me. Hurry up, I can't take it anymore. It's too dirty, let me wash it first. In the bathroom, Yao Lan held little Qianqian steady while Yi Fei tended to it. Indeed, the two were giving little Qianqian its first bath. Since Yi Fei rescued this stray kitten, it had undergone nearly half a month of recuperation, and it was visibly thriving. Now not only was it quite lively, but it had also learned to groom itself, and its fur had become smooth. It appeared to be an exceptionally healthy 2-month-old kitten. Meow little Qianqian squinted its eyes, obediently allowing its owner to handle it. Occasionally, it emitted a delightful meow, exuding an aura of comfort. How well-behaved little Qianqian is. Witnessing the kitten's docility as Yi Fei bathed it, Yaolan couldn't help but express her astonishment. It is well known that cats have an innate fear of water. Many cats struggle fiercely during their first bath, occasionally injuring their owners in the process. Thus, the mere thought of bathing a cat often brings great distress to many cat owners. Who would have thought that this little stray cat adopted by Yi Fei would be so well-mannered? Yi Fei grinned. Of course, just look at who its owner is. Seemingly understanding his words, the kitten meowed in compliance, lifting its foam-covered little head to nuzzle Yi Fei's palm, as if to say, "Master, I am truly obedient." Before long, with their combined efforts, the little creature's first bath was successfully completed. A fluffy, exceptionally charming little tabby cat stood before them. Ha ha ha, the kitten smells so delightful. As soon as its fur was dried, Yaolan couldn't resist picking up little Qianqian, pretending to bury her face in its fur. Meow? The little creature displayed a look of defiance, extending its tiny paws in a futile attempt to push her away. Alas, how could a mere kitten resist the might of a bipedal creature? Ultimately, Yaolan took a hearty whiff of the cat, while little Qianqian wore an expression of utter despondency, casting a woeful glance at Yi Fei. Meow? Master, I'm not clean anymore, could I have another bath? This scene instantly sent both of them into fits of laughter. As he laughed, Yi Fei suddenly widened his eyes. his gaze fixed intently upon the quivering figure of Yao Lan, who was adorned with a radiant smile. My goodness, how exquisite! Indeed, the ancients do not deceive me. Boundless beauty resides upon perilous peaks. Humph, where are you looking? Yao Lan soon became aware that Yi Fei's eyes were locked onto a spot just 3 inches below her neck. Her face instantly flushed, and she hastily wrapped her arms around herself, not forgetting to cast a charming glare at him. Enduring the beauty's playful rebuke, Yi Fei unexpectedly felt a pang of thirst. He extended his tongue to moisten his lips, a mischievous grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Little heiress, have you forgotten to repay your debt today? Chapter 42. The official rescue. Yao Lan was momentarily taken aback. Then her entire exquisite visage turned crimson, her ears tinged with a delicate pink. Clearly, she comprehended the implications of Yi Fei's words about repayment. It was her own moment of oversight that led to this predicament. She had fallen into Yi Fei's playful trap, accruing a monumental debt of 10 kisses daily. The vexing part was that she had even honored this debt the previous day. However, this could not continue. She still felt a slight swelling in her lips. With this thought, Yao Lan's beautiful eyes twinkled mischievously as she devised a plan to renege on her obligation. Repayment? Fine, but you must close your eyes first. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei raised an eyebrow. So obedient? Surely, there must be a trick. He was determined to uncover what scheme Yao Lan was concocting. Thus, he pretended to shut his eyes, leaving a barely perceptible slit open. In the next moment, Yao Lan suddenly cast aside the small coins in her hand and dashed towards the living room, glancing back with a playful laugh. Hee hee. Today, I shall abscond from my debts. What will you do about it? You scoundrel, if you have the ability, come catch me. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei ceased his pretense, quickly opened his eyes, and pursued her with a mischievous grin. Humph, I knew you were up to no good. Just wait until I catch you. You shall regret it. The pair, a man and a woman, chased each other, leaving behind the small coins in a state of utter confusion. Thus, love is destined to vanish, isn't it? Laughter echoed incessantly from the living room. Hee hee, come and catch me, you scoundrel. Little rich girl, do not be too smug. Soon you shall understand what true prowess entails. The couple playfully circled around the coffee table for several minutes. Ultimately, Yao Lan could not elude his grasp, as Yi Fei enveloped her from behind. The temperature in the living room began to rise, infused with an element known as ambiguity. Yi Fei gently cradled Yao Lan's chin with one hand and leaned down to tenderly press his lips against hers. The sound of swallowed breaths filled the air. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yi Fei finally released Yao Lan, who had nearly melted into a puddle. Observing her dazed expression, he bent down and swept her off her feet, heading straight for the master bedroom. He had endured for half a month. His pent-up desires were now clamoring for release. It was time to seek pleasure for little Yi Fei. Meanwhile, Yao Lan clung tightly to Yi Fei's neck, burying her flushed face against his chest, fully aware of what was to come next. While she felt a twinge of shyness within her heart, there lingered an unspoken anticipation. After a considerable pause, she murmured softly, "Be gentle. I have never experienced this before." Upon receiving the beautiful one's consent, Yi Fei's spirits soared. Excellent. With those words, he strode confidently into the bedroom and firmly closed the door behind him. A night of revelry unfolded, filling the room with the essence of spring. Time advanced to the 6th day following the onset of the apocalypse. Outside, a relentless blizzard raged, with snow accumulating to depths of 2 to 3 meters, while temperatures plummeted once more to a chilling -56 degrees. This extreme cold and snowstorm seemed to stretch into eternity, enveloping all in a profound desolation that sent shivers through the very soul. Early in the morning, individuals began tallying the death toll within the homeowners group. After the night had passed, 13 more souls succumbed to the frigid embrace of the previous evening. However, compared to the previous day, today's atmosphere was undeniably more somber. Following a spate of fatalities, most homeowners no longer exhibited the same fervor they had initially displayed. Perhaps their phones had lost power, rendering them voiceless. Even those who engaged in conversation within the group primarily exchanged information regarding supplies. As for those who had perished from the cold, a collective instinct to overlook their fate emerged, or rather, a reluctance to confront the grim reality. Thus came the 7th, 8th, and 9th days. The atmosphere within the homeowners group grew increasingly muted. A sense of numbness began to take hold among all. Concurrently, the daily death toll began to escalate sharply. On the 7th day, 21 lives were lost. On the 8th, 23, and on the 9th, 32. The harrowing figures vividly illustrate the brutality of this disaster. And this is merely the extent of what has been discovered. Perhaps in certain rooms, there lie undetected ice sculptures yet to be unveiled. Even more tragically, those who remain must endure and strive to survive. Just as the collective silence of despair enveloped the crowd, an unexpected piece of good news erupted among the homeowners. The official rescue has arrived. Property manager Chen announced to all members, "Good news, good news. We have received word from the authorities that starting tomorrow, from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., power will be restored to our community. Additionally, around 3 p.m., a helicopter will be dispatched to airdrop supplies for our Tianjin community. Those in need of supplies may go and collect them. This afternoon, we shall witness the first wave of power restoration and supply drop," he urged. Some homeowners may have dead phones and cannot see this message, so please relay this information to one another. After the announcement, the property management ensured that the two messages were pinned as top announcements, fearing that any homeowner might overlook such crucial information. Undoubtedly, this official rescue operation served as a powerful lifeline, reigniting the flicker of hope for many homeowners who had felt utterly despondent. Some even wept openly in relief. Finally, the official rescue has arrived. "My parents succumbed to the cold, but I refuse to perish as well." Another exclaimed, "This is wonderful. We are finally saved. We can enjoy a warm meal. I was nearly numb from the cold, but now I can finally warm up. And an airdrop too? Could it be that we can finally indulge in fresh meat and vegetables? How delightful. I have been subsisting on instant noodles and biscuits for the past 2 days." In the owners group, a wave of exuberance swept through. Yet, some expressed greater concern regarding the official rescue efforts. Property manager Chun, has there been any word on when this snow disaster might cease? Additionally, will they deploy the military to assist us? The moment these questions were posed, the group erupted into animated discussions. Clearly, these were matters of paramount importance to everyone, as the supply of resources and electricity could not be sustained for long. Only the cessation of the snow disaster or military intervention could extricate everyone from their predicament. The property management responded promptly, stating that no updates were available yet, but news should emerge following the restoration of power in the afternoon, urging everyone to stay tuned. Although the response was not entirely satisfactory, hope blossomed within the owners' hearts, leading them to refrain from further inquiries and instead anticipate the afternoon's power restoration and airdrops. In room 1705, Yifei reclined languidly on the sofa, while in the kitchen, the exquisite figure of Yao Lan busied herself, with little Qian Qian sitting at her feet, occasionally looking up with a gluttonous expression. With nothing pressing to occupy him, Yifei opened his phone and chanced upon the messages in the group, feeling a sense of surprise. In his previous life, he had perished on the 8th day of the apocalypse, unaware of the official rescue operations. Now, as he read about these efforts, he couldn't help but marvel at the resolve of the Chinese government. He could scarcely fathom the immense sacrifices made to restore power and deliver supplies. Perhaps there are thousands of soldiers who may sacrifice their lives for this cause, as the external temperature is a chilling -56 degrees. The snow accumulates to a depth of 2 to 3 meters. In such extreme conditions, the challenge of restoring power and procuring supplies is almost unimaginable. Perhaps only the soldiers of our great nation possess the capability to endure this. Let us hope that more lives can be saved. Shaking his head, Yifei chose not to dwell on these thoughts any longer. Instead, he activated his smartwatch and sent a message to Shasha. "I wonder how that girl is faring now?" Chapter 43, Airdrop. "Shasha, what are you doing?" As soon as Yifei sent this message, Shasha replied almost instantaneously. "Brother Yi, I'm currently typing. I've nearly completed the content you sent me." Taken aback, Yifei realized the enormity of what she was undertaking. The entirety of martial arts transformation comprises over 500,000 words. Although he had only sent her a third of it, that still amounted to over 100,000 words. Shasha had managed to nearly complete it in just over half a month. She is indeed a remarkable writing machine. Who would have thought she possessed such talent? Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that the novel did not require her to craft the plot. She merely needed to transcribe the translated text from the smartwatch. It is only natural that she could work quickly. After a while, Yifei typed, "Shasha, please take care of yourself and do not overexert your health. I will send you the complete novel right away." With that, he transmitted the USB drive he had previously used to download martial arts transformation. Shasha received it in an instant. "Indeed, I shall remain attentive to the messages. Thank you." Brother Yifei. Shortly thereafter, she sent another message. Brother Yifei, you cannot fathom the popularity of this novel Duki Homa. It soared to the top of the new book rankings yesterday, garnering tens of thousands of fans. Our editor mentioned that in a few days, it will be arranged for publication, and then I shall begin to receive my royalties. Sha Sha resembled a lively and spirited lark, chirping excitedly about her inner joy. The past fortnight had been a period of profound transformation for her. In her previous existence, she felt like a forgotten soul on the periphery of the world. However, with the serialization of her novel, she gradually amassed a considerable following, encountered a remarkably kind website editor, and formed bonds with fellow authors who became her chat companions. This blossomed her once isolated and self-doubting heart into one that was increasingly radiant. All of these changes were attributed to the high-tech wristwatch she possessed, and to Yifei, who was at the other end of it. At that moment, Sha Sha's gratitude towards Yifei was nearly palpable, as if it could transcend the screen. She silently vowed that once she received her first payment, she would orchestrate a delightful surprise for brother Yifei. The previous gifts she had sent were merely trifles. Yifei, oblivious to Sha Sha's musings of how to surprise him, expressed concern for her well-being and reminded her to stay healthy before concluding their conversation. Meanwhile, Yao Lan, donned in an apron and resembling a devoted homemaker, emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 steaming platters of delectable dishes. Yifei, come and savor my culinary creations. Upon hearing this, Yifei set down his phone and hurried to the dining table. Before them lay 2 dishes that were rather unappealing in appearance. One, with a hue suggesting it was scrambled eggs with tomatoes, while the other appeared dark and uninviting. Yifei stared at the latter for a considerable time, unable to discern what it was. Ahem, that is stir-fried meat with chili. At that moment, Yao Lan timely interjected. In the next instant, their gazes met, one filled with silence, the other tinged with awkwardness. After a prolonged pause, Yifei took a deep breath and turned to the slightly embarrassed Yao Lan. My dear little wealthy lady, may I inquire if you absolutely must cook this dish? Is there not a possibility that it might be more suitable for me to take charge of the culinary duties in the future? Half an hour prior, Yao Lan had eagerly volunteered to prepare a delectable meal for him. He had initially thought she possessed some culinary skills. Apparently, he was mistaken. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Yao Lan shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. No way. I need to find something to occupy myself. Otherwise, I shall surely perish from boredom. Yifei felt a flicker of understanding. Yao Lan made a valid point. Her opportunities to venture out would be limited, and without any tasks to engage her, she would inevitably grow weary over time. Cooking seemed to be a commendable choice. As for culinary skills, practice would suffice. After all, he was not lacking in ingredients. Noticing Yifei's wavering resolve, Yao Lan quickly enveloped his arm with both hands, playfully urging, Yifei, please give it a try. Perhaps my dish merely lacks aesthetic appeal, but tastes delightful. You must sample it. This is my very first attempt at cooking. After speaking, she cast a sidelong glance, her tone laced with seduction. How about this? If you manage to finish, I shall wear black stockings for you tonight. At her words, Yifei instantly perked up, his posture straightening considerably. Little sister, if we're discussing this, I am no longer drowsy. He nodded emphatically. All right, it's settled then. What if the dishes were not visually appealing? Yifei, a forsaken orphan, had tasted all manner of food. With that, he boldly sat down, brandishing his chopsticks to scoop a mushy piece of tomato. Upon tasting it, the intense saltiness nearly contorted his features, yet he resolutely suppressed his reaction. In the end, he finished it expressionlessly. Meanwhile, Yao Lan watched him with eager anticipation. So how is it? Delicious? Yifei took a moment to compose himself before nodding heavily. Quite palatable. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he picked up another piece and gently offered it to Yao Lan's luscious, rosy lips, his tone softening. Here, darling, you should try some too. Upon hearing this, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, forming crescent moons. Indeed, I am a culinary genius. To receive such praise on my first attempt at cooking. Without a second thought, she opened her mouth to accept the chopsticks Yifei extended. The next moment, she spat it out with a loud wow. When she saw Yifei, who had tricked her, making a run for it, she indignantly chased after him. Yifei, you shall pay for this. How could you deceive me into eating something so horrid? Ha ha ha, I can't be the only one to suffer. The two engaged in a playful bout of teasing and banter. As time passed, it swiftly approached around 3 o'clock p.m., the designated hour for the airdrop by the authorities. The wind and snow seemed to have lessened slightly, yet the sky remained overcast, casting an oppressive atmosphere. A large crowd, bundled up like dumplings and disheveled as if they were vagrants, had already gathered on the first floor, waiting anxiously. A cursory glance revealed that there were likely hundreds of individuals present, predominantly middle-aged men. It was evident that, as time progressed, many were running low on supplies. One could only wonder when the official helicopter would arrive. It had been days since I had enjoyed a proper meal. This time, I was determined to savor something substantial. "You're lucky. I haven't eaten anything for 2 days," someone replied. "Who isn't? It's freezing outside. Who dares to venture out?" Another added, "I've been surviving on instant noodles and biscuits for days. If only we could still order takeout," lamented another. These individuals huddled together in small groups at various sheltered spots, anticipation etched on their faces. The atmosphere was tenuously harmonious. However, a closer inspection revealed that many gazed at one another with wary eyes. A few individuals, noticeably bulging with concealed weapons, suggested that the current environment had instilled a sense of unease among the populace, prompting them to arm themselves for protection. Before long, a keen-eyed resident shouted, "The helicopter is coming. Look over there." Chapter 44. The collapse of order. Everyone turned to follow the direction of his pointed finger. A dark green helicopter struggled against the heavy snowfall as it made its way toward them. Beneath the aircraft, a large crate was suspended, evidently the supplies referred to by the authorities. Instantly, the homeowners were filled with joy, some even braving the cold to step into the open, waving enthusiastically at the sky, calling out, "Here, here." The snow-covered ground had already been tested by the crowd. It was solidly frozen, and stepping on it posed no risk of sinking. The helicopter soon spotted them, flying directly toward them with its cargo. As it approached, the piercing sound of the rotor blades became audible. In times past, many would have found this noise bothersome, instinctively retreating from it. Yet, at this moment, for many, it was the most exquisite sound in the world, for it heralded hope. The helicopter began its descent, and the homeowners quickly dispersed, providing ample space for its landing. Regrettably, the helicopter showed no intention of touching down, hovering steadily 5 meters above the ground. This sight left some individuals, who harbored aspirations of escaping the Tianjin community aboard the helicopter, feeling disheartened. Nevertheless, a few remained undeterred. "Comrade, could you take me with you? I can pay you anything, just name your price." Others attempted to leverage their status, asserting, "Comrade, I am Ma Kuan, the director of the XX office in Yuhang City. Please, take me to safety. I am quite familiar with your military personnel and recently shared a meal with them. Might I request to board a helicopter for my departure?" However, it is evident that the aspirations of these individuals have been utterly thwarted. The fully armed soldiers aboard the helicopter exhibited no intention of responding. They merely focused on unloading large crates from the aircraft. With a dull thud, the crates landed upon the icy terrain, causing the solid ground to yield slightly beneath their weight. Following this, the helicopter showed no signs of lingering. It gradually ascended, seemingly preparing to depart. Observing this, those eager to leave became increasingly agitated, hastily proclaiming their various backgrounds and offering considerable sums in a desperate attempt to persuade the helicopter crew to remain. Yet, their efforts proved futile. The helicopter crew paid no heed to their pleas, performing a single aerial maneuver before heading back into the direction from whence they came. Within mere seconds, it vanished into the swirling snowstorm. In response, those left behind erupted in vehement curses, with one individual, a self-proclaimed office director named Ma Kuan, cursing the loudest. "What are you pretending for? You're just a lowly soldier. If I discover who is aboard that helicopter, I shall certainly file a complaint." Upon uttering these words, Ma Kuan noticed the peculiar glances directed his way and shouted again, "What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll have your eyes." His abrasive demeanor prompted those around him to instinctively retreat, for Ma Kuan was indeed an office director, and ordinary individuals naturally dared not provoke him. Yet, there remained a multitude of gazes directed at him, rife with disdain. In that moment, several exclamations erupted. "So many supplies! How wonderful, at last we can fill our stomachs." It turned out that the property management had already mobilized personnel, eagerly prying open the supply boxes. Before our eyes lay a dazzling array of provisions, familiar foods, biscuits, instant noodles, and essential staples such as rice, flour, and oil. Additionally, there were some wilted vegetables, along with frozen fish and pork, solidly encased in ice, albeit in limited quantities. A cursory glance suggested that the total weight of these provisions might well exceed 1,000 pounds. Witnessing the abundance of supplies, the crowd erupted in fervor, surging toward the source of the goods. So much food, we are saved. Save some for me. My child hasn't eaten meat in days. Just leave me a bag of rice. I only need one bag. The scene threatened to descend into chaos. The middle-aged leader from the property management suddenly bellowed, "Everyone, please quiet down and do not panic. There are ample supplies for all. Maintain order." However, it was evident that his words fell on deaf ears. In the presence of such famished individuals, order was but a distant jest. Furthermore, many among the crowd, upon glimpsing the supplies, could not help but mentally calculate. For while the provisions were plentiful, they were far from sufficient. It is crucial to note that, without even considering other buildings, just between buildings 12 to 18, there existed 700 to 800 households. Even if some perished from the cold, the number of households would certainly exceed 600, meaning there are at least 1,000 owners still in need. Dividing the available supplies among them would barely afford each individual a meager meal. For those who have already exhausted their provisions, how could this possibly suffice? The wives, the elderly, and the children at home are all desperately awaiting sustenance, longing for rice to be cooked. Amidst the throng, an indignant voice broke through the chaos. "These supplies are insufficient for everyone. Don't believe him. Let us seize them." In an instant, the crowd erupted. Those who had harbored such thoughts seized the opportunity to create disorder, lunging towards the provisions. The scene transformed into utter bedlam. The property management attempted to intervene, only to be toppled by the surge of homeowners. Witnessing the rush towards the supplies, Manager Chen's face turned pale with terror. "Stop. Please. Stop." Yet his pleas were drowned out by the cacophony of the crowd. "Haha, this rice is mine." A sprightly young man darted into the pile of supplies, clutching a bag of rice, ready to flee. But in the next moment, a balding middle-aged man leaped high and delivered a flying kick, sending the young man crashing to the ground. "Damn it, I spotted this rice first," he exclaimed, bending down to hoist the grain. In the blink of an eye, another equally strong hand grasped the rice bag. A bespectacled middle-aged man forced a smile, saying, "Brother, let me have the rice. I'll pay you 3,000. How does that sound?" The bald man remained unfazed, his expression shifting to one of fury. "Money? You four-eyed fool. I'm on the brink of starvation. Do you dare to compete with me?" Upon uttering those words, a powerful fist was launched towards the bespectacled man before him. The middle-aged individual, undeterred, immediately retaliated. Yet, both combatants tacitly opted to wield but one hand, or employ their legs for kicks, while their other hand clutched tenaciously onto a bag of rice. Each was resolute, unwilling to relinquish their hold. This scene was a common spectacle amidst the chaos surrounding them. "Damn it, Li Laosan, that box of instant noodles belongs to me. How dare you attempt to seize it? You scoundrel, if you don't let go, I swear I'll end you. It's mine, all mine." The frenzy among the onlookers escalated as they descended into a tumultuous melee, with more individuals joining the fray. In an instant, the air was thick with curses and shouts. The order established by law had, in that moment, utterly disintegrated. Chapter 45. A brutal fray amidst the chaos. One office director, Ma Kuan, exhibited remarkable valor. He was seen with a box of instant noodles tucked under his arm, while his hand clutched a bundle of greens. When he noticed a fellow owner foolishly attempting to obstruct his path, Ma Kuan wasted no time, delivering a swift kick that sent the individual sprawling to the ground. "How dare you challenge me?" he spat, disdainfully. After a contemptuous glare, Ma Kuan prepared to exit the tumultuous battleground, oblivious to the cold, hostile gaze fixed upon him from behind. As he began to slip away from the crowd, the owner of those icy eyes narrowed his stare, retrieving a sharp fruit knife, stealthily advancing towards Ma Kuan. "You lowly peasants can continue your brawl here. I shall take my leave." As Ma Kuan was on the verge of rushing into the first-floor hall of Building 15, a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. Once he reached that place, he would no longer attract attention. Moreover, his home was merely a short distance away on the second floor. Most importantly, the supplies he had managed to procure this time would suffice to sustain him for several days, marking a bountiful harvest. Just as he reveled in his exhilaration, a figure suddenly lunged at him from his left side, accompanied by a glint of cold steel. With a sharp thrust, a merciless fruit knife plunged into his side. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed ominously. Ma Kuan's body stiffened. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, He felt the assailant withdraw the knife only to mercilessly stab it into his chest. Thrust after thrust, 3 or 4 times in quick succession. The intense pain finally elicited a cry of agony from Ma Cohen, who instinctively summoned all his strength to shove the attacker away. With a thud, the assailant fell to the ground, revealing himself to be an exceedingly frail young man. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with a sense of triumph. "Ha ha, you corrupt officials have your day now." He laughed heartily, staring at the blood-soaked clothing of Ma Cohen. Enraged, Ma Cohen cursed vehemently, "What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Instead of seizing supplies, you target me?" A profound sense of weakness washed over him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Ma Cohen pressed his hand tightly against the wound and turned to flee. He knew he could not afford to linger, due to the excessive layers of clothing. The wound is not yet fatal, but prolonging the situation could prove dangerous. He can already sense a chilling sharpness emanating from the injury. "I no longer wish to live. In my final moments, I simply desire to take someone down with me. Those of you who wield a modicum of power and act with impunity deserve to perish." Yet, the young man clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook. He sprang to his feet, seizing the bloodied fruit knife from the snow, and lunged once more at Ma Cohen. Realizing the imminent threat, Ma Cohen desperately attempted to defend himself, discarding the instant noodles and vegetables he had been holding. However, already injured and unarmed, he was no match for the vigor of youth. In mere moments, the blade plunged into his chest again. Vivid crimson liquid spilled onto the snow, painting it with a striking pattern reminiscent of plum blossoms. Ma Cohen let out a wretched scream, summoning all his remaining strength to deliver a punch to the young man's face. The latter fell to the ground, but, disregarding the pain, rose once again. As he had declared, today he was intent on taking someone down with him, and Ma Cohen had been chosen as his target. "No, I beg you spare me. I am not an official. I am merely the head of a neighborhood committee, and I was only boasting moments ago." As the young man charged at him again, his face twisted with murderous intent, Ma Cohen, in sheer terror, stumbled back and fell to the ground. In a moment of desperation, he could not help but reveal his true identity. Yet, the frenzied young man was evidently beyond the point of heeding his words. His disdain for those who flaunt their power and look down upon others was profound. However, the previous actions of Ma Cohen had been entirely observed by him. In his eyes, a person like Ma Cohen deserved to die. In the past, he lacked the courage to act. But now, with nothing left to lose, he was determined to take down someone he despised immensely. "Corrupt official, do not think you can deceive me," he roared, thrusting the knife once more towards Ma Cohen. At that moment, Ma Cohen had lost all ability to resist. The blade pierced through, again and again. After several stabbings, the young man, still unsatisfied, continued to pull out the knife and stab again relentlessly. Death, 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 death. After delivering over 20 thrusts, the young man finally collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Meanwhile, Ma Cohen had become a mere figure of blood, devoid of life. A moment later, with his head lolling, he breathed his last. Observing this, the bloodied young man erupted into laughter. The death of Ma Cohen did not draw much attention, for he was not the first to fall. Those who were fighting for resources had already succumbed to a frenzy of violence. Those armed had drawn their weapons, revealing an array of fruit knives, kitchen knives, cleavers, and steel pipes. With the emergence of weapons, bodies began to fall into pools of blood. In just a few minutes, the pristine white snow was adorned with dozens of crimson flowers. Furthermore, amidst the struggle for resources, many took the opportunity to settle personal vendettas. "Li Lao Er, you dared to seduce my wife. Come meet your end. Damn it, Chen Jiqiang. Don't think I'm unaware of your slanderous words against me to others. I have endured you for far too long. He Chong, you owe me 100,000 yuan, and you have not repaid it for 5 years. Today, I no longer desire the money. I will end your life. Lu Xiufan, you previously extorted 2,000 yuan from me. Return my money." As the crowd ignited with genuine fury, a lifeless body of an owner lay sprawled on the ground. Many timid individuals began to retreat from the battlefield. In the fray over supplies, a significant portion had been destroyed. The ground was littered with scattered grains, trampled vegetables, and prepared foods. Time passed, and the conflict gradually subsided. In the snow, over 40 bodies of owners lay, their fates uncertain. If fate did not intervene, those who survived the skirmish would inevitably succumb to the bitter cold. Clearly, no one would brave the snow and frigid temperatures to aid them. A solitary path awaited them, death. A well-intentioned supply drop had devolved into a hellscape due to human greed and desire. One must admit, this scene is rather ironic. At 17:05, by the floor-to-ceiling window, Yi Fei and Yao Lan observed the struggle below in the snow. Yi Fei remained composed, while Yao Lan trembled slightly, betraying her fear. Despite having envisioned the brutality of the apocalypse numerous times, the reality before her instilled a palpable dread. Noticing her distress, Yi Fei gently pulled her into an embrace. "It's all right, my little affluent lady. There is no need to be afraid." Chapter 46. Wang Wenxiang's resurgence. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. Upon hearing his words, Yao Lan's gaze grew resolute, and she nodded slightly, burying her head in Yi Fei's embrace. Meanwhile, as Yi Fei held Yao Lan, he quietly observed the corpses below, gradually being blanketed by the falling snow, a flicker of solemnity crossing his eyes. He understood all too well that order had begun to unravel. With the passage of time, those owners deprived of resources would only grow increasingly desperate. The environment surrounding him would inevitably become more perilous. It appeared that he must urgently commence amassing gold to exchange for physical enhancement potions, thereby augmenting his self-preservation capabilities. A preliminary plan began to form in Yi Fei's mind. Simultaneously, at Wang Wenxiang's location, life had been relatively favorable these past few days, as Niu Ren had surprisingly stockpiled a substantial amount of supplies. If they were frugal, it would suffice for a week's sustenance. Moreover, Wang Wenxiang realized that news of their slaying of the Niu brothers had likely leaked. Many of the owners who had previously maintained contact with him had either gone silent or exhibited extreme caution towards him in recent days. Due to this, he resolved to adopt a more discreet approach. Even the supplies from the official airdrops were not deemed worth contesting, for he feared that his mere presence would render him a target. Unexpectedly, this unintentional discretion allowed their brotherhood to evade calamity. At this moment, in the room, Wang Wenxiang and his companions gathered around a fire, heartily consuming the provisions they had seized from Niu Ren. "Boss, look at the messages in the group. Those owners have gone mad." In a desperate bid to seize supplies, a staggering 40 lives were claimed. Xiaoma scrolled through his phone, which was barely clinging to its last vestiges of battery, and was taken aback by the grim reports of casualties resulting from the fierce competition for airdrop provisions. He instinctively presented the phone to Wang Wenxiang. Upon receiving it, Wang's expression mirrored Xiaoma's shock, yet there was also a flicker of relief in his demeanor. Fortunately, he had acted swiftly, pilfering a considerable amount of supplies from Niu Ren. Otherwise, they too would have been embroiled in the fray for the airdrop provisions. And given their previous altercation with Niu Ren, they would surely have attracted hostility. It was conceivable that had they participated, they might have lost brothers in the conflict. The leader's wisdom in dissuading them from engaging in the scramble for resources was commendable. Otherwise, they would likely be facing perilous consequences. Indeed, with over 40 lives lost, it was evident that the owners had become utterly desperate. The rest of the group shared a sense of trepidation, as not long ago they had contemplated vying for the airdrop supplies themselves, but were fortunate to have been halted by their leader, Wang Wenxiang. "Brother Chong, what shall we do next?" came a voice from Huang Mao, who had been huddled in a corner, highlighting their current predicament. "Although we still possess some supplies, they will only suffice for 3 days at most. We must devise a plan post-haste." As his words hung in the air, all eyes turned in unison towards Wang Wenxiang, awaiting their leader's guidance. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenxiang pondered for a considerable time before slowly speaking. "We must recruit." He had contemplated this thoroughly. With the strength of their 9 members, they might possess some advantages at this stage. However, it would not be long before the property owners, in a bid for self-preservation, would band together for mutual support. At that juncture, relying solely on their 9 members would render them no match for these property owners. Only by bolstering the strength of their own team could they maintain this advantage firmly and gain the upper hand in future resource competitions, thereby enhancing their chances of survival. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates appeared somewhat hesitant. Huang Mao, in particular, wore a puzzled expression. "Brother Chong, just a few days ago, we eliminated Niu Ren and aroused the vigilance of all the property owners. Now, if we suddenly announce recruitment, would anyone be willing to join us?" Wang Wenxiang laughed heartily, suddenly rising to pat Huang Mao's shoulder with great force. "Ah how, remember this. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. We have slain Niu Ren, and the property owners fear that we will pose a threat to them in the future, which is why they are wary of us. However, now, An even more terrifying enemy looms before them, death. Thus, in a bid for self-preservation, some may choose to join us. Moreover, the number of recruits might exceed our wildest imaginations. These words struck Huang Mao like a revelation, causing his eyes to brighten instantly, and he could not help but give a thumbs up. Brother Chong, you are indeed insightful. The others also echoed their praises. Indeed, the leader effortlessly perceives the innermost thoughts of those homeowners. The leader is truly remarkable. In response to the flattery from his subordinates, Wang Wenxiang calmly raised his hand, signaling for silence. He then proceeded to allocate tasks. How? Among the brothers, you are the most astute. The matter of recruitment will fall upon your capable shoulders. Remember, our promise is that as long as one joins us, there will always be ample food at every meal. Furthermore, when recruiting, prioritize men aged 30 to 50, particularly those with families. Huang Mao nodded, diligently noting Wang Wenxiang's directives. However, the final stipulation regarding recruitment left him somewhat perplexed. Leader, why focus on men aged 30 to 50? Isn't anyone over 18 sufficient? Those younger, with their daring spirit and tenacity, would surely be more advantageous, wouldn't they? Wang Wenxiang shook his head. The reason I insist on recruiting men aged 30 to 50, particularly those with families, is that they have already established their lives and possess ties that bind them, with wives, children, and elderly parents. The likelihood of their betrayal diminishes significantly. Huang Mao's eyes brightened once more. This was nothing short of the manipulative tactics employed by unscrupulous factories. When faced with middle-aged individuals who have built their lives, they are relentlessly exploited. The owners of such factories are acutely aware that those with families and loved ones are far less inclined to resign from their positions. They are often resigned to toil relentlessly, akin to beasts of burden, even when their wages are overshadowed by those of younger entrants into the workforce. It is precisely because the youth can leave at will that factories are compelled to retain them, while middle-aged individuals, burdened with familial concerns, can be exploited with impunity. Some unscrupulous factories even conspire to avoid hiring those over the age of 25, all in a bid to further exploit the middle-aged employees, instilling in them a fear of resignation. For once they resign, no other factories would consider employing them. The leader is indeed astute. Realizing this, Huang Mao once again lavished praise upon him. Truly, the leader possesses foresight. How? Remember this. In a world on the brink of collapse, do not place your trust in others lightly. Unless that person harbors something of immense value to you, something you can wield as leverage. After this, Wang Wenxiang continued to issue directives. Ma Zi, take 2 brothers with you and scout the neighborhood for a potential base for us. Xiaoma, you are responsible for inventorying our supplies once more. Sang Biao, find a way to procure more weapons. Chapter 47. The truth in the collective relocation of the owners. The initial wave of resource contention has concluded, leaving behind a grim tally of 40 to 50 corpses. Within the new owners group, many relatives of the deceased lamented and cursed. You heartless beasts! My husband merely sought to obtain some supplies, yet you beat him to death. Why do you not join him in death? Woe is me! Father, your death was so tragic. My son, how shall I survive without you? I will report this to the authorities and ensure all of you murderers are captured and executed. May you all perish. In the face of the lamentations echoing within the group, the majority of homeowners merely observed with cold indifference. The death of those individuals was a matter that hardly any homeowner could detach themselves from. Some even resorted to cruel mockery, declaring, your husband's demise was well-deserved. After all, who urged him to recklessly seize resources? This statement undoubtedly ignited a fierce verbal altercation, which persisted for half an hour. It was not that the bereaved did not wish to continue their tirades, but rather, an unexpected call interrupted them. The long-awaited power supply left no room for distractions. Those who needed to prepare meals did so, while others heated water or sought warmth. All homeowners reveled in these rare 2 hours of reprieve. Simultaneously, many rushed to turn on their televisions, eager to glean news from the authorities, as they were now their only beacon of hope. At 17:05, Yi Fei, who had prepared a sumptuous feast, along with Yao Lan, eagerly stationed themselves before the television. Soon, the screen flickered with static, and after a considerable delay, the signal gradually stabilized. Greetings to all our friends and family watching on screen. A face, intimately familiar to the people of Huagua, appeared. However, as time passed, the hearts of all viewers sank into an abyss. Their minds were consumed by a singular phrase, self-rescue. According to the official statement, the catastrophic snowstorm was caused by an inexplicable weakening of the sun, propelling Earth towards a prolonged glacial period lasting 2 to 3 years. This meant that the current snow disaster would not abate. Rather, it would intensify as time unfolded, until reaching a state of stability. During this period, their sole task is to strive to survive. The authorities will exert every effort to provide assistance, while urging all surviving citizens to relocate to the nearest official shelters as swiftly as possible within their means. Soon, the video concludes, leaving all viewers in a profound daze. Undoubtedly, this official broadcast has shattered the illusions harbored by many. The apocalypse has indeed arrived, and they now find themselves at the harrowing onset of this dire existence. 3 years, will I be able to endure? This is the fear buried deep within everyone's heart. In an instant, many find themselves enviously contemplating those who have already departed. At least they do not have to endure this agonizing end of days. Alas, the living must press on. Yi Fei too wears a solemn expression. Although he had long confirmed the reality of this true apocalypse, the revelation still plunges him into silence. 3 years, over 1,000 days and nights. What a protracted span. Suddenly, with a crack, the fleeting moments of happiness come to an abrupt halt. At precisely 6 o'clock, with a sharp sound, Tianjin community is once again engulfed in familiar darkness and cold. Damn it, another power outage. Can it last a bit longer? As soon as the lights go out, I feel an icy chill. It seems I can barely hold on. How will I endure the days ahead? The apocalypse, ha ha ha. The apocalypse, ha ha ha. Everyone must perish. In the wake of this revelation, many residents find their spirits on the brink of collapse. At this moment, a relatively composed homeowner proposed in the group, "Dear friends, with the weather being so frigid, it is likely that our supplies have dwindled. If this continues, we may not only perish from the cold, but also from hunger. We must unite our efforts and devise a solution." This statement resonated with many, as the low temperatures and lack of resources are a shared predicament for everyone. Although the authorities have restored power, it is only for a brief 2 hours each day, which is utterly insufficient. We must brainstorm a solution. Otherwise, shall we merely await our demise? Anxiety hung in the air, and no one could offer a viable suggestion. Just as despair clouded the faces of all present, a homeowner named He Hui suddenly shared 2 images in the group. He Hui from Building 13, Apartment 203 stated, "Everyone, I have made a significant discovery." The images displayed 2 thermometers. One indicated a temperature of -45 degrees Celsius, while the other showed -31 degrees. The first thermometer reflects the temperature in my home around 3 o'clock this afternoon, and the second was taken in the underground parking lot, where I whimsically decided to measure the temperature, which was surprisingly 10 degrees warmer than indoors. I propose that if we all relocate to the underground parking lot, with its already elevated temperature combined with our collective presence generating warmth, we might escape the bitter cold. Undoubtedly, this homeowner's revelation was a momentous piece of news for the surviving residents. Even Yi Fei, who had remained a silent observer, was taken aback, as he too had sensed something similar before. At that moment, he believed it to be merely an illusion and did not take it to heart. Little did he know that the temperature in the underground parking lot was indeed higher than in most residents' homes. Perhaps it was due to its subterranean location and the thicker walls surrounding it. In the group chat, numerous residents, already numbed by the biting cold, erupted in excitement. "Mr. He, is this true? Oh my, are we saved?" In response, He Hui from Building 13, Apartment 203, proclaimed, "It cannot be more accurate. I have measured it several times, and the data remains consistent. If you do not believe me, you can have the property management verify it." Upon seeing He Hui's message, many residents immediately tagged the property management team. For them, this was a matter of life and death, necessitating utmost caution. If the temperature in the underground parking lot was indeed as He Hui described, they would no longer need to fear freezing to death. The outside temperature had plummeted to nearly -60 degrees. Even indoors, the difference was not much better. According to He Hui, the underground parking lot's temperature was over 20 degrees higher. This was a life-saving temperature. The property management quickly sprang into action. Before long, several images with data closely resembling He Hui's findings were shared in the group. This confirmed the fact that the temperature in the underground parking lot exceeded that of the surface. With this affirmation, the residents erupted into cheers once more. Haha, who would have thought the temperature in the underground parking lot could be so high? We are saved now. We won't freeze to death. As I passed by the parking lot this afternoon, I sensed a slight rise in temperature. Initially, I thought it was merely an illusion caused by my numbed senses. Yet it turned out to be true. How astute of Mr. He. Moving is imperative. I shall commence packing my belongings to relocate to the underground parking facility. Finally, I need not worry about freezing to death. A move is indeed in order, and I am immensely grateful for Mr. He's timely information. Chapter 48, Transformation. My gratitude towards Mr. He has doubled. Once this power outage concludes, I shall make my move. Meanwhile, the property management has thoughtfully issued a notice to all residents, announcing that the underground parking lot's temperature is significantly higher than that of the indoors, urging all homeowners to migrate to the parking area for collective warmth. The majority of residents expressed their support, as their homes have become unbearably frigid. The thin walls characteristic of southern architecture provide little insulation against the cold. Relocation. This sentiment resonates deeply within the hearts of all surviving residents. Even the ambitious individuals, such as Wang Wenxiang, who seek to recruit and expand their influence, share this sentiment. Thus, a grand exodus of homeowners commenced with great fervor. As for the belongings at home, most residents opted to take only essential items such as bedding, blankets, clothing, and remaining supplies. Before long, the previously desolate underground parking lot transformed into a bustling hub. Fortunately, the parking area is sufficiently spacious, even with hundreds of families gathered. It does not feel overcrowded. The temperature in the underground parking lot indeed aligns with the readings, while it remains cold. It lacks the excruciating chill that instills the fear of imminent freezing. It is noteworthy that although numerous residents have relocated to the underground parking lot, they tacitly maintain a certain distance from one another. In their glances towards others, there lingers an unmistakable wariness. The lifeless bodies of several residents still lie in the snow. How could the surviving residents not be cautious of one another, especially those who still possess supplies? Those individuals grip their weapons tightly, regarding anyone who meets their gaze as a potential threat, fearing that someone might suddenly turn hostile and seize their resources. Meanwhile, Ahao, a subordinate of Wang Wenxiang, disseminated recruitment information in the group chat. Greetings, everyone. I am Ahao, a brother of Brother Wang Wenxiang. I am here to announce an important message. Our team is officially recruiting. Anyone who successfully joins will be considered a brother. We promise to ensure that every brother has plenty to eat. If interested, please come to the D zone of the underground parking lot, at the entrance of Unit 1 of Building 17 to sign up. Furthermore, our team is only accepting strong, family-oriented men aged 30 to 40. If an interview is required, please bring a family member along. Upon seeing the message, the residents were initially taken aback. Wang Wenxiang's team is recruiting? Isn't Wang Wenxiang the notorious leader of the violent gang? Are they not afraid of being collectively apprehended? However, the residents soon brightened at the realization. After all, in this apocalyptic world, who truly cares if they are part of a gang? Conversely, joining Wang Wenxiang's faction not only provides protection from violence and theft, but also guarantees sustenance. Such conditions are indeed remarkably enticing. As for what is required to join Wang Wenxiang's group, it is evident to anyone with even the slightest insight. It undoubtedly involves seizing from others. Otherwise, how would there be sustenance and resources? In the past, many may have hesitated or been unwilling to engage in such acts. Yet now, when survival is at stake, who cares for the plight of others? Isn't it simply theft? As long as one can endure, what does it matter? Brother Hao, grant me an opportunity. I wish to join your ranks. Brother Hao, count me in. I shall come for the interview shortly. Many audacious, unscrupulous individuals, or those compelled by circumstance, began to eagerly sign up. However, concurrently, the information regarding Wang Wenxiang's recruitment raised alarms among numerous property owners. Among them was Lu Xiufan, affectionately known as Aunt Lu. Upon seeing the announcement made by Brother Hao, Aunt Lu erupted in fury. Bandits, these are nothing but bandits. A criminal organization. I shall report this. I demand their arrest. Her anger stemmed, naturally, from the conditions set forth by Wang Wenxiang's team for recruitment. Did it not blatantly exclude someone like me, a mere elderly woman? Oh, it appears I am their target for plunder. Of course, she would not dare to voice such sentiments openly in the group. She was no fool. Yet, waiting idly for her demise was not an option. Thus, with a swift turn of thought, she devised a plan. If Wang Wenxiang can establish power, so too can Lu Xiufan. Before long, a group named the Women's Self-Defense Association of Tianjin Community was formed. Simultaneously, leveraging her connections and her extensive familiarity with the community, Aunt Lu quickly brought together many households similar to hers, where women were the heads of the family or single mothers. The number of individuals gathered was indeed impressive, nearing 100. As soon as the group was established, Lu Xiaofan articulated her intentions within the assembly. Dear family and sisters, you have all seen the messages circulating in the group, haven't you? Wang Wenxiang is recruiting, and by excluding us, we become their prime targets for exploitation. Reflect on the fate of the Niu brothers. We cannot remain passive. We must rise in defiance. Lu's words struck a chord with many homeowners, igniting concern among several astute women. Thus, the Women's Self-Protection Association of Tianqing Community was formally established. Naturally, the effectiveness of this collective remains to be evaluated. However, the sense of urgency was not confined to Lu Xiaofan alone. Numerous single, independent men, or those unwilling to join Wang Wenxiang's faction, harbored similar apprehensions. Consequently, they began to rally around trustworthy individuals, opting for solidarity and self-defense. Among them, the previously notable figures such as Gao Wei, He Hui, and Manager Chun from the property management garnered considerable support. In their quest for self-preservation, Gao Wei and his associates were not averse to aligning themselves with those seeking refuge. In just a single evening, the hundreds of homeowners residing in buildings 12 to 18 of Tianqing Community were delineated into numerous factions, each forming various self-defense organizations and united associations. The rapidity of this transformation was nothing short of astonishing. All of this transpired merely due to a recruitment announcement issued by Wang Wenxiang's group. At the entrance of the elevator in Unit 1 of Building 17, dozens of individuals were eagerly surrounding Wang Wenxiang and his associates, enthusiastically signing up. The individual responsible for recruitment, Huang Maoahao, was diligently sifting through candidates. Huang Zhishan, congratulations, you have successfully joined our team. From now on, we are brothers. We shall share in both fortune and adversity. Lu Qin, your family background is inadequate. Next, please. He Ji Chao, disqualified. Next, please. Those who passed the interview wore expressions of joy, while those who did not wore ashen faces. No one is a fool. The outcome of disqualification undoubtedly renders them targets for Wang Wenxiang and his cohorts. Although the timing of their actions remains uncertain, it is evident that it will not be long before they strike. Among the crowd, He Ji Chao's slanted eyes glinted with a trace of resentment. He did not wish to perish. He had a vibrant youth to savor. Moreover, as a supermarket clerk, he had stockpiled a considerable amount of food at home, which, if rationed wisely, could sustain him and his girlfriend for a significant period. He had a substantial chance of survival. At that moment, he was unaware that others had begun to form alliances in a bid for self-preservation. In his view, joining Wang Wenxiang's team was the only opportunity to safeguard his resources. However, he had already been eliminated. How could he possibly enter Wang Wenxiang's ranks? A thought struck him, and the notion of resources surfaced in his mind. If he possessed a substantial supply, Wang Wenxiang would undoubtedly welcome his inclusion. But to relinquish his own resources was out of the question. Resources must remain firmly in his grasp to ensure his peace of mind. Just then, he recalled the faint scent of meat that had lingered during the power outage days. That sound emanated from room 1705 next door. Room 1705 must certainly possess a wealth of supplies. This is his stepping stone to ascend. Should we allow the protagonist to remain concealed, or should he commence his bold actions? Chapter 49. He Ji Chao's Betrayal. Brother Chong. There's a fellow named He Ji Chao who claims to know of a household with a substantial stockpile of supplies. Should we arrange for him to meet you? In the underground parking lot, a space originally designated for residents' recreational activities, the table tennis room has now been transformed into the headquarters of Wang Wenxiang's gang. At that moment, Huang Mao's phone suddenly rang. Wang Wenxiang's eyes sparkled with interest upon hearing the news. If there is one thing he desperately lacks at present, it is undoubtedly resources. His current supplies are dwindling, and he is at a loss as to whom to target. Have him come to see me. Before long, He Ji Chao arrived, escorted by one of the younger members. Brother Chong, greetings. As soon as they met, a sycophantic smile spread across He Ji Chao's face. A flicker of disdain crossed Wang Wenxiang's eyes, though he maintained a warm expression, even thoughtfully instructing a subordinate to bring a stool for his guest to sit upon. Brother He, welcome, please take a seat. Noticing this, He Ji Chao's ingratiation intensified. Thank you, Brother Chong. Following a few moments of idle chatter, it became apparent that He Ji Chao was monopolizing the flattery. Wang Wenxiang's patience began to wear thin, prompting him to steer the conversation directly to the matter at hand. Brother He, You mentioned knowing of a household with a significant supply of resources? He Ji-Chao nodded vigorously. Indeed, Brother Chong, I would never dare deceive you. To be candid, I have come here solely to join your esteemed team, Brother Chong. If you grant your consent, I shall relay the news to you. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenxiang felt a twinge of displeasure. How dare one propose conditions upon arriving at my doorstep? Furthermore, from our previous conversation, he discerned that the individual before him, He Ji-Chao, lacked eloquence. It was no wonder that at nearly 30 years of age, he remained a mere shopkeeper in a small supermarket. His disdain intensified, though he maintained a composed facade. As a seasoned individual navigating the complexities of society, he naturally possessed a modicum of decorum. With a hearty laugh, he clapped He Ji-Chao on the shoulder. No problem, brother He. From now on, you shall be a member of our team. He Ji-Chao was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Chong. Subsequently, he divulged all the information he possessed. To be frank, I reside in Building 12, Unit 1703, and my neighbor, Yi Fei of Unit 1705, possesses a substantial stockpile of supplies. Over the past few days, I have almost daily caught the enticing aromas of cooked meat and steamed rice wafting from their home. They must have an abundance of provisions. Moreover, I can ascertain that Yi Fei's household has not experienced a power outage. Otherwise, how could he cook his meals? On several occasions, I have even heard the sounds of a washing machine and water heater operating in his home. He must have a generator. The most crucial point is that it has been 5 or 6 days since the water was cut off, and I have never seen that fellow come down to fetch water. If Yi Fei were to hear He Ji-Chao's lamentations, he would undoubtedly be astonished. Remarkably, He Ji-Chao managed to deduce Yi Fei's situation merely from the commotion in his household. This individual is truly a talent. As He Ji-Chao recounted his discoveries one by one, Wang Wenxiang's expression gradually shifted. According to He Ji-Chao, this Yi Fei indeed appeared to be a prime target, an exceptionally lucrative one at that. His household boasted both water and electricity, along with a substantial stockpile of supplies. As for Yi Fei, he was no stranger to Wang Wenxiang. Just half a month prior, the latter had lent him 2 million. By that reckoning, he was still Yi Fei's creditor. At that moment, a thought struck him. Given that He Ji-Chao was aware of Yi Fei's considerable resources, why did he not seek assistance from him? Instead, he chose to come to Wang Wenxiang to report. The distinction between his own neighbor and a notorious gang leader was abundantly clear. Why would one seek distant help? Brother He, do you have a grudge against Yi Fei? He Ji-Chao hesitated, stammering, No. No grudge. Wang Wenxiang's demeanor instantly darkened as he stood up abruptly, an intense aura pressing down upon He Ji-Chao, nearly causing him to kneel. Are you concocting a tale to deceive me? He is your neighbor, yet you do not seek his help, instead running to me to report? He Ji-Chao's countenance turned pale with fear. I wouldn't dare, strong brother. It's about my girlfriend. She incessantly praises that Yi Fei for being so good to his wife in my presence, and I can't help but feel a sense of discontent. It's truly a matter of jealousy. Men are indeed vain. Wang Wenxiang immediately expressed his understanding, admitting that if his own wife were to extol another man daily, he too would feel quite perturbed. Given the opportunity, he would not hesitate to assert himself. Furthermore, he held no concern that He Ji-Chao would dare to deceive him. Was his blade not sharp enough? He chuckled heartily, patting the perspiring He Ji-Chao on the forehead. Ha ha, brother He, I'm merely jesting. We are all brothers here. How could I ever doubt you? The latter managed a strained smile, finally grasping the essence of what it meant to be a leader of a gang. The whims of fortune are unpredictable. It is beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to navigate. All right, brother He, I am well aware of the situation. If we can procure the supplies from Yi Fei, you shall not be left out. Go gather your things and move over as soon as possible. Xiaoma, Erzi, accompany Brother Ji-Chao and assist him in transporting his belongings here. Having obtained the information he sought, Wang Wenxiang dismissed the pale-faced He Ji-Chao and assigned 2 of his subordinates to accompany him. This was to prevent any sudden change of heart that might lead him to inform Yi Fei. Moreover, through their earlier conversation, the guileless He Ji-Chao had inadvertently revealed his identity, a supermarket clerk. He must possess a fair amount of supplies, which would be quite beneficial for their collective use. Wouldn't he? As he observed the mocking glances of the small horse and the freckled boy, who relentlessly followed him, He Ji-Chao's face turned ashen. In that moment, he profoundly regretted his decision to come forward with his information. The attempt to outsmart had backfired. Beep, beep, beep. In room 1705, Yi Fei, engrossed in a 2-player offline game with Yao Lan, was taken aback by the sudden ring of his voice call. Wang Wenxiang, what could this fellow want with me? After a brief contemplation, he resolved to answer. One must always respond to a creditor's call. Ha ha ha, little Yi, it's been a while. As soon as the call connected, Wang Wenxiang's hearty voice resonated through the receiver. President Wang, what brings you to my humble abode? I believe the repayment deadline for the money I owe you is still far off. Wang Wenxiang's voice echoed once more. Little Yi, what are you saying? We are in a post-apocalyptic world now. Why bother discussing money? That's merely worthless paper. Besides, can our brotherhood be quantified by financial matters? Yi Fei's expression grew increasingly perplexed. If this was not about money, then what was the purpose of his call? Suddenly, he recalled the recruitment information he had seen earlier in the group chat regarding Wang Wenxiang's team. Could it be that he was seeking to recruit him? Indeed. Wang Wenxiang's next words confirmed his suspicion. Little Yi, I am currently assembling a team. You should join us as well. From now on, we shall all be brothers. And I assure you that you will live a life of abundance and never go hungry. To this proposition, Yi Fei naturally chose to politely decline. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your kind offer, but I am accustomed to solitude. After being declined, Wang Wenxiang did not succumb to anger. Instead, he smiled and replied, All right. Should you change your mind in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Soon, the call ended. Yi Fei cast his phone aside and resumed his intense gaming session with Yao Lan. Unbeknownst to him, on the other end of the line, Wang Wenxiang's expression darkened instantaneously. Damn it, one does not refuse a toast, but rather opts for a penalty drink. He had initially envisioned incorporating Yi Fei into his ranks effortlessly, but that plan now seemed futile. Nonetheless, Yi Fei's resolute rejection confirmed his suspicions. The other party indeed possessed substantial resources. Otherwise, such a blunt refusal would not have occurred. Since a gentle approach had failed, it was time to adopt a more forceful one. Immediately, Wang Wenxiang began to rally his men. Before long, 7 burly figures congregated in the table tennis room, some familiar, others new. Among them was the notorious He Jichao. Arm yourselves and follow me, Wang Wenxiang commanded with fervor, leading his followers towards Building 12. The excitement among his subordinates was palpable. It was evident that their leader was about to initiate action. Only through such endeavors could they acquire a steady influx of resources. They had joined Wang Wenxiang's gang precisely for this purpose. Little did they know who among the unfortunate souls would become the first target after the team's expansion. Damn it, this is exhausting. Due to the frigid weather, Wang Wenxiang and his companions donned as many layers as possible, appearing exceedingly bulky and finding it rather cumbersome to walk. After every few flights of stairs, they were compelled to pause and rest. It took them a good 15 minutes to reach the 17th floor where Yi Fei resided. Even so, they were all nearly exhausted, their faces pale and tinged with blue from the cold, and their lips a deep shade of purple. Jichao, you go knock on the door. Find a way to trick Yi Fei into opening it, while the rest of you conceal yourselves. After a moment of recovery, the group mustered their spirits, and Wang Wenxiang hastily issued his command. He had no desire to linger in such wretched weather. He yearned to swiftly deal with Yi Fei and retreat to the warmth of the parking garage to thaw out. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of knocking interrupted the conversation between Yi Fei and his companion. Little rich girl, you keep the boss occupied. I'll go see what's happening. With this parting remark, Yi Fei rose and approached the door. Simultaneously, he produced a pair of blue single-frame glasses from his hand, dynamic capture glasses gifted to him by Sha Sha from Gaoqi Xing. These high-tech glasses boasted various functionalities, including dynamic capture, visual tracking, and thermal imaging. In the face of an unexpected visitor at the door, the thermal imaging feature of the dynamic capture glasses proved to be exceedingly practical, akin to having the power of X-ray vision, allowing him to avoid potential ambushes and surprise attacks. Soon, the scene outside the door materialized before his eyes. 1, 2, 3. A total of 8 red silhouettes had gathered outside his door. 8 muscular men. One individual stood before his door, knocking, while 7 others pressed against the wall. The posture of these individuals suggested that they were armed. It was evident that this was a trap aimed at him. Intriguingly, Yi Fei quickly realized that the situation regarding his sanctuary had been exposed. The people outside were clearly after his supplies or his refuge. Indeed, it is impossible for someone as striking as a charismatic reader to remain concealed. The homeowners would inevitably become aware of the considerable resources he possessed. This was something Yi Fei fully understood. He felt akin to a firefly in the darkness, unless he ventured out of the Tianqing community to live in solitude. Being discovered was merely a matter of time. After all, cooking, bathing, and utilizing various furnishings would inevitably create some noise. Coupled with his conspicuous behavior, it was only a matter of time before it attracted the attention of the observant, unless he chose to live a primitive lifestyle like those homeowners. But Yifei firmly asserted that he could not endure such hardship. To forsake modern appliances, to forego meals of meat and rice. Wasn't he that akin to suffering unnecessarily? Having managed to remain undetected thus far, Yifei felt quite content. Now that his presence was revealed, he held no trepidation. Let us not forget that within his space lay 2 Glock handguns and an MP5 submachine gun, accompanied by thousands of rounds of ammunition. With such firepower at his disposal, what did he have to fear? His previous low profile was merely a desire to avoid unnecessary complications, a self-imposed respite. Now, however, that holiday had come to an end. Knock, knock, knock. Outside, He Jichao's persistent knocking echoed, as he, fearing Yifei might not hear, shouted with all his might. Yifei, it is I. Your neighbor He Jichao. Open the door quickly. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. He Jichao? It is indeed this individual. Yifei's expression turned cold. After more than a year as neighbors, he was certainly no stranger to him. It must be said that his interactions with this fellow had not been particularly pleasant, primarily due to the incessant harassment from Jichao's girlfriend. Goodness, a tank standing at merely 150 centimeters and weighing over 170 Jin. I cannot fathom where she derives her confidence. In comparison, his ex-wife, Lu Fei, seemed almost ethereal. This situation had led him to mock He Jichao directly, creating an enduring enmity. However, this man was rather timid, often avoiding Yifei upon sight. Otherwise, he would have dealt with him long ago. It was unacceptable that he could not manage his own tank at home and let it wreak havoc elsewhere. Since it was this fellow, there was no need for an immediate response. He decided to let them stew in their own agitation for a while longer. With this thought, Yifei silently turned back to the living room, contentedly lit a purple cloud for himself. Bang, bang, bang. Yifei, please open the door. I know you are home. I truly have urgent matters to discuss. Outside, He Jichao was clearly growing anxious. His voice escalated, and the knocking transformed into pounding. One could not tell if he was chilled to the bone or pressured by those he had brought along. Speaking of which, He Jichao did possess some capabilities, managing to summon such a crowd. Yifei chose to disregard the commotion outside, leisurely inhaling and exhaling the smoke. After finishing, he returned to assist Yao Lan in defeating that formidable boss, taking nearly 10 minutes before he felt the moment was right. If this delay continues, it is likely that those outside will resort to forcefully breaking down the door. This is untenable. He wished to linger a while longer, allowing those outside to calm down a bit more. Thus, he languidly replied to He Jichao, please, please, refrain from shouting. It's just that I was just trying to sleep. I am coming. A mere sentence took Yifei over a minute to articulate. His voice, transmitted through the small speaker on the door, reached the ears of the impatient crowd outside, including Wang Wenxiang, who were instantly invigorated. Goodness, this fellow has finally risen. If this drags on, they shall be frozen stiff. However, why has Yifei suddenly developed a stutter? He had never had this issue before. Chapter 51. The stuttering Yifei. Yifei, why are you stuttering? Never mind, just open the door for me. It's far too cold out here. He Jichao, evidently suffering from the cold, continually urged Yifei to unlock the door. A faint smile crept onto Yifei's lips as he continued to stutter. I also do. Not know. What is happening? I just woke up, and it is like this. You, don't rush. You first tell me, what do you want from me? Once again, he took over 2 minutes to convey these 2 sentences. Outside the door, He Jichao was so anxious that he felt an overwhelming urge to burst in immediately. However, that wretched Yifei had installed some sort of door that lacked even a handle, no matter how hard he wished to twist it. There was no place to exert his strength. At that moment, he was curled up tightly, his body shaking uncontrollably from the cold. He vowed that once Yifei opened the door, he would strip him bare and toss him into the snow, allowing him to experience this nearly frozen sensation for himself. But for now, he needed to devise a way to persuade the other party to open the door. Casting a glance at the frigid stares from Wang Wenxiang and the others, He Jichao swallowed hard. Then, In a moment of desperation, he exclaimed, "My girlfriend Dandan is ill, and I want to prepare some brown sugar water for her. We're out of sugar at home. Could you spare some for me?" Upon hearing this, a mocking smile once again graced Yi Fei's face. Such a flimsy excuse was hardly believable. And no. I don't have any sugar at home either. You should. Ask someone else. This left He Jiqiao dumbfounded. Reluctantly, he pressed on, "What about cold medicine?" Ugh. As soon as he spoke, he spat in frustration. Damn it. Is a stutter contagious? What about cold medicine? Surely you have some. Yi Fei continued to exploit his stutter to prolong the encounter. CC cold medicine? I don't have any either. I used up the last of it a few days ago. He Jiqiao continued to cling stubbornly, his heart aflame with anger. Where is the hot water? Surely, there must be steam. Pour me a cup of hot water. Hot water? Right now. It isn't. It's not the time for power. Supply, where would the hot water come from? As he uttered the last word, Yi Fei felt as though he could scarcely catch his breath. This act of stammering required a certain finesse. He Jiqiao grew increasingly anxious. No hot water at all. He was about to speak again when suddenly, a large foot shot out from the side, sending him sprawling to the ground. Fool, stop talking. The other party is clearly toying with you. Wang Wenxiang, his face contorted with rage, kicked He Jiqiao aside, and then forcefully knocked on Yi Fei's door. Yi Fei, it's me, Wang Wenxiang. I am giving you 10 seconds to open the door. If you open it, my words still hold weight, and I assure you a life of indulgence. However, if you do not comply, we will break down the door, and do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, he began his countdown. 10, 9. Clearly, Wang Wenxiang was also frigid with urgency, eager to take action. It truly is you. Wang Wenxiang, I wondered who had the audacity. Observing the scene, Yi Fei ceased his pretense, a cold smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Just moments ago, he had been speculating whether the individuals outside were part of Wang Wenxiang's crew, and to his surprise, he had now revealed himself. Wang Wenxiang, considering you are my creditor, I shall grant you 3 seconds to vacate this place. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. 3. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenxiang's fury transformed into a mocking smile. With the advantage of numbers, how dare Yi Fei be so audacious? Since you have sought your own demise, do not hold me accountable. Attack. Break the door. In that instant, the mask of civility was torn asunder. At Wang Wenxiang's command, his eager subordinates erupted in a cacophony, seizing their weapons to strike at the door, while Wang Wenxiang retreated behind them. One of the younger thugs swung a pre-prepared sledgehammer, aiming to be the first to smash the door. With all his strength, he sought to impress his leader with a display of power. 80. In the next moment, the hammer collided with the door, producing a dull thud. Bang! Suddenly, the thug let out a horrifying scream as the hammer slipped from his grasp. To everyone's astonishment, the skin between his palm and thumb was torn, blood oozing from the wound, yet the door remained impervious, not even a chip of paint flaking away. This outcome left everyone stunned. Good heavens, what a formidable door! The gang members hesitated, fear creeping into their hearts. A bespectacled middle-aged man, who had been hiding among the crowd, stepped forward, brushed his hand against the door, and knocked twice more, before exclaiming in shock, "This is a vault-level blast door, at least 20 centimeters thick. Not only a hammer, but even explosives might not suffice to breach it." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wang Wenxiang's eyelids twitched in disbelief. What on earth was wrong with Yi Fei, fortifying his home with such an impenetrable door? Did he think his residence was a bank vault? Before they could devise a plan to breach the door, a 20-centimeter frame abruptly ascended from the center of the towering entrance. Almost instantly, a dark, icy muzzle emerged. Standing at the threshold, the bespectacled middle-aged man felt his pupils constrict, his hairs standing on end in terror. Reacting almost instinctively, he crouched down, narrowly avoiding the imminent danger. Unfortunately, the ill fate befell the unfortunate soul behind him. He Jiqiao, who had just performed poorly and was now desperately seeking to redeem himself in the eyes of his superior. Bang! With the explosive discharge of the firearm, a deafening gunshot reverberated through the air. The bullet grazed He Jiqiao's cheek, severing one of his ears. A piercing scream erupted in tandem with the gunfire. This sudden turn of events startled everyone outside, leaving them frozen in shock. Bang! 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 While they were momentarily paralyzed, Yi Fei was far from idle. From behind the door, he gripped his Glock with both hands, unleashing a barrage of fiery projectiles. The narrow frame obstructed his line of sight, yet Wang Wenxiang and the others were crowded at the entrance in their eagerness to break in. Yi Fei hardly needed to aim. A wild spray of bullets sufficed. In the blink of an eye, 2 men collapsed outside, their blood splattering against the walls of the corridor. Gunshots. They were real bullets. Run for your lives. A voice called out from outside, causing the countenances of all present to change drastically. Panic ensued as they fled in terror, fearing that a bullet might strike them at any moment. Within mere seconds, the area was vacated, leaving behind only a lifeless body and 2 subordinates, grievously wounded and writhing in agony. Chapter 52. The miserable He Jichao. Regrettably, Wang Wenxiang, who had positioned himself at the rear, narrowly escaped this calamity. Observing through the thermal imaging, Yi Fei noted the 3 figures outside gradually losing their warmth, alongside 5 others who had retreated to the staircase. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. The narrow doorframe impeded his line of fire. Otherwise, he was confident he could have eliminated all 8 of them right here. Nevertheless, it was likely they would refrain from disturbing him anytime soon. Having resolved this minor inconvenience, Yi Fei reloaded his still-smoking pistol and stowed it away, then lit a cigarette for himself, a token of his triumph. Behind him, Yao Lan, drawn in by the commotion, watched with bright eyes. Yi Fei, you actually have a handgun? She exclaimed. Turning to her in surprise, Yi Fei replied, I just shot someone dead. Aren't you afraid? One would expect a normal person to be terrified upon witnessing such a scene. They intended to breach our dwelling, after all, and they got what they deserved. You have no idea how terrified I was when they were banging on the door. Yao Lan teased playfully, sticking out her tongue. As she spoke, she playfully patted a certain well-rounded area of her body, the enticing curve leaving Yi Fei parched with desire. Over the past few nights, he had been fortunate enough to witness this alluring sight daily. In his mind, the vivid scene from the previous evening involuntarily resurfaced. Upon noticing, Yao Lan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot him an irritated glance, playfully pinching him. Humph, haven't you had enough? Scoundrel. The soft flesh at his waist was pinched, causing Yi Fei to grimace, yet he maintained his bravado. A man remains youthful until death. How could that ever be enough? Humph, and you still dare to say that? The 2 immediately fell into another bout of playful scuffling, which naturally included some rather exhilarating actions. Through their playful tussle, Yi Fei successfully dispelled the last remnants of fear that lingered in Yao Lan's heart. To claim she was unafraid would be a blatant lie. After all, she was merely a girl. Yet, she wished to shield Yi Fei from worry, thus feigning a more cheerful demeanor. Simultaneously, as fear waned, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped her. By the way, may I see your gun? After a brief period of playful banter, Yao Lan's face slightly flushed as she suddenly expressed anticipation. Huh. Yi Fei paused in confusion. Which gun? Yao Lan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Yi Fei quickly grinned and retrieved the handgun from the compartment of his wristwatch. However, before handing it to Yao Lan, he removed the magazine. Once she had the gun, Yao Lan pointed it towards the door, striking a grip posture that was far more refined than Yi Fei's. This left Yi Fei somewhat astonished. Wait, little heiress. Have you played with handguns before? Yao Lan nodded affirmatively. In my university days, I had a close friend whose family owned a shooting club, where I had the chance to engage in the activity a few times. It was quite enjoyable. Yi Fei's lips curled into a faint smile. Indeed, she belonged to a prestigious family. While he found it impossible to access such a shooting range, she could freely visit it during her studies. After handling Yi Fei's pistol for a while, Yao Lan returned it to him, her expression wavering slightly as she spoke. What should we do about the body outside? Should I go out and clean it up? Through the doorframe, the gruesome scene outside was still visible, and Yao Lan felt a twinge of discomfort within. Yi Fei's smile widened. There's no need for that. We can manage ourselves. Wang Wenxiang isn't dead, is he? We'll just have him come over and take care of it. A look of astonishment spread across Yao Lan's exquisite face, her eyes filled with confusion. Wasn't that one of his subordinates you just killed? He nearly died himself. How could he come over to clean up the scene? Yi Fei's smile grew more pronounced. He will come. With just one call from me, he wouldn't dare refuse. Upon hearing this, a contemplative glint flashed in Yao Lan's beautiful eyes, and a hint of admiration unconsciously crept into her gaze towards Yi Fei. After spending a few days together, she realized that the qualities that attracted her to him were multiplying. Truly a charming rogue, his allure only intensified. Meanwhile, in a state of panic, Wang Wenxiang and his companions rushed from the 17th floor back to the underground parking lot, not daring to pause for a moment, fearful that Yi Fei might suddenly pursue them. Until they were certain of their safety, the group collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. After a brief respite, one of the younger members, still haunted by the experience, spoke up. I never imagined that Yi Fei would possess a real firearm. Fortunately, we managed to escape swiftly. Another young man chimed in. Indeed, it was perilously close. A bullet whizzed right past me and struck Hu Daong beside me, blood splattering everywhere. Among them, the leader, Wang Wenxiang, bore a lingering look of dread upon his face. He could not fathom how Yi Fei, an ordinary individual, had acquired such a weapon, which was strictly prohibited in Huagua. At that moment, He Jichao approached, covering his ears and grimacing. Boss, what shall we do next? Should we confront Yi Fei again? That guy somehow survived. After enduring a gunshot near his ear, he instinctively crouched down and rolled along the ground to a safe spot, which had fortuitously allowed him to survive. Hearing his words, Wang Wenxiang, who had been seething with anger, erupted. If it weren't for this useless fool, I wouldn't have even considered seeking trouble with Yi Fei. He has cost me 3 brothers, one of whom has been with me for many years. Are you out of your mind? He has a gun, a real gun. Use that minuscule brain of yours and think. Are you insane to provoke him? You wish to perish. Yet I have no desire to meet my demise. Damn it. The remaining survivors cast glances at Yi Jichao that were tinged with hostility. Were it not for this individual, they would never have dared to provoke the formidable Yi Fei. They had already brushed perilously close to the gates of death. If given the chance in the future, they would surely settle the score with Yi Jichao. After venting his fury upon Yi Jichao, Wang Wenxiang's rage finally subsided. He took a deep breath and began to contemplate the forthcoming strategy. The pressing issue of resources weighed heavily upon his mind. It was clear that turning to Yi Fei was futile. He would have to devise a plan involving others. As he pondered, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he nearly succumbed to the urge to hurl it against the wall, for the call was from none other than the merciless Yi Fei, who had just unleashed violence upon them. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Wenxiang resolved to answer. As soon as the call connected, a beaming smile adorned his face. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yi. The recent events were merely misunderstandings. My brothers shall never intrude upon you again. However, Yi Fei's voice soon reached him, causing the veins in his temples to throb uncontrollably. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury, and maintained a facade of cheerfulness. Certainly, no problem, Mr. Yi. I will attend to it immediately and ensure everything is impeccably managed. Moments later, the call ended, leaving Wang Wenxiang's expression darkened. Damn it. He killed my brother and now expects me to collect the body? How audacious. Is this not an affront to the honest? His gaze shifted to the pale-faced He Jichao, who had just received a scolding from him. He Jichao, go to Yi Fei's place and ensure the entrance is spotless. Remember, not a single trace of blood must be visible. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. As the words fell, He Jichao's face turned as pale as a sheet. Chapter 53, Resentment. Yes, boss, I will go right away. Faced with the icy gaze of Wang Wenxiang, He Jichao swallowed hard, daring not to refuse. He understood that if he even hinted at dissent, he might soon find himself meeting his great-grandmother. He was not ready to embrace death yet. Although his current existence was miserable, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, being alive was certainly preferable to the alternative. Simultaneously, observing the slightly softened expression of Wang Wenxiang, he could not suppress the burgeoning hatred within him. This animosity was even more profound than his resentment towards Yi Fei. The reason was simple. Wang Wenxiang had never regarded him as a human being. Before long, He Jichao arrived at the first floor of Building 12. The fury within him could no longer be contained. Damn Wang Wenxiang, if I ever get the chance, I will surely make you pay. And Yi Fei, that wretched creature. I am determined to kill him. His expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. Yet, at that moment, he had no time to ponder how to exact his revenge. The pressing matter at hand was to clean up the bodies at Yi Fei's doorstep. Otherwise, Wang Wenxiang would undoubtedly not spare him. Damn it, I am truly unfortunate. He Jichao muttered curses under his breath as he made his way back to the 17th floor of Building 12. Before him lay 3 already cold corpses, with blood splattered across the walls and pooling on the floor. Not far away, an ear lay quietly on the ground. It belonged to him. He Jichao felt a shiver run down his spine, his stomach churning tumultuously. After a considerable moment, he managed to suppress the fear surging within him and cautiously approached. his gaze fixated anxiously on the door of room 1705, dreading the sudden appearance of Yi Fei, who might shoot him. Having already lost one ear, he certainly wished to avoid losing the other. After a while of silence from Yi Fei's door, He Jichao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then opened the door to his own room, 1703, retrieved cleaning tools, and commenced his duties as a janitor. Although Yi Fei noticed the commotion outside, he merely glanced through his dynamic glasses, confirming that the individual was engaged in cleaning, and subsequently paid no further attention. Of course, he remained unaware that the person outside was He Jichao. Otherwise, he would certainly have taken another shot at him. At that moment, he was directing Yao Lan in the kitchen. 2 cups of rice, 4 cups of water. Once the fire is lit, allow the pot to heat for a while until the water evaporates, then add oil to prevent splattering. If you're unsure how much salt to add, use a small spoon, scooping about half a spoonful each time. While stir-frying, keep the ingredients moving to ensure they all cook evenly. Under his guidance, Yao Lan gradually began to grasp the process. Before long, a dish of wild pepper stir-fried beef and a plate of cabbage stir-fried with pork belly were ready. This time, the dishes appeared quite normal. The beef was indeed beef, and the greens were unmistakably greens. Come, give it a taste, and see how it turns out. Under the expectant gaze of Yao Lan, Yi Fei picked up a piece of beef. Upon tasting, it was slightly salty, and after another chew, it revealed a certain toughness. Compared to his culinary skills, it was undoubtedly inferior, yet it was, at least, edible. Seeing Yi Fei nod, Yao Lan's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Haha, I truly am a genius, she exclaimed, eagerly diving into her meal. Meanwhile, outside, He Jichao was enduring a different plight. At that moment, he had been frozen to the core, his hands reddened and showing signs of frostbite. The physical torment was unbearable, but what tormented him even more was the relentless strain on his spirit. The tantalizing aroma of meat wafting through the air was pushing him to the brink of despair. He had not tasted meat for over a week. In fact, he had only consumed a mere flatbread for lunch that day. And now his stomach was growling audibly in protest. While he suffered in hunger outside, Yi Fei was reveling in a warm room, feasting on meat. This sensation was more unbearable than death itself. In his heart, he could only curse, eat, eat, eat. One day, it will be the end of you. As night fell once more, time advanced to the 10th day of the apocalypse. The snow continued to fall relentlessly outside. After 10 consecutive days of blizzard, the snow had accumulated to a staggering height of 3 to 4 meters, completely submerging the ground floors of several buildings. In a certain part of Yuhang City, a figure clad in a white lab coat sat in a wheelchair, leaning over an exquisitely precise microscope, his bloodshot eyes ceaselessly observing. Any survivors fortunate enough to witness this would undoubtedly be astonished. In the room where this figure resided, the lights blazed brightly, and an array of intricate instruments operated in harmonious order, seemingly untouched by the ravages of the snowstorm outside. It was unclear what this individual had witnessed, but a pallid, fervent smile began to manifest upon his face. Yes, yes, my dear, just like that. Devour him, and you shall grow ever more powerful. At that moment, the door was abruptly flung open, revealing a burly man with a blank expression, his head slightly bowed, moving with an awkward rigidity. The figure was startled into awareness and bellowed, "Number 2, how many times must I remind you to knock before entering?" The stout man remained unmoved, resembling a mere automaton programmed to follow orders, and monotonously replied, "Doctor, we have received news from that side. We can commence our actions." Upon hearing this, the doctor was taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, "Did we not agree to wait a few more days before proceeding? Have those lunatics truly managed to sway the authorities?" Yet, he quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion as impossible. The towering figure before him continued to stand motionless, as silent as a corpse. "What use is there in questioning you? I shall inquire myself," he muttered, before maneuvering his wheelchair beside number 2. He retrieved a satellite phone from the man and dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected. Upon hearing whatever news was conveyed, the individual referred to as the doctor erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. "At long last, the day has arrived. For today, I have endured for a decade. 10 long years." After a few chuckles, he suddenly found himself weeping uncontrollably, his body trembling incessantly. "Jinger, rest assured, I shall swiftly fulfill your wish." After a considerable time, the doctor finally regained his composure. He turned to the imposing figure beside him, resembling a statue. "Number 2, Go inform them to proceed as planned. Upon hearing this, the giant finally lifted his perpetually lowered gaze, nodding stiffly. As he raised his head, a pair of eyes, devoid of any color save for the whites, became starkly visible. Simultaneously, a multitude of fine lines, resembling creeping vines, quietly emerged from his visage. With his movements, those threads seemed to animate, evoking an eerie and terrifying spectacle. Have you heard? That Yi Fei from 1705 possesses a firearm and has killed 3 of Wang Wenxiang's subordinates. Those earlier sounds were indeed gunshots. What? It was actually gunfire? I thought I misheard. How hilarious. Wang Wenxiang and his crew attempted to steal a chicken and ended up losing the rice. They deserve it. If only I had a gun, I would see who dares to bully me. Brother, just go wash up and sleep. Do you think you're worthy? Don't underestimate him. He truly possesses one. Though whether it is effective now remains uncertain. Haraha. Chapter 54, Barter. News of Yi Fei's shooting of Wang Wenxiang's 3 subordinates swiftly spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of all the proprietors. Simultaneously, the information regarding his possession of a substantial stockpile of resources was also disseminated, though it remains unclear who leaked it. Some express concern, while others harbor envy, and there are those who take a perverse pleasure in the heavy casualties suffered by Wang Wenxiang's team. Furthermore, due to Yi Fei's possession of substantial resources and weaponry, some have begun to entertain thoughts of courting or aligning themselves with him, seeking his protection. To certain property owners, the fact that Yi Fei wields a firearm renders him the most secure ally. Merely after a single night, Yi Fei received over 30 friend requests. So many wished to connect with me. Awakened by the incessant notifications from his phone after yet another night of relentless effort on the spacious bed of his master bedroom, Yi Fei cautiously shifted the delicate arm draped around his neck. Rising to freshen up, he then began to peruse the influx of friend requests. Following the events of the previous night involving Wang Wenxiang, Yi Fei's mind began to entertain the notion of gathering followers. He contemplated for an extended period. Tianqing community had become increasingly perilous. As time progressed, the survivors would inevitably band together for warmth, forming factions. In their quest for resources, these factions would undoubtedly descend into violent conflict, leaving only one standing. Throughout this turmoil, the majority would likely succumb to madness. By that point, even if Yi Fei found refuge within a shelter, armed as he may be, it would not guarantee his absolute safety. After all, his sanctuary was not an impregnable fortress. The walls had not been fortified during the initial renovations. Additionally, as his residence was situated on a higher floor, threats such as fires, natural disasters, and explosions could easily compromise the integrity of his refuge. It is rather unrealistic to hope for a lifetime of security. For this reason, Yi Fei contemplated that since a unified force would inevitably emerge within the Tianqing community, why could that force not be under his dominion? At that moment, he could not only leverage his subordinates to amass the community's wealth, but also ensure that his voice alone resonated throughout the enclave. Elevated and omnipotent, he would be free from all worries. As for the future, should the need for this power dissipate, he could easily cast it aside. After all, Yi Fei was not a paragon of virtue. His ambition to cultivate influence was solely for his own benefit. He would not play the role of a benevolent saint. Rather, he would send others to meet such a figure. However, it would not be a simple endeavor to become Yi Fei's subordinate. Having resolved to recruit, he immediately began to sift through potential candidates, first excluding those he found displeasing, such as Aunt Lu and those who walked their dogs unleashed, as well as individuals with unruly children whom they failed to discipline. All of these were swiftly dismissed. Soon enough, he identified a few individuals who left a favorable impression on him. He Hui, who had reminded the homeowners to relocate to the parking lot, and Manager Chun of the property management, who had exhibited commendable behavior in recent days. Based on their current conduct, these two could be deemed genuinely kind-hearted individuals. Yi Fei understood well that while a gentleman can be deceived with propriety, a rogue is challenging to nurture. Without delay, he accepted the friend requests from these two. As for the requests from others, he chose to set them aside for the moment, intending to address them when necessary. Once the friend requests were accepted, both promptly sent messages. Chen Shua, hello, Yi Fei. He Hui, good morning, Yi sir. Yi Fei had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with them. To him, these two individuals were merely instruments for the collection of gold. Thus, he spoke directly. Let us dispense with idle chatter. If you desire supplies, exchange them for gold. Nothing else will suffice. Upon receiving his message, the eyes of the two brightened. Their intent in approaching Yi Fei was precisely to ascertain whether they could procure resources from him. To their surprise, Yi Fei had taken the initiative to speak first. He Hui remarked, "Mr. Yi, your forthrightness is commendable. I am truly impressed. However, I am curious about the terms of this gold for supplies exchange." Meanwhile, Chen Shua sent a similar query. Both had recently gathered a group of individuals and were now in dire need of resources. They had no objections to the concept of trading gold for supplies. The crux of the matter lay in the exchange rate. If it were too low, it would render the transaction futile. Moreover, they were perplexed. How could Yi Fei still value such material possessions in a post-apocalyptic world? They were eager to delve deeper but refrained from probing further, fearing Yi Fei's discontent. On the other hand, Yi Fei pondered for a moment before responding. 1 pound of gold may be exchanged for 20 pounds of rice. He first sent this message to He Hui, then copied and pasted it to property manager Chen Shua. Upon reading the message, both furrowed their brows. This exchange rate was neither exorbitant nor trivial, leaving them somewhat incredulous. It is noteworthy that the price of gold stood at 600 per gram, while rice typically cost a mere 3 per pound. To think that 1 pound of gold could only procure 20 pounds of rice seemed excessively steep. However, it didn't take long for both to regain their composure. Now, we stand on the brink of the apocalypse. One cannot assess the current situation through the lens of pre-apocalyptic prices. In this era, possessing resources is paramount, and Yi Fei embodies this authority. Without a means of exchange, even an abundance of gold holds no value. Nevertheless, both parties found themselves eager to negotiate. "Mr. Yi, the exchange rate is exceedingly low. Moreover, gold is a scarce metal. Collectively, this entire community may not yield even 10 pounds. The amount of food that can be exchanged is quite insufficient. Mr. Yi, could you possibly consider increasing the rate?" Their tones were imbued with courtesy, for they wished to avoid offending Yi Fei. In response, he simply uttered 4 words, "Exchange as you wish." Faced with his demeanor, they had no choice but to relent. Their protests quelled. After a brief moment of contemplation, they acquiesced to the proposed rate. "Very well, Mr. Yi, how shall we proceed with the transaction?" Yi Fei pondered once more. "Once you have gathered the gold, send me a message, following my reply. Leave it at my doorstep and return in approximately 10 minutes to collect the provisions. Remember, after placing the gold, do not linger on this floor, otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Furthermore, the trading hours are from 1 to 2 in the afternoon. Latecomers will not be accommodated." With a few succinct phrases, Yi Fei established the preliminary trading protocol. He and Chen Shua raised no objections, and thus, an agreement for barter was forged. Upon receiving accurate trading information, He Hui and his companions swiftly disseminated the news of gold collection within their respective circles. Before long, a subordinate presented the gold from his household. In China, there exists a tradition wherein, upon marriage, the groom presents the bride with a betrothal gift of gold, often in the form of 3 or even 5 pieces. Additionally, with the continuous rise in gold value in recent years, many individuals have chosen to invest in gold. Consequently, every household possesses some amount of gold, predominantly in the forms of gold necklaces, rings, and bracelets. Little by little, these contributions accumulate. In no time, both individuals managed to gather a substantial amount of gold before the agreed-upon time and proceeded to the residence of Yi Fei. Chapter 55. Shopping for equipment again, Mr. Yi. We have brought the gold you requested, totaling 1 kilograms or 2 pounds, which equates to 42 caddies of rice based on our agreed price. Chen Shua from the property management was the first to arrive. He had gathered gold from over 50 households, with each contributing a little, culminating in a total of 2 pounds of gold. Following the prior arrangement with Yi Fei, he instructed his subordinates to remain in the stairwell and, carrying a plastic bag, placed the items at Yi Fei's doorstep. "All right, please hold on." Yi Fei responded promptly upon receiving the news, his heart racing with excitement. With this gold, he could enlist Sha's assistance in exchanging for superior equipment. 1 kilograms translates to 1,100 grams, which, when converted into the star currency used on Gao Chixing, amounts to a staggering 110,000 star coins. This is no trivial sum. If one were to purchase firearms, one could acquire nearly 40 handguns, sufficiently enhancing his firepower for a significant upgrade. Subsequently, Yi Fei hastily donned a thermal suit and equipped himself with dynamic simulation goggles. Ensuring the corridor was unoccupied, he cautiously opened the door. He grasped the bag at the entrance, noting its slight heft, indicating that the weight was not remarkably different. It seemed Chinshua would not deceive him. The bag was filled with items crafted from gold, necklaces, rings, bracelets, and the like, interspersed with gold bars as thick as 3 fingers, the origin of which remained a mystery. After securing the items, Yifei swiftly stowed the bag in his space, then retrieved a 50-pound sack of rice, estimating that he had taken 5 to 6 pounds to leave at the door. With the exchange completed, he closed the door securely and messaged Chinshua, indicating that it was time to collect the supplies. Upon receiving the message, Chinshua felt a surge of excitement and promptly descended the stairs. Indeed, at the entrance of room 1705 lay a bag of rice that had already been unsealed. He quickly lifted the bag, not forgetting to express his gratitude to Yi, calling out a heartfelt thank you, General Yi. He then made his way back to the staircase, where he was met with a dozen eager gazes. Upon witnessing the rice in Chinshua's possession, the crowd's faces lit up with joy. Could they truly exchange for rice? At last, they would have food. My child is waiting for rice to cook. Although the portion distributed would yield just over a pound for each household, even a small amount would suffice for several meals for a family. Some individuals could not resist the temptation to reach for the rice bags, only to be swiftly deterred by Chinshua, whose expression bore a warning. Return to the base before distributing the rice. The person hastily chuckled, yes, yes. Back to the base, back to the base. A group of individuals, their faces alight with joy, surrounded Chinshua as they made their way to their underground parking lot base. Along the journey, many cast vigilant glances around them, fearful of being spotted and robbed of their supplies. Upon reaching the 10th floor, Chinshua and his companions encountered He Hui and his group, who stood facing them. Similar to Chinshua's entourage, He Hui was flanked by a dozen individuals, each wielding weapons. Upon recognizing each other, both parties exhibited a shift in demeanor. Fortunately, after a brief exchange, they discovered a mutual purpose. Both groups sought to trade gold for supplies, thus avoiding any conflict. However, as they brushed past one another, the sight of gold and rice bags in each other's possession stirred a glint of greed in many eyes. Shortly thereafter, He Hui and his followers descended to the 17th floor. In keeping with the earlier transaction, He Hui received a bag of rice from Yifei, although his collection of gold amounted to merely over 800 grams, resulting in a considerably smaller portion of rice than that acquired by Chinshua's group. After obtaining the rice, He Hui and his companions departed with evident delight. Meanwhile, within the room, Yifei gazed at the 2 bags of gold in his possession. Caught in a moment of discomfort, he suddenly pondered a pressing concern. The majority of the gold brought by He Hui and Chinshua consisted of gold rings and other ornamental items, over 70 in total. Sending them all to Sasha at once might not be appropriate. After all, Sasha is required to assist him in selling. If all the items were gold rings, it would likely be quite difficult to dispose of them. Some even bear engravings. Should he attempt to sell such a multitude of rings at a gold shop, the proprietors would instinctively suspect them to be stolen goods. After all, where could so many rings possibly originate? It appears he must first melt down this gold. A fleeting grimace crossed Yifei's lips. Fortunately, gold has a relatively low melting point, and with just a simple blowtorch, he could effortlessly liquefy it. The task was not overly challenging. He retrieved a blowtorch from his storage space and commenced his diligent work of melting the gold. After more than an hour, he had successfully transformed all the gold into a substantial block of gold ingot. Pleased with his handiwork, Yifei nodded in satisfaction and subsequently transmitted the ingot to Sasha. Upon receiving the gold ingot, Sasha expressed surprise. Brother Yifei, have you collected more gold? What do you need me to purchase this time? Yifei pondered for a moment before typing, Sasha, please help me check the prices for snowmobiles and the snow gear required to withstand temperatures as low as -70 degrees Celsius in your area. The reason he requested Sasha's assistance in this matter was that he felt an urge to venture outside. For some inexplicable reason, his right eyelid had been twitching since morning, as if foretelling some impending misfortune. Furthermore, chaos was increasingly prevalent within the community. He must swiftly acquire the means to ensure his own safety. Thus, Yifei was eager to visit the gold shop and amass sufficient gold to exchange for fortifying elixirs. Compensate for the current fragility of your physique. Very well. Please hold on for a moment. In the high-energy star realm, upon receiving Yifei's request, Sasha hastily set aside her typing and began to search for information regarding snow gear and snowmobiles on her somewhat antiquated computer. Before long, she compiled the relevant details and sent them to Yifei. Brother Yifei, the prices for snow gear here are quite reasonable. A medium-priced combat suit made from nanobiological materials can be acquired for around 7 to 800 star coins. This combat suit can maintain the body's temperature for up to 3 hours, even in frigid conditions as low as -100 degrees. However, the snowmobiles are a bit pricier. Even the most economical options exceed 120,000 coins. Upon reading Sasha's message, Yifei felt a surge of delight. This price was significantly lower than he had anticipated. Once Sasha sold the gold she had collected, the proceeds would suffice for him to purchase a full set. The remaining funds could then be utilized to enhance his firepower. All right, Sasha, please assist me by selling the gold first, then acquire 2 additional combat suits and a snowmobile. As for weapons, I would like an AWM sniper rifle, along with 2 MP5 submachine guns. Additionally, procure a rifle and a shotgun as well. All fears stem from inadequate firepower. Therefore, this time, Yifei was determined to maximize his offensive capabilities. Sasha promptly responded with an affirmative gesture. This little Sasha had even begun to mimic him, leaving Yifei both amused and exasperated. He then patiently awaited her actions. Chapter 56. The impressive Sasha, how wonderful. At last, I can assist Brother Yifei once more. On the other side, Sasha joyfully waved her tiny fist, then promptly closed the chat interface. Following that, she placed an order on her phone to sell gold. Just a few minutes later, a gentle knock echoed from outside her rental apartment. Accompanying this was a mechanical voice. Hello, I am the intelligent commercial robot number 9527 from Mingguang District, at your service. Sasha's face lit up with delight as she hurriedly slipped on her slippers, grabbed the bag containing the gold, and dashed to the door. What greeted her was a robot, approximately 1.5 meters tall, exuding a slightly endearing charm. Beside the robot floated a flying transportation device. After welcoming the robot inside, Sasha retrieved the gold. The robot emitted a beep, and a green light illuminated its eyes. Beep, scanning the quality of the goods, please hold on. Before long, the scanning concluded, and a large green checkmark appeared in its eyes. The scan was successful, confirming it as gold with a purity of 96.61. It is available for purchase at the current price of 100 star coins per gram, with a total weight of 1986 grams, amounting to a total value of 198.600 star coins. Dear Ms. Sasha, do you confirm the sale of your gold? Sasha nodded eagerly, confirm. Once again, words indicating an ongoing transaction appeared in the robot's eyes. Beep, transaction successful. The payment has been transferred to your identity card linked to your citizen account. As the voice of the robot resonated, Sasha's smartphone received a notification regarding the arrival of 198.600 star coins, every single one accounted for. Thank you for your support. This transaction has been completed. Wishing you a delightful day. After the transaction concluded, the robot lifted a bag filled with gold, opened the door, and departed on its own. Upon exiting, it thoughtfully closed the door behind it. Meanwhile, Sasha had begun an extensive shopping spree. 1 snowmobile, 3 pieces of cold weather gear, and an assortment of accompanying protective equipment. Various firearms and countless ammunition were also acquired. It took nearly 10 minutes to gather all the items needed by Yifei. The logistics speed of Gao Chixing was evidently unmatched by Blue Star. The advanced technology brought convenience to many aspects of life. Approximately 5 minutes after Sasha placed her order, a knock echoed through the space. Hello, I am Commercial Robot 6666, at your service. Greetings, 8888. In less than 20 minutes, all of Sasha's ordered items arrived. Had it not been for the time needed for delivery, the speed could have been even swifter. Ultimately, a substantial collection of goods filled 3 large boxes. Sasha distributed the items to Yifei one by one. Impressive. Within an hour, Yifei had received everything he required, prompting him to marvel once more. Although he had long heard Sasha speak of the advanced technology in Gao Chixing, it was only through first-hand experience that he realized it was not merely advanced, it was, in fact, light years ahead of Blue Star. In contrast, the Blue Planet seems almost like a primitive world. However, although the resources have been secured, it is evidently not an opportune moment to venture outside. The clock has struck past 3 in the afternoon, and in merely 2 hours, darkness will envelop the land. The perils of the night far surpass those of the day, and Yifei naturally would not choose to brave the outside world at such an hour. Suddenly, his phone chimed incessantly. Yifei glanced at it and discovered messages from the property owners group. It turned out that the second supply drop had concluded. This time, the authorities had delivered an ample supply of provisions sufficient to sustain hundreds for a day. Compared to the previous day, the competition for these resources was significantly more tranquil. Perhaps due to the property owners banding together, an unusual absence of conflict ensued. Several factions united to share the provisions equitably, leaving those who did not receive any to harbor silent resentment. Moreover, the authorities conveyed some unfortunate news due to the perilous conditions faced while delivering supplies in yesterday's blizzard. Numerous soldiers had suffered frostbite, resulting in a shortage of personnel. The next supply drop would be postponed for 2 days. Simultaneously, the officials urged the surviving individuals to make haste towards the shelter. At that moment, the group was embroiled in a heated discussion regarding whether to relocate to the official shelter. Shall we move to the official shelter? They debated. The conditions there are undoubtedly far superior to those in our community, and with the protection of the authorities, we need not fear starvation and can enjoy the safeguard of military presence. In the face of this predicament, the majority of homeowners expressed dissent. The reason is simple. The officially designated shelter is nearly 30 kilometers away. The level of danger is exceedingly high. If you wish to leave, by all means do so. I certainly shall not go. The official shelter is a daunting 30 kilometers from our community. With the frigid temperatures outside and the incessant snowfall, by the time we arrive, we might well be frozen to death. Indeed, 30 kilometers would normally take 5 to 6 hours to traverse under ideal conditions. Now, with the roads cloaked in ice and snow, it is likely that we may not even reach our destination in a day. In this current situation, staying outdoors for a day equates to a death sentence. This sentiment resonates with the majority of homeowners. They perceive the journey to the official shelter as akin to an impossible ascent to the heavens. It is far more prudent to remain in Tianjin community. Though it is cold and hunger gnaws at us, at least we are not facing an immediate threat of death. Yet, some homeowners refuse to resign themselves to this fate. Are we to languish here and await our demise? Supplies have only been delivered for 2 days, and already delays are anticipated. What shall we do then? We must devise our own means of survival. I wish to journey to the official shelter. Is there anyone willing to accompany me? We can travel together, seeking routes with buildings along the way, resting when weary, moving at a steady pace. I believe there is a chance we can reach our destination. This proposal ignites a flicker of hope in some. I will join you. Remaining here leaves me with no glimmer of hope for survival. It is better to take a chance. Count me in. Damn it. Life and death are but fleeting moments. Count me in. For those willing to join, let us gather in Area A of the underground parking lot to discuss our plans. Yi Fei observed the group preparing to brave the storm for the sanctuary. Feeling a sense of admiration, this journey was undoubtedly fraught with peril, akin to a dance with death itself. The 30-kilometer trek promised numerous hardships, and the current blizzard, coupled with temperatures plummeting to nearly -60 degrees, would be enough to challenge even the strongest of souls. Even he, before acquiring today's gear, lacked absolute confidence in reaching the official refuge alive. Thus, he could only silently commend those daring individuals and wish them safe travels. Good luck to you all. Chapter 57. Outing. Re-entering the Golden Run Square as the sun rose and set, another day passed. It was now the 11th day since the apocalypse began. With dawn barely breaking, Yi Fei arose from his slumber. He intended to venture out today to gather gold, believing that the earlier he departed, the better. As for Yao Lan, she remained blissfully asleep. Yi Fei had no intention of bringing her along, for the harsh weather outside posed significant risks. His own presence was manageable, but 2 would increase the danger substantially. Before stepping out, Yi Fei donned the nano-combat suit he had purchased from Xia. Notably, this attire, crafted from nanomaterials, was not only exceptionally lightweight, but also provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Even within the confines of the shelter, where temperatures soared to a sweltering 26 degrees, there was no sense of discomfort. Moreover, with each movement, Yi Fei experienced no hindrance, finding the equipment remarkably convenient. Once donned, he turned his attention to weaponry and ammunition. Currently, his inventory boasted a singular AWM sniper rifle, an AM-47 and an M4A1 rifle, 3 MP5 submachine guns, and 4 Glock handguns, accompanied by an abundance of ammunition. Such formidable firepower was more than sufficient to confront any crisis. Yi Fei meticulously chambered every firearm, disengaged the safeties, and positioned them within easy reach, ensuring immediate access when the need arose. With preparations complete, he adorned himself with a pair of dynamic goggles, and pushed the door open. A rush of frigid air greeted him as he stepped outside. However, the cold failed to penetrate the tactical attire he wore, instead enveloping him in a refreshing embrace. Truly, a marvel of high technology, it proved its worth. With a sense of appreciation, Yifei strode purposefully towards the stairwell. Throughout his journey, he encountered no one. The residents, prioritizing their safety, had retreated to the underground parking garage. Thus, within the entire 12th building, he found himself the sole occupant. Before long, he arrived at the second floor. The first floor lay entirely blanketed in snow, and to venture outside, one could only utilize the corridor windows on the second floor or the balconies of other residents. Yifei opted to climb out through the corridor window on the second floor. Before him lay a world draped in pure white. As the snow continued to fall relentlessly, Yifei stepped onto the snow-covered ground, feeling a solid sensation beneath his feet. He then pressed down forcefully, leaving only a shallow footprint in the snow. At the frigid temperature of -60 degrees, the accumulated snow had already solidified, posing no hindrance to his movement. Finding a concealed spot, Yifei summoned a snowmobile from his spatial realm. This was a beast of a machine, designed with sleek aerodynamics. Unlike a conventional motorcycle, it possessed no wheels. The front featured a sled-like design, while the rear was equipped with tracks. Such an engineering marvel allowed it to glide effortlessly over the snow without any obstruction. Furthermore, its horsepower was immense, capable of reaching speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour even on snow-covered terrain. From this moment forth, I shall name you Breaking Wind. Together, we shall ride the winds and conquer the waves. Yifei mounted the Breaking Wind, ignited the engine, and twisted the throttle. The roar of the engine erupted, resounding through the otherwise tranquil neighborhood. After a brief acclimatization to the controls, Yifei fixed his gaze ahead, shifted gears, and set off. With a swift rush, the Breaking Wind darted out of the complex like an arrow. In the parking lot, several residents were startled by the commotion of the Breaking Wind. What was that sound? It seemed like the roar of an engine. An engine? Is there truly someone bold enough to venture out in this weather? Could it be that help has arrived? Many residents, bewildered, hurried to the first floor, eager to uncover the source of the noise. At this moment, Yifei had already departed several hundred meters from the community, and these individuals were destined to return empty-handed. In the vast expanse of the snow-covered landscape, Yifei traversed the wide snowy terrain alone, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The towering buildings flanked him, receding in the distance, filling him with an exhilarating sense of liberation. Who claims that nature is inhospitable? The swirling snow welcomes the solitary traveler. This is the essence of freedom. The gloom that had enveloped Yifei during his prolonged confinement at home was swept away in an instant. The thunderous roar of the snowmobile's engine drew the attention of many survivors still residing in the high-rise buildings. They gazed in awe at Yifei racing across the snow, their expressions a mixture of envy, jealousy, and hope, wishing that he might be the savior sent to rescue them or lead them to safety. Unfortunately, their hopes were destined to be in vain. Yifei paid no heed to the prying eyes and headed straight for the Jinrun Square, a place he had previously visited. In approximately 15 minutes, he successfully arrived at his destination. Yifei found a secluded corner to park his vehicle before securing the snowmobile within his spatial storage. He dared not leave it exposed. If it were stolen, he would have no place to lament his loss. With a soft puff, he brushed the snowflakes off his attire and strode confidently towards Jinrun Square. After 10 consecutive days of heavy snowfall, the square was now half submerged in snow. The main entrance, once accessible, was now impassable. Yifei located a window on the second floor of a nearby shop and promptly smashed it open. The shattering glass echoed piercingly in the stillness of the square. Yifei did not rush to enter. After ensuring that no one was around, he stealthily slipped inside, his eyes falling upon a shop brimming with an array of toys and trinkets. It was evident that this was an upscale boutique. Adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, Yifei collected all the small ornaments and toys, effortlessly storing them within his expansive space. With ample room at his disposal, he was untroubled by concerns of capacity. Subsequently, he exited the boutique and made his way towards the gold shop on the first floor. As he passed several clothing stores, shoe shops, snack outlets, and 3D simulation stores, Yifei took a moment to gather items from each establishment, ensuring he left no treasures behind. Before long, he arrived at the gold shop he had long yearned to visit, Zhou Xiaofu's establishment. However, he frowned slightly upon noticing that it had already been vandalized. The entrance lay in ruins, the glass shattered, and various golden artifacts were strewn about. Fortunately, this was the only gold shop in such disarray. The other two remained intact. Without delay, Yifei embarked on his mission to collect gold. He accepted all manner of items, rings, ornaments, pendants, and gold bars, without discrimination. In addition to the gold, he also gathered some jewelry, planning to send it to Shasha upon his return to see if they could sell it together. After thoroughly pillaging the 3 gold shops to his satisfaction, Yifei proceeded to a large supermarket on the first floor. The situation within the supermarket mirrored that of Zhou Shafu's shop. It had clearly been ransacked. Numerous items lay scattered across the shelves. Yifei, showing no inclination to be selective, gathered everything into his possession. He designated a separate area for the frozen vegetables and fresh meat, which had begun to thaw. He did not intend to consume these items himself. Rather, he planned to reserve them for future opportunities to barter with other survivors. Perhaps what he deemed worthless, wilted vegetable leaves and zombie meat, might be considered a rare delicacy by others. Chapter 58. The Defiant Li Tsong. It took Yifei 20 minutes to thoroughly scour the expansive supermarket. Just as he was about to depart, a jarring crash of shattering glass suddenly pierced the air. Yifei's expression tightened as he turned towards the source of the sound. His gaze penetrated several walls, and he spotted 5 figures clad in red rushing towards the supermarket from several hundred meters away. Encountering fellow survivors, Yifei was momentarily taken aback, then cast a peculiar glance around the now desolate supermarket. Clearly, he had arrived first. The others were too late, and would likely be left with nothing but the discarded vegetable leaves he had deemed unworthy. This group entered through the main entrance, and Yifei made no effort to conceal himself, standing quietly in the center of the store and awaiting their arrival. Since the power outage, the signal in Yuhang City had become sporadic, and he had nearly lost all contact with the outside world. Now, encountering individuals beyond his residential area presented an opportunity to glean information he had yet to discover. Before long, a party of 3 men and 2 women appeared in his line of sight, each armed with a weapon. They, too, quickly noticed Yifei, who stood boldly in the middle of the supermarket. There was no way to go unnoticed. With all the shelves stripped bare, the situation in the store was glaringly apparent. Upon encountering a stranger, the expressions of the 5 individuals immediately hardened, followed by a vigilant inquiry. Who goes there? Who is it? They refrained from approaching at once, instead remaining at a distance, their weapons firmly gripped and eyes warily fixed upon Yifei. His attire was strikingly peculiar. He was clad in nothing but a thin garment, with a single frame glasses adorning his left eye, resembling a character from a science fiction narrative. This starkly contrasted with the survivors they typically encountered, who were bundled up for warmth and bore disheveled hair. As they drew closer, Yifei observed their appearances more clearly. Their hair was a chaotic mess, clearly a testament to many days without washing. For warmth, they had wrapped themselves in layer upon layer of clothing, embodying the quintessential survivor's garb. Yifei regarded the 5 with an expression of calmness and spoke. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. However, if you have come in search of supplies, I regret to inform you that you are too late. There are no resources left here. Upon hearing his words, the 5 exchanged glances, their faces betraying evident disappointment. In truth, they had already deduced this without his explanation. The entire shopping mall appeared as though it had been thoroughly cleansed, devoid of any supplies. Not a single grain of rice was in sight. Only remnants of decayed vegetable leaves, trampled underfoot, remained scattered upon the ground. Among the 5, a middle-aged man, evidently the leader, stepped forward and inquired, Who are you? Do you know where the supplies have gone? Yifei offered a faint smile, yet showed no inclination to introduce himself. As for the supplies, naturally, they have been taken by someone. However, if you could answer some of my questions, I might be inclined to offer you something in return. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up at this prospect. Yet a young man in his 20s standing behind him scoffed disdainfully. What gives you the right to demand our answers? As for the supplies, once we capture you, whatever you possess will be rightfully ours. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of his 4 companions shifted noticeably. A woman in her 30s exhibited signs of interest, while the other 3 appeared rather displeased, clearly opposing this notion. The leader, the middle-aged man, scowled sharply. Li Tsong, be silent. This fellow is truly insufferable. He regretted bringing him along. The adversary clearly was not an ordinary person, yet he had the audacity to provoke him. After chastising the young man, he quickly turned his attention back to Yifei. My friend, we mean no harm. My companion merely spoke out of turn. I hope you can forgive him. Unexpectedly, the young man remained defiant. Brother son, it's just one person, and he is unarmed. What is there to fear with 5 of us? He cast a greedy glance toward Yi Fei, evidently intrigued by the mention of supplies. Meanwhile, Yi Fei's lips curled into a subtle smirk. He relished the presence of such a rebellious youth. This would indeed save him the effort of procuring supplies. Yi Fei regarded the young man, named Li Tsong, with a knowing gaze. Young man, sometimes it is not the number of people that matters. Upon concluding his words, a black handgun appeared in his hand as if conjured by magic. The ominous muzzle pointed directly at the 5 individuals opposite him. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically in an instant. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Li Tsong's face morphed into a cold smirk. Boy, who are you trying to scare with a toy gun? He thought, utterly disbelieving that the weapon in the man's hand was genuine. How stringent are the firearms regulations in Hua country? To put it plainly, an ordinary citizen might go an entire lifetime without ever encountering a real gun. Even if one were to, it would likely only be in specialized sectors. If the firearm in the opponent's possession were indeed real, Li Tsong would be prepared to eat his own words. Bang! Yi Fei had no desire to explain and resolutely squeezed the trigger. In the next instant, a tongue of flame erupted from the barrel, grazing Li Tsong's knee and erupting into a spray of blood. Ack! The sound of the gunshot and the anguished cries echoed throughout the entire mall simultaneously. Struck in the knee, Li Tsong collapsed to the ground. The others, initially frozen in shock, swiftly turned to flee. Yet, the next moment, Yi Fei's languid voice rang out, halting them in their tracks, instilling fear that paralyzed their bodies. If you dare to run, do not blame my bullets for being indiscriminate. Instantly, their faces drained of color as they froze in place. Their gazes filled with dread directed at Yi Fei. They knew that they could never outrun a bullet. Now, their only chance of survival lay in obediently heeding his instructions. Simultaneously, resentment toward Li Tsong blossomed within the hearts of the 4, had it not been for this fool's provocations. Perhaps matters would not have escalated to such a dire state. The entire mall fell into a hushed silence, save for the continuous wails of Li Kong. Disturbed by the piercing screams, Yi Fei cast a frigid glance at Li Tsong, declaring, "Scream once more, and I shall ensure you remain silent forever." As the words fell, Li Tsong's cries abruptly ceased. Panic-stricken, he pleaded, "Brother, sir, grandpa, please don't kill me. I beg you, I do not wish to die." In that moment, he realized the caliber of the individual he had just offended. Regret washed over him for his earlier actions, leaving no room for hatred, only fear remained. In response to his supplications, Yi Fei uttered but 2 words, silence. Instantly, Li Tsong dared not speak, covering his mouth with a trembling hand. Observing this, Yi Fei nodded in satisfaction. Turning to the other 4, he flashed a radiant smile, revealing his pearly whites. "Now, I will ask. You shall answer." Chapter 59. News of the enemy within the commercial complex of Jinrun Square. Yi Fei held truth firmly, and the 5 before him dared not show any resistance. "First, tell me where you are from." Yi Fei aimed his gun at the leader, a middle-aged man, raising the barrel slightly. The man immediately felt a chill run down his spine as the shadow of death loomed overhead. Without a second thought, he divulged everything. "Brother, we are from the Tinglan Lake community, which is merely 2 kilometers from here. We came to see if there were any supplies left." Tinglan Lake community? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a renowned affluent community in Yuhang. The individuals before him appeared to be wealthy, yet in this apocalyptic era, wealth held little value. "What is the current situation in your community?" he inquired. The middle-aged man continued to speak candidly. "Our community has now come under the control of a force known as the Shengda Group. The leader of this faction is Li Shang, the chairman of the largest department store group in Yuhang City. He possesses a vast array of resources, which has enabled him to gather many followers. However, they are ruthless in their methods, and we are unwilling to join them, so we have no choice but to venture out and seek supplies on our own." The middle-aged man was about to elaborate further when Yi Fei abruptly interrupted him. "Wait, did you say Shengda Group?" A glint of coldness flickered in Yi Fei's eyes. Wasn't that the father of his nemesis, Li Tong? He had been troubled, unsure of where to find information about Li Tong and that duplicitous pair, Lu Fei. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon news of the Shengda Group. If Li Sheng was indeed in the Tinglan Lake community, it was highly probable that the treacherous couple was also there. Noticing the sudden shift in Yi Fei's expression, The middle-aged man's demeanor grew tense, yet he cautiously responded, "Yes, the Shengda group." Yi Fei narrowed his eyes. "Do you know a pair named Li Tong and Lu Fei?" Upon hearing these names, the middle-aged man appeared somewhat bewildered, clearly unfamiliar with them. However, one woman in her early 20s suddenly spoke up. "I am acquainted with them. Li Tong is the third son of Li Sheng. However, we are not well acquainted with him and are unaware of his specific circumstances. As for Lu Fei, I have heard that she is a woman brought back by Li Tong from outside. We have only encountered her once. They currently reside in the Tinglan Lake community." Upon receiving news of his adversary, Yi Fei's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, it is a stroke of fortune to discover one's enemy without exerting any effort. Now that he has obtained information about his foe, the next step must be to investigate the power dynamics of Shengda Group. To elaborate on the situation of Shengda Group, how many individuals are involved? What is the state of their armament? The middle-aged man shifted slightly, the peculiar individual before him, asking such pointed questions. Could it be that he harbors a grudge against Shengda Group? Nevertheless, he responded candidly. The leader of Shengda Group is Li Sheng. Beneath him are his 3 sons and 16 bodyguards, who constitute the core personnel. Recently, they have gathered approximately 200 to 300 survivors from the community, which are considered peripheral members of Shengda Group. As for their armament, I have heard that Li Sheng's 16 bodyguards all possess gun licenses. However, we have not witnessed them using firearms, so we cannot ascertain their authenticity. The information divulged by the middle-aged man left Yi Fei somewhat astonished. Hundreds of individuals gathered, along with armed bodyguards? Truly, he is worthy of being the chairman of a 100 billion group. Strong and formidable, even in the apocalyptic era, he can still rely on his previously amassed power to thrive. Concurrently, the influence of Shengda Group also posed a considerable challenge for Yi Fei. Hundreds of individuals, armed with a dozen firearms. Given his current capabilities, he may not necessarily be their match. A thought crossed his mind. It seems imperative to swiftly exchange for physical enhancement potions to bolster his strength. Furthermore, having resolved to take action against the Shengda Group, Yi Fei also intended to procure heavier weaponry, ensuring he was thoroughly prepared. In the face of such a formidable force numbering in the hundreds, handguns would undoubtedly prove inadequate. He planned to enlist Shasha's assistance in acquiring grenades and rocket launchers, lethal instruments indeed. Yet, he wondered whether Shasha's superior, Gao Chixing, would permit the casual purchase of such items. Returning to the present, Yi Fei suddenly noticed a peculiar glint in the middle-aged man's eyes, prompting him to display a cryptic smile. Have you guessed? The middle-aged man's expression shifted, yet he feigned ignorance. Guessed what? Yi Fei replied calmly. I harbor a deep-seated vendetta against the Shengda Group. As he spoke, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his gaze. You are astute, but often, the clever are the first to meet their demise. Yi Fei raised the muzzle of his gun once more. He had no intention of allowing these men to leave. If they discerned anything and alerted the Shengda Group, it would undoubtedly arouse their suspicion. Upon witnessing the coldness in Yi Fei's eyes, the middle-aged man's countenance shifted dramatically. Good heavens, he isn't contemplating silencing us. Is he? Brother, spare us. If you have a vendetta against the Shengda Group, we can act as your informants, relaying their secrets to you. Yi Fei remained impassive. He harbored no trust for them. He believed that only the dead could keep secrets. Regarding the act of extinguishing the lives of those before him, he felt not an iota of pressure. In this apocalyptic era, it was better to embrace death than to suffer through a painful existence. By allowing his adversaries to depart this world without anguish, Yi Fei could almost be likened to a great sage, faced with the cold muzzle of a gun, which could discharge at any moment. The middle-aged man's expression shifted once more, and he suddenly bellowed, Do not fire. I possess a token of allegiance. Noticing Yi Fei raise an eyebrow, he hastily pointed to the figure of Li Tsong, who lay on the ground, desperately attempting to staunch his own bleeding. Li Tsong. He is affiliated with the Shengda Group. As his words echoed, the expressions of the middle-aged man's companions shifted dramatically. Li Tsong's face turned ashen, and in a state of panic, he exclaimed, Shengda, do not slander me. How could I possibly be associated with the Shengda Group? The others were equally astonished. It cannot be. Li Tsong joined us long ago. Indeed, Shengda, Li Tsong cannot possibly be with Li Sheng. Unmoved, Shengda's gaze bore a hint of murderous intent as he regarded Li Kong. Before the collapse of society, I once visited the headquarters of the Shengda Group and laid eyes upon you there. Do not presume I am unaware. Your current allegiance to us is merely a ploy to ascertain our movements to relay information to Li Sheng and his faction. In that moment, Li Tsung's countenance turned a ghastly gray, realizing with horror that his treachery had been uncovered. Yet, he still attempted to feign bravado, declaring, "Chunda, even if you have discovered the truth, what of it? To be forthright, Li Sheng is my cousin. Should you choose to take my life, you shall not escape unscathed." Li Tsung's proclamation undeniably confirmed his identity as a spy. This revelation instantly incited a mixture of astonishment and fury among the others. "Chunda, how could you withhold such crucial information from us in advance?" Li Tsung, being affiliated with the Shengda group, questioned the rationale behind their quest for resources, which seemed tantamount to laboring for their adversary. Chunda paid no heed to Li Tsung's outburst. Instead, he took a deep breath and turned his gaze towards his companions. "My 3 comrades, I was actually preparing to discuss this matter with you. I deliberately involved Li Tsung in our plans to create an opportunity to eliminate him. Only by dispatching Li Sheng, the mole embedded within our ranks, can we hope to survive under the oppressive thumb of the Shengda group." The expressions of the trio shifted, reflecting a tumult of emotions. Meanwhile, Yi Fei, positioned across from them, was equally taken aback. Could it be that Li Tsung was indeed the spy infiltrating the survivor camp on behalf of Li Sheng? Chapter 60. An Oath of Allegiance. Intriguingly, Yi Fei suddenly found himself less inclined to eliminate the individuals before him. Perhaps preserving their lives could serve as an asset to his forthcoming plans. However, gaining their trust would not suffice merely through words. He regarded his adversaries, a sly smile gracing his lips. "Well done, Chunda. You have secured an opportunity for survival. Now, I presume you understand what must be done next?" With a subtle lift of his chin, he indicated the position of Li Tsung, implicitly urging Chunda and his cohorts to take action against him. In essence, an oath of allegiance. Only by their own hands could they vanquish a member of the Shengda group, thus definitively aligning themselves against their oppressors. "From this moment forth, I shall never dare to inform the Shengda group of any matters, nor disclose any of their secrets." Of course, Yi Fei has never revealed his true identity throughout this entire ordeal. If they wish to alert the authorities, it may not be so simple. Should they decide to eliminate Li Tsung, and this incident reaches the ears of the Shengda group, the consequences would indeed be dire. Chunda understood he had no alternative. To survive, he must eliminate Li Kong. He glanced at the others and took a deep breath. "Gentlemen, let us act in unison." The others exchanged uncertain glances, still shrouded in confusion about the specifics of the situation. They were aware that Yi Fei seemed to harbor a grudge against the Shengda group, and that Li Tsung was, in fact, a spy planted among them by the Shengda group. Now, Chunda was suggesting they conspire to assassinate Li Tsung and align themselves with Yi Fei? Yet, the Shengda group was the dominant force in their community. If they were to murder one of their own, what future would await them? For a moment, the 3 stood in indecision. Observing their hesitation, Chunda sighed heavily. "If we do not eliminate Li Tsung today, it may very well be our own demise." At this proclamation, the 3 were jolted into awareness. Indeed, Yi Fei's firearm was still trained upon them. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, they collectively turned their gaze toward Li Tsung, who was attempting to retreat, their expressions turning ominous. A life lost is but a life lost. As for what lies ahead, that can be addressed later. The paramount concern now is survival. With determination, Chunda brandished his kitchen knife, advancing toward Li Kong. The glimmering blade radiated a chilling coldness. "Li Tsung, do not take this personally. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon you and your uncle for persisting in your ill intentions towards us." Li Tsung's face was a mask of terror, his body instinctively yearning to retreat. "No, no, no. You cannot take my life. Li Sheng is my cousin. Should you slay me, your fates would also be sealed. Spare me, and I assure you that in the future." Before he could finish his plea, a flash of steel glinted in the air. Chen Da's cleaver struck forcefully against Li Tsung's shoulder. Li Tsung attempted to evade, yet it was futile. At this moment, he had already succumbed to severe injuries and loss of blood, his strength waning, leaving him utterly defenseless against the predatory Chunda. With a spray of crimson, the cleaver buried itself 3 inches into flesh. A chilling scream erupted from Li Tsung's throat. He struggled in vain to resist, but his efforts were in vain. With a swift motion, Chunda raised the blade once more, inflicting another gash upon Li Tsung's shoulder. Fortunately, this strike was not aimed at extinguishing Li Tsung's life. Had it landed upon his neck, he would have undoubtedly perished. Chunda refrained from delivering a lethal blow because 3 others stood behind him, and he intended to drag them all into this mire. Initially hesitant upon learning that Li Sheng was Li Tsung's cousin, the others, witnessing Chun Da's resolute action, cast aside their doubts. Each brandished their steel pipes and cleavers, mercilessly raining blows upon Li Kong. The air was filled with anguished cries. After a brief moment, the wails gradually diminished. Li Tsung was now drenched in blood, his body marred by numerous wounds. Breath escaped him, but none returned. Such grievous injuries, even the legendary Hua Tuo could scarcely hope to remedy. Indeed, in the mere span of half a minute, Li Tsung's head tilted, and he breathed his last. Applause echoed in the air as Yifei clapped his hands, a look of admiration gracing his face. Splendid, splendid. Congratulations, you have earned the chance to survive. Chunda and his companions wore bitter smiles. Now, they were akin to grasshoppers on the same string. Chunda took a deep breath, the murderous intent within him dissipating, and then turned to Yifei. Brother, what shall we do next? Yifei pondered for a moment. Please provide me with your WeChat contact. Chunda relayed his WeChat ID without hesitation. Yifei fished out his phone and swiftly added him. Next, you are to return to the Tinglan Lake community and gather intelligence on the Shengda group. It would be best to ascertain their usual security personnel deployment, the usage of pistol ammunition, and so forth. Detailed information is paramount. Report any findings to me promptly. The 4 nodded in agreement. Having embarked on this perilous journey, there was no turning back. Their only recourse now was to adhere to Yifei's directives. Very well. We shall devise a means to uncover the secrets of the Shengda group. With that, Chunda cast one last glance at Li Tsung's lifeless body, the gruesome sight unsettling him. His expression darkened. Now can we leave? He was eager to vacate the premises. The others felt the same. It was their first experience with taking a life, and they found it difficult to adapt. Just as Yifei was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly recalled something. Please, wait a moment. After uttering these words, Yifei turned and walked towards the staff room. In a corner unseen by the others, he retrieved 2 bags of 30-kilogram rice and a bag of cooked food from the space. The path of governance requires both grace and severity. A stick and sweet dates must coexist. Since the other party had already pledged their allegiance, Yifei was naturally not stingy with resources. This way, they would wholeheartedly assist him in his endeavors. Indeed, upon seeing the 2 bags of rice and the bag of cooked food, the 4 individuals wore expressions of sheer delight. They had braved the fierce snowstorm outside, all for the sake of provisions. Initially, they had feared returning empty-handed, but unexpectedly, this enigmatic figure before them had bestowed such bountiful supplies. Observing the uncontainable joy on their faces, Yifei remarked calmly, "These provisions should suffice for at least a week. Moving forward, if you assist me diligently, I shall not treat you poorly." The 4 exchanged glances, suddenly feeling fortunate about their decision. It seemed that working alongside this individual was indeed a wise choice. After all, he was genuinely generous with resources. Well then, I shall leave you to your tasks. Do remember to report any developments to me in a timely manner. With that, Yifei paid them no further heed and departed from Jinrun Plaza. Chunda and the others also prepared to leave when a young woman in her 20s suddenly paused, her expression tinged with hesitation. What about those vegetable leaves on the ground? Shall we not take them? The others exchanged glances once more, and a silence enveloped the air. Chunda gritted his teeth. Now that he was here, he could not afford to waste the opportunity. Chapter 61, Resolute in Action. After departing from Jinrun Square, Yifei glanced at the time. It was 11 in the morning. There was still ample time to explore another location. The previous evening, he had meticulously prepared, familiarizing himself with the positions of the major gold shops in Yuhang City. However, some of these shops were too distant or places he had never visited before. Given the relentless snowfall, he was hesitant to venture into unfamiliar territory for fear of losing his way. After some contemplation, Yifei quickly determined his next destination, May Square. This area was comparable in scale to Jinrun Square and was merely 5 or 6 kilometers away. At the speed of his vehicle, it would take only a few minutes to arrive. Once he confirmed the direction, Yifei retrieved his vehicle from storage and sped towards May Square. With a thunderous roar, he executed a graceful drift, transforming his vehicle into an arrow piercing through the driving snow. Upon reaching May Square without incident, Yifei resorted to his previous tactic, breaking through a second-floor window to enter the mall. Simultaneously, he noticed several red figures swiftly approaching his location on the second floor. It was evident that May Square had already been occupied. This fact had been relayed to him prior to his entry. Yet, armed with a gun, Yi Fei felt no trepidation, regardless of the adversary's numbers. As he exited the shop, he collided head-on with the approaching group, witnessing a dozen menacing figures rushing toward him. A group of individuals stood with vigilant expressions, armed with brooms, steel pipes, kitchen knives, and daggers as their weapons. Who are these people? The two parties halted. A mere 10 meters apart, Yi Fei observed this group with keen interest. There were a total of 15 men, all aged between 20 and 40. On the opposing side, upon noticing that no one emerged from the shops behind Yi Fei, the group exhaled in relief, their expressions turning hostile as they regarded him. "Kid, you are not welcome here. Leave at once, or do not blame us for being impolite." A man in his 30s, with a somewhat frosty demeanor, stepped forward from the opposing team. "If you wish to avoid death, turn around and walk away immediately. Otherwise, we would not hesitate to add another corpse to this place." At that moment, another member of the group, his eyes gleaming with greed, gazed at the equipment adorning Yi Fei. "You can leave, but you must also relinquish your clothing." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the group brightened, for they had just noticed that in such frigid temperatures, this intruder was clad only in a few light garments, starkly contrasting with their heavily bundled figures. Clearly, the clothing he wore offered excellent insulation. If they could don such attire, they would no longer fear the cold. "Yes, kid. Quickly remove your clothes and hand them over to us. Furthermore, where did you acquire that outfit? Be truthful, or today, your life will end here." Let's make him kneel to speak. I do not appreciate the look in this fellow's eyes. Indeed, did you hear that, young man? Kneel down at once. Haraha. A group of individuals exchanged words, their tones imbued with an air of superiority and commanding authority. It was evident they believed they had completely subdued the solitary Yi Fei. Upon hearing their taunts, Yi Fei's expression turned entirely frigid. "Seeking death, are we?" Initially, he had intended to acquire the gold he desired through peaceful means. However, since this group had chosen to court their own demise, he would no longer show restraint. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, a submachine gun appeared in his hand as if by magic. Without uttering a word, Yi Fei pulled the trigger. Bullets rained down upon the group of over a dozen individuals like a torrential downpour. Rat-a-tat-tat, as flames erupted from the muzzle. Gouts of blood splattered from the bodies of the men across from him. A cacophony of anguished screams filled the air. In the blink of an eye, the magazine of the submachine gun was expended. Looking toward the opposing side, 7 or 8 blood-soaked figures lay sprawled on the ground. The few remaining individuals who had escaped unscathed stood frozen in terror, clearly rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. What the hell? A perfectly plump lamb has suddenly transformed into a ravenous tiger. "Run, he has a gun." Amidst the crowd, someone shouted. The survivors, as if awakening from a dream, wasted no time in fleeing. But Yi Fei would not allow them to escape. It was now or never. Having taken action, he resolved to leave no one alive. An AK-47 materialized in his grasp, and he began to fire at the fleeing shadows. Bang! A gunshot rang out, accompanied by a burst of colorful blood. As a headless man collapsed to the ground, Yi Fei maintained a stoic expression, continuing to fire at the fleeing figures. With the aid of dynamic capture glasses, his marksmanship was nearly infallible. Bang! 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 The gunfire resonated like the tolling of death's bell. With each shot, another figure fell. Soon, 6 more lay defeated. Ultimately, from a group of 15, only 3 managed to escape. One fled to a distant corner, while the other 2 dashed into a nearby shop. Observing this, Yi Fei did not hasten his pursuit. Instead, he raised his firearm towards a man on the ground, who had been struck by a submachine gun bullet and was still gasping in agony. "No, please, don't kill me. Have mercy," he pleaded. Bang! Yi Fei disregarded the man's desperate cries. A bullet swiftly ended his life, ensuring he had no chance to feign death. Soon, all those lying on the ground had been executed by Yi Fei. With a crisp sound, he confirmed their demise, reloaded his weapon, and set off in pursuit of the fleeing trio. He walked leisurely, as if taking a stroll, under the thermal vision provided by his dynamic glasses. The positions of the 3 escapees appeared as bright beacons, leaving them with no place to hide. Yi Fei even found himself in the mood to sing, "I am always too soft-hearted, bearing all the burdens." His voice echoed throughout the vast shopping mall, instilling further terror in those hidden in the shadows. After a mere few seconds, Yi Fei arrived at the first hideout of the informant. The individual concealed behind the iron door of the shop seemed poised to ambush him as soon as he pushed it open. Bang! Without hesitation, Yi Fei fired through the iron door, his bullets reducing the opponent's head to mere pulp. Subsequently, he proceeded to the second informant's shop. This one displayed a modicum of cleverness, having sought refuge in a clothing store, attempting to obscure himself with an array of garments. Alas! Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the second fugitive collapsed. Out of 15, only one remained alive. Yi Fei glanced at the location of his quarry, who had retreated to the underground parking lot. The little mouse was quite fleet of foot. A smirk, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse, curled at the corners of Yi Fei's lips as he strode purposefully toward the target's position. Chapter 62. The eerie shadow cannot find me, cannot find me. Fong Ao hid within a vehicle in the underground parking lot, his heart racing with fervent prayers. At that moment, terror consumed him. The man was nothing short of a demon. Without a moment's hesitation, he had unleashed lethal force upon them. More chilling was the fact that the assailant wielded automatic rifles and other formidable firearms. For someone like him, who typically relied on kitchen knives and steel pipes as weapons, this was an overwhelming disparity in power. The gruesome fate of his comrades flooded his mind, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Had he not been swift, he too would have surely fallen victim to the merciless gunfire. All he could do now was fervently hope that his pursuer would overlook him or refrain from wasting time in the search. Yet, as often is the case, what one fears the most often comes to pass. As Fong Ao leaned out to assess the situation in the parking lot, his gaze unexpectedly met the mocking eyes of Yi Fei outside the car window. Surprise! The sudden appearance of Yi Fei startled Fong Ao to the brink of despair. No, no, no. Please, don't kill me. But would Yi Fei show him mercy? Clearly not. With two gunshots echoing through the underground parking lot, Fong Ao found himself the only living soul left in May Square, aside from Yi Fei. After dispatching these insignificant foes, Yi Fei began to gather supplies and gold. He had no intention of sparing the cars parked in the lot. Having come this far, he might as well take advantage of them. Moreover, these vehicles contained a substantial amount of gasoline, a resource Yi Fei desperately needed. While he was not lacking in food, supplies, or weapons, the gasoline for his fireplace and generator was dwindling, sufficient for merely 6 months. Thus, Yi Fei's next objective was to amass enough gasoline and diesel. After securing all the cars in the parking lot, Yi Fei proceeded toward the gold shop on the first floor. The gold shop in May Square remained relatively intact. Perhaps the earlier group had little interest in gold, which ultimately worked to Yi Fei's advantage, as the treasures within the shop became affordable for him. Subsequently, Yi Fei began to meticulously search through the various stores in the mall, including supermarkets, and collected a wealth of supplies. With the abundance he had amassed, it seemed he could sustain himself for a lifetime. By the time Yi Fei exited May Square, the clock had struck 3 in the afternoon. He glanced at the sky, which was still quite bright, yet he resolved not to waste any more time. On this outing, he had thoroughly pillaged 7 gold shops. Now, a significant amount of gold lay within his space. The priority was clear: to swiftly assimilate these treasures and enhance his strength. With this thought, Yi Fei felt an urgent longing to return home and assess his gains. After confirming that no one was around, he removed his dynamic glasses and released the windbreaker from his space. Windbreaker, let us depart. With the roar of the engine, Yi Fei piloted the windbreaker towards the Tianqing community. Along the way, the landscape remained a pristine white, blanketed in falling snow. However, as he neared the Tianqing community, approximately 3 kilometers away, his keen eyes suddenly spotted a frail figure in the distance. The figure, with its head bowed, trudged slowly yet resolutely in the same direction. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat, for this figure was clad in nothing but a short-sleeved shirt. It was essential to note that the temperature was plummeting to a chilling -60 degrees. How could this individual be so unperturbed by the cold? A wave of uncertainty washed over Yi Fei. After a moment's contemplation, he donned the dynamic capture glasses once more, activating the thermal vision to scrutinize the individual. The result sent a jolt through him. The scene was engulfed in blue, indicating that the distant figure emitted no heat whatsoever. Only the deceased could lack any warmth. How could this be possible? Skeptical, Yi Fei removed the glasses to observe with his naked eyes. The figure continued to advance slowly ahead, unfazed. The swirling snow and wind appeared to have no effect on him. This was undoubtedly no mere specter. A flicker of horror crept into Yi Fei's heart. What on earth was this entity? Faced with such an eerie situation, he instinctively sensed something amiss and dared not approach the shadowy figure. After a moment's contemplation, he opted for a wide detour, circumventing the mysterious presence and making his way towards the Tianjin community. What Yi Fei was unaware of was that as he chose to take the longer route, the gaunt figure abruptly halted, lifted its head, and cast a glance in the direction he had departed. In its pupils lay a ghastly, fish-like whiteness, and its visage was marred by countless green lines, exuding an air of both grotesqueness and terror. It fixed its gaze on the direction Yi Fei had taken, and a strange smile crept upon its lips. After riding the breakwind for some time, Yi Fei's racing heart gradually began to settle. Anyone encountering such an uncanny phenomenon for the first time would undoubtedly feel a surge of anxiety. What in the world was that entity? Had some unknown transformation occurred in this realm? A sense of unease enveloped Yi Fei's mind. He resolved to return home with utmost haste to enhance his abilities. With the throttle fully engaged, the breakwind roared to life, speeding away with a thunderous growl. 3 minutes later, the familiar outline of the Tianjin community came into view. Yi Fei found a secluded corner to halt, stowing the breakwind away in his spatial pocket. He then donned his dynamic glasses once more and strode purposefully into the community. Along the way, he encountered no obstacles, and he smoothly returned to Building 12. Even when encountering a few homeowners heading out for snow, they merely regarded him with wary expressions, making no further movements. Yi Fei, naturally, paid them no mind. He jogged back to room 1705, and upon returning to this warm and familiar environment after a day out, he let out a sigh of relief. "You're back, you scoundrel." Upon hearing the sound of the door, Yaolan joyfully dashed out from the bedroom. As soon as she entered, she couldn't contain herself and leaped into Yi Fei's arms, enveloping him in a warm embrace. The brief separation felt akin to a newlywed reunion. Despite only being apart for a short while, she had already missed him dearly. "Don't be so reckless. I haven't changed my clothes yet." Yi Fei playfully spun Yaolan around with one hand before gently setting her down, affectionately ruffling her hair. Yaolan, displaying her thoughtfulness, brushed off the snowflakes from his hair and clothing. At that moment, a soft, fluffy sensation accompanied by a meow emerged at Yi Fei's feet. He looked down to find little Qianqian, who had somehow settled beside his right foot, affectionately nudging his ankle with its tiny head. "Oh, little one, are you here to welcome me home as well?" Yi Fei chuckled to himself, crouching down to scoop up the little creature under its armpits. The kitten displayed no fear. Instead, it obediently allowed its master to handle it. After indulging in a few moments with the cat, Yi Fei felt the fatigue from climbing the 17 flights of stairs dissipate entirely. Subsequently, he instructed Yaolan to prepare dinner while he retreated to the bedroom to check his wristwatch. "Sha, I must trouble you once more." Chapter 63. Injecting physical enhancement potions, such an abundance of gold? "Brother Yi Fei, have you plundered a jewelry store?" Upon receiving the gold dispatched by Yi Fei, Sasha was momentarily taken aback. He had sent her a staggering total of 31 kilograms of gold, an impressive 31,000 grams. This amount was merely the gold Yi Fei had selected, devoid of any store markings and not fashioned into decorative items. If one were to account for the gold that required remelting, the total would be even more astonishing. Yi Fei had thoroughly raided 6 jewelry stores during his outing. The combined inventory of these stores undoubtedly exceeded 100 kilograms. Cough, I merely acquired it, not seized it. Here, gold is so abundant that if it were to be dropped on the ground, few would bother to pick it up. Upon reading his reply, Sasha realized that Yi Fei had already entered a post-apocalyptic world. Indeed, it seemed that gold held little value there. For a moment, Sasha felt a twinge of envy. "All right, brother Yi Fei, what shall I procure for you this time?" Yi Fei sent her a meticulously prepared list of items. Physical enhancement potions X2, dynamic capture glasses X3, portable missile launchers X5, with 20 rounds of ammunition, grenades X100, rifles, and several machine guns. The list contained various physical enhancement potions, an array of weaponry, and more. The sheer breadth of the inventory startled Sasha, prompting her to express her concern. "Brother Yi Fei, are you preparing for battle? Is it necessary to acquire rocket launchers and grenades?" Yi Fei replied candidly, "I have an enemy, and they are numerous. I am preparing to eliminate them." Sasha could not help but observe a moment of silence for the adversaries mentioned by Yi Fei. Yi Fei inquired, "Isn't it quite troublesome to deal with these matters?" After a considerable pause, Sasha replied, "I am not entirely sure. I will need to investigate further." Yi Fei stroked his chin, reflecting on the fact that the items he sought possessed considerable lethality. He surmised that even the high blaze star would not yield them easily. After a moment's contemplation, he typed, "Sasha, I appreciate your assistance with this matter. If acquiring the weapons proves inconvenient, please prioritize exchanging for physical enhancement potions. I am encountering some difficulties and urgently need to bolster my strength. Additionally, could you find out how many star coins are required for more advanced physical potions?" Sasha responded almost instantaneously, "Certainly, Brother Yi Fei, please hold on for a moment." Upon receiving his message, Sasha wasted no time and promptly placed an order to sell gold. Soon, the familiar robotic assistant, Xiao Xing, arrived once again. "Esteemed Miss Sasha, greetings. I am commercial robot number 9527 at your service." Following the robot scanning, it confirmed the total weight of the gold to be 31.2 kilograms. This meant that after this transaction, Yi Fei would acquire a total of 12 million star coins. With the completion of the transaction, the robot wished her a pleasant day. The intelligent robot arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly. Meanwhile, Sasha's account swelled with a substantial sum of money. Upon witnessing such a significant amount for the first time, her large eyes were filled with astonishment. She dared not linger her gaze, swiftly ordering the physique elixirs online. In her perspective, the funds belonged entirely to Brother Yi Fei and were not hers to claim. Her sole intention was to assist him as much as possible. The physique elixirs were readily available at the official store of Gaoqi Xing, making the purchase rather uncomplicated. Sha quickly spent 2 million star coins to acquire 2 vials. Upon receiving the items, she promptly sent them to Yi Fei. "Brother Yi Fei, I have procured the physique elixirs. Ding, you have received a package from your friend Sha X1. Would you like to accept it?" At that moment, Yi Fei, who was enjoying dinner on Blue Star, received the notification and his eyes brightened instantly. "Little rich lady, go ahead and eat. I have something to attend to." With that, he hastily retreated to his bedroom, closing the door behind him. This left behind a contemplative Yao Lan and the focused Qian, who was engrossed in her meal. Yao Lan glanced towards the direction of the bedroom, her beautiful eyes flickering with curiosity. What secrets could Yi Fei possibly be hiding? Throughout their time together, she had sensed a certain air of mystery surrounding him, as if there were things he had yet to reveal. However, this fleeting curiosity soon dissipated. Yao Lan was a perceptive woman. She believed that when Yi Fei was ready to share, he would do so in his own time. The essence of their relationship lay in trust, and there was no need for her to pry into his secrets. She had faith that Yi Fei would never harm her. Meow? Qian, who had been engrossed in her meal, suddenly noticed the silence at the dining table. She looked up in surprise at the mistress. Upon witnessing the scene, Yao Lan extended her hand to playfully ruffle the fur of the little kitten. In the bedroom, Yi Fei, with an expression of anticipation, opened the package sent by Sha. Soon, a small alloy lockbox came into view. Following the password provided by Sha, Yi Fei unlocked the box. Within it lay 2 unopened syringes, which immediately caught his attention. Beside them was a user manual adorned with illustrations. "Is this the systemic potion?" Yi Fei took one of the syringes and examined it closely. Inside, a mysterious blue liquid swirled, appearing both enigmatic and exquisite. The effects of the potion would manifest within 3 to 5 minutes after injection, he pondered. Cautiously, he translated the text of the manual into the language of Blue Star, reading it repeatedly to ensure there were no discrepancies. Once he confirmed its safety, he attached the needle to one of the syringes and, without hesitation, plunged it into his left arm. With a soft hiss, as Yi Fei pressed the base of the syringe with his right hand, the blue liquid began to flow into his body, drop by drop. The liquid felt slightly cool, yet he experienced no discomfort. After completing the injection, Yi Fei stored the syringe in his space and settled onto the carpet, waiting quietly for the effects to take hold. Soon, he sensed a flicker of warmth igniting within his abdomen, a flame that rapidly spread throughout his entire being. A mild burning sensation radiated from various parts of his body. Fortunately, this slight pain remained within Yi Fei's threshold of tolerance. He closed his eyes, silently gritting his teeth as he endured the sensation. Meanwhile, Yi Fei could sense that, with the continuous burning sensation coursing through him, the cells throughout his body were voraciously absorbing the energy from the medicinal agent within him at a terrifying pace. Gradually becoming fortified, time seemed to lose its meaning. When Yi Fei finally reopened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed within them. His organs, akin to ferocious beasts awakening from a prolonged slumber, sprang to life. With a mere shift of his body, a cacophony of crisp sounds erupted from every part of him. A wave of refreshing sensation washed over him, swiftly followed by an overwhelming surge of power. Instinctively, Yi Fei threw a punch into the air before him. Whoosh! The sound of slicing wind resonated sharply. Satisfied, Yi Fei nodded. If this punch were to strike a human, it would surely exceed a force of 900,000. At the very least, 900,000. This was the minimum standard for death compensation and funeral expenses in their city of Yuhang. Chapter 64. Transformation of the body. It feels as though my strength has increased by more than tenfold. According to the description of the physique-enhancing agent, an ordinary person experiences an enhancement of 8 to 10 times upon their initial injection, contingent upon individual constitution. Yet, Yi Fei sensed that his enhancement was undoubtedly beyond tenfold. The most evident manifestation was, of course, in his strength. He felt that his current power exceeded his original capacity by at least 20 times. Clearly, the 8 to 10-fold augmentation promised by the physique-enhancing agent was not merely a simple arithmetic addition. To dispel any doubts of illusion, Yi Fei retrieved a 300-pound stone pedestal from his spatial storage. This object was collected from the square in May. In the past, even if Yi Fei exerted all his strength, he would not have been able to budge it. But now, with just a slight effort, Yi Fei effortlessly lifted the stone pedestal. It was almost as if he were handling a feather. He attempted to raise it with one hand. It required a bit more effort, yet it remained well within his capabilities. Remarkable. Surely, it would not be an exaggeration to call myself a Superman now, would it? Yi Fei playfully engaged with the stone pedestal for a while, acclimating himself to his newfound strength. Once he mastered the ability to manipulate it at will, he returned the pedestal to his spatial domain. He then began to explore other changes within himself. Have my eyesight improved as well? He glanced at a pack of cigarettes resting on the table. Indeed, even from nearly 3 meters away, he could clearly read the fine print on the box. Not only that, but even while situated in the bedroom, he could distinctly hear the sound of Xiao Qianqian licking goat's milk in the dining room. Evidently, his hearing had also received significant enhancement. Moreover, there was another delightful surprise. Thanks to the enhancement potion, his height had increased by 3 centimeters, reaching an impressive 182 centimeters. Even little Yi Fei had grown by 2 centimeters and gained a bit of weight. With such pleasant news, Yi Fei felt that the transformation of his abs into an 8-pack had become merely a secondary consideration. The enhancement potion is indeed a marvelous thing. At this moment, Yi Fei found himself eagerly anticipating even more advanced potions. Even the simplest potion can bring about such significant transformation. One can only imagine the effects of a more advanced elixir. Just then, an unexpected gurgling sound emanated from Yi Fei's abdomen, swiftly followed by an overwhelming sensation of hunger. Goodness, I am famished. Yi Fei hastily opened the bedroom door and made a beeline for the dining room. Have you finished your business, you scoundrel? She inquired. But Yi Fei paid her no heed, as his hunger had reached a point where he was nearly seeing stars. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the remnants of his earlier meal and voraciously swept away the food from the table. This scene startled Yaolan. Yi Fei, slow down, you might choke, she exclaimed, quickly pouring him a glass of water. Yi Fei accepted the cup and gulped it down in one go, then returned to his relentless assault on the food. In mere moments, not a trace of the dishes or rice remained on the table. Yet, Yi Fei still felt only a fraction of fullness. If you're still hungry, shall I prepare more for you? Yaolan asked, her concern evident in her gaze, having witnessed Yi Fei's ravenous demeanor. Seeing her worry, he waved his hand dismissively to indicate it was unnecessary. He then retrieved an abundance of bread and ready-to-eat meals from his space, indulging heartily. After consuming for an ample 10 minutes, the table was strewn with numerous empty wrappers, and he finally sensed a semblance of satiety. He exhaled deeply. At last, I am full. Turning to Yaolan, whose face still bore concern, he reassured her, it's nothing serious. I was merely hungry. And now that I am satiated, all is well. Upon hearing this, Yaolan sighed in relief. You truly frightened me just now. As she spoke, she playfully patted her prominent curves, instantly catching Yi Fei's attention. Young Yi Fei felt a surge of respect. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds desire. In his current state, he epitomized this sentiment. Not to mention, he sensed that his physical prowess had increased at least several-fold. He felt an overwhelming eagerness to explore a variety of physically demanding postures. Thus, amidst Yao Lan's exclamations of surprise, Yifei swept her into his arms and made a beeline for the bedroom. Realizing the desire in Yifei's gaze, Yao Lan understood his intentions all too well. Her exquisite face flushed with shyness. Yifei, you must put me down. I haven't tidied the table yet. Tomorrow, I'll clean it. I still haven't taken a shower. Tomorrow, I'll wash. An hour and a half later, Yifei reclined against the headboard, invigorated, lighting a post-coital cigarette. Beside him lay Yao Lan, her enchanting eyes glazed over, resembling a puddle of melted wax. After savoring a puff of smoke, Yifei cast a glance at the expanse of pristine white beside him. So how was I today? Did I perform admirably? Hearing his words, Yao Lan's rosy lips moved, yet no sound emerged. She felt utterly exhausted, devoid of even the strength to speak. Observing this, a smirk crept onto Yifei's lips. The woman's silence could only be interpreted as acquiescence, and he felt a peculiar sense of accomplishment at Yao Lan's current state. After finishing his cigarette, he carried Yao Lan to the bathroom, gently washing her before laying her down on her side. Today, sleep eludes the master bedroom. I must resort to slumbering on my side. After tucking in Yao Lan, Yifei made his way to the living room, once again glancing at his wristwatch. Sasha, are you asleep? He inquired. A prompt reply from Sasha followed. Not yet. I'm still typing away. I wish to take advantage of this time to draft the content for transforming anger into a horse, so I will have ample time to venture out later. Upon reading Sasha's message, Yifei felt a surge of admiration for her industrious spirit. Just then, Sasha sent another message. By the way, Yifei, regarding the matter you asked me to investigate, I have discovered the price of the advanced physical enhancement serum. It is 30 million star coins per vial. However, the official channels prohibit the sale of such weapons of mass destruction. Yet there is a way. We would need to venture into some of the more chaotic areas of our high blaze star to procure them. I have already booked my flight for tomorrow afternoon. So await my good news, Yifei. Hee. Sasha's message stirred a sense of gratitude within Yifei. It was remarkable how swiftly she had clarified the matter he had entrusted to her. Moreover, she was preparing to traverse to the tumultuous regions of High Blaze Star alone to assist him in acquiring arms. He was acutely aware that Sasha had mobility challenges, and as a delicate woman, her journey into such perilous locales could be fraught with danger. Thankfully, he had reached out to her in time. Otherwise, he would have been oblivious to her solo expedition into those chaotic areas. He quickly sent a message to Sasha. Sasha, please hold on. Subsequently, Yifei sent the remaining vitality potion to Sasha. You should use this first, he instructed. He had intended to keep one potion for himself while giving the other to Sasha, firmly believing that she too would yearn for the elixir. As for Yao Lan, he could wait until he had dealt with the remaining gold and exchanged it for star coins before purchasing another potion for her. After all, the delay would not be significant. Upon receiving the potion, Sasha was taken aback. Huh, big brother Yifei, you're giving this to me? No, this is too precious. I cannot accept it, she exclaimed, hastily returning the item. Observing her reaction, Yifei smiled gently, opting not to accept it. Sasha, please do not refuse. This potion was intended for you. Chapter 65. The Resurgence of Dispute. Sasha, we are the closest of companions. Isn't it natural for us to assist one another? After Yifei's earnest persuasion, Sasha reluctantly agreed to accept the vitality potion. All right, I will accept it. Thank you, big brother Yifei, she replied with a hint of sweetness. However, in her heart, she was already plotting to surprise Yifei with a gift once she received her first paycheck. Yifei then took a moment to remind Sasha how to properly use the potion, as well as to inform her of the side effect of hunger that would likely follow its consumption. Thank you for the reminder, big brother Yifei. I will remember. Before long, Sasha sent a message brimming with excitement. Haha, big brother Yifei. I feel like I'm about to transform into a little superhero. I feel so strong. The potion is truly miraculous. My leg has completely healed. Even through the screen, Yifei can sense Sasha's elation. He first offers his congratulations, then types with a smile. Sasha, this is merely the beginning. I believe our future will be even brighter. Sasha replies eagerly, yes. As time swiftly passes, daylight returns. At this moment, the atmosphere in the underground parking lot of Tianjin Community grows increasingly tense. To escape the biting cold, the majority of residents have sought refuge in the parking area. Although the temperature here is somewhat warmer than outside, it remains an ordeal. Each day, some succumb to slumber, never to awaken. Those who survive can only rely on the scant 2 hours of electricity to provide a modicum of warmth to their bodies. For the remainder of the time, they huddle beneath thin blankets and clothing, shivering uncontrollably. If the cold represents a chronic torment, then the scarcity of resources looms like an insurmountable mountain above everyone, threatening to crush them into oblivion. After enduring over a fortnight without the ability to venture outside, the supplies of many residents have dwindled to nothing. In a desperate bid for survival, they are compelled to devise ways to procure essentials. While a few brave souls venture into the storm, seeking food, the majority turn their intentions towards one another. In the face of hunger and cold, humanity gradually devolves into savagery. Within just 2 days, incidents of theft, robbery, bullying, and coercing fellow residents for their meager supplies have become rampant. In a bid for self-preservation, all those who remain alive have chosen to arm themselves, rallying their acquaintances to form various factions. At this moment, in the underground parking lot, two forces stand in opposition. One side boasts a formidable number of 60 to 70 individuals, while the other comprises merely 20 or so, presenting a stark disparity in strength. Galway, I am aware that after your last heist at the convenience store, you have yet to exhaust those supplies. I shan't demand much, merely 10 bags of rice. Then we shall coexist peacefully. Otherwise, my comrades behind me are not to be trifled with. Hiwei's expression darkens as he fixes his gaze on the seemingly unassuming middle-aged man across from him, Wang Wenxiang. Following his unsuccessful attempt to raid Yi Fei's residence, Wang Wenxiang has now set his sights on Galway. Not long after the onset of the apocalypse, Galway led a raid on Chun Fugui's convenience store, and it is likely he still possesses valuable resources. Galway's countenance grows grave as he surveys the dozens of robust men wielding various weapons behind Wang Wenxiang. It is astonishing how, in just a few short days, Wang Wenxiang's faction has evolved to such a scale. Nevertheless, compelling him to relinquish his supplies is utterly out of the question. Taking a deep breath, he attempts to deceive Wang Wenxiang. I have already informed you that those supplies have long been consumed. Even if I were willing to offer you something, I would have nothing to present. Wang Wenxiang's lips curl into a cold smile, utterly unconvinced. Is that so? Then allow me to search. He cannot believe that a mere handful of individuals could deplete the contents of such a large convenience store in just a few days. Galway resolutely refused, exclaiming, "Impossible." The 20-odd individuals behind him glared at Wang Wenxiang and his group with equally furious expressions. Clearly, none were willing to relinquish their supplies. In this dire situation, being deprived of resources was tantamount to losing their lives. Even in the face of death, they would never surrender their provisions. Furthermore, Galway had specifically chosen young individuals who were bold and tenacious when recruiting, ensuring that none of them were cowardly. Very well, you have brought this upon yourselves. Do not blame me. After being rejected, Wang Wenxiang felt not anger but delight. Galway's stance only reinforced his belief that the opposing side undoubtedly possessed more supplies. Kill them, annihilate them. With Wang Wenxiang's command, a chaotic melee erupted instantaneously. The cacophony of clashing weapons mingled with shouts of rage and cries of despair, echoing throughout the parking lot. This uproar merely encapsulated the tumultuous state of affairs that had unfolded over the past 2 days. In this precarious environment, nearly all the residents kept weapons close at hand, even sleeping with one eye open, fearful that while they slumbered, someone might steal their supplies or strike them from behind. Meanwhile, as the two factions clashed, several other sizable groups observed from the sidelines. Among them were Lu Dama and her crew, He Hui's group, the property manager Chen Shua's faction, and a young man named Qi Donglong, who seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Together with Gao Wei and Wang Wenxiang, these constituted the 6 most formidable forces within the Tianjin community, specifically buildings 12 to 18. Among them, Gao Wei's faction was the weakest, which was precisely why Wang Wenxiang had chosen to strike first. Among the 4 observers, some displayed trepidation, others wore scornful expressions, while a few felt a pang of sympathy. In the arena, due to the overwhelming numerical disadvantage, Gao Wei and his companions swiftly found themselves on the back foot. As several of his brothers fell into pools of blood, Gao Wei realized that continuing to fight was futile. He immediately shouted at Wang Wenxiang, "Wang Wenxiang, cease this. I concede." Wang Wenxiang responded with a derisive laugh. "Now you wish to surrender? It is too late." Enraged, Gao Wei retorted, "Wang Wenxiang, must you insist on mutual destruction?" Wang Wenxiang scoffed again. "Mutual destruction? You overestimate your significance." Seeing that Wang Wenxiang refused to relent, Gao Wei turned to the onlookers and bellowed, "Will you just stand by and watch? If I fall, you shall be next on Wang Wenxiang's list." Unfortunately, his words were met with indifferent gazes. Lu Xiufan, who harbored a grudge against Gao Wei, mockingly replied, "Oh dear, brother Gao, with my age and frailty, even if I wish to assist you, I lack the strength." Among the group, only He Hui and Chen Shuo exchanged glances, hesitating over whether to intervene. Deep down, they were both disapproving of Wang Wenxiang's reckless behavior. However, with no tangible benefits to gain, they were reluctant to engage in a conflict against Wang Wenxiang's faction. Their indecision did not go unnoticed by Wang Wenxiang, for the combined forces of He Hui and Chen Shuo were not to be underestimated. If these two individuals intervened, he would likely find his efforts fruitless. Fearing complications with delays, he hastily amended his offer. "Gao Wei, 12 bags of rice, along with an additional 30 pounds of provisions, and I shall spare you today." Gao Wei, who was on the verge of promising resources from other factions to solicit their assistance, felt his expression shift between hope and despair upon hearing Wang Wenxiang's change of heart. After a moment's hesitation, he clenched his teeth and replied, "Very well. I accept your terms." Chapter 66. Scheming. In his view, rather than expending resources to enlist others, it would be far more prudent to directly concede to Wang Wenxiang. He had resolutely decided that he must reclaim this shipment of supplies from Wang Wenxiang. Having suffered such a significant loss, how could Gao Wei possibly resign himself to defeat? Soon, the skirmish between the two factions subsided, and Gao Wei, with a grim expression, ordered his men to deliver the supplies to Wang Wenxiang. "Ha ha ha, brother Gao. Had you agreed sooner, we need not have resorted to such violence." With the supplies secured, Wang Wenxiang erupted into hearty laughter, patted Gao Wei on the shoulder, and, accompanied by his entourage, departed with great flourish, leaving behind a seething Gao Wei who glared venomously at his retreating figure. "Wang Wenxiang, this is far from over." He then cast a cold glance at a few onlookers who had been silently observing the altercation, mentally taking note of them. The conflict appeared to have concluded. Yet by afternoon, hostilities reignited. This afternoon marked the official time for the scheduled airdrop of supplies. When the provisions arrived, it became evident that the quantity was significantly less than in previous drops. Consequently, a chaotic melee erupted once more due to the uneven distribution of resources. The chaos was even more intense than the last skirmish. The pristine white snow was once again stained red. "Damn it, those scoundrels dared to besiege me." In the underground parking lot, Wang Wenxiang, just returned to the base, kicked a chair over in a fit of rage. During the recent struggle for supplies, he, the most powerful among them, had been attacked by several other factions, suffering significant losses. Not only did he fail to acquire any resources, but he also lost several brothers. How could he not be furious? Beside him, a blonde-haired Ahao patiently waited for his leader to vent his anger before speaking up. "Boss, I have a plan that may eliminate those pesky fellows entirely." Wang Wenxiang's eyes lit up with interest. "Speak quickly." Ahao glanced around the room at the others, and Wang Wenxiang immediately understood. "You all step outside." Once everyone had left, Ahao, with a sinister expression, revealed his plan: poison them. Wang Wenxiang was initially taken aback, but soon found himself intrigued. Yet, he quickly recognized the challenges of the scheme. In this icy weather, even if we wanted to poison them, we lack the necessary poison. Moreover, the others are not fools. Even if we had poison, it would be difficult to administer. Ahao suddenly smiled mysteriously. "Boss, do you remember that man, Zhongwen?" "Zhongwen." Wang Wenxiang instinctively recalled a middle-aged man with thick glasses and a somewhat frail physique. 2 days prior, he had also joined Wang Wenxiang's ranks. But due to his slender build, Wang Wenxiang had not thought much of him. Yet, I vaguely recall that the individual in question was once a chemistry expert. Was he not? A chemistry expert? Wang Wenxiang felt a flicker of realization and spoke up. "This fellow could procure poison?" Ahao nodded in affirmation. "This Zhongwen claims to possess a considerable amount of potassium cyanide at home. According to him, this substance is highly toxic. A mere 0.1 grams is sufficient to ensure the demise of an ordinary person. Furthermore, when dissolved in water, it is colorless and only emits a slight odor, making it imperceptible to the average individual. We could fabricate an excuse to summon those bothersome individuals and seize the opportunity to poison them." Upon hearing Ahao's explanation, Wang Wenxiang's heart raced, yet he remained hesitant. After all, poisoning entails harm. However, he soon resolved himself. "Damn it, a man without poison is no true man. Let us proceed." How? You shall go to Zhongwen and instruct him to have the materials ready at all times. After a brief pause, he added, we must not act in haste. Having just clashed with them, we need a plausible rationale. How concurred. Your insight is commendable, boss. Meanwhile, Gao Wei was also orchestrating his revenge plan. His strategy could be distilled into two simple words: external assistance. Gao Wei had a cousin, currently residing in the nearby Fanhua community, not far from Litiancheng. Fanhua community is an unfinished residential project, and his cousin, Chao Sun, is the contractor responsible for the entire renovation of the complex. In the pre-apocalyptic world, the profession of a contractor might have seemed unremarkable. However, in this apocalyptic world, the power of this profession will be amplified infinitely. The identity of a contractor implies that he commands a considerable number of renovation workers. These laborers, having engaged in strenuous physical work for an extended period, not only possess superior physical strength compared to the average individual, but also master various skills. Initially, Gao Wei had no intention of allowing his cousin to come to the Tianqing community, fearing the danger of inviting a wolf into the fold. Even when his cousin inquired several times about the situation in their community, Gao Wei merely offered perfunctory responses, revealing little about the conditions within. Yet now, he could no longer swallow his pride. Wang Wenxiang, you have only yourself to blame for your arrogance. Upon reaching this conclusion, he indeed placed a call to his cousin, Chao Sr. In the Fanhua community, within a bare concrete room, over 20 young men huddled around a flickering campfire for warmth. Scattered around were empty bottles, food wrappers, and various trampled cigarette butts. In one corner lay an assortment of tools: axes, hammers, steel wires, electric saws, and more. A closer examination would reveal that many of these tools bore stains of a crimson liquid. Clearly, these implements served as weapons for the workers. Next to these tools were several rudimentary-looking, homemade detonators. At the center of this gathering sat a towering middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s. A chilling sight. He bore a prominent scar that resembled a centipede, stretching from his forehead to his jawline, instilling fear in all who dared to glance his way. His gaze was piercing, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf poised to prey on its target. This individual was none other than Gao Wei's uncle. Chao, Senator Chao, you must devise a plan. Over 80 brothers are currently trapped here. The alcohol has been consumed, the cigarettes are exhausted, and the food is nearly gone. At this rate, we risk succumbing to either the cold or starvation. Indeed, Chao, all the brothers are relying on your judgment. If you suggest heading east, we shall certainly not venture west. Upon hearing this, Chao's son cast a cold glance at the two who had spoken, his fierce gaze rendering them unable to meet his eyes. Have you truly finished everything we procured from that little shop yesterday? His workers nodded in response, one of them reminiscing, by the way, the shopkeeper's wife was rather attractive. Ha ha ha, I thought the same. Alas, she didn't survive the night. Otherwise, we could have had more fun today. It would be splendid to capture another woman. The workers, lost in their thoughts, erupted into a chorus of lewd yet cruel laughter. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone pierced the air, startling everyone as they turned their attention to Chao's senator. Upon confirming it was the boss's phone, they instinctively silenced themselves, not daring to utter a sound. With an expressionless face, Chao's son retrieved his mobile device. A flicker of interest ignited in his dark eyes upon seeing the name Gao Wei flash on the screen. The call was soon connected. Unbeknownst to anyone, the conversation between the two seemed to transform the scar on Chao Sen's face into something alive, menacing, and terrifying. Not long after, the call ended, and Chao's son abruptly rose, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, while a gravelly voice resonated throughout the room. Inform all the brothers. It's time to relocate. Chapter 67. An uninvited guest at Tianqing community. The clock had struck around 5 in the evening. Due to the biting cold, dusk fell swiftly. In approximately half an hour, darkness would envelop the surroundings entirely. At this moment, Wang Daniu, as per his usual routine, hoisted a bucket and climbed out through the window of the corridor on the second floor, intending to gather snowmelt in the open space. As he walked, he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings, while muttering complaints. This cursed weather is unbearable. I can't fathom how long it will persist. If I had known, I would have joined Deng Yong and his group at the official shelter. I wonder if they have arrived or met their demise along the way. Soon, Wang Daniu's footsteps led him to a more secluded spot, his secret haven. This was where he always came to collect snow. Firstly, there was a small tree here. allowing for a thicker and softer accumulation of snow, making it easier to gather. Secondly, its relative seclusion ensured the snow remained pristine, alleviating any fears of ambush. He retrieved an iron spoon and began to scoop up the snow, occasionally glancing back towards the community, wary of any potential approach from behind, unaware of his presence. However, Wang Danyu remained oblivious to the multitude approaching from the left, braving the snowstorm as they made their way towards Tianqing community. Just as he filled his plastic bucket and prepared to return to the complex, a shadow suddenly loomed above him. With a resounding crack, a shovel struck his head with brutal force. Wang Danyu did not even have the chance to scream. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Vivid crimson liquid quickly stained the snow, an alarming sight to behold. "Boss, how should we deal with this guy?" inquired a lean, horse-faced middle-aged man, who first spat upon Wang Danyu's body before hastily approaching Chao's son to seek praise. "This fool didn't even notice me coming up behind him," he thought, bemused. Chao's son cast a detached glance at the motionless Wang Danyu, and only then did he offer a faint commendation to the horse-faced man before him. "Ma Lao-san, you did well. I'll ensure you receive an extra couple of cigarettes tonight. Make sure to give that guy a few more hits. Leave no survivors." Upon hearing Chao Sen's words, Ma Lao-san's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, boss. With cigarettes, I can sleep soundly tonight." He then grasped the shovel once more and advanced towards Wang Danyu. Before long, two dull thuds echoed in the air, marking the extinguishing of yet another vibrant life. The presence of Chao's son and his companions quickly caught the attention of several homeowners who were also out fetching water. Indeed, the sheer number of Chao Sen's group was overwhelming, a dark mass moving together. Everyone was armed with various tools such as shovels, hammers, and axes, clearly not residents of the community. Sensing something amiss, a quick-witted homeowner hurried towards the underground parking lot, shouting as he ran, "This is bad. A disaster has struck. Intruders have entered." His voice echoed throughout the silent parking area. Soon, the alarming news he brought spread like wildfire among the gathered homeowners. Many confused residents began to inquire in the group chat, "What is happening? I heard outsiders have broken in." "It's true, I saw it with my own eyes. There were at least 70 or 80 of them, and I heard they even killed Wang Danyu." "What? They committed murder? These visitors harbor ill intentions. Who are they?" The homeowners were thrown into chaos. Some hastily notified the leaders of the major factions. Wang Wenxiang was among the first to receive this alarming news. "What? A group has intruded?" Wang's expression turned grave, and his brow furrowed. He had long regarded the Tianqing community as his territory. The intrusion of outsiders was intolerable. "Damn it, gather the men and follow me to investigate." Meanwhile, the other factions made similar decisions. On Chao Sen's side, they refrained from recklessly entering the underground parking lot. Although he had 70 or 80 workers, all robust men, they were still outnumbered by the hundreds of homeowners, numbering in the thousands. Although the majority of homeowners may lack the courage to resist, there remains a significant likelihood that Wang Wenxiang and his associates will take a stand. Should a confrontation arise, they will undoubtedly suffer considerable losses. Therefore, he must exercise patience, adopting a steady and methodical approach while awaiting an opportune moment. At the very least, he needs to allow his comrades a chance to recuperate, to warm themselves, and to restore the energy expended during their journey. After some contemplation, Chao's son, taking Gao Wei's suggestion into account, designated the original homeowner center as their temporary base. Although the center consists of only a single floor, it was largely engulfed by the snow. Nevertheless, clearing a path with the tools they had brought was certainly feasible. Additionally, owing to the snow cover, the temperature within the homeowner's center would not be excessively low, ensuring they would not succumb to the cold. Just as Chao's son and his companions finished clearing the homeowner's center, Wang Wenxiang, He Hui, Chen Shuo, and Lu Xiufan, accompanied by a formidable crowd of over 200 individuals, arrived with an imposing presence. Each person brandished a weapon, their expressions menacing. Naturally, Chao's son and the other renovation workers were equally unyielding, arming themselves and forming a standoff with the residents of Tianqing community. "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon our community?" Lu Dama, unable to contain herself, leapt forward, eager to assert her newfound authority as a leader among the residents. However, Chao's son paid her no heed. He merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction before shifting his focus to Wang Wenxiang and the others. He had already gleaned the situation within Tianqing community from Gao Wei. This elderly woman, despite having rallied numerous families to form some sort of women's self-defense association, was of little concern to him. Although this organization boasts the largest number of members among the major factions, it suffers from a lack of cohesion due to Lu Xiufan's inherent inability to lead, rendering it exceedingly loose and ineffective. The true threats to him stem solely from the four powerful forces represented by Wang Wenxiang, He Hui, Chen Shuo, and Shi Donglong. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chao San, the former chief foreman of the Fanhua Community Renovation Department. The individuals accompanying me are my brothers who have fought alongside me to carve out our territory. We are merely here for a temporary stay. As Chao San spoke, the centipede scar on his face twitched ominously, casting a fearsome aura around him. Following his introduction, the workers behind him erupted into a cacophony of bizarre sounds. Ha ha. You bunch of cowards, have you ever seen blood? Look over there. Among that group, there are even women. Are they here to offer warmth? Ha ha ha. Young lady, look over here, ha ha ha. The air was filled with the deafening sounds of whistles, jeers, and the clashing of weapons. This scene caused Lu Xiufan, who was already feeling quite dissatisfied, to swallow hard. Ultimately, she is just an ordinary person, and facing someone as formidable as Chao San instinctively instilled a sense of dread within her. Consequently, she retreated quietly, no longer daring to show herself. However, Lu Dama did not notice that as she stepped back, many members of her Women's Self-Defense Association observed her actions with expressions of discontent. Chapter 68, An Impending Clash. In this scene, a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s, with vibrant red lips, keenly observed the unfolding drama, silently scoffing to herself. She exchanged glances with several companions nearby, and in their eyes, they discerned a flicker of shared intent. Lu Xiufan, this petty, boorish woman, ought to step down. Meanwhile, Wang Wenxiang and He Hui, witnessing the imposing demeanor of the opposing group and the array of tools in their hands, grew increasingly solemn. Renovation workers? It was no wonder they appeared robust and were all men. The group hesitated, exchanging glances, uncertain of their next course of action. As for Chao San's claim of merely needing a place to stay, even a fool would not believe such nonsense. In this frigid weather, you come to our community, asserting it is merely a temporary stay? What an absurdity! Ultimately, Wang Wenxiang stepped forward first, his tone icy as he declared, Mr. Chao, this is not your Fanhua community, and you are not welcome here. Please leave immediately. At these words, the workers behind Chao San erupted in outrage. What did you say, you dog? You want to drive us away? I'll make you pay for that. Get him, brothers. You little brat. Are you looking for trouble? Wang Wenxiang's subordinates, Ahao, Matzi, and Xiao Ma, also rose to the occasion, defiantly brandishing their weapons and aiming them at the opposing group. You insolent fool. Do you think you can threaten me? Do you want me to put you in your place? With such foul language, have you been feasting on filth today? Should I provide you with something to soothe your stomach? Come out and face me if you dare. The exchange of insults echoed around them. Amidst the cacophony of vitriol and threats, Wang Wenxiang maintained an impassive demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on the opposing Chao senator. Chao San raised a hand, and the workers behind him fell silent. He squinted slightly, matching Wang Wenxiang's unyielding stare, and coldly stated, What if I choose to remain here today? A cruel smirk crept across Chao San's lips, yet the scar on his face rendered this semblance of a smile grotesque. Wang Wenxiang remained unfazed, articulating each word with precision. Then we shall see how sharp our knives truly are. Chao San's expression darkened, his piercing gaze laced with malice. You have a knife, and I have one too. Let us see whose is sharper. The two men stood resolute, neither willing to yield an inch. Tension escalated palpably in the air. Observing this, He Hui, Chen Shuo, and Shi Donglong aligned themselves beside Wang Wenxiang, unwittingly amplifying the pressure on Chao San, compelling him to retreat. They too were averse to allowing an unfamiliar force to establish itself on their territory. Among the 6 factions, only Gao Wei and Lu Xiufan refrained from stepping forward. Gao Wei, with a mindset akin to that of an onlooker, had orchestrated Chao San's arrival as retribution against Wang Wenxiang. Thus he had no intention of siding with Wang. Conversely, Lu Xiufan was hesitant, fearful of incurring Chao San's wrath. As the two factions appeared poised for conflict, Gao Wei recognized that the moment had arrived for him to intervene. Laughter erupted as tensions began to ease. Gao Wei, wearing a genial smile, approached the center of the two factions accompanied by a few followers, assuming the role of peacemaker. When his gaze met Chao San's, he discreetly signaled him. Understanding the unspoken message, Chao Sun huffed, diverting his piercing gaze from Wang Wenxiang. They had previously agreed to keep their relationship under wraps for the time being, planning to catch Wang Wenxiang and his associates off guard at a later opportunity. Noticing Chao Sun's shift in focus, Wang Wenxiang also let out a cold snort before turning to Gao Wei and inquired, "Gao Wei, what do you wish to convey?" Gao Wei chuckled heartily before responding, "Brother Chang, if we were to engage in a confrontation with Boss Chao, it is likely that neither side would emerge unscathed. Our subordinates could suffer grievously. I trust that none of us desires to witness such a scenario. Hence, it would be prudent for us to sit down and discuss matters." In truth, Wang Wenxiang had no inclination to clash with Chao Sun and his formidable group. The opposing side clearly appeared well-armed and robust, posing a significant threat. Although their numbers were greater, once blood was shed, it was uncertain how many would dare to engage in battle. Thus, with Gao Wei stepping forward to mediate, Wang Wenxiang decided to acquiesce. While they were amenable to a discussion, it was imperative that they departed that very night. He Hui and the others nodded in agreement. Although they were not inclined to escalate the situation, they understood the necessity of expressing their stance. Upon hearing this, Chao Sun's expression darkened once more. Were they truly intent on showcasing whose blade was sharper? As the words fell, the two factions once again found themselves in a tense standoff. Observing the situation, Gao Wei promptly intervened to mediate. "Everyone, please don't be hasty. Allow me to speak. If a fight ensues, it will benefit no one." Once the crowd settled and directed their attention towards him, Gao Wei discreetly led Wang Wenxiang and the others aside. "Brother Chang, Mr. He, Mr. Chun, and Brother Long, do you genuinely wish to engage in a conflict with Chao Sun and his crew?" Upon hearing Gao Wei's inquiry, Wang Wenxiang and the others exchanged glances but remained silent. Deep down, they were reluctant to fight. Noticing their hesitation, a flicker of undetectable delight crossed Gao Wei's eyes. He then gestured towards the dimming sky. "Look, it's almost completely dark now. The temperature at night is considerably lower than during the day, and staying outdoors for too long would turn one into an ice pop." At this moment, it was unlikely that Chao Sun's group would depart. "In my opinion, it might be wiser to take a gamble. Perhaps we could survive." Wang Wenxiang and the others fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting on Gao Wei's words. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Wei continued, "I propose we allow them to stay here for the night and send them off at dawn." The others frowned in unison. "Of course, to prevent them from causing any disruptions, we can assign personnel to monitor them throughout the night. If there are any signs of trouble, we can act collectively to subdue them. This way, we can ensure complete safety." Upon hearing Gao Wei's plan, the group nodded slightly in agreement. This approach seems feasible. At this moment, He Hui sighed, expressing a concern shared by Wang Wenxiang and the others. "What if they intend to usurp our territory? They might stay today and refuse to leave tomorrow." This sentiment echoed the worries residing in the hearts of Wang Wenxiang's group. Observing the situation, Gao Wei could only respond coldly, "If they do not depart by tomorrow, we shall take action together to drive them away. We have the numbers. We need not fear them." The group exchanged glances once more, then nodded in unison. For now, this would have to suffice. Moments later, when Wang Wenxiang and his companions presented this decision to Chao Sun, he initially feigned outrage. However, after a lengthy persuasion and intimidation from Gao Wei, he reluctantly acquiesced to the plan. "Very well, we shall stay for just one night and depart tomorrow." Yet, after Wang Wenxiang and the others left, a knowing and peculiar glint passed between Gao Wei and Chao Sun as they exchanged glances. Chapter 69. Change of ownership in the parking lot. Time swiftly progressed into the depths of night. Yi Fei was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of battle cries. "What is happening?" He was momentarily startled, for he resided on the 17th floor, yet the shouts were alarmingly clear to his ears. One could only imagine the magnitude of the disturbance caused by the homeowners. "What is going on?" Beside him, the slumbering Yao Lan was roused by Yi Fei's movements. Lacking his acute sense of hearing, she was oblivious to the tumult. "It's nothing. You may continue to sleep," Yi Fei reassured her, gently tousling her hair and tucking her in. He then donned a coat and made his way to the living room. He sought to ascertain the events transpiring downstairs. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed He Hui's number. The phone rang incessantly, yet no one answered. With a furrowed brow, Yi Fei proceeded to call Chen Shua. This time, after a prolonged ringing, the call was finally answered. "Chen Shua, what is happening below?" Chen Shua's anxious tone came through. "Today, a man named Chao Sun arrived with over 80 workers to our community. under the cover of night. He colluded with the traitor Gao Wei to launch a surprise attack on our neighborhood. We are currently engaged in a fierce battle. Damn it. That dog Gao Wei has betrayed us. At this revelation, a glint of determination flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. He had already been informed of Chao Sen's arrival through the homeowners group, but he had not anticipated that Gao Wei's faction was the traitor among them. How audacious of them to dare launch an assault on their community with a mere 100 people. A cold smile crept across Yi Fei's lips. Let them fight. The more intense the battle, the better. He believed that, for such a minuscule community, having 6 factions was rather excessive. His previous hesitance to recruit the survivors within the community stemmed from this very concern. A larger number of people would not only lead to greater resource consumption, but also to more divergent thoughts and ambitions. Moreover, he felt that the current survivors were not yet at a stage where they would willingly pledge their loyalty over trivial resources. In simpler terms, he believed the timing was not yet right. His original plan was to wait until the casualties reached a significant point before he stepped in to clean up the aftermath and expand his own power. Now, with the arrival of Chao Sun, it seems that the plans he harbored in his heart have accelerated. Meanwhile, the underground parking lot has transformed into a veritable hell. The cacophony of sinister laughter, piercing screams, furious curses, and wailing lamentations fills the air. The sudden assault by Chao Sun and his men caught Wang Wenxiang and his group completely off guard. Moreover, as Cao Sun's subordinates were all skilled construction workers, their combat prowess far surpassed that of the homeowners in the Tianqing community. Thus, although Wang Wenxiang's side was numerically superior, they inevitably found themselves at a disadvantage. As for those homeowners who had not aligned themselves with any faction, they fled with remarkable speed, each one more desperate than the last. Damn it, this Gao Wei. I will ensure he meets a fate worse than death. Witnessing the heavy casualties among his subordinates, Wang Wenxiang and his companions were consumed with rage. Yet, ultimately, they had no choice but to issue the order to retreat from the parking lot, choosing to withdraw to their original residences. Observing Wang Wenxiang's retreat, Chao Sun opted not to pursue, but instead gathered his men to begin pillaging the resources that Wang Wenxiang and the homeowners had failed to evacuate. Bag after bag of supplies was extracted from Wang Wenxiang's base, a scene that brought unrestrained joy to Chao Sun and his crew. Haraha. Boss, we have struck gold this time. So many supplies, enough to sustain us for several days. A day of preparation, coupled with a night of fierce combat, was all for these precious resources. As his subordinates cheered with exuberance, a smile also graced Cao Sun's face. However, he did not allow himself to become complacent. Instead, he commanded his men to seal off all entrances to the parking lot, leaving only entrances 12 and 18 open. To prevent Wang Wenxiang and his associates from resurfacing after their recovery, it is essential to acknowledge their numerical disadvantage. Moreover, following the recent raid, many of his subordinates have suffered casualties. Otherwise, Chao Sun would undoubtedly not have spared Wang Wenxiang and his group. Their method of sealing off the area was rather crude. They simply pushed abandoned vehicles from the parking lot to block the entrance, filled the gaps with debris, and finally poured water to form a solid ice barrier. Uncle, what about our supplies? At this moment, Gao Wei arrived with his men to find Chao Senator upon hearing Gao Wei's request for supplies. A flicker of impatience briefly crossed Chao Sen's eyes. However, after some contemplation, he chose not to sever ties with Gao Wei just yet. Despite Gao Wei's contingent being limited to a little over 20 combatants, their families added up to around 60 individuals. It would be unwise to provoke a confrontation with Gao Wei, as the potential losses outweighed the benefits. Ha ha ha. Away, your efforts in securing this parking lot have been commendable. Chao Sun exclaimed warmly, patting Gao Wei on the shoulder, who reciprocated with a satisfied grin. Not only had they avenged themselves against Wang Wenxiang, but even He Hui and Chen Shua, who had previously stood by, also suffered significant losses. What delighted him even further was the sight of Lu Xiufan's corpse among the fallen. Her abdomen was grotesquely mutilated, and her face bore an expression of terror and disbelief. The gruesome fate of their adversary uplifted Gao Wei's spirits, releasing the pent-up anger from having been extorted 1,000 yuan. He couldn't help but wonder who had dealt the fatal blow. Otherwise, he would have certainly expressed his gratitude. Uncle, this time we still rely heavily on you. However, shouldn't the supplies we agreed upon be given to me now? In the afternoon, the two had already settled that after the matter was accomplished, Chao Sun would take 70% of the supplies, leaving the remaining 30% for himself. Upon hearing this, Ma Lao San, who had been standing behind Chao Sun, became displeased. He glared at Gao Wei with an unfriendly expression. What supplies? There are none. We fought tooth and nail to acquire those. Why should we give them to you? The supplies are of utmost importance now. How could we possibly share them so easily with others? Furthermore, I do not believe Gao Wei has contributed significantly to this conflict. It is our people who have risked their lives. His words instantly darkened Gao Wei's countenance, and he turned to Chao. Senator Uncle, is this your intention? Chao Sun squinted slightly, and then laughed heartily at Gao Wei. Ha! Away, we are all family. As your uncle, how could I possibly mistreat you? As he spoke, he pretended to scold Ma Laosan by playfully tapping the back of his head. Laosan, go fetch the supplies for them. Ma Laosan looked incredulous. This. Boss, are we really going to give them the supplies? Seeing his subordinate's insubordination, Chao Sin's expression darkened. What? My words no longer hold weight? At the sight of his boss's anger, Ma Laosan immediately trembled. No, boss, I will go right away. With that, he hurriedly led the workers to retrieve a batch of supplies. He merely employed a touch of cunning, providing supplies that were of inferior quality and more troublesome to prepare, such as flour, vermicelli, and rice. The more convenient items, like ready-to-eat meals, canned goods, and instant noodles, were conspicuously absent. Moreover, the quantity was also notably insufficient. Chao Sun was fully aware of his little trickery, yet he chose not to expose it. In fact, he secretly admired Lao San's cleverness. Away, all the goods are here. Please take stock. Chapter 70. Shun Meigui. Upon seeing the supplies, Gao Wei's expression soured. How could he not discern the underlying tricks? Internally, he cursed but refrained from voicing his thoughts. This hidden loss, he was undoubtedly resigned to accept. At that moment, he realized that Ma Laosan's earlier remarks were merely a reflection of what Chao Sun truly wished to convey, albeit without the direct confrontation. Suppressing his anger, he forced a smile and said, "Thank you, uncle." For the time being, securing the supplies was the wisest course of action. Subsequently, Gao Wei instructed his men to transport the supplies back to his parking lot base. Once he had moved away, Ma Laosan approached Chao Sun, puzzled. Boss, why don't we just eliminate this kid? Wouldn't that save us a significant amount of resources? He was acutely aware that, although Gao Wei was the boss's cousin, his leader was ruthless, unbound by familial ties. Such a trivial blood relation would not deter him from taking decisive action. Are you attempting to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs? Chao Sun cast a cold glance at Ma Laosan, who immediately wore a sheepish expression. I dare not. He stammered. After issuing his warning to Ma Laosan, Chao Sun shifted his gaze towards the direction in which Gao Wei had departed, a chill flickering in his eyes. This man still holds some value. Once he becomes obsolete, I shall dispose of him. For every resource he consumes, I shall ensure he repays in kind. My possessions are not so easily acquired. At this moment, Ma Laosan grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. This was the Chao Lauda he admired. Damn, it is truly freezing outside. The parking lot is far more comfortable. It's all that bastard Gao Wei's fault. I swear, I will tear him to shreds and use his head as a chamber pot. Meanwhile, Wang Wenxiang, He Hui, Chen Shuo, and Qi Donglong were gathered in a room on the 5th floor of Building 16, deep in distress. In this battle, they had not only lost 50 to 60 brothers, but also the majority of their supplies, which they had failed to secure. They had even lost their base in the underground parking lot, resulting in devastating losses. This calamity prompted the previously discordant group to momentarily set aside their differences and unite against the external threat posed by Chao. Senator, everyone, let us devise a plan. With the resources we currently possess, we are likely to face starvation by tomorrow, Wang Wenxiang said, rubbing his forehead, his tone tinged with resignation. I propose we confront them directly. Otherwise, in this state, we shall either freeze to death or starve. Our numbers still surpass those of our adversaries. There is indeed an opportunity. Among us, Qi Donglong's temper is the most volatile. Before the apocalypse, he was a KTV owner, akin to Wang Wenxiang. Both engaged in somewhat questionable enterprises, which enabled him to swiftly gather a group of followers post-catastrophe, establishing himself as one of the leaders of Tianqing community. His inclination is to confront the opposition head-on. However, upon his suggestion, the more composed He Hui shook his head in disapproval. That's unfeasible. The parking lot is inherently easy to defend and difficult to assault. I sent my subordinates to investigate, and they reported that Chao Sun and his group have barricaded several entrances, leaving only the access points of Building 12 and Building 18. If we are to launch an assault, we can only enter through these two entrances. Yet, both are quite narrow, accommodating only 2 individuals at a time, making it exceedingly challenging for us to penetrate. Since we cannot approach via the building entrances, can we not enter through the community's parking lot exits? Qi Donglong's suggestion was met with incredulous looks from the others. Qi Donglong suddenly remembered that the entrances to the parking lot had long been completely blocked by snow. Unless they could excavate several meters of accumulated snow, the prospect of accessing the parking lot from the outside was utterly unrealistic. In that moment, he realized he had uttered a nonsensical remark. Overwhelmed by their gazes, Qi Donglong, in frustration, exclaimed, "Then what do you propose we do? Nothing is feasible. Are we simply to await our demise? Will you starve? Shall I freeze to death? Rather than endure this, I might as well leap from the rooftop and bring an end to it all. At least it would be a more decisive resolution." His words rendered those present momentarily silent, as they struggled to conjure a suitable solution. Just then, a sultry voice broke the stillness. "Hee. I happen to have a few ideas." The group turned in unison toward the source of the voice, where they beheld a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s, intently gazing at the back of her hand. There, a vividly colored red rose was intricately tattooed. Qi Donglong furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with hostility. "Chun Meigawei, what could you possibly suggest?" The glances exchanged among Wang Wenxiang and the others were laced with curiosity, yet also tinged with wariness. This woman was unfamiliar to them. Following Lu Xiufan's demise, she had emerged, proclaiming herself the new leader of the Women's Self-Defense Association. Otherwise, she would have had no rightful place in this assembly. Qi Donglong's discontent stemmed from witnessing her, along with several followers, publicly execute Lu Xiufan, who had been poised to flee. Such an act against a leader of her own faction was profoundly unsettling to him, as he feared his own subordinates might replicate such treachery. In contrast, Wang Wenxiang, He Hui, and Chen Shua held no objections to Chun Meigawei's actions against Lu Dama. They had long harbored disdain for Lu Xiufan, who, despite commanding the largest following, displayed a cowardly and self-preserving approach. Had she not taken the lead in fleeing, they would not have crumbled so swiftly. A typical waste of space. It is deserved that she perished. Heh! As the crowd turned their gaze towards her, Chun Meigawei shifted her eyes from the rose tattoo on her hand and allowed a confident smile to grace her lips. "I possess 3 strategies that can aid us in reclaiming the underground parking lot." Upon hearing this, Qi Donglong scoffed derisively. 3 strategies? Why not claim you have 10? Anyone can boast. Wang Wenxiang and the others shared a similar skepticism. A group of robust men had struggled to devise a plan for hours. Yet this woman had conjured 3 solutions so swiftly? Chun Meigawei had no intention of withholding her thoughts. She had just seized power and needed to solidify her influence promptly. Now was the opportune moment. The first strategy is to use their own tactics against them. We can coordinate our efforts, just as they do. The other's eyes brightened at her words, but Qi Donglong continued to oppose her. "What you say is as absurd as flatulence. The parking lot is currently filled with their people. How can we coordinate from within? Are you suggesting you left an insider among them?" Hearing his remarks, Chun Meigawei remained unperturbed and replied coolly, "I did not leave an insider." At this, disappointment washed over the faces of the crowd. Had Qi Donglong truly hit the nail on the head? Was Chun Meigawei merely spouting empty words? Just then, her slightly languid voice rang out once more. "However, who says that not having left an insider means there is none?" As the crowd's eyes brightened once more, Wang Wenxiang eagerly inquired, "What do you mean by that? Do you possess a way to sow discord among them?" He Hui and Cheng Shua also turned their expectant gazes towards the enchanting woman. At that moment, Chun Meigawei suddenly let out a soft laugh. "There is no need for us to intervene. They will soon come to us on their own accord. And that individual is none other than Gao Wei." Chapter 71. 3 approaches Gao Wei. Qi Donglong appeared to have heard something utterly astonishing, his eyes widening in disbelief. He then scoffed derisively. "You must be out of your mind, woman. That scoundrel Gao Wei has just betrayed us. How could he possibly become our informant? Should he dare to approach me, I would be the first to have him chopped up for a drink." Wang Wenxiang and the others were equally incredulous, for Gao Wei had recently stabbed them in the back. How could he possibly switch allegiances again? Observing their skepticism, Chun Meigawei remained unfazed, leisurely continuing. "There is a reason for my assertion. Consider this. Who do Chao Sen's subordinates serve?" Cheng Shua furrowed his brow and replied, "Aren't they merely workers? Is there something amiss with their identities?" With a calm smile, Chun Meigawei responded, Their identities are undoubtedly legitimate. Yet, ponder this. After we are driven away, will the underground parking lot not be left solely with Chao Sun and Gao Wei's factions? Do you truly believe these two groups can coexist peacefully? Her words seemed to unlock enlightenment for the others, as if they had pierced through a fog of confusion. The revelation dawned upon them. Wang Wenxiang, his face flushed with excitement, rose to his feet. They can never coexist peacefully. In this apocalyptic world, those unruly workers will undoubtedly subject Gao Wei to immense suffering. He Hahui and Chen Shua, understanding the gravity of the situation, shared a hearty laugh. Gao Wei, that fool, is truly courting disaster. I suspect he is already regretting his choices. Only the simple-minded Qi Donglong remained perplexed, somewhat bewildered. Are you implying that Chao Sun will confront Gao Wei? Chen Meigui nodded affirmatively. Without a doubt, it's entirely possible that the underground parking lot will not be peaceful tonight. In this grim reality, a group of well-fed workers could resort to anything. Wang Wenxiang laughed once more, exclaiming, as the saying goes, those who are well-fed indulge in carnal desires, especially considering those workers who have never encountered women. I recall that many of Gao Wei's subordinates have wives and families. Tonight, they may very well face dire consequences. Upon hearing Wang Wenxiang's words, laughter erupted among the group, their expressions gleeful with schadenfreude. They relished the misfortune that awaited Gao Wei. At that moment, the most composed among them, He Hui, suddenly spoke up. While it is inevitable that Gao Wei and Chao Sun will clash, we must not place all our hopes on Gao Wei. After all, our supplies are dwindling, and we may not survive long enough to witness their confrontation. This statement fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the excitement of the crowd. Indeed, unless Gao Wei contacts them for an internal collaboration by tomorrow, their current supplies will scarcely sustain them for long. At that point, how could a group of famished, weak individuals possibly contend with a band of well-fed and robust construction workers? Chen Meigui, do you not have a few strategies left? Please, share them with us. He Hui shifted his gaze towards the alluring woman, no longer daring to underestimate her in the slightest. The others also regarded Chen Meigui with newfound respect, their demeanor suggesting an acknowledgement of her equal standing among them. Thus, Chen Meigui had firmly established her presence in the Tiancheng community. The second strategy is to force them out. Upon hearing this suggestion, the group appeared contemplative. Even Qi Donglong refrained from voicing dissent, instead inquiring, how do we force them out? Chen Meigui was not one to keep them in suspense. She directly articulated her second strategy. The entrance to the underground parking lot is indeed easily defended but challenging to assault. However, it harbors a critical flaw. The air circulation within is quite poor. We simply need to occupy the entrances of buildings 12 and 16 from the outside, then incinerate some pungent materials to fill the space with smoke, compelling Chao Sun and Gao Wei's men to emerge uncontrollably. As her words hung in the air, the group's expressions shifted to one of excitement. Brilliant. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. In this manner, we need not take the initiative to attack. They will inevitably emerge in their impatience, and we merely need to lie in wait. I propose that we completely seal the entrance and suffocate them with smoke. The frowns on their faces dissipated instantly, for the method suggested by Chen Meigui undoubtedly possessed a high degree of feasibility, with a success rate that could reach a perfect 100. However, at that moment, Chen Meigui suddenly interjected, yet, this approach does carry a certain degree of risk. After all, those workers, cornered and desperate, may very well fight back fiercely. And if a confrontation ensues, I anticipate our losses would be considerable. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenxiang and the others remained unconvinced. At present, possessing any means to deal with Chao Sun and his ilk and reclaim their supplies was already a significant achievement. Otherwise, their fate would be starvation or freezing to death. At this juncture, He Hui pondered for a moment and spoke again. By the way, Meigui, it seems you have more than just these two methods. Please share any others you might have. The others in attendance also turned their expectant gazes toward Chen Meigui. This enchanting woman had already captivated them with her intelligence, and they were eager to hear what other brilliant ideas she might propose. Chen Meigui smiled lightly. The third method, while not exactly a method, could potentially minimize our losses based on the first two strategies. The eyes of Wang Wenxiang and the others sparkled once more. A reduction in losses? Such an outcome would surely be welcomed by all. Chen Meigui, do tell us what method you propose. Qi Donglong, with the fewest subordinates at present, was eagerly pressing for an answer. Chun Meiguei brushed her slightly greasy, disheveled hair away from her forehead. Chao Sun can recruit external assistants. Naturally, we can do the same. External assistants? Qi Donglong inquired, somewhat puzzled. In this frigid weather, where can we possibly find external help? However, Wang Wenxiang and the others seemed to have an inkling of something. Indeed, the next moment, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Chun Meiguei's eyes as she softly suggested. Have you all forgotten about the Tianqing community? Apart from our 6 major forces, there exists a presence that none dare to provoke. As her words lingered in the air, the other 4 exchanged knowing glances before collectively exclaiming, Yi Fei? They failed to notice a frail man, standing in the corner with only one ear, whose eyes glimmered with a hint of malice at the mention of Yi Fei. He then casually surveyed the room, a strange expression crossing his face. Indeed, it was he. Chun Meiguei nodded affirmatively. Yi Fei possesses a firearm. Should he choose to assist us, it would undoubtedly mitigate our losses considerably. Wang Wenxiang frowned and remarked, It is true that Yi Fei wields a gun, but how can we possibly enlist his aid? I once had a minor conflict with him, resulting in the demise of 3 of my subordinates at his hands, which catapulted him to fame. Yet, that enmity pales in comparison to the stakes we face now. If Yi Fei is willing to extend his hand in support, I would even be prepared to offer an apology in person. At this moment, He Hui and Chen Shua exchanged glances. Subsequently, He Hui spoke up, I believe I have a method to persuade him. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention towards him. It seems that Yi Fei has a particular fondness for gold. Perhaps we could gather all the gold from within the community and present it to him. This might provide us with an opportunity to invite him to assist us. As He Hui had already spoken, Chen Shua nodded in agreement and added, To be honest, He Hui and I have previously traded gold with Yi Fei for supplies. It appears that he indeed has a strong affinity for gold. The idea of exchanging gold for resources was initially proposed by Yi Fei himself. Exchanging gold for resources? This notion sounded utterly absurd to everyone present, causing their eyes to widen in disbelief. They simply could not fathom how, in the current circumstances, anyone would still consider trading supplies for gold. While gold was certainly precious before the apocalypse, it now seemed virtually worthless, merely valued for its festive hue. Wang Wenxiang appeared contemplative. So, it seems Yi Fei truly has a deep appreciation for gold. Qi Donglong stroked his stubbled chin thoughtfully. I suspect that gold may possess some hidden significance, one that we are yet unaware of. Upon hearing this, the attendees could not help but chuckle. How could that possibly be the case? Gold has been thoroughly studied in Huagua for millennia. It is inconceivable that any secrets remain. As laughter erupted among the crowd, Qi Donglong scratched his head and pondered. If not for that reason, could it be that Yi Fei is engaging in some philanthropic endeavor, delivering supplies to you? He murmured, somewhat incredulous, instinctively shaking his head. This was evidently implausible. He Hui smiled and said, Well, the reason why Yi Fei is fond of gold is not something we should ponder. Our current task is to cater to his preferences and strive to recruit him as a formidable ally. Subsequently, we must reclaim the parking lot in the shortest time possible. The group nodded in agreement, ceasing their inquiries into Yi Fei's penchant for collecting gold. They then engaged in a thorough yet accessible discussion of various plans, ultimately settling on the strategy of utilizing the smoky parking lot to compel Chao Xin to emerge. Simultaneously, they aimed to secure Yi Fei as an external supporter, thereby minimizing potential losses during the conflict. After some time, Wang Wenxiang decisively stated, All right, the plan is settled. Everyone, disperse and gather some gold. I will reach out to Yi Fei. Also, do not forget to prepare the necessary items for the operation. He then glanced at the clock, 3:20 a.m. The assault on the parking lot was scheduled for 8 o'clock a.m. the following day. Upon hearing this, the group began to disperse, when suddenly, Chun Meiguei interjected, Brother Chong. When you contact Yi Fei, you might want to mention that Chao Sun and his associates are armed with gunpowder and detonators. I believe this reason will compel Yi Fei to take action against Chao Sun and his gang's misdeeds in the community. Wang Wenxiang's eyes brightened at this suggestion, and he nodded in agreement. In the subterranean parking lot, Chao Sun sat upright on a chair, while beside him was the visibly irate Ma Laosan, who was reporting news. Are you certain that the one named Yi Fei possesses a firearm? Upon receiving this alarming information, Chao Sun's expression shifted to one of shock. A real gun. How many would not be daunted by that? Ma Laosan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this was disclosed by a captive we apprehended. It is entirely credible. Previously, Yi Fei had a confrontation with Wang Wenxiang, during which he shot and killed 3 of his subordinates. It is said that his door is fortified with blast-proof materials, and he has stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies, indicating that he was evidently well prepared, possibly even forewarned about the impending snow disaster. Chao Sen snorted coldly, his face betraying a mix of astonishment and ire. Damn it, such vital news, and that fool Gao Wei never mentioned it to us. Beside him, Ma Laosan expressed his indignation. Boss, it seems to me that Gao Wei harbors ill intentions and has deliberately concealed this information. I believe we should take decisive action and eliminate him tonight to prevent any complications. Ma Laosan's thoughts lingered on the supplies that Gao Wei had taken. If rationed prudently, those provisions could sustain all their men for 3 days. The mere thought of such a bounty made his heart race and his stomach churn with anguish. Hearing Ma Laosan's suggestion, Chao Sun rose, pacing a few steps with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Ultimately, however, he shook his head. No, tonight. It is highly likely that Wang Wenxiang and his associates may retaliate. We cannot afford to descend into chaos at this moment. Let us wait for 2 days. If Wang Wenxiang and his group lower their banners, we can then eliminate Gao Wei without delay. One must concede that Chao Sun possesses a certain acumen to have risen as the leader among these workers. He understands well that, bereft of resources, Wang Wenxiang and his faction, if they wish to avoid a death sentence, are likely rallying their forces to reclaim their supplies. We must not allow internal discord at this juncture. Otherwise, we would be foolishly handing over a golden opportunity to Wang Wenxiang and his men. After a moment's contemplation, he added, furthermore, inform everyone that no one is to disturb Gao Wei and his group tonight. Should anyone contravene my orders, they shall not expect my brotherly compassion to be extended. Chao Sun is acutely aware of the nature of his workers. Once they are well fed, their thoughts will inevitably turn to women. If left unchecked, it is likely that chaos will ensue in the parking lot tonight. Very well, I shall relay this message at once. Ma Laosan felt a twinge of reluctance, yet seeing Chao Sen's resolve, he refrained from further protest. He then inquired, what shall we do about the one named Yi Fei? Chao Sun furrowed his brow. The blast-proof door and firearms in his possession indicate he is a formidable adversary. How many detonators and explosives do we still have at our disposal? Ma Laosan pondered before responding. We have approximately 2 kilograms of explosives remaining and 5 ready detonators. If that proves insufficient, we can have Old Wu expedite the production of 2 more. Upon hearing this, Chao Sen closed his eyes, contemplating the situation for a moment. 2 kilograms of explosives are sufficient to obliterate a modest 2-story house. It is more than adequate. As for Yi Fei, let us not concern ourselves with him for the moment. He is but a solitary figure, and even armed, he poses little threat to us. Once we have dealt with Wang Wenxiang and his associates, we shall seize the opportunity to eliminate this Yi Fei, sending him and his dwelling skyward in a grand explosion. Ma Laosan grinned widely, revealing a crooked smile adorned with yellowed teeth. A brilliant insight, boss. What is a mere blast-proof door to us? Just as Ma Laosan prepared to depart, a worker suddenly burst in, reporting to Chao Sen, boss. There's a fellow named He Jichao who claims to possess vital intelligence to share with you. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Building 16, nearly 100 mangled, lifeless bodies lay scattered in the snow, carelessly discarded by Chao Sen's subordinates. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the gentle descent of falling snowflakes. Due to the frigid temperatures and relentless snowfall, in a mere span of time, these corpses were already half buried beneath the accumulating snow. Under normal circumstances, by the dawn of the next day, these bodies would be entirely concealed, vanishing from sight beneath the white blanket. However, today seemed to be different. A faint rustling sound suddenly emerged from the snow. Shortly thereafter, a glimmer of green light broke through the surface, gradually climbing onto one of the already stiffened corpses. The green light began to move as if straining to wrap around the body, slowly sinking it deeper into the snow. Everything transpired quietly, unnoticed by anyone. Naturally, in the present moment, no one would concern themselves with those who have already departed from this world. Meanwhile, the residents of Tianqing community remained oblivious to the fact that a crisis far more terrifying than that posed by Chao Sun and his associates was silently approaching. Chapter 73. Betrayal. Do you seek my assistance as an outsider? At this moment, Yi Fei had yet to retire for the evening. Upon receiving a call from Wang Wenxiang, he refrained from immediately acquiescing or outright rejecting the proposal. Instead, after concluding the call, he began to ponder the implications of the offer. In the earlier conversation, Wang Wenxiang had promised a reward of 10 kilograms of gold for his cooperation in taking down Chao Sun and Gao Wei, revealing their entire scheme in the process. One must admit, upon hearing their plan, even Yi Fei was somewhat taken aback. He discreetly noted the name Chun Meigui in his mind. The scheme involving the smoky parking lot was indeed quite ingenious. As for the gold that Wang Wenxiang mentioned, it was of little consequence, given his current standing. He was not in want of such riches. For him, this was undoubtedly an opportunity to showcase his prowess, a chance to transition from the shadows to the spotlight. However, the situation within Tianqing community had yet to align with his expectations. Should he intervene at this juncture, it would likely prove challenging to fully subdue Wang Wenxiang and his cohorts. In simple terms, the loss of life had not yet reached a critical threshold. The homeowners had not yet found themselves in dire straits. Most still possessed a modicum of resources. When individuals are adequately nourished, their thoughts tend to proliferate. Thus, if Yi Fei were to act now, he would likely encounter even greater complications in the aftermath. After contemplating for what felt like the duration of a cigarette, he continued to weigh his options. Yi Fei ultimately resolved to take action. Determined to demonstrate his formidable prowess and completely subdue Wang Wenxiang and the 5 major factions within Tianqing community. His decision was further influenced by the gunpowder in Chao Sen's possession, which undeniably posed a significant threat to him. Having come to this realization, Yi Fei no longer hesitated and promptly replied to Wang Wenxiang, assuring him that he would intervene at a critical moment. Upon receiving this response, Wang Wenxiang was filled with elation and swiftly disseminated the news to others. Ha, splendid. With Yi Fei's involvement, I eagerly anticipate how Chao Sun and his cohorts will meet their demise. And that scoundrel Gao Wei, I shall ensure his head serves as a chamber pot. Everyone felt a sense of certainty. Unbeknownst to them, their seemingly foolproof plan had already been uncovered by Chao. Senator, is what you say true? Upon hearing the intelligence delivered by the individual named He Ji Chao, Chao Sun could no longer remain composed. A sense of dread washed over him. A smoke-filled parking lot. What an ingenious plan. Damn it, Chun Meigui, I shall remember you. You had better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, prepare to face my brothers. The architect of this scheme, Chun Meigui, quickly became the object of Chao Sen's ire. Had he remained oblivious, he would undoubtedly have been caught off guard, potentially even losing his life. It's absolutely true, Boss Chao. I heard it with my own ears. Wang Wenxiang and his group may already be making preparations. I, too, seized the opportunity to slip away while they were busy preparing. He Ji Chao responded with a bow, yet his gaze towards Chao Sun was unmistakably laced with palpable fear. Observing this, Chao Sun gave He Ji Chao's shoulder a firm pat. Brother He, this intelligence is crucial. I, Chao Sun, shall not forget your contribution. From now on, you shall accompany me. I assure you shall never go hungry, and will have your share of beautiful women. Upon hearing this, He Ji Chao's spirits soared. Thank you, Boss Chao, he exclaimed. However, after a moment of hesitation, he ventured, Boss Chao, if we manage to capture that Yi Fei, might I be allowed to deal with him myself? Chao Sun raised an eyebrow in surprise. What's this, brother? Do you harbor a grudge against Yi Fei? At the mention of a grudge, He Ji Chao's eyes blazed with fury, his face twisted in resentment. I shan't hide it from you, Boss Chao. This ear of mine is a gift from Yi Fei. I long to feast upon his flesh and flay his skin. As he spoke, he gestured towards his right ear, which bore a gruesome wound, now reduced to a mere stub. The lack of proper medication had caused the injury to take on a purplish hue. Fortunately, the cold weather had prevented inflammation or infection. Nevertheless, the injury had undeniably rendered his ear useless. Many now referred to him in hushed tones as the One-Eared, a derogatory moniker that ignited a profound rage within him. His hatred for Yi Fei grew ever more intense with each passing day. This was also the reason he hurried to inform Chao Sun after hearing the news. He sought vengeance against Yi Fei and Wang Wenxiang. That despicable Wang Wenxiang was no better. Not only did he shift the blame for his prior transgressions against Yi Fei onto himself, compelling himself to exonerate Yi Fei, but when he later discovered that his underlings had dubbed him One-Ear, he not only failed to stop it but joined in the ridicule alongside those loathsome individuals. One-Ear, such a fitting moniker. Brother He, shall we make this your nickname from now on? Ha. Even now, He Ji Chao vividly recalls the mocking glint in Wang Wenxiang's eyes when he uttered those words. It was the gaze of someone who looked down upon He Ji Chao. Thus, he vowed to exact revenge upon them. Whether it be Yi Fei or Tang Wenxiang, He Jiqiao would ensure they met a fate without burial. Very well, brother He. I promise you, should I capture Yi Fei, I shall hand him over to you. Upon seeing the hatred glimmering in He Jiqiao's eyes, Chao's son nodded without hesitation. He held no regard for Yi Fei's fate. His sole aim was to seize the weapons and supplies from the adversary's grasp. Thank you, brother Chao. He Jiqiao's eyes instantly brimmed with fervor. He finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope for vengeance. At that moment, Chao Sin noticed that his subordinates were growing impatient, clearly eager to understand the next course of action. After all, Wang Wenxiang and his men were indeed formidable opponents. He quickly addressed the only outsider present. He Jiqiao. Very well, brother He, you should take some rest. Tonight, make sure to eat and drink well. The remainder is left to us. Shaoli, please take brother He to the base for some rest and ensure he is well accommodated. He Jiqiao, naturally, did not dare to resist and complied obediently. After He Jiqiao departed, Ma Laosin eagerly spoke up. Boss, what the one-eared man said must be true. How should we respond next? Upon hearing this, Chao Sun could not help but rub his temples and then closed his eyes, beginning to contemplate a strategy. As he entered this state of meditation, the centipede scar on his face seemed to lose its vitality and fell into a slumber. Observing this, his subordinates immediately refrained from disturbing him. Having followed Chao Sun for many years, they understood that even in such a state, he was not to be interrupted. Otherwise, they might face a scolding at best, or physical retribution at worst, which could leave them severely battered. After a considerable time, Chao Sin suddenly opened his eyes, and the scar on his face regained its vigor. Go notify old Wu to bring all the gunpowder and detonators. Also, quietly open the entrances to buildings 14 and 15. Then have Gao Wei come over. This time, I intend to ensure that Wang Wenxiang and his crew have no chance of turning the tables. Chapter 74. The Might of Yi Fei at 8 o'clock in the morning. In the corridor of the third floor of Building 12, nearly 200 armed residents stood poised for action. At the forefront of the crowd were the spirited leaders of the Tianqing community, including Wang Wenxiang and Chun Meigui. Haraha. If Chao Sin knew that over 200 of us had gathered here, he would probably be terrified. Qi Donglong chuckled as he glanced at the throng behind him. Between the lines, it was evident that Chao Sun was no longer a concern for them. After all, this operation was meticulously planned, and they had gathered all the property owners who sought to reclaim the parking lot, amassing an unprecedented force of 200 strong men, predominantly in their prime. Such formidable strength could easily overwhelm Chao Sun and his associates in a direct confrontation, especially since they were well prepared. Upon hearing Qi Donglong's words, the other leaders of various factions also wore smiles of confidence, clearly sharing the belief that victory was assured. The enemy was few, and we were many. They were weak, and we were strong. The advantage was undeniably ours. Chao Sun, humph, this time I shall ensure he meets a fate worse than death. A cold glint shone in Wang Wenxiang's eyes. In the ambush battle the previous night, he had suffered the greatest losses. His hatred for Chao Sun burned the fiercest in his heart. And as for Gao Wei, that wretched scoundrel, I shall capture him alive and flay him, tormenting him for 3 days and 3 nights. A sinister look also crossed Qi Donglong's face. At that moment, Chun Meigui suddenly spoke up. By the way, why hasn't Yi Fei arrived yet? We are waiting for him. Mentioning Yi Fei sparked a flicker of curiosity in Chun Meigui's beautiful eyes, indicating her keen interest in him. Wang Wenxiang glanced at the time and replied, he should be here soon. As his words fell, a tall figure clad in a black combat uniform emerged from the staircase. The attire was rather thin, appearing somewhat inadequate against the biting cold of nearly -60 degrees. He appeared refreshingly clean and tidy, a stark contrast to the disheveled survivors who had gone days without washing. What caught their attention was the sight of a black handgun and a dagger strapped to his thighs. Could he be Yi Fei? Indeed, he was no ordinary individual. His attire suggested he was well supplied. Did you notice the inexplicable aura of authority that surrounded him? In the crowd, the gazes of various onlookers towards Yi Fei were laced with a complex mix of fear, envy, and curiosity. Upon Yi Fei's arrival, Wang Wenxiang and his companions' eyes lit up, eagerly approaching him. Mr. Yi, you've come. However, just as they took a few steps, an overwhelming sense of trepidation washed over them, causing them to instinctively halt. Unbeknownst to them, the Yi Fei they faced had undergone a profound transformation. His physical prowess had increased beyond tenfold. Ordinary individuals like them instinctively sensed the threat posed by such a superior being, akin to how humans naturally fear a fierce tiger. This was an automatic signal transmitted by their brains. Moreover, Yifei had deliberately chosen not to conceal his imposing presence. He intended to instill a sense of awe in Wang Wenxiang and the others. Having resolved to take action, he aimed to consolidate his influence over the entire community in one decisive stroke. How could he achieve this without demonstrating some measure of strength? As they came to realize that this formidable aura emanated from Yifei, Chen Meigui and Wang Wenxiang exchanged glances of uncertainty. Even the typically boisterous Qi Donglong found himself silenced, as an instinctual warning resonated within him. Currently, Yifei is exceedingly perilous. Has everyone arrived? Yifei nodded at the few individuals whose expressions bore uncertainty, then cast a sweeping glance at the throng of people in the corridor, his countenance betraying no change. For him, having injected the physique-enhancing serum, these ordinary individuals posed little threat unless armed with firearms. Even in greater numbers, they would struggle to pose a danger. This was precisely why he dared to come alone. All present, Wang Wenxiang affirmed in response to Yifei's inquiry, poised to introduce the individuals behind him, including Chen Meigui. Mr. Yi, allow me to introduce. However, before he could finish, Yifei waved his hand to interrupt. Since everyone is here, let us proceed. Let us resolve this swiftly. Yifei had no desire to become acquainted with anyone else. Only those who survived this battle and were willing to submit to him would earn the privilege of his recognition. He had no interest in the deceased. With this declaration, he turned and continued up the staircase. All right. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenxiang instinctively complied with Yifei's words, momentarily taken aback by his own response. Wasn't it curious that they seemed to be his subordinates? He glanced at the others beside him, noticing their solemn expressions, and his brow furrowed slightly. Evidently, the terrifying aura emanating from Yifei was not merely a figment of his imagination. Others had felt it too. This Yifei appeared to be rather extraordinary. Chen Meigui gazed at the receding figure at the corridor's entrance, then turned to the others, her enchanting eyes glimmering with intrigue. Upon her utterance, Chen Shua paused in contemplation before suddenly exclaiming, I cannot fathom why, but when I faced him just now, I was overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of impending death. The moment these words escaped his lips, Qi Donglong and He Hui instinctively nodded in agreement. In that fleeting instant, they too had been engulfed by a similar sensation. Chen Meigui inquired once more, Do you know what Yifei did prior to this? At that moment, her curiosity was piqued by this enigmatic, yet formidable man. Qi Donglong grinned widely. Could it be that this fellow is a retired soldier, or perhaps a former assassin? How else could one explain that terrifying aura? My goodness, I was so frightened earlier that I scarcely dared to speak. As he spoke, his mind conjured vivid images reminiscent of scenes from fictional narratives, elite soldiers in the city. The Dragon King's son-in-law, a 3-year deadline. Such thoughts made him believe it was indeed a plausible scenario. However, his whimsical musings caused the expressions of those nearby to falter momentarily. Could it truly be a possibility? How else could they justify the earlier terrifying presence and the weaponry in the other's possession? Only Wang Wenxiang raised an eyebrow, for he had previously known Yifei. He recalled that Yifei had been a minor supervisor at an insurance company, but now he found himself doubting that identity. Could Yifei genuinely be a retired soldier or an assassin? Was his former identity merely a facade? Had the harsh realities of this apocalyptic world finally unveiled his true self? Never mind his identity for now. The immediate priority was to reclaim the parking lot. The greater Yifei's abilities, the more advantageous it becomes for us. He Hui shook his head, interrupting the fanciful musings of several individuals. It was only then that they came to their senses, casting aside their distractions. Addressing the waiting owners behind them, he called out, Brothers, let us set forth. Chapter 75. A sudden turn of events. The group marched forth with great momentum, swiftly arriving at the first floor of Building 12. Old Chen rose. You shall proceed to Building 16. Building 12 will be managed by me and Old Qi. Yi, according to our prior arrangement. Kindly take command of the situation here at Building 12. Yifei nodded, acknowledging the plan they had previously devised. He Hui and his companions led the majority of the owners to block the entrance of Building 16, while the others secured the entrance of Building 12. As for him, he merely assisted in overseeing the situation. Noticing that there were no objections, Wang Wenxiang waved his hand with spirited enthusiasm. All right, let us commence. Upon witnessing He Hui and his companions depart, Yifei suddenly raised an eyebrow. For reasons unknown, He harbored a sense of foreboding regarding the potential success of this plan. With over 200 owners acting in unison, such a significant commotion, surely Chao's son would receive word of it in advance. Who goes there? This is bad. The enemy is approaching. Quickly inform the boss. A surge of individuals made their way towards the parking entrance of Building 12. Due to their substantial numbers, they created quite a clamor, which was soon noticed by the sentinels at the entrance. Hurry, block the door. Do not let them enter. As long as we seal the entrance, their numbers will not matter. 7 or 8 sentinels swiftly infiltrated the parking lot, resolutely barricading the entrance. Gripping their weapons tightly, they regarded Wang Wenxiang and his group with vigilant scrutiny. Others hurriedly dashed into the parking area, seemingly intent on alerting Chao's son and his associates. Observing this, Wang Wenxiang and his companions refrained from immediately storming the entrance. Their strategy merely required them to secure the current access point. A direct assault, even against a mere handful of sentinels, would prove exceedingly challenging due to the constricted doorway. Witnessing Chao Sen's subordinates enter the parking lot, Wang Wenxiang let out a cold chuckle. Chao's son, your demise is imminent. Upon uttering this, he turned to his followers behind him. Ahau, Xiaoma, bring forth the materials. As the command resonated, a dozen individuals emerged, shouldering an assortment of wooden furniture, plastic bags, and small electrical appliances. They proceeded to heap these items at the entrance. This spectacle incited alarm and anger among the workers hiding inside. This is bad. They intend to set fire. Cursed exclamations erupted from the workers. Yet they dared not venture forth to intervene. After all, they numbered but 7 or 8, while Wang Wenxiang, alongside Qi Donglong's forces, boasted a staggering 70 individuals. In no time, a pile of debris effectively obstructed the entrance. Ignite it, commanded Wang Wenxiang, prompting one of his underlings to set the clutter ablaze. Instantly, a fierce inferno erupted, and as the flames roared, thick black smoke billowed upward, accompanied by an overwhelmingly acrid stench. In order to intensify the pungency of the smoke produced by the flames, Wang Wenxiang and his companions had clandestinely introduced a considerable amount of plastic and electrical wires into the debris. The stench when these materials ignited was unbearable. It was so acrid that it stung not only the nostrils, but also the eyes. The foul odor was overwhelming. Even Wang Wenxiang and the others found it difficult to endure, prompting them to disperse. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance, with many stuffing pre-made paper wads into their nostrils, which provided some relief. The smell was utterly repugnant. Yi Fei, whose sense of smell was particularly acute, could not restrain himself from covering his nose. He retreated to the back of the crowd and silently donned a gas mask, finally feeling a modicum of comfort. Observing that everyone was awaiting developments in the parking lot, Yi Fei contemplated for a moment before turning towards the lobby on the first floor. He intended to inhale some fresh air, planning to intervene when the situation escalated. As flames erupted, Wang Wenxiang shouted again, "Bring out the fans and fan harder. Direct all the smoke inside." With that command, several of his subordinates retrieved the pre-prepared fans and vigorously directed the airflow towards the entrance of the parking lot. Instantly, the thick black smoke seemed to find its direction, surging towards the parking area. "Come on, you cowardly cur, if you have the guts, come in. What is arson without facing us? You think you can suffocate me with smoke?" The workers outside, under the command of Chao San, unleashed a torrent of profanities, their words laced with venomous anger. The owners at the entrance, however, found amusement in the chaos, laughing heartily at the scene. Let them savor the taste of this thick smoke. May it suffocate them. Qi Donglong's face was alight with glee. The impotent rage of the workers inside only served to elevate his spirits further. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Continue to add fuel. The more pungent, the better. Let these wretches suffer." Soon, the dense smoke began to pour in, overwhelming the workers stationed at the entrance. "I can't take it anymore. I'm suffocating," one gasped, retching at the unbearable stench. "I feel like I'm being poisoned. We must retreat." In a short time, not a single worker remained at the entrance. Observing this, the owners erupted into laughter. Wang Wenxiang, maintaining a composed demeanor, declared, "Keep fanning the flames. I wish to see how long they can endure." With that, he retrieved his phone and dialed Hihui. Upon confirming that all was proceeding as planned, with their entrance similarly sealed and smoke being released, Wang Wenxiang exhaled a sigh of relief. He then urged his subordinates, "Stay vigilant. Do not let your guard down. Chao's son and his men may charge out at any moment." The flames continued to blaze ever more fiercely. Before long, The entrance was entirely shrouded in thick black smoke and flames. The onlookers, their focus unwavering, prepared to confront the workers who might emerge. Seconds turned into minutes, and 20 had passed since the flames erupted. To their dismay, no one had yet emerged from the suffocating smoke. "Boss, it's rather peculiar. Why hasn't anyone inside made a sound? Don't you think it's too quiet?" At that moment, the furrowed brow of Ah Hao, with his yellow hair, drew closer to Wang Wenxiang. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenxiang mirrored his concern with a frown, sensing that something was amiss. Logically, the individuals inside should not have been able to endure such conditions for this long. Moreover, the eerie silence in the parking lot suggested an unsettling absence of life within. "Let us call He Hui and inquire about their situation," Ah Hao suggested, preparing to retrieve his phone. Just then, an urgent ringtone pierced the air, emanating from Wang Wenxiang's pocket. Upon realizing it was a call from He Hui, he hastily answered. The conversation was brief, yet the transformation in his expression was immediate and alarming. He bellowed to the crowd, "This is bad. Something has happened. Everyone, immediately head to Building 16 for support."